Chapter 1 Rebirth. In the general's mansion, within the tranquil jade chamber, the opulent twilts retained warmth, as the passionate storm had just subsided. Shinji Shuang, the virtuous wife of the general who had just turned 20, had barely managed to offend off Liu and was utterly exhausted, as if on febrin Koslan bear with every eyelid flutter, yet, she summoned the strength to call for attendance and instruct them to bring water. My lord, Shaleoano, Shinzi Shuang inquired softly, hurto na buthloan submissive as he gazed at the handsome Eamon beside Herr Hawas no closing easy as tourist. It was usually Liu and Howled summon attendants for water, however, tonight, Forius and sunk known after Therinta Matunian, hesitantly shathizes, osifwiri, or perhaps trapped by some gun scene. Shinzishuang Kaladauta him, both did not respond. A this moment, Liu and furrowed his brows vigorously, his eyelids twitching as if held captive by a nightmare, unable tupan. Seeing his demeanor, Shinzishuang was startled and quickly nudged him, my lord, my lord. Liyuan was trinchet sweat. Shinji Shuang, without hesitation, weighs about a cal for a doctor, but suddenly, Theman beside Harapine his eyes. His gaze was piercing, revealing the kill ingentant. Before Shinzishuang called react, she was pinned down to him, restrained. She called Old Bulpuck, yet whispered soothingly to Liyuan, my lord, did you have a nightmare? Liyuan stared at Shinzishuang with a strange expression. Thetwagas at each other in silence for a long time before Liyuan, as if awakening from adrium, asked heavily, Shin? Shinzishuang did her utmost to appear compliant, fearing that this man might harm her. Yes, my lord, I am Jishuang, she replied. After a brief pause, Liyuan abruptly sat up from the bed. Before Shinzishuang called react, she saw Liyuan throw Roby over his shoulders and rush out of the room in his underwear, his figure exuding an inexplicable urgency. She dared not call him back, but couldn't help pressing her forehead, seeing the servant woman at the doorway cautiously observing her. Shinzishuang managed me it's nothing, Thaganero must have a done other nightmare. Tomorrow, they'll send for doctors to prescribe some calming medicine for him. Yes, lady, Thezervant replied. Shinzishuang once again instruct the servants to keep their mouths utan not to spread what had happened tonight, threatening to sell them if they did. The servant chastely pledged their loyalty to her. After arranging jeverying, Shinzishuang stepped into the bathtub, quickly washed up, changed her clothes, and headed to Thestity. As a virtuous wife, her husband had left their chamber with a stern expression, leaving no words if she did not strive to reconcile and instead indulged in pettiness, it will tarnish her image. Perhaps Liyuan would eventually offer. She must seek him out, portraying a harmonious conjugal relationship, so that the servants would truly respect her from the bottom of their hearts. Meanwhile, Liyuan sat alone in Thestity, his face dark. As the founding emperor of a dynasty, Liyuan had heard many tales of supernatural occurrences among the common folk. Yet, he had never imagined that such strange events would one day occur to him. 30 years later, after ascending throne, he succumbed to severe illness and passed away. Liyuan had thought would leave a palace and bear born in Thunderworld, however, he didn't anticipate that his soul would linger in the palace for days. Who witnessed this personally cultivated crown prince Li Jin ascend the throne and embark on his reign, he also saw his concubines and children rewarded, some leaving the palace while the others remaining to receive imperial support. In short, each had their own path, meticulously arranged by Li Jin. Satisfied, his thoughts turned and he visited a queen. Liyuan and this queen had been inseparable for over 30 years. In his heart, the queen was not unlit his rightful wife Ebudil sa modulof virtue in the world. She was neither contentious nor jealous, accompanying him in founding the dynasty, guarding the kingdom, managing the harem, and caring deeply for each concubine without ever harboring thoughts of harm. During these years when Shinzishuang served as queen, there were few instances of conspiracy or in the harem. With her, Liyuan could focus on state affairs with peace of mind. The queen was his capable helper, and they were destined to be buried together after his demise. However, he hadn't anticipated that after his death, he would hurt the queen's true feelings. He heard hurtle there's and that she did not wish to bury it with him. She preferred to scatter heresies into the sea, shunning posthumous worship to seek freedom. Liyuan suddenly felt alienated from his wife. Lastly, he heard their child Escara she hated vir levidum. Liyuan believed that she must have loved him. For so many years, Shinzishuang had endured hardships with him, shared his glory, and remained steadfast by his side. How could it be possible without love? Irrespective, she replied. In an instant, Liyuan couldn't help you feel a surge of betrayal. She didn't say she didn't love him directly, but there is a distinction between respect and love. Indeed, she had never loved him. If she had, how could she refuse even to be buried together? Liyuan finally looked properly at the few who had accompanied him for so many years. In his merit she was virtuous, exceptionally intelligent, knew right from wrong, understood propriety, and embodied the grace of high standing. He was extremely satisfied with his wife. Yet, after his death, he discovered that this woman had never had feelings for him. She had pretended be his aide for decades. Filled with rage, Li Yuan felt the world spinning when he opened his eyes again. He had returned to 30 years freer. Li Yuan quickly accepted the fact of his rebirth. His souling erred in the palace for days without dispersing, leading him to suspect that he had undergone something mystical. Now, back in his youth with the experience of his past life, Li Yuan naturally embraced it. From a commoner to the founding emperor, Li Yuan was well aware of the upcoming changes in the court and the transformations the world would undergo. Habeli evet the would ascend to the throne even faster this time. The throne was destined to be his. And now, he must consider the matter with Shen Zhishuang. Justicia pondered, Agent Lennox sounded at the door. My lord, I brought you a cloak, it's late, and the duashivi thuan de strong, and door dressed too lightly im worried, Shen Zhishuang's melodious voice was extremely pleasing to hear. Before him, she had always been virtuous and graceful. Li Yuan's expression was cold. In the past, he would have treated her warmly. But knowing that their tenderness and consideration were ill-feigned, Li Yuan felt intensest. My lord Ariothere, Shen Zhishuang called out softly from outside the door. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan rose and departed the door. Shen Zhishuang looked up at her majestic husband, her lips curling into the most appropriate smiley healthy cloak and whispered, My lord, I've arranged for Dr. Zaya to visit tomorrow, help prescribe some medicine for you, please take care of yourself. Chapter 2 Submission. Shen Zhishuang offered a faint smile as she entered the room. Li Yuan remained clad in his inner garments, seated in contemplation, yet, even in his stillness, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Shen Zhishuang was not particularly familiar with her husband. Despite having wed him 2 years prior, their lives had been separated by distance, he at the borders and she in the capital, until their recent reunion. Their consummation of marriage had only occurred a few days ago. Approaching him, Shen Zhishuang touched the fabric of his clothing, noting its coolness. My dear husband, allow me to fetch some water for you to bathe and change into fresh attire. If you wish to sleep in your study, I can have a thick quilt brought for your comfort. Her words were gentle, meticulous, and flowed with an elegance that evoked no sense of aversion. Li Yuan regarded her with a cold gaze. Shen Zhishuang skillfully averted her eyes from his, sensing no opposition in his demeanor, and stepped outside to summon a servant to carry out her instructions. Upon her return, she found Li Yuan still observing her with a probing stare. Shen Zhishuang removed her cloak and moved gracefully behind him, her soft fingers pressing gently against his forehead, massaging slowly. Is your head aching again? She inquired, drawing on the knowledge she had acquired from an elderly physician. Indeed, Li Yuan felt a dull throb in his head, but as she continued her ministrations, the discomfort gradually subsided. Throughout her attentive care, Li Yuan remained silent, allowing her to serve him. Before long, the servants arrived with a steaming bucket of water. The study had been constructed with great consideration, featuring a small chamber for rest and a designated area for washing. The servants placed the water within. My husband, the water has been brought, would you care to wash? Shen Zhishuang smiled softly at him. Li Yuan gazed at her intently. Decades had passed, and upon his return, he found Shen Zhishuang's appearance somewhat unfamiliar. The woman before him was not yet the formidable empress of later years. Her demeanor lacked the gravitas and authority that one might expect. In his memory, an empress was forever composed and dignified, her manners impeccable and her conduct beyond reproach, exuding an aura that transcended her years and commanded trust in her capabilities. However, the Shen Zhishuang of years past had only recently transitioned from a youthful maiden to a woman of beauty. Her countenance was pleasing, not possessing the allure that could eclipse the moon or flower, yet she bore a grace akin to delicate blossoms reflected in serene waters. Her soft, fair face and gentle form did not evoke the image of a stately empress but rather that of a fragile willow swaying in the breeze, inviting tenderness and compassion. It was only natural that the Shen family would not dare to marry off a daughter of less than pleasing appearance to him. They had heeded the emperor's decree, intent on capturing his affections, and seized every opportunity available. 2 years prior, Li Yuan had ascended from the ranks of an ordinary commoner to become a trusted confidant of the venerable general. From a young age, Li Yuan exhibited a remarkable aptitude for martial arts, aided by a commendable mentor. After 2 decades of diligent study, he honed his skills to an impressive degree. He then ventured to the borders, immersing himself in military life, quickly distinguishing himself from the ranks of common soldiers to attain the status of general. That year, when the Xiongnu invaded, the senior general led the troops to a resounding victory, greatly enhancing his prestige at the borders, transforming him into a legendary figure among the populace. Simultaneously, the emperor, in his incompetence, enacted numerous policies detrimental to the livelihoods of the people, inciting widespread discontent. On one side stood a commander with a formidable force, embraced by the people, while on the other, a ruler reviled. The old emperor, plagued by paranoia, sought ways to curtail the general's influence. The general commanded immense respect at the borders, having instilled fear in the Xiongnu. Should he depart, there was no telling whether the Xiongnu would dare to invade again. Moreover, the threat from the Xiongnu had not yet been fully quelled, rendering the emperor cautious in his actions. After much counsel, the emperor opted for a gentle reprimand. He issued a decree, arranging marriages for many young commanders under the general's command. Suddenly, these young leaders found themselves betrothed to the daughters of high-ranking officials in the capital. In such times, who would not aspire to achieve glory and ascend from commoner to the son-in-law of a minister? Those unwilling to forsake fame and fortune would think twice before revolting. The emperor's commands were not to be defied. Upon receiving the imperial edict, the then 23-year-old Li Yuan unexpectedly acquired a wife. The young commanders, poised to travel to the capital for their marriages, were caught off guard by the Xiongnu's sudden mobilization of forces, thwarting their departure. The ensuing conflict lasted 6 months, and as the need for defense at the borders persisted, the young commanders remained bound to their posts, never having met their brides. It was only during Li Yuan's authorized return to the capital that he finally encountered his nominal wife, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Shen Jishuang. Conventionally, one might assume that these young leaders, being mere ruffians, would not be compelled to wed the legitimate daughters of ministers, even at the emperor's behest. It was merely a means of securing loyalty. Marrying off a concubiness daughter would suffice. However, Shen Jishuang was indeed the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights. Her match with Li Yuan was a result of her mother's tragic demise during childbirth, leaving behind a void in her family. Shen Jishuang's mother had been the minister's humble wife before he achieved the status of a scholar. After her passing, the minister quickly remarried, taking the daughter of a superior as his new wife, and fathering his son. Thus, Shen Jishuang found herself in an increasingly precarious position within the minister's household. Lacking affection from her father and overshadowed by the children of concubines, she bore the brunt of the family's misfortunes, ultimately leading to her union with a commoner. In his youthful exuberance, Li Yuan had felt a measure of joy upon learning he had acquired a genuine noblewoman as his spouse. After arriving in the capital, they shared tender moments for several days, culminating in their consummation. Their wedding ceremony had not been conducted 2 years prior, and with the recent passing of the Empress Dowager, it was further rendered impossible. During that period, Li Yuan found himself captivated by his wife's serene beauty, and their days together were filled with warmth. It was during this time that Shen Jishuang conceived their first child. In his former life, Li Yuan had sired numerous offspring, yet only a select few had proven themselves capable. All of those promising children had come from Shen Jishuang. While he indulged his concubines, he had also hoped for heirs of merit from them, yet regrettably, none had lived up to expectations. He had even sought counsel from physicians, who expounded upon various medical theories, ultimately concluding that it was a matter of fate. Perhaps it was due to Shen Jishuang's exceptional intellect, paired with Li Yuan's own cleverness, that their offspring were not lacking in wit. As for the children of his concubines, it was likely their maternal influences that had shaped their shortcomings. In a fit of frustration, Li Yuan had even ordered for a physician to be punished. After all, they were his children. What connection could there be with their mothers? Yet, he eventually had to concede that a bond did indeed exist between children and their mothers. Shen Jishuang's children consistently excelled, and for the sake of his lineage, Li Yuan pressed his lips together, realizing he must continue to entwine his fate with Shen Jishuang's. Chapter 3 Unfamiliarity. Shen Jishuang was not well acquainted with Li Yuan. Although they had spent some time together, she had yet to fully grasp the nuances of his temperament. However, she discerned that his thoughts ran profoundly deep. Not long ago, they maintained a relationship marked by mutual respect, yet, this evening, he abruptly altered his demeanor, regarding her with an appraising gaze. Shen Jishuang was unperturbed by his scrutiny. Though her soul hailed from the modern era, she had traversed into this world as an infant, molded by the rigid constraints of this feudal dynasty for 2 decades. At times, Shen Jishuang pondered whether she still qualified as a modern individual. The relentless oppression over the years had shaped her into someone she herself found distasteful. In her previous life, Shen Jishuang had been an acclaimed actress, adorned with numerous awards for her remarkable performances that captivated countless audiences and garnered a legion of admirers. Subsequently, she developed a penchant for business, establishing an entertainment company after stepping away from the limelight, and her career flourished. During that period, she basked in both fame and fortune. Yet, who could have foreseen that a mere car accident would abruptly truncate her brilliance? When Shen Jishuang arrived in this new realm, her mother was uttering her last words. This unfortunate woman had fought valiantly to bring her into the world, choosing to preserve her life over her own. She incessantly implored, "Daughter, live well and find joy, only then can I rest in peace." In her modern life, Shen Jishuang had been an orphan, untouched by parental affection. Upon entering this unfamiliar world, she remained akin to an abandoned child. However, from the moment she descended into this realm, she felt an overwhelming surge of maternal love. Her mother's sacrifice for her life instilled in Shen Jishuang a profound resolve to cherish her existence. Having resolved to live, Shen Jishuang devoted the ensuing years to cultivating her talents, seeking a suitable husband who could provide her with stability. In her quest to delay motherhood, she had inadvertently transformed herself into an old maid. At that juncture, the minister's residence was set to discuss marriage with her chosen suitor when the emperor's decree arrived. As the highest authority on earth, Shen Jishuang had learned of the stringent feudal system over the years and dared not defy it. Thus, 2 years prior, she had wed, spending the ensuing 2 years in an empty household. Yet, one must occasionally grant oneself reprieve. Shen Jishuang had long since mastered the art of humility in this era. Since she had married Li Yuan, the minister's residence would not permit her to seek a divorce or be cast aside. Her heartless father had informed her before her marriage that should she fail to thrive in the general's household, whether abandoned or divorced, she was not to return home. She could choose her own fate without shaming the Shen family. In this feudal age, women's spaces for survival were exceedingly limited. Without the protection of her husband's family, Shen Jishuang's chances of survival would be grim. After all, with wars raging across the lands, restrictions upon women and threats to their lives were escalating. If her father were to discover her flight, he would undoubtedly send someone to pursue her. Where could she possibly escape? Shen Jishuang was acutely aware that her survival skills had yet to reach the point where she could thrive alone in an unfamiliar land, compelling her to endure her current circumstances. Perhaps it was a sign of her weakness. Moreover, the current emperor was hardly a benevolent ruler. Bandits and rebels would occasionally emerge. Though the capital was temporarily secure, the future remained uncertain. From this perspective, marrying Li Yuan, in a certain sense, offered her a measure of martial protection. At the very least, he was a general with soldiers at his command. Shen Jishuang wished to coexist harmoniously with him. Even if love eluded her, she was willing to be a couple who regarded each other with mutual respect. Initially, her plans unfolded smoothly. Shen Jishuang perceived that Li Yuan was somewhat captivated by her beauty. While she was not the epitome of alluring charm, her looks were not lacking. Combined with the grace she had cultivated over more than a decade, Li Yuan held a measure of affection for her. Though her plans were progressing favorably, and in their intimate moments, Li Yuan was exceedingly fond of her, everything shifted this evening. The previous Li Yuan, while not entirely transparent to her, was somewhat decipherable. In contrast, at this moment, Shen Jishuang found him utterly inscrutable. Had he not maintained his usual demeanor, she might have suspected he too had traversed time. Just moments ago, he had appeared exceptionally pleased, yet now, she sensed a palpable tension emanating from him. It seemed as if he had suddenly developed a hint of displeasure towards her. However, he did not reject her. Shen Jishuang could not fathom what had transpired within this man, yet she was unwilling to remain passive. For the time being, he could not cast her aside, so she resolved to win his heart as best as she could. In her current predicament, leaving him would spell doom. "Husband, why not wash up?" Shen Jishuang suggested softly, lightly tapping his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe away the beads of cold sweat. Li Yuan, captivated by her melodious voice, mused that she was indeed a skilled performer. He rose, and Shen Jishuang had no choice but to look up at him. Li Yuan was exceedingly tall. She surmised he stood nearly 6'3". While she took great care of her physique, she had only reached 5'3". The disparity in their heights necessitated that she tilt her head to meet his gaze. As she watched him retreat, Shen Jishuang contemplated whether to follow. Before she could decide, Li Yuan's voice called out to her, "Come in and scrub my back." In this era, a wife washing her husband's back was considered a form of intimacy, yet Li Yuan's tone was notably frigid. Without hesitation, Shen Jishuang tidied herself and entered. She could not help but marvel at Li Yuan's physique. As a martial general, he possessed an impressive form, devoid of any excess flesh, exuding strength. His build surpassed that of many male models she had encountered in her past life. After all, Li Yuan was forged through rigorous training, with each muscle containing remarkable explosive power. As Shen Jishuang's hands rested upon Li Yuan's shoulders, she sensed him stiffen momentarily. She was perplexed as to what he intended. Had he called her in only to feel awkward? Regardless, to portray a loving relationship, Shen Jishuang knew she could not withdraw midway. In her previous life, she had played countless roles, including that of a bath attendant, and she understood how to perform the task. Yet, after merely a few strokes, Li Yuan turned his head and grasped her hand. He exerted a bit of force, splashing water that dampened a portion of her garment. The dark stains clung to her skin, causing her some discomfort as she instinctively tugged at her clothing. The sight of her fair, delicate skin flashed before Li Yuan's eyes. Before Shen Jishuang could fully comprehend the situation, he had pulled her into the bath. She gasped in surprise, her hair thoroughly soaked, revealing a porcelain, exquisite face. In that moment, Li Yuan and she were intimately close, his gaze sharp and predatory, fixed upon her. Were it not for her considerable fortitude, she might have faltered beneath the intensity of his stare. Shen Jishuang endeavored to conjure a playful smile, intentionally reddening her cheeks. "Husband," those two simple words seemed to convey a myriad of unsaid sentiments. Li Yuan's gaze traveled down from her face, tracing along her slender neck, delicate collarbone, and then, unbeknownst to her, his eyes flickered with a newfound heat. In the next instant, he extended his hand. Chapter 4 Invitation. Engaging in such intimate matters with a martial general is indeed a daunting endeavor. As Shen Jishuang languished in a drowsy stupor, Li Yuan remained in high spirits. She felt fortunate that 2 years had elapsed before they consummated their union. Now, she considered herself a mature woman, no longer burdened by concerns over minor injuries. To speak candidly, among the multitude of suitors Shen Jishuang had entertained in her previous life, Li Yuan stood out as the most formidable. After all, he had truly faced the battlefield. His robust physique had been honed through the rigors of combat. However, the greater his prowess, the more she found herself at a loss, ultimately leading to a sense of torment. When the clouds dissipated and the rain ceased, Shen Jishuang could scarcely utter a word before losing consciousness. As she closed her eyes, with an expression void of emotion, Li Yuan cradled Shen Jishuang and carried her outside, laying her upon the couch before summoning attendants to prepare the bathing tub and garments. He did not succumb to slumber immediately, for he had lost control moments prior. Despite his lingering resentment, fueled by her apparent indifference and her theatrical displays before him, an impulsive thought compelled him to reach out to her. Nevertheless, if he still harbored an interest in her, that was, in some respects, a positive sign. The arrival of their child could not be jeopardized by his fleeting whims. In his past life, after years on the throne, Li Yuan meticulously evaluated countless children to find an heir capable of sustaining the empire. After numerous trials, he ultimately chose Li Jin, who, compared to his other offspring, was the most suited to ascend the throne. In the afterlife, he lingered within the palace for several days, easily discerning that Emperor Li Jin was performing admirably. With him at the helm, the Li family's dynasty could endure for centuries to come. Li Yuan must ensure his safe arrival into the world. His gaze unconsciously settled upon Shen Jishuang's tranquil face as she drifted into a deep slumber. Even though he was acutely aware that this woman only feigned affection towards him, devoid of any genuine sentiment, he could endure. She would make a commendable matron, destined to be a fine empress. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he had no intention of replacing her. Even if her heart did not belong to him, at the very least, she posed no threat. Li Yuan had not yet become so callous as to disregard Shen Jishuang's life. After decades of mutual support, he would afford her a measure of dignity, regardless of her feelings for him. The following day, when Shen Jishuang awoke, her body ached, and the sun shone brightly overhead. She realized she ought not to have risen so late, yet her stamina paled in comparison to Li Yuan's. His relentless vigor left her no choice but to awaken at this hour. Upon seeing her conscious, the maidservants hastily attended to her ablutions. "Was it the general who summoned you?" Shen Jishuang inquired of the matron beside her. "Indeed, my lady, the general instructed us to wait for your awakening and assist you promptly." Shen Jishuang was uncertain of Li Yuan's true intentions. The memory of his brooding visage flickered through her mind. Regardless, since he seemed unwilling to sever ties with her and was inclined to grant her some semblance of respect, she had no reason to cling to the events of the previous night. Their current standings were clear. He occupied the higher ground, while she remained beneath him. Li Yuan was the master of the entire general's household, while she held the nominal title of mistress. However, should his favor wane, she would swiftly become a relic of the past. She had no family to rely upon. As she pondered this, a voice from outside announced the arrival of a messenger from the minister's residence. Shen Jishuang's expression shifted to one of cool detachment. The servants from the minister's estate had come expressly to seek her out, yet they were required to first inform Li Yuan. He merely instructed them to enter, showing no inclination to investigate further. He was engaged in martial training. Without a robust physique, upon his return to the frontier, he risked losing his position to another. In this era, everything was a matter of competition. He refused to allow himself to falter. As for the minister's reasons for seeking her, Li Yuan was well aware of. Indeed, that evening, when he came to dine with her, Shen Jishuang greeted him with a smile, saying, "In a couple of days, it will be my father's birthday banquet. He has invited us to attend." Shen Jishuang had long suspected that the minister's visit bore ill tidings, and indeed, her father intended to summon her to a treacherous gathering. He had consistently barred her from attending his feasts, fearful that her presence might tarnish his reputation. In her father's eyes, a new wife was the legitimate spouse, while the child born to his former wife was merely an encumbrance. No invitation is extended without ulterior motives. Now, as he sought to summon her and Li Yuan, it was merely to gauge the winds of fortune, whether Li Yuan had reached the pinnacle of his official career or if he still had opportunities to ascend higher. Her father needed first-hand observation to be reassured. After Li Yuan's return to the capital, as a trusted confidant of the old general, no one dared to engage with him. Now that he had been back for some time, it seemed the emperor held no objections toward him. After observing for a while, Shen Jishuang's father was finally willing to extend an invitation. Recently, Li Yuan had been dining in Shen Jishuang's quarters. According to her memories from the past life, they were currently in the throes of passion. Yet, Li Yuan had no desire to continue the charade. He was not adept at romantic pursuits, and Shen Jishuang merely feigned affection. Since both were disinclined to indulge in such superficiality, Li Yuan reverted to his previous demeanor when interacting with Shen Jishuang. Observing his natural rapport with her, Shen Jishuang felt no surprise. Humans are adaptive beings. Having shared meals and rest for some time, if he were drawn to her beauty, he would have had ample opportunity to appreciate it by now. Genuine companionship and simplicity is what truly matters. General, do you wish to attend? Shen Jishuang tentatively inquired. Li Yuan glanced at her and replied, does it matter whether I desire to go? He had forgotten if he had ever posed such a question to her in their previous life. Shen Jishuang nodded, it does matter. If you do not wish to attend, I shall concoct a fib to ensure you can rest comfortably at home. You have only recently returned from the borders. Why subject yourself to the tumult of such gatherings, which may disturb your peace of mind? If my memory serves, that is your father. Shen Jishuang smiled faintly. In this world, are there not many parents who show indifference to their children? Li Yuan regarded her thoughtfully. He was aware of Shen Jishuang's background. She too had endured her share of misfortune. Do you wish for me to accompany you? Li Yuan countered. Shen Jishuang shook her head. I do not. There is no need for you to endure their scorn. My father will not stand by your side. Li Yuan's tone turned somber. But if I do not attend, you will be deemed ineffective, and your father will direct his ire towards you. Upon hearing this, a playful smile graced Shen Jishuang's lips as she mischievously blinked at him, exuding a lively charm. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback that he wished to maintain his previous demeanor towards her, yet each time he beheld her fair and exquisite countenance, he was reminded that she was still a radiant beauty in the prime of her youth. 30 years is a long time. He had nearly forgotten the past. Seeing a somewhat different Shen Jishuang, he could not help but take notice. While Li Yuan was lost in thought, Shen Jishuang remained oblivious. She articulated her sentiments. I have long since conveyed to you that marrying you makes this my home. That other house never had a place for me. My father would rather see me dead than have me return. After he expelled me, what else could he possibly offer? He has no desire to leverage the old general's influence, nor will he assist you in any way. If that is the case, why should we take a seat on the sidelines? After a moment of silence, Li Yuan replied, then the capital shall condemn you for your lack of filial piety. Shen Jishuang raised an eyebrow. In the home, one obeys the father. Upon marriage, one follows the husband. My husband is unwell, and I diligently care for him at home. Who would dare accuse me of wrongdoing? Her response was indeed quick-witted. Li Yuan understood that Shen Jishuang had always stood alongside him. Thus, even though he resented her lack of genuine affection, he knew she would not act against her own interests. We should go, Li Yuan concluded. Chapter 5. The gift. Shen Jishuang was somewhat taken aback. Why must we go? Li Yuan replied in a calm tone, if we do not attend, your father will surely resort to some underhanded tactics, disrupting the peace of the entire residence. It is better to let him see clearly that I am merely a pawn, a hostage with no redeeming qualities. As he recalled the matter, Li Yuan's memories began to resurface. In his previous life, her father had caused quite a stir, ultimately using the charred remains of Shen Jishuang's mother's belongings as leverage, compelling them to comply. Shen Jishuang fell silent for a long while, realizing that her father was indeed capable of such actions. After all, for that man, achieving his own ends was paramount. Just a month after his own wife had died, he had dared to remarry, a testament to his ruthless nature. Then let us go. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect you. Shen Jishuang, being the daughter of the Minister of Rights, was acutely aware that if she accompanied her husband back, any mockery directed at Li Yuan would reflect poorly on her, and she would undoubtedly safeguard his dignity fiercely. Li Yuan's lips curled into a cold smirk. You cannot protect me, just take care of yourself. Shen Jishuang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. I will do my best, she reaffirmed. Even if she could not shield him, she would strive to do so. They were united as husband and wife. Seeing her bright-eyed and delicate demeanor at that moment, Li Yuan's gaze deepened. Since his rebirth, it seemed that his desires had awakened as well. Yet, upon recalling her singular wish in this life, to not be buried alongside him, his heart felt as though it had been doused with cold water, abruptly cooling. He remembered that in his past life, surrounded by numerous beauties in the palace, he had long ceased to share a bed with Shen Jishuang. Even during the 1st and 15th days of the month, visits to her chambers had been little more than idle conversation and a mere night's rest. At that time, Shen Jishuang had displayed no resentment, accepting it as a matter of course. Now, he understood that she had never harbored romantic feelings for him. Perhaps by not touching her, he had unwittingly fulfilled her wishes. Observing how his eyes darkened again, Shen Jishuang lowered her head to continue sipping her soup. Li Yuan deemed himself a worthless hostage, yet she held a different opinion. This man's thoughts ran as deep as the ocean. She could not fathom them, and it baffled her how he could resign himself to such confinement. By marrying him, they had boarded the same ship of misfortune. As long as it did not sink, Shen Jishuang would not deliberately choose to abandon ship quietly. She savored her soup, her delicate white hand scooping a bit with the spoon, her pink tongue darting out momentarily. Suddenly, Li Yuan stood up. Shen Jishuang was startled. "Husband, what is it?" Without a word, Li Yuan reached to take the spoon from her hand, placing it down before sweeping her into his arms. Shen Jishuang inwardly lamented. Li Yuan demanded far too much. Although she maintained a regimen to keep fit, he was not an ordinary man. He was genuinely formidable. Yet, what could she do? He was her husband, and what he desired, Shen Jishuang could only acquiesce to. She believed she had hidden her feelings well, but Li Yuan saw right through her. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Before Shen Jishuang could react, she found herself pressed against the couch, Li Yuan holding her chin, asking, "Are you unwilling?" Shen Jishuang was taken aback by his question. In this feudal dynasty, even a wife's refusal of her husband would invite scorn. Women's status was exceedingly low. If Shen Jishuang wished to live well, she had to maintain harmony with Li Yuan. Several thoughts flitted through her mind, and she bit her lip, her eyes glistening. She reached to wrap her arms around Li Yuan's neck, and he was immediately enveloped by her delicate fragrance. Then, she whispered softly, "Husband, it's not that I do not wish to, it's just that you must be gentler." After speaking, she placed a kiss on his neck. The heat in Li Yuan's eyes surged. In the next instant, the curtain was drawn. Soon enough, the lamentations of a beauty echoed from behind the veil. Shen Jishuang hoped the court would assign Li Yuan some tasks. Li Yuan himself was perplexed. These days had been marked by erratic moods, and each encounter in the bedroom felt as though she owed him something, a burden she could hardly bear. Pleading with him was futile. He would only tell her to adapt, yet she truly could not. She was merely an ordinary person. Shen Jishuang cast aside those thoughts, focusing on the list of gifts before her. Her father was celebrating his birthday, and as his daughter, she needed to present some offerings. Li Yuan had already entrusted her with the keys to the treasury, allowing her free access. As a valiant general at the border, he had received numerous rewards, having accumulated items since there were few opportunities to spend. However, Shen Jishuang did not wish to bestow valuable gifts upon her father without cause. "You all go out to procure these items," Shen Jishuang instructed as she completed the list and handed it to her servant. When Li Yuan returned from his training, she informed him of her orders. "Are you not concerned that your gifts may be deemed paltry, risking ridicule?" he inquired. "Why should I worry? He will not care what I send. He will only notice whether we have attended." Shen Jishuang poured him tea, smiling. Her intentions were transparent. She feared wasting gifts on someone unworthy. Yet, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He pondered whether his previous wife had been like this, possessing such a lively spirit. In his recollections, at some point, Shen Jishuang had transformed into the poised and dignified lady of the house. It seemed he had never witnessed her vibrant side. However, during these few days since his return, her cleverness and vivacity were unmistakable. "Husband?" Seeing him lost in thought, Shen Jishuang called out to him. Li Yuan returned to himself and regarded her. "Then proceed as you see fit." He would not interfere with matters in the inner courtyard. Shen Jishuang was the true mistress. Shen Jishuang nodded with a smile. Li Yuan granted her some measure of authority, and she would strive to wield that power to improve her circumstances. Before long, the day of the Minister of Right's birthday arrived. Shen Jishuang's father, Shen Jinlin, had risen from humble beginnings to the esteemed position of Minister of Rights. Such an ascent required considerable cunning and strategy, as mere connections would not suffice. He had invited many guests for his birthday, and most would come, drawn by his reputation, including some dignitaries they rarely encountered. These guests were not merely there to celebrate Shen Jinlin's birthday. They had heard that he had invited numerous friends and family, as well as his son-in-law, the recently returned Li Yuan. Shen Jishuang typically refrained from visiting guests, often excusing herself due to ill health. Were it not for the emperor's decree for their marriage, many would not have realized that Shen Jinlin had a daughter. In marrying Li Yuan, her presence had, in a sense, become more pronounced. Shen Jinlin was a staunch supporter of the emperor, while Li Yuan was a trusted confidant of the old general, even having recognized him as a foster father. Thus, the alliance between the two families was inevitable, as Shen Jinlin had a duty to ascertain Li Yuan's loyalty. Yet, Shen Jishuang did not dwell on such matters. She believed that whatever challenges arose, they would face them together. After assisting Li Yuan into his outer robe, she cautioned him, "The minister's residence is rife with treachery. Do not partake in anything that has not passed your scrutiny. As for wine, you need only claim you are still unwell." Li Yuan looked down at Shen Jishuang. "You are remarkably attentive." Shen Jishuang smiled gently. "I am your wife. I have already told you, I stand by your side." Li Yuan snorted lightly, turning to leave, instructing her to hurry with her preparations. Shen Jishuang had grown accustomed to his unpredictable moods. As long as he treated her with respect in front of the servants, she could endure everything else. Chapter 6 The banquet. The couple arrived neither too early nor too late. Li Yuan gracefully descended from the carriage and promptly extended his hand to Shen Jishuang. She responded with a gentle smile, placing her hand delicately within his palm. Of this tender moment between the devoted couple caught the attention of many onlookers. Although neither Shen Jishuang nor Li Yuan was dressed extravagantly that day, their striking appearances, coupled with their differing social standings, immediately drew the gaze of numerous guests. Older sister, brother-in-law, father is already waiting inside, announced Shen Jinlin's eldest son, Shen Hanyan, who had come outside to greet them. He appeared somewhat aloof, speaking in a rather brusque manner. Shen Jishuang smiled in reply, "All right, we shall go in now." Li Yuan remained silent, exuding an air of imperiousness. Shen Hanyan scrutinized Li Yuan quietly, yet he too refrained from speaking. As the couple made their way inside, they attracted many curious glances, but no one dared to engage them in conversation due to Li Yuan's extraordinarily unique status. Having been born and raised in the capital, they naturally supported the emperor. Li Yuan had achieved remarkable military feats on the borders and had even been adopted by an esteemed general, marking him as someone not of their ilk. Were it not for his marriage to Shen Jishuang, he might not have been able to penetrate this social circle at all. Had he been a coarse and vulgar man, he would likely have been scorned long ago. Yet, with his tall and upright stature, along with his handsome and resolute features, he emanated an extraordinary presence, setting him apart from the ordinary populace. His demeanor overshadowed others, leaving them feeling timid and less graceful, which in turn provoked further disdain from many. Li Yuan was ushered into the study by the steward, as Shen Jinlin had matters to discuss with him. Meanwhile, Shen Jishuang was escorted to the rear courtyard to converse with the other women. "How have you been these days, elder sister?" Upon entering the courtyard, the women engaged in conversation summoned her over. They had been sequestered in the inner residence, paying little heed to the intrigues of the court, focusing instead on the plight of Shen Jishuang, the unfortunate woman married to a rough soldier. It was said that Li Yuan's family had once been farmers, and had it not been for his military exploits, he would have remained a lowly commoner. They fancied themselves noble women, feeling more suited to marrying princes and aristocrats rather than someone of his coarse background. Shen Jishuang did not enjoy a harmonious relationship with the women of her family, as they eagerly awaited her misfortunes. Faced with their scrutinizing gazes, she maintained a calm demeanor. Life is what one makes of it, and there is little to lament or rejoice over. Seeing her so composed, some of the more tempestuous personalities could not restrain themselves from provoking her. "Your words are rather easygoing, sister. You ought to keep your husband in check, lest he tarnish the Shen family name. Even if he is a general now, when people mention him, the first thought that comes to mind is that he is merely the son-in-law of the Shen family. Members of the Shen family must uphold their dignity. He has benefited from our family's reputation, so we should not bring the roughness of commoners into our household." The speaker was Shen Jishuang's half-sister, Shen Minga. Shen Jishuang gazed at her intently. "Who taught you such words?" Shen Minga immediately grew defensive. "I thought of this myself. Now that we are all sisters here, allow me to impart some wisdom. Minga, you are not a child anymore, soon you will be married off. Why must you speak so carelessly? My husband was summoned from the borders to the capital by the emperor due to his military merits. He serves the country and its people, as well as the emperor. His accomplishments have earned him his current position. When others speak of him, they think of the emperor's compassion and favor toward his subjects. Why would they consider him merely as the son-in-law of the Shen family? When the emperor granted the marriage, it was not only the Shen family that offered their daughters, other generals became part of our family as well. Your words always leave room for misinterpretation. In the end, others will merely say that the Shen family is utterly shameless. The marriage granted by the emperor out of benevolence was a match made in heaven, yet in your mouth, it seems my husband has become a mere dependent, as if the emperor's decree holds no weight in your eyes. My husband married me through the emperor's wisdom, not simply due to the Shen family's influence. The Shen family cannot overshadow the emperor. You speak in contradictions, spouting nonsense." Shen Minga was taken aback. She had not anticipated Shen Jishuang would counter her from this angle. Shen Jishuang relished pinning labels on others, and now that she had caught Shen Minga in a misstep, she would not let her off easily. Calmly sipping her tea, Shen Jishuang added, "What you think in your heart does not always need to be voiced. As the eldest sister, how much longer do you think I can guide you? Once you are married, will you still speak without a filter? They may accept you for father's sake, but how long can they tolerate your behavior?" Shen Minga had committed this fault more than once or twice, otherwise, she would not be the first to speak out. After being chastised by Shen Jishuang, she found herself at a loss for words, especially since Shen Jishuang had invoked the emperor's name. They all benefited from the emperor's grace. Who would dare to say he was wrong? Defeated, Shen Minga's face flushed with anger, almost to the point of fainting. Shen Jishuang seemingly remained oblivious to her state, continuing to smile as she conversed with the other sisters. "You all must be cautious with your words and actions, lest you end up like Minga. Mingge is but a lowly concubine's daughter. Her mother failed to educate her properly. You, however, are the legitimate daughters born of the main wife. You must learn from your mother." The others fell silent, casting cold glances at her. Shen Jishuang appeared unperturbed by their aloofness, leisurely finishing her cup of tea. "Sister, my good fortune is nearing. When I am married, I hope you will come to celebrate with me." After a brief silence, a voice rang out again. Shen Jishuang turned her gaze towards the speaker. It was Shen Mingyue, the only daughter of Shen Jinlin's first wife, who had given birth solely to Shen Jishuang. His later wife bore several children. The eldest son Shen Hanyan, the legitimate daughter Shen Mingyue, Shen Mingyao, and their youngest son Shen Hanjing, totaling 2 sons and 2 daughters. Apart from her offspring, none of Shen Jinlin's concubines had given birth to sons. Among the concubines' daughters, only Shen Mingge remained. There was a secret behind this, which others perceived but dared not articulate. Before Shen Jishuang was concealed within the household, Shen Mingyue had been the legitimate young lady of the Shen family, elevated in status. Shen Mingyue, being a few years younger than Shen Jishuang, found herself at the appropriate age for marriage. Given that Shen Jishuang had wed later, Shen Jishuang smiled blandly. "That is indeed a good thing. Indeed a good thing, hence I wish to invite my sister to the wedding feast." "Very well, to which family has father betrothed you?" Shen Jishuang inquired, her expression unchanged. Shen Mingyue replied word by word, "To our cousin, Lu Ziyuan." Chapter 7 A Gift of Beauty. Lu Ziyuan, indeed a name from a distant past. Shen Jishuang maintained her composure, the smile in her eyes unwavering as she sincerely congratulated Shen Mingyue. "What a splendid match." Shen Mingyue's gaze lingered on her face for a considerable time before she finally spoke. "Yes, our fates are intertwined with yours. Had it not been for your betrothal, Mingyue, you are no longer young and on the verge of marriage. One ought to discern what should and should not be said, and possess a clear understanding in one's heart." Shen Jishuang's expression grew cold. She fixed her gaze upon Shen Mingyue, her eyes conveying a warning. "I in the confines of a boudoir, mere whispers could ruin a woman's reputation." After spending 20 years in this world, Shen Jishuang was acutely aware of the weight of the pressures they faced. If Shen Mingyue were to utter jealous words that could harm both of them, the one who would ultimately regret it would be her. Upon receiving Shen Jishuang's admonition, Shen Mingyue abruptly regained her senses. Her complexion paled slightly as she bit her lip and replied, "I understand. However, I have found a worthy husband, and I wish to invite you to celebrate our wedding." She added, "When the date arrives, both my husband and I shall be there." A faint smile returned to Shen Jishuang's face, as if the chill from moments ago had never existed. Shen Mingyue lowered her head, while Shen Mingge felt a tremor of unease at Shen Jishuang's warning, causing the previously joyous atmosphere among the sisters to dissipate. After sitting in silence for what felt like an eternity and sipping another cup of tea, it was finally time for the meal. Shen Jishuang sat at the table reserved for the women, while Li Yuan engaged in a lively exchange of toasts with his father-in-law. Before his father-in-law, Li Yuan presented himself as a man of ambition and intellect, albeit with a hint of recklessness characteristic of a military general. To others, Li Yuan's ambition was abundantly clear, and Shen Jinlin observed it with keen insight. He recognized that while this son-in-law possessed certain capabilities, he was not overly remarkable, leaving Shen Jinlin somewhat satisfied. He wished to harness Li Yuan's potential to serve his interests, aligning him with the Emperor's faction. If Li Yuan were a fool, there would be little hope of molding him into a useful ally. Currently, this son-in-law was just right, intelligent enough to avoid grave mistakes, yet not so bold as to drag the Ministry of Personnel into disrepute. Other matters could be addressed in due time. As the conversation between father-in-law and son-in-law flowed amiably, Li Yuan's seat was arranged not far from Shen Jinlin, sufficient to demonstrate Shen Jinlin's regard for him. Noticing Shen Jinlin's approval of this son-in-law, the other relatives in the household began to treat Li Yuan with more warmth. Aside from Shen Jinlin, the others remained ambivalent towards him. At present, Li Yuan held only a nominal position. As a fourth-rank general, he held little utility unless called upon by the emperor, making it unnecessary for them to take risks on his behalf. The meal proceeded without incident. Since Shen Jishuang had married into the Ministry of Personnel and become Li Yuan's wife, as an outsider, she no longer had to endure humiliation, for no one would dare to provoke her without cause. Just as the meal was concluding and guests were preparing to depart, Shen Jinlin called out to Li Yuan. "A few days ago, I had people seek out 4 beautiful women, intending to send them to you. Since you are here today, you might as well take them back with you. My daughter, with her delicate beauty, lacks any particular charm. Having more people to attend to you will surely make your life more comfortable." Shen Jinlin spoke these words with a gentle tone, his eyes revealing no hint of emotion, as if he were genuinely considering the welfare of his son-in-law. Yet, in any respectable family, who would send beautiful women to their daughter during her honeymoon, such actions would only cause her distress. Families typically encourage their daughters to captivate their husbands' hearts and to bear children swiftly. Only Xin Jinlin, whose contempt for Qin Jishuang ran deep, would do otherwise had it not been for Qin Jishuang's vigilance. She might have already fallen victim to his schemes. While others might say that even a tiger does not eat its young, Qin Jishuang could perceive everything within the confines of the Ministry of Personnel. Throughout her life, Xin Jinlin had harbored thoughts of harming Qin Jishuang. Without her, his current wife would be the legitimate matron. Qin Jishuang's existence constantly reminded him of a woman he once wed and the children she bore him. Xin Jinlin had endured hardship, poverty, and scorn, living in a manner akin to a beggar during that tumultuous period. He wished to erase all memories of that time. Qin Jishuang represented a potent reminder of that past. The notion that a tiger would refrain from eating its young held no sway over him. Qin Jishuang, being merely a daughter among many, was of no particular consequence to him. Her absence or presence would not alter his circumstances. Marrying her off to Li Yuan had initially been a calculated decision. Her beauty was deemed adequate, and the unpredictable tides of fortune could shift at any moment. Should the emperor, in a fit of rage, direct his wrath towards Li Yuan, Qin Jishuang's demise would be inconsequential. Now that the emperor had recalled Li Yuan, he might find himself in a position of great utility at any moment. From this perspective, Xin Jinlin was keen to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. His strategy was straightforward and blunt: to offer beautiful women. He understood that his past actions had engendered resentment in Qin Jishuang, ensuring she would not align herself with the Ministry of Personnel. Thus, it was more prudent to turn to Li Yuan. Whether Qin Jishuang could bear Li Yuan's children mattered little to Xin Jinlin. In his view, the emperor was already suspicious by nature. Should Li Yuan be called to battle, he might very well meet his demise. An additional grandson held no value for him. What mattered was that he needed Li Yuan to stand by his side, to convince the emperor that Qin Jinlin was wholly devoted to his service. Thus, sending a few beautiful women was merely the simplest step in his plan. Once his words were spoken, the other guests were instantly consumed by varying thoughts, particularly those who had always looked down upon Qin Jishuang nearly burst into laughter. It was an utter disgrace for a father to offer beautiful women to his son-in-law, rendering his daughter a mere ornament. If one were to put themselves in Qin Jishuang's shoes, they would wish to find a place to hide. The onlookers were equally captivated by the spectacle. To them, Qin Jishuang appeared as a discarded pawn, and Xin Jinlin's unwillingness to allow her to ensnare her husband only underscored the harsh reality of her existence within the Ministry of Personnel. Before the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, Qin Jishuang's expression remained unchanged. The smile in her eyes had not even flickered. From the moment of her birth, she had been acutely aware of her surroundings. With memories of the modern world, she possessed the mindset of an adult and discerned the truth of her situation clearly. Qin Jinlin resembled an ancient phoenix man, both contemptible and arrogant, aspiring to rise above yet unwilling to reveal the depths of his past suffering and humiliation. He sought to obliterate all traces of his former self, including the existence of his daughter. Qin Jishuang had often contemplated that even had her mother not perished during childbirth, she would inevitably face death, for Qin Jinlin would never allow her to survive. This man was indeed narrow-minded and despicable. Only such a person, in his quest for higher status, would readily forsake everything. Qin Jishuang had once perused novels wherein the protagonists traversed to ancient times and thrived. At the time, she merely found them amusing, yet upon her own arrival in this world, she found their narratives laughable. As a mere infant, Qin Jinlin had instructed the wet nurse to suffocate her, leaving her powerless to even turn over. As the blade is to the butcher, so was she to him. Qin Jinlin was the supreme authority of the Ministry of Personnel. Should he desire Qin Jishuang's life, how could she possibly escape? Had it not been for a specific incident that compelled him to spare her life, she would have never lived to see this day. Chapter 8 Arrangement. Having discerned the true nature of her exceptional father, Qin Jishuang could hardly be bothered to feel anger towards him. After 20 years, she had grown accustomed to it. Today's central figure was Li Yuan, and all she needed was to maintain her silent smile. Moreover, Qin Jishuang was acutely aware that Li Yuan could not afford to refuse. Being in the capital, he currently lacked connections. Should he offend Qin Jinlin further, the situation would be irreparably compromised before it had even begun. Everyone was an adult, and weighing the pros and cons was of utmost importance. Indeed, Li Yuan inclined his hands towards Qin Jinlin and remarked, "This humble son-in-law graciously accepts." Qin Jinlin chuckled heartily, "Take it, and do visit the residence for tea another day." As the couple made their way out, the enthusiasm of the servants was palpable. Their fervor did not stem from Qin Jishuang herself. Ultimately, she was merely basking in the glow of Li Yuan's influence. Once they reached the carriage, Qin Jishuang maintained her gentle smile. "Thank you, my husband, for accompanying me today," she expressed warmly. Li Yuan cast a glance in her direction but remained silent. Understanding his reticence, Qin Jishuang felt compelled to clarify, "My husband, how shall we accommodate those lovely ladies?" Li Yuan countered her inquiry. "How would you prefer to arrange them?" "Our residence is quite spacious, with numerous chambers in the rear courtyard. Perhaps we could initially place them there." The ladies in question were not even concubines yet, and for Qin Jishuang to offer them a stay in the rear courtyard was already a generous gesture. Instances of beauties being sent to the capital were not uncommon, with some matriarchs assigning these lovely women to servant quarters. Regardless of their stunning appearances, upon entering the household, they were subject to the lady's decisions. Li Yuan replied nonchalantly, indicating his acquiescence. Shen Zhishuang exhaled, relieved. Aside from the matter of the beauties, there was little else she could interject. It was prudent for women in the inner quarters not to meddle in such matters, lest they incur the displeasure of their husbands. Lacking a maternal family for support, Shen Zhishuang resolved to remain compliant. After contemplating this, she closed her eyes to rest. Noticing her closed eyelids, Li Yuan scrutinized her. In typical households, if a man suddenly received beautiful women, his wife would undoubtedly. Jealousy, after all, signifies concern. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to the intricacies of relationships. Shen Zhishuang's unwavering obedience was perceived as a virtue. Following that, he took numerous concubines, and Shen Zhishuang continued to manage the household with grace, exhibiting no anger or envy, embodying the essence of a legitimate wife. At that time, he had deemed Shen Zhishuang to be perfectly suited for him. He desired harmony in the household, and her ability to manage the entire inner quarters alleviated much of his burden. A chaotic household can be exhausting for a man, and now, reflecting on the past 30 years, he recognized that Shen Zhishuang's submissiveness was genuine, and her lack of jealousy was equally authentic. To put it plainly, as she had articulated, she merely respected him. Devoid of love, how could there be jealousy? Thus, having come to this realization, their relationship as respectful spouses could be deemed harmonious. Once Li Yuan's gaze shifted away, Shen Zhishuang gently blinked. She had an inkling of his thoughts. Men in this world, by their very nature, are often spoiled, accustomed to having women as their subordinates. They invariably desire both. The darkness in Li Yuan's gaze was merely a reflection of her calm demeanor, devoid of any jealousy. Shen Zhishuang had initially contemplated feigning emotions to satisfy Li Yuan's male vanity. Yet, she soon dismissed this notion. Could she maintain such a facade for a day, let alone a lifetime? Having married her, she was bound to rely on him. Rather than exhausting Li Yuan's patience over trivial jealousies, she would rather embody the magnanimity expected of a legitimate wife. While Xin Jinlin could not tolerate her, Shen Zhishuang had observed that Li Yuan harbored little genuine affection for him either. Since he was willing to allow her, his wife, to remain in the general's residence, she aimed to showcase her value. A man's affections are as fleeting as a mirage. While her worth would be her foundation, she would not succumb to jealousy, nor would she find fault. If she were to fall into jealousy, even amidst their current affection, should Li Yuan bring up past grievances, her hardships would begin anew. Moreover, Li Yuan was inherently not someone easily manipulated. If he desired a beauty, could she truly prevent him? In modern times, when powerful men seek mistresses, the wives at home often lack sufficient authority to voice their opinions, let alone dare to mention divorce. In this feudal era, the privileges afforded to men were evidently even greater. Shen Zhishuang merely wished to live well. For the time being, Li Yuan was unlikely to take another wife. No matter how much Xin Jinlin despised her, she would not be driven to despair. Assessing her circumstances, Shen Zhishuang recognized that her time was ample. She intended to demonstrate her exceptional qualities to Li Yuan within this limited time frame. Relying solely on her identity as the daughter of a minister would not suffice for her future. The couple returned to the general's residence in silence. General, would you care to take a look at those beauties? Shen Zhishuang inquired upon seeing Li Yuan heading towards the front courtyard. The ladies sent by Xin Jinlin were undoubtedly stunning, and Li Yuan, having accepted them, might indeed wish to see them. Shen Zhishuang merely fulfilled her duties with this inquiry, yet she was taken aback by the coldness in Li Yuan's gaze. No need, he replied curtly before striding away. Shen Zhishuang did not impede him. Once he had departed, she summoned the 4 beauties before her. While Li Yuan might choose not to observe them, she felt it necessary to offer some guidance. Upon beholding the 4 enchanting ladies, a flicker of derision crossed Shen Zhishuang's eyes. Xin Jinlin was indeed willing to invest. These beauties were each more exquisite than the last, and together they illuminated the hall. The ladies gracefully bowed to Shen Zhishuang, their voices increasingly dulcet. After appraising them for a while, Shen Zhishuang imparted some essential instructions, emphasizing the importance of caring for the general, avoiding his ire, and adhering to decorum to prevent any complications for her. These women had received proper upbringing, and they readily acquiesced. Observing them further, she noted their restless eyes, suggesting that their arrival would undoubtedly liven up the inner quarters. However, was it not her responsibility as the head matron to oversee such matters? With a wry smile at her own predicament, Shen Zhishuang instructed that the beauties be escorted to the rear courtyard. Once they had left, she commanded her attendants to prepare for washing. Life in the general's residence was significantly better than it had been before. The extent to which the minister's residence had guarded against her was staggering. It would leave others aghast. After residing there for 2 decades, she had not a single capable individual by her side and often had to scavenge for food in the kitchen. Thus, when she married, she brought not a single loyal servant with her. A clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. Without a trustworthy maid, who could she possibly bring? The tales often depict a scenario where a father disapproves of his daughter, yet she, through her wisdom, wins his affection. Such occurrences had never transpired in Shen Zhishuang's life. Shen Jinlin regarded her as a calamity, and she later learned that her own mother had perished due to childbirth, with Shen Jinlin's involvement. To conspire against one's wife and child, and to do so with such ease, how could someone as suspicious as Shen Jinlin ever place trust in Shen Zhishuang? The constraints imposed on women in this era were so severe that she found it nearly impossible to step beyond the confines of the inner quarters, let alone create any miracles. Before grasping the truth, Shen Zhishuang had attempted to find a breakthrough within the Shen family but abandoned that path upon recognizing their true natures, opting instead to seek an exit elsewhere. In this world, a woman's only avenue for advancement was through marriage. Thus, Shen Zhishuang dedicated years to capturing a man's heart, ensuring he was willing to marry her and even to wait for her. As long as she could secure her identity, marrying that man would not be a poor decision. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances led her to end up married to Li Yuan. With this in mind, Shen Zhishuang had no choice but to recalibrate her plans and embrace her role as the general's wife. The brutality of the feudal era against women could only be fully comprehended through personal experience. Now, having arrived at the general's residence, Shen Zhishuang had managed to establish a degree of authority. At the very least, cultivating a few competent servants was a straightforward task. Having persevered through hardships, Shen Zhishuang was not one to concede defeat easily. Chapter 9 Slumber. Madam, will the general be visiting Jingyu's studio today? The maid inquired cautiously. Shen Zhishuang was meticulously applying a concoction she had crafted herself. It was unacceptable for a woman to rely solely on her looks. However, if she were to lose even her color, her situation would undoubtedly deteriorate further. Upon hearing the maid's question, Shen Zhishuang's eyes remained unwavering. Regardless of whether the general comes or not, you must be prepared. Yes, indeed. Have the beautiful maidens been settled? Yes, as per the lady's instructions, they have already taken up residence. Very well, Shen Zhishuang replied, reassured, and continued with her grooming. She had completed her necessary preparations. Anything beyond that was not her concern. As for whether Li Yuan was a lecherous man, Shen Zhishuang could not ascertain. She was aware of his valor, yet regarding his temperament and character, their brief acquaintance left her in the dark. Perhaps it was that she simply could not see through him. Nonetheless, she had never harbored any expectations of MENDI in this era of monogamy, infidelity, and the objectification of women still persisted. In a society where men were indoctrinated with the notion of taking multiple wives and concubines, what power did she possess to ensure that Li Yuan would desire her alone? One should not indulge in fantasies over matters beyond one's control. Shen Zhishuang possessed self-awareness. She was not a paragon of beauty. With the addition of several stunning maidens in the residence, should Li Yuan wish to pursue them, she would be powerless to stop him. To put it plainly, Shen Zhishuang was indifferent to how many women Li Yuan might take. Her only desire was to live her life well and fulfill her mother's last wishes. Were it not for her mother's desperate struggle to bring her into this world, Shen Zhishuang might have chosen to start anew in her darkest hour. Yet, with the profound love of that mother, who had traded her life for Shen Zhishuang's survival, she had learned in her past life to yearn for familial affection and to strive for life at all costs. Having chosen to persist, Shen Zhishuang resolved to do so to the best of her ability. It was a fundamental principle not to harm oneself over that which one could not change. In the front courtyard, within the study, Li Yuan organized some documents, only to realize that the hour had grown late. General, where are you headed? His attendant inquired. The night had fully descended. In his previous life, Shen Jinlin had similarly gifted him several exquisite beauties. He recalled their appearances fondly. Logically, Shen Zhishuang felt indifferent towards him. He merely needed to visit her chamber at designated times, enjoying the company of other maidens at leisure. Recalling Shen Zhishuang's calm demeanor in the carriage, Li Yuan lifted his foot slightly and made his way to the rear courtyard. No one deemed it inappropriate for Li Yuan to venture there. After all, even the prince consort of Princess Shan was expected to maintain several concubines. Wasn't this the nature of men? Shen Zhishuang waited in her chamber for some time, perusing a book. It was somewhat amusing. Shen Jinlin had later failed to eliminate her and had instead attempted to mold her into a naive fool, ideally one who could not even recognize a single character. Unfortunately for him, Shen Zhishuang was determined to learn, and in the end, Shen Jinlin had no choice but to acquiesce. Within the minister's residence, Shen Zhishuang lacked the privilege to study. Unless others lent her books, she could not read. However, now that she resided in the general's household, she could indulge in whatever literature she desired. After reading a few pages, fearing for her eyes, she inquired of the maid, "What hour is it?" According to the maid's reply, Shen Zhishuang calculated in her mind that it was approximately 10 o'clock at night. In ancient times, there were few entertainments after dark, many retired by 7 or 8. Since Li Yuan had yet to seek her out, it was likely he had gone to the rear courtyard. Shen Jishuang never stationed anyone in the front courtyard, and Li Yuan would not allow her to extend her reach there. She was well aware of this, never prying into Li Yuan's activities. His absence indicated that he was occupied elsewhere. Gradually, Shen Jishuang was adapting to her situation with this husband of convenience. Today marked the first night of her acclimatization to his potential infidelities. Shen Jishuang considered that if those maidens became arrogant due to their favorite status, she would certainly have to put them in their place. For now, she simply needed to prepare some gifts to send to the favored maidens the next day. It must be said that Li Yuan's absence brought her a subtle sense of relief. In recent days, he had demanded too much, and her untrained body found it challenging to keep up. Now that new maidens had arrived, and since she could not dictate whom Li Yuan favored, she could only adopt a carefree attitude. At the very least, she could enjoy a good night's sleep. As for the other matters that required contemplation and negotiation, those could wait until tomorrow. It was only when she lay upon her own bed that Shen Jishuang truly relaxed. She quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. The servants, seeing her sleep so soundly, felt a sense of assurance. Though they worried about her losing favor, they understood that their master could never have only one wife. Who knew how many more would be brought into the household in the future? Many women, unable to cope, fell into despair and illness, leading to their demise. If Shen Jishuang could find peace and rest, it signified her rightful place as the primary wife. Believing she could finally enjoy a restful night, Shen Jishuang felt at ease and fell into a deep sleep, so much so that she remained oblivious to anyone entering. Li Yuan strode into the bedroom with purpose, and the servants promptly bowed in respect. "Leave us," Li Yuan commanded, his voice imbued with an icy chill. In the dead of night, their master's sudden arrival left the servants anxious, yet they dared not voice their concerns, retreating quietly. Li Yuan's gaze fixed upon Shen Jishuang's tranquil features. She slept remarkably well. In their past life, whenever they shared a bed, even the slightest disturbance would rouse her immediately. She was so keenly aware, yet now, with his absence, she slumbered deeply and peacefully. Was he to rejoice in having witnessed her true self after his rebirth, or to admire her remarkable ability to remain vigilant throughout the years they spent together? As Shen Jishuang slept soundly, she felt a presence tugging at her garments. Instinctively, she opened her eyes and, in a haze, locked gazes with Li Yuan. "My husband?" Shen Jishuang's rationality returned in an instant. Had he not gone to the rear courtyard? Why was he here? Noticing her awakening, Li Yuan's stern expression remained unchanged as he removed the last layer of Shen Jishuang's undergarments. Shen Jishuang was unclear about the unfolding events. Dressed in such thin fabric, Li Yuan easily gained access. Of course, she could not reject him, though she remained perplexed by the situation. Shen Jishuang gently inhaled, noting that Li Yuan bore no trace of perfume. Had he not gone to the rear courtyard? Thoughts raced through her mind as her hands moved deftly, assisting Li Yuan in loosening his belt. Li Yuan regarded this duplicitous woman. She seemed quite unwelcoming to his arrival, yet, disturbed from her dreams, she swiftly adopted the most compliant demeanor. In her previous life, without familial support or powerful allies, her ascent to the position of Empress indeed required her own capabilities. Chapter 10 Offense. Li Yuan was momentarily entranced by the delicate. For many years, even in their past life, they had maintained a respectful distance whenever they occupied the same space. Though he offered the respect befitting an empress, the intimacy that once existed between husband and wife had gradually distanced itself after they ascended to the roles of emperor and empress. He could no longer recall the last time he had encountered such a scent. Inhaling the fragrance from her snowy white neck, he softly inquired, "What have you been up to this evening?" Shen Jishuang was still bewildered by the peculiarities of her husband. She could only don her mask and respond to the situation with stoic composure. "I have done nothing of consequence, merely read for a while and engaged in some needlework." She had a penchant for reading, a trait Li Yuan was well aware of. After relocating to the palace, a dedicated nook was established in her chambers for her cherished collection of books. "What have you been reading? What tales do they tell?" he asked, as he lightly nipped at her neck. Shen Jishuang felt her entire body tense up. With a quivering voice, she recounted some stories from her reading, unsure if he was even listening, until she gradually succumbed to a hazy stupor. When she awoke, the dawn had already broken. The man beside her had long departed, prompting Shen Jishuang to summon her attendants. Upon seeing her neck, the maids gasped in surprise, before exchanging knowing glances and smirking suggestively. Instinctively, Shen Jishuang rubbed her neck, still feeling some discomfort. "Prepare water for me, I shall take another bath." Though Li Yuan had taken her to bathe the previous night, his fervor had led to an additional indulgence. After bathing again, she felt somewhat rejuvenated. Once she was dressed, a servant came to announce that Li Yuan awaited her for breakfast. The intentions of her husband were unclear to Shen Jishuang, and she could only proceed cautiously, step by step. As she gracefully entered, clad in ethereal moon-white garments that rendered her akin to a celestial being, Li Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Shen Jishuang performed a respectful bow before settling beside him. She naturally served him porridge. Li Yuan observed her as she busied herself, his visage inscrutable. They shared breakfast in silence, the morning devoid of conversation. Shen Jishuang remained uncertain about his motives, yet the events of the previous night had instilled in her a modicum of confidence. She finished her meal at ease. Initially, she had expected him to practice martial arts, but to her surprise, he instructed, "Come here and grind ink for me." With a smile, throughout the morning, Li Yuan busily penned an array of documents, while Shen Jishuang stifled her curiosity. If he wished to share something with her, he would do so without her prompting. If he preferred to keep it hidden, there was no need for her to provoke unnecessary tension or danger. After his rebirth, Li Yuan realized that Shen Jishuang had quietly ingrained many habits into him, such as his accustomed reliance on her to grind ink. Only after she bore him several children and was elevated to Empress, securing her position, did she relinquish the task. This woman was astutely strategic in her approach. In earlier years, palace maids and eunuchs had taken on the task of grinding ink for Li Yuan. Occasionally, concubines would vie for his favor by engaging in charming endeavors. However, Li Yuan knew that he felt most at ease in Shen Jishuang's presence. While she ground ink for him, she did not seek to draw his attention, allowing him to remain undisturbed. Today, he found himself perplexed by his own thoughts, observing her serene demeanor as she sat beside him, consumed by her meal, seemingly unperturbed by his whereabouts the night prior. He felt a slow-burning frustration. Thus, he called her over. Shen Jishuang, true to her previous incarnation, was fully immersed in her tasks, exuding tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, Li Yuan's heart gradually settled alongside hers, prompting him to allow her to remain in the study with him all morning as he addressed numerous matters. Just as he completed his writings, a servant's voice announced an impending visitor. "What is it?" Li Yuan inquired. The servant stole a glance at him before cautiously assessing Shen Jishuang. She immediately sensed that this matter pertained to her husband. As expected, the servant respectfully reported, "The beauty, Chen Marin, who was brought back yesterday, claims to have prepared some delicacies for you and is awaiting at the door." Chen Marin, whose full name was Chening, was someone Shen Jishuang recognized. She had conversed with the beauties the previous day, noting that Chening possessed the most mischievous glint in her eyes. It was no wonder that she had acted so quickly, on only the second day. After the servant's announcement, Li Yuan remained silent for a moment. A captivating beauty awaited at the door, likely hoping to weave some charm into his day. A man of wit might have found. However, Li Yuan was not swayed by such tactics. "You may leave, send her away. Do not allow her to disturb the sanctity of my study." "Understood." The servant was taken aback by the master's abrupt harshness. Having journeyed from the frontier to the capital, they had witnessed the splendor of the city, yet beauties remained a rarity. After retrieving 4 exquisite women from the Ministry of Personnel, the general had not visited any of them, and now, one had come of her own volition, only to be dismissed without mercy. It was indeed a ruthless act against beauty. Realizing the implications, the servant refrained from revealing his thoughts, aware of Shen Jishuang's presence and the likelihood that the general was considering her feelings. Once the servant departed, Li Yuan cast a cold gaze at Shen Jishuang. "The rear courtyard is your domain. It is your responsibility to manage these women. How is it that someone of that status can even enter the study?" Shen Jishuang promptly lowered her head in contrition. "It was my oversight. I humbly request your punishment." Li Yuan's tone was frigid. "I married you not as a mere ornament. Should anything occur in the rear courtyard, I will naturally hold you accountable. From now on, none of those women are permitted in the study." "Understood." Shen Jishuang felt somewhat unjustly accused. In the capital, many esteemed families allowed their concubines to serve tea and deliver delicacies, often entertaining themselves in studies. To outsiders, it was simply a matter of refined taste. If a mistress were to hinder her husband's enjoyment, she would be labeled as jealous. However, since Li Yuan disapproved of their proximity, Shen Jishuang would certainly ensure compliance. She intended to wield her authority to reprimand the beauties. Only the second day had passed, and they were already eager to stir up trouble. Furthermore, now that Li Yuan had spoken, she would seize the opportunity. That very day, Shen Jishuang issued a decree for the beauties to remain in their quarters, each to transcribe 10 volumes of scripture as a blessing for Li Yuan. Chening, having offended the general, was tasked with transcribing 20 volumes. Any who refused would be deemed as defying the general's authority and disregarding his well-being. She would find a way to discipline them. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from opposing her at such a juncture. As anticipated, the group complied, albeit begrudgingly. Shen Zhishuang pressed on, issuing yet another command. Chapter 11. The Pulse. The enchanting women arrived at the general's residence, neither as servants nor as concubines, their status inherently awkward. Officially, they were said to be the general's women, yet the entire estate belonged to Li Yuan. What significance did they truly hold? If they were bestowed by the emperor, Shen Zhishuang would undoubtedly treat them with utmost respect. However, this group of beauties was a gift from Shen Zhishuang's father. Publicly, the father and daughter were united in purpose, and should Shen Zhishuang wish to manage them, no one would dare oppose her. After all, in the understanding of the current dynasty, sending women to the male master from the maternal family was seen as a means of securing favor for the daughter. Shen Zhishuang possessed the authority to handle the situation. Thus, Shen Zhishuang dispatched her servants to inform these beauties, providing them with accommodations and sustenance, deeming her actions to be merciful. However, should they desire monthly allowances, they had two options: to earn the general's favor or to transcribe scriptures, receiving a mere coin for each scroll. When this decree reached the ears of the beauties, they could scarcely believe it. Shen Zhishuang had not intentionally tormented them, she simply withheld their allowances. In truth, whether they received their monthly stipends depended entirely on her will. If she chose not to give, no one could compel her. Outwardly, Shen Zhishuang performed her duties admirably, arranging spacious and bright quarters for them, even assigning each a maidservant. Although these maidservants were relatively young and appeared untrained, yet, without silver in their hands, their lives would inevitably be challenging. Lacking funds meant they could not purchase cosmetics or fine fabrics, thus hindering their ability to adorn themselves and attract the general's affection. If they failed to win his favor, their circumstances would only worsen. This vicious cycle left them with little hope. Currently, these women possessed some silver, but with a resource that could only diminish, it was only a matter of time before it was exhausted. They had anticipated that Shen Zhishuang would regularly provide them with monthly allowances and beauty supplies, but they were taken aback by her stinginess. Transcribing scriptures left them utterly fatigued. Naturally, they yearned for the general's affection. However, Li Yuan paid them no heed, having specifically instructed Shen Zhishuang, who dutifully relayed his commands to the beauties. Chen Yingnong bore the brunt of this cruelty, her face swollen due to her unauthorized visit to the study in the front courtyard, serving as a cautionary tale for the others. Did they truly have to transcribe scriptures? A single coin could scarcely buy quality cosmetics, and one scroll per month was certainly insufficient. However, if they copied multiple scrolls, they would have no time left to seek the general's favor. The mistress truly knew how to torment them. Shen Zhishuang's cunning ploy left the beauties at a loss for words, yet, since she had not harmed them, they had no grounds to voice their grievances. Observing Shen Zhishuang's indifference, the beauties could only place their hopes on Li Yuan. Each one, a vision of beauty. Could the general truly bear to let them languish in the inner courtyard? Li Yuan had no time for such trifles. In his previous life, he was a typical emperor, with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, possessing all that was expected of him. He believed his life to be complete, especially with the child he had chosen ascending the throne, solidifying his reign further, which brought him immense joy. Yet, who could have foreseen that even his empress would candidly confess her lack of love for him? At present, Li Yuan harbored no desire for beauty. Even if he did, Shen Zhishuang sufficed. Each time he observed her, seemingly reluctant to serve him yet maintaining a tender and obedient demeanor, he felt an urge to scoff. He still held interest in her, their child had yet to be born, and he would undoubtedly favor her. Fortunately, despite his desire to scoff, each encounter with her ignited warmth within him. Having heard of Shen Zhishuang's methods, Li Yuan was not as astonished as others. She had always excelled in managing the inner quarters, employing remarkably innovative techniques. He recalled that as her influence in the household grew, she established corresponding rules. She targeted their vulnerabilities, and eventually, the group was thoroughly subdued. Presently, her actions were merely a demonstration of her capabilities. Li Yuan did not mention the group of beauty. During this period, Li Yuan either resided in the study or came to her side. He had no inclination to visit others, and Shen Zhishuang naturally did not push him away. The stability of the mistress's position hinged upon the affection of her husband. She merely bore the burden of additional fatigue. After a night had passed, Li Yuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at her abdomen. Shen Zhishuang, slightly bewildered by his scrutiny, inquired, "Husband, what troubles you?" Li Yuan was lost in thoughts about Li Jin's birth. He could only recall that Shen Zhishuang became pregnant shortly after their marriage. Initially, he remembered the date of Li Jin's birth, for he was his eldest son. However, as more children arrived, the lively and charming younger ones captured more of his attention, some concubines even training their children to gain his favor. With so many offspring, it was only in the end that he determined Li Jin would be the crown prince, but there had been a power struggle between father and son. One cannot simply relinquish power due to age. Li Yuan had occupied the throne for so long as the founding emperor, brimming with ambition and aspirations. It was only when illness plagued him that he sought an heir and ultimately chose Li Jin. At that time, his favored son was not Li Jin, yet selecting the heir was not based on personal preference. Li Jin was the most exceptional in every regard, and after careful consideration, Li Yuan selected him. In truth, during that period, Li Jin and he were not particularly close. He was preoccupied with matters of the previous dynasty, surrounded by a multitude of beauties and lively children, and had paid. Nevertheless, Shen Zhishuang excelled in educating their children. Li Jin held a deep admiration for his father, yet never sought to curry favor, resulting in a courteous relationship between them. Years passed swiftly, and Li Yuan suddenly realized he could not even recall the birthday of his eldest son. He was incredulous, yet despite racking his brain, no trace of memory surfaced. A sense of agitation gathered in his brow observing his sudden frustration. Shen Zhishuang refrained from offering comfort or speaking. This man possessed the ability to calm himself. She noted that Li Yuan had a remarkable capacity for emotional regulation. Indeed, not long after, Li Yuan exhaled slowly. It matters not, since my life has begun anew. How difficult could it be to remember my eldest son's birthday? I merely need to refrain from engaging with others during this time and remain by Shen Zhishuang's side. With this resolution, Li Yuan patiently reminded Shen Zhishuang, you must take your tonics, and in a few days, seek out skilled gynecologists to ensure you are well cared for, so you may bear me a child. Shen Zhishuang felt her cheeks flush at his words and softly murmured in acknowledgement. A child was indeed necessary. In this era, a woman who could not bear children found her worth diminished to the point of non-existence. Such was the harsh reality. This was a time when women were not permitted to cultivate personal value. With no support, Shen Zhishuang understood she must bear children. Of course, having chosen to have children, Shen Zhishuang would not be a negligent caretaker. She intended to usher new life into this world, driven by her selfish desire to survive, and thus would wholeheartedly love her child, as it was her responsibility and obligation. Once Li Yuan issued his command, Shen Zhishuang knew she must act with efficiency. Soon, she summoned a renowned gynecologist from the capital. Chapter 12 Shopping the elderly physician. Typically, young ladies of noble birth seldom venture beyond the confines of their homes, engaging only in needlework, resulting in fragile health that renders childbirth perilous. Yet, Shen Zhishuang, despite her status as a wealthy heiress, possessed a robust pulse and a radiant complexion, unmistakably indicating her vitality. He praised her excellent health, assuring her that with such physical attributes, motherhood would pose no challenge. Shen Zhishuang relayed the physician's words to Li Yuan. His previously stern countenance softened slightly as he regarded. You appear rather frail. I shall access my private treasury. Take what you desire. However, Shen Zhishuang did not perceive herself as weak. Her petite frame belied a strong constitution. Since arriving in this world, her choices had been limited, but maintaining her health was paramount. In her past life as an acclaimed actress, she had mastered the art of weight control, balancing bodily functions while maintaining an ideal figure, and ensuring her well-being to avoid the pitfalls of excessive frailty. During her tumultuous days in the Shen residence, following a particular incident, she resolved to cultivate her strength, ensuring a robust physique. Aware that women's lives were often disregarded in this world, she understood the necessity of cherishing her own existence. Though her body required no supplementation, she could not dismiss Li Yuan's generous offer. With boldness, she approached him, wrapping her arms around his lean waist and gazing up at him with bright eyes. Husband, thank you. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze away awkwardly. He found it challenging to reconcile the woman before him with the dignified figure of his past. They were worlds apart. Perhaps she was merely playing a role, but what of it? He preferred to set aside such matters. He had too many pressing concerns to ponder, and the complexities of romantic entanglements seemed trivial in comparison. Should Shen Zhishuang ever cross his... For now, however, she had not erred, and he chose to refrain from dwelling on matters of the heart. The couple enjoyed a period of tranquility at the general's residence. Since their last conversation with Shen Jinlin, this cunning fox was adept at manipulating sentiments, perhaps believing that Li Yuan needed to be tempered before receiving benefits. The stubborn Shen Jinlin had always assumed events would unfold according to his designs, neglecting the notion that things often do not proceed as one wishes. Meanwhile, the court had not even bothered to inform Li Yuan of his summons. Having been stripped of his military title, he found himself quite idle. In this state of leisure, he appeared unperturbed. Li Yuan noted that Shen Zhishuang seemed even more composed than he. Typically, when a man returns to the capital, his wife would naturally express concern for his future. Yet, Shen Zhishuang never inquired beyond her interest in his daily needs, displaying a remarkable sense of propriety and evident virtue. Li Yuan also intended to bide his time, retreating into obscurity for a while. In his previous life, he had toiled relentlessly until his last breath, with no respite, discussing strategies with Li Jin even as he neared exhaustion. now returned, he could afford himself a brief respite. Logically, as a general, many would envy him for his lack of superiors and subordinates, enjoying a comfortable life at the general's residence while receiving a generous salary. The court required no input from him, and there were no battles to engage in. He was merely a man of leisure. However, Li Yuan surmised that it would not be long before Xin Jinlin sought him out. The capital may have appeared calm on the surface, but within this center of power, true tranquility was a rarity. The undercurrents of intrigue were evident to him, and he knew that his father-in-law would eventually reach out again. Indeed, within a few days, the minister's residence sent a steward with an invitation. Upon opening the note, Li Yuan discovered that the minister's daughter was to be wed. Your sister is to be married. Your father requests your presence at the celebration. Xin Jixuan was already aware of this, having been reminded by Shen Mingyue during her father's recent birthday celebration to attend her wedding feast. Shall we go? She inquired, following the proper protocol to ask Li Yuan. He nodded. Prepare a generous gift, this time, do not purchase from the market. I plan to align myself with your father and become his trusted confidant. Shen Jixuan raised an eyebrow, exchanging a knowing glance with him. Very well, I shall make the necessary preparations. Her insight into people was keen. Li Yuan did not strike her as someone genuinely inclined to serve as anyone's confidant. His true nature seemed to have been laid bare from the very beginning. This man was proud and ambitious, possessing an astute mind and a clear understanding of his desires and the means to achieve them. If he aimed to be her father's confidant, then her father would have to brace himself. Shen Jixuan held no sympathy for Xin Jinlin. She confined herself to her own responsibilities. She had assumed that after replying to the invitation. However, unexpectedly, Shen Mingyue reached out, asking her to accompany her in selecting jewelry for her dowry. Xin Jinlin's new wife was no pushover. Hailing from an esteemed family, she likely had been amassing a dowry for her daughter long before. Shen Mingyue's sudden request for Shen Jixuan's assistance in jewelry shopping seemed motivated by a desire to see her sister struggle. Yet, Shen Jixuan had no inclination towards self-sacrifice. Why should she toil for another's benefit? Li Yuan, however, advised her, go ahead, there are matters I need accurate information on, and if you attend, you might glean some insights from your second sister. Upon hearing her husband's suggestion, Shen Jixuan acquiesced. Noticing her discontent, Li Yuan could surmise the reason behind it. The Shen family had always seemed at odds with her. She had never truly enjoyed harmony with them. Later, as Li Yuan uncovered the underlying tensions, since others cannot assist, I must rely on you. Li Yuan offered this explanation to Shen Jixuan. It's nothing, husband, I was merely contemplating what attire to wear when I see my second sister tomorrow. Since you wish for me to go, I shall certainly attend. As long as I can be of help to you, I will be at ease. She smiled at him gently, her expression imbued with warmth. Yet, Li Yuan perceptibly sensed that her mood was less than cheerful. If that's the case, then perhaps you need not go. He retracted his earlier command. If she was unhappy, it was best to forego the outing this time. Shen Jixuan was genuinely taken aback. Has this man truly learned to be capricious? If you feel guilty, then perhaps you could give me some additional funds. I wish to purchase jewelry, but I currently have no silver notes. Li Yuan studied her for a considerable time, discerning that her expression was not as forced as he had initially thought. He handed her the key to his private treasury. Manage the storeroom, take what you desire, you know where the silver notes are kept. At times, Shen Jixuan found herself reflecting that Li Yuan was indeed a rather competent benefactor. Regardless of circumstances, he ensured her needs were met. Even sharing his wealth with her. A generous patron was far preferable to a miserly one. With a sigh of relief, she declared, very well, then I shall make good use. Having fought in battles for many years, he was not lacking in wealth. Whatever Shen Jixuan wished to procure, he could afford. The following day, the two sisters ventured out together. Upon arrival, the joy radiating from her countenance was unmistakable. Sister, which set do you think I should choose? Shen Jixuan adeptly played the supportive role. You would look splendid in any of them. Shen Mingyue's laughter grew more exuberant, but I still cannot decide which set is best. Since you are acquainted with my cousin, do you know what kind of jewelry he prefers for a lady to wear? Shen Jixuan's smile faded as she regarded her sister thoughtfully. Are you truly asking me? Chapter 13. The son-in-law indeed. As soon as Shen Jixuan posed that question, Shen Mingyue's countenance darkened immediately. Shen Jixuan let out a disdainful smile and casually picked up a set of jewelry, examining it nonchalantly. Sister, I have repeatedly cautioned you, my relationship with your future husband is entirely innocent. We have never had any illicit dealings, yet in your mind, it seems you have conjured up some sordid fantasy of us. Must I articulate what he fancies to satisfy? Shen Zhishuang gazed at her nominal sister, utterly perplexed by how this individual had matured. Generally, she displayed a fair degree of intelligence and had never faltered in grand situations. However, when matters concerning men arose, if she were to divulge the truth, it would undoubtedly be Shen Mingyue who would weep. As the latter part of their outing progressed, Shen Mingyue became notably more subdued, no longer acting as if possessed, flaunting trivialities before Shen Zhishuang. In this era, adhering to the principle of marrying into one's husband's family was paramount. Since Shen Zhishuang had wed Li Yuan, she would assuredly not engage in any disloyalty towards him. The past with Lu Ziyuan had long since been severed, yet here was Shen Mingyue, on the verge of becoming a bride herself, still striving for supremacy. Shen Zhishuang had neither the time nor the... In the ensuing interval, Shen Zhishuang asked Shen Mingyue some inconsequential questions about their household. In return, she offered a few kind words, which considerably improved Shen Mingyue's demeanor. Once all inquiries from Li... Shopping with one's sister might be deemed a leisurely affair in modern times, yet in this ancient context, her sister did not regard her as an elder sibling. Their mutual discomfort made an early departure preferable. What Shen Zhishuang did not anticipate was the necessity for them to adorn the jewelry they had selected before heading home. Shen Mingyue's personal maid rushed to her side, her face alight with joy as she whispered, "He heard you were here shopping and has been waiting." Upon hearing her maid's words, an expression of delight instantly graced Shen Mingyue's face. "Cousin is outside? Indeed, your fiancé is out there. Miss, why not speak to him quietly? This era is rather intriguing. An unmarried young lady must remain within the confines of her home, adhering to numerous regulations even when mingling with relatives. Yet, if a girl is betrothed, even if they remain an engaged couple, encountering one another on the street incurs no reproach. It is as if a woman finds her master, inexplicably gained. Shen Mingyue bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Father has instructed me not to meet him these days, to temper his temperament. If I were to see him and father found out, I might face punishment. Your fiancé? You two have grown up together as childhood friends. What rules could possibly apply? He has finally encountered you and wishes to converse. What harm could there be in that? The maid, akin to a worm in Shen Mingyue. If others were to witness, they might gossip. Shen Mingyue hesitated further. The maid immediately countered, "Then invite your fiancé inside. Is it not appropriate for a fiancé to accompany? Just now, he was eager to give me his silver pouch when he learned you were choosing jewelry, but I declined. It would be better for him to present it to you himself, thus preserving your dignity." Listening from the side, Shen Zhishuang feigned ignorance, unimpressed by the elaborate machinations. It was evident how adeptly Shen Mingyue was being manipulated. Once a woman falls into the throes of love, she seems to forget all reason. "Very well, let him in. I shall take my leave for now. You may converse with your future husband." Shen Zhishuang interjected at the right moment. Upon seeing Shen Zhishuang, Shen Mingyue finally regained her senses, her face a mask of panic as she attempted to stop her maid. Yet the maid, eager to usher Lu Ziyuan inside, hurried forth and soon vanished from sight. "Do not be afraid, he is your fiancé. I have my own husband. Do not depart at once." Shen Mingyue gritted her teeth. "Very well. I shall not intrude upon your time." Shen Zhishuang readily acquiesced, making her way toward the shop's entrance. "Young master, please come in and Miss is waiting for you inside." The maid's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. What a coincidence that both parties met at the entrance. Shen Zhishuang regarded Lu Ziyuan, her expression devoid of any particular sentiment. To marry a chicken, one must follow the chicken. To marry a dog, whoever one marries must be revered as a husband, regardless of past grievances or childhood bonds. All must be forgotten. Moreover, she and Lu Ziyuan had indeed shared little. It was merely that she had been pragmatic from a young age. He had equally harbored feelings for her, promising to wed her long ago. Their relationship had been devoid of any clandestine exchanges. Shen Zhishuang, already besieged by her own troubles within the ministeress' residence, could not accept gifts from anyone, nor did she possess. Their connection was indeed pure. It was only when Lu Ziyuan suddenly proposed at her home, uttering her name, that the Shen family became preoccupied with thoughts of it. Lu Ziyuan was an admirable young man, possessing. In her past life, Shen Zhishuang had been drawn to such mild-mannered men. In this life, when she believed she had the luxury of choice, she fortuitously encountered him. Thus, she devised some schemes, and they... In truth, how much genuine love could exist in a relationship during this era? The disparity in their social standings rendered any expectation of love futile. Shen Zhishuang had never aspired for anything romantic. Being swept along by fate was the plight of most women. Clad in a brocade robe, Lu Ziyuan appeared as an upright and handsome gentleman. Since fate had brought them together, it would be impolite. Shen Mingyue had yet to wed Lu Ziyuan, so Shen Zhishuang wisely called out to him, "Cousin." Having studied the art of performance for many years, Shen Zhishuang could discern the depths of many hearts. Save for that, other individuals, with their intricate emotions, she could read to some extent. Upon calling out to her cousin, she noticed a flicker of anguish cross Lu Ziyuan's face, though he quickly masked it with a response, "Cousin." The titles of cousin and cousin often felt, regrettably, she had witnessed too much of life's harsh realities. She had not dreamt of returning to modernity in ages. Sister is still waiting for you inside. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. Lu Ziyuan paused momentarily, nodding in silence. His gaze was indifferent, his demeanor poised, exuding an air of elegance that led all who beheld him to think him an excellent match. Furthermore, Lu Ziyuan hailed from a distinguished lineage. His mother was a legitimate daughter of a marquis, and his father stemmed from a prominent family. The union was indeed formidable. In the capital, the Lu family was among the elite. To wed her, a penniless orphan, was nothing short of a fantasy. It was said that Lu Ziyuan had invested considerable effort to persuade his family to accept this match. However, plans often falter, and it could only be said that fate had not favored them. Xin Jishuang, ever the pragmatic one, had never fretted over unattainable desires. The moment she learned of her impending marriage to Li Yuan, her ties with Lu Ziyuan had been irrevocably severed. He was now the favored suitor of Shen Mingyue. Xin Jishuang remained clear-headed, thus she felt no lingering attachment. She stepped over the threshold without a backward glance, yet a gaze lingered upon her as she departed. Having received the news, Shen Mingyue rushed out, tears welling in her eyes as she beheld her future husband staring blankly at Xin Jishuang's retreating carriage. Cousin! Lu Ziyuan snapped back to attention, offering a courteous smile. I heard you were here selecting jewelry, so I came. Shen Mingyue had long desired to marry him. However, he had sought her elder sister, the one overlooked by the entire household. The day she learned of this news, Shen Mingyue had wept through the night, unable to find solace until dawn. Chapter 14 Menstruation. Fortunately, the tides turned when the emperor granted a marriage decree, which her father promptly bestowed upon Shen Jishuang. That very day, her mother joyfully informed her that her cousin was now hers. Shen Mingyue was utterly bewildered as to how her father accomplished this feat, yet she felt an overwhelming joy that eclipsed any curiosity. However, despite Shen Jishuang having been wed to Li Yuan for 2 years, why did her cousin? A bittersweet pang gripped Shen Mingyue's heart. Regardless, he was to be her future husband, and she would not yield him to anyone else. Shen Mingyue secretly clenched her fists, forcing a smile as she remarked, I have my eye on several sets, but I am uncertain which to choose. Cousin, would you assist me in selecting one? While passion blossomed here, on another front, Shen Jishuang had returned to the general's residence. Upon her return, she wasted no time and proceeded directly to Li Yuan's study. Shen Jishuang not only inquired about Shen Mingyue but also subtly probed her maidservants and attendants, confirming their information aligned before divulging it to Li Yuan. The matters Li Yuan had asked her to inquire about were not intricate. They merely revolved around which household Shen Jinlin had visited recently and whom the Shen family had entertained or gifted. Shen Jishuang relayed the information she gathered to Li Yuan without alteration. Li Yuan appeared contemplative, noticing that he was deep in thought. Shen Jishuang tactfully decided to take her leave, only to be halted by Li Yuan's voice. What did you purchase today? Shen Jishuang turned back, responding quite naturally, there was nothing I desired, so I bought nothing. Indeed, she had no particular cravings. Those exquisite accessories, while beautiful, did not align with her aesthetic. Do you dislike them? Li Yuan inquired, sensing her honesty. I do. She pondered briefly before replying with a smile, I have no particular fondness for anything, perhaps I yearn for a tranquil life. If the general could grant me a lifetime of peace, I would be thoroughly content. It was difficult for Li Yuan to ascertain whether she spoke truthfully or feigned. Shen Jishuang rarely revealed her true emotions to others. Reflecting on the past, she realized she had never disclosed much of her genuine preferences to it. Seemed she held no aversions and approached everything with enthusiasm. Whether it was reading or other pursuits, her interests were vast, and within the palace, she found various amusements, making it challenging to pinpoint any specific inclinations. Perhaps her words at this moment were indeed truthful. She sought nothing more than stability. For the sake of a serene existence, she could don a fade for decades. Could she truly claim to dislike it? The thought that she did not even wish to be interred alongside it. There is no need for restraint, he remarked. Shen Jishuang perceived his disinterest in prolonged conversation, smiled in acquiescence, and explained that she needed to prepare his meal before exiting the study. Even after her departure, Li Yuan could not quell the unarticulated bitterness within him. In their previous life, he had protected her thoroughly, yet he had never penetrated her heart. In this life, as they had only just begun, Shen Jishuang had already habitually donned her mask. The more compliant she was, the more agitated Li Yuan felt. He had not intended to dwell on it, but that sense of discontent would occasionally torment him. Why did this woman not favor him? They had shared decades of companionship, even bearing several children, and she had ascended to a position of immense power, yet she still did not hold him dear. How lamentable! Shen Jishuang gradually adapted to Li Yuan's As long as he did not unleash his wrath upon her, she could feign ignorance. One must grapple with their emotions. Shen Zhishuang merely wished to preserve herself. When dinner time arrived, she sent someone to summon Li Yuan. Shortly thereafter, he strode in with purpose. Upon his arrival, Shen Zhishuang attended to him, and they dined together. By treating him as her superior, she found her heart eased. She refrained from uttering unnecessary words. After their meal, convention dictated that Li Yuan would return to his study, yet he remained seated, casting occasional glances at Shen Zhishuang. Confused by his gaze, she sensed an underlying anger. Not wishing to remain idle any longer, she smiled and suggested, "Husband, shall we play a game of chess?" It was still early, she had no desire to retire to the bedroom just yet. Li Yuan regarded her once more before responding nonchalantly. They played several rounds, each time resulting in Shen Zhishuang's defeat. While her chess skills were decent, she was merely an amateur, whereas Li Yuan had honed his prowess through countless matches with a Yet, it was merely an exercise in passing time, and Shen Zhishuang was indifferent to the outcome. After their game, Li Yuan's subordinate sought him out, prompting him to leave. Shen Zhishuang felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen. Indeed, her menstruation had commenced. In this feudal society, a woman's menstruation was deemed a source of impurity, and during this time, men were advised to avoid women to prevent disruption. Shen Zhishuang refrained from passing judgment on such beliefs, as she held no authority to clarify them. She simply dispatched a message to Li Yuan, informing him not to visit her quarters that evening. Before Li Yuan could enter, he was met with the announcement from the matron. Upon learning of her menstruation, disappointment washed over him. After so much effort, it appeared she had yet to conceive. With her refusal to permit him to stay, Li Yuan complied and did not proceed. In this lifetime, Shen Zhishuang had cultivated robust health. In her previous life, she had endured excruciating menstrual pain and undergone a minor procedure, making her particularly attentive to such matters now. Having prepared her homemade sanitary pads, Shen Zhishuang soon drifted into a deep slumber. The pads were a product of her ingenuity. After entering the general's residence, she never considered promoting them, aware that women were prohibited from trading unless they had a Li Yuan, previously stationed at the frontier, was now merely a nominal general without substantial power. Shen Zhishuang was acutely aware of her circumstances, choosing to close the door and live her modest life. Nevertheless, she consistently produced a batch of her homemade sanitary pads monthly to distribute to the female servants, treating it as a monthly benefit. Should anyone manage to market them and earn silver, she would not interfere. After developing her sanitary pads, Shen Zhishuang finally felt a modicum of relief in her life. In truth, creating them was no simple task. Upon her arrival at the general's residence, she had taken charge, and with the backing of resources and energy, Shen Zhishuang slept soundly, while Li Yuan in his study felt increasingly perturbed. In the past, there had been instances where women, despite menstruating, would insist on keeping him close. Even when he took no action, women would display their frailty to garner his protection. Back then, he was merely a rugged general, and women rarely adhered strictly to decorum, particularly those who had won his favor, who would go to great lengths to maintain it. The notion of disruption held little weight in their eyes. Affection outweighed all. As a man of valor on the battlefield, he had never feared such supposed clashes. It was only after ascending the throne that such occurrences began to diminish. Yet, Shen Zhishuang had never sought to retain him. Once her menstruation arrived, she would not feign discomfort to elicit his sympathy or affection. Instead, she would courteously suggest he rest elsewhere. If she could not care for him, it seemed appropriate for another woman to do so. Each time, she adhered to the rules. However, her reluctance to be interred alongside him indicated her nonconformity. Ultimately, she was unwilling to share the same resting place with him, seeking to evade whenever possible. Li Yuan discerned this truth, and his feelings towards Shen Zhishuang became increasingly tumultuous. After a restful night, Shen Zhishuang awakened feeling rejuvenated. Her vibrant complexion starkly contrasted with Li Yuan's cold demeanor as he entered the room. Shen Zhishuang paused for a moment before promptly greeting him. "Husband, where have you been? You seem chilled to the bone. Quickly change your clothes, we mustn't let you catch a chill." As she spoke, she reached out to assist him in removing his outer robe. Li Yuan permitted her ministrations, remaining silent. Having grown accustomed to his temperament, Shen Zhishuang found no fault in his demeanor. They quietly finished their meal, after which Li Yuan departed. He had been venturing out occasionally in recent days without disclosing his whereabouts, but Shen Zhishuang was unconcerned. Having grown up in this era, Li Yuan was exceedingly clever and would not engage in foolishness. When evening fell, Li Yuan returned, appearing somewhat disheveled. "Come in and help me wash," he instructed. Shen Jishuang said nothing and complied. After all, they were husband and wife this time. She scrubbed meticulously, not lifting her gaze, yet Li Yuan issued commands in rapid succession, leaving her somewhat flustered. Growing impatient, he completed his wash and enveloped Shen Jishuang in his arms. Startled, Shen Jishuang felt his ardent breath against her, prompting her to remind him, "Husband, I am indisposed." Li Yuan seemed impervious to her words, tightening his embrace further. His breath lingered against her neck, causing Shen Jishuang a sense of discomfort. Chapter 15. Taking up residence. Shen Jishuang struggled momentarily, only to find herself utterly unable to break free. She was perplexed by Li Yuan's intentions. Truth be told, there were 4 exquisite beauties in the back courtyard, and Shen Jishuang did not wish to deliberately push him away. Until her position was firmly established, she could not refuse Li Yuan's advances. However, those living beauties were not to be overlooked. Li Yuan had choices. She had informed him of her monthly cycle, yet he still insisted on entangling himself with her. Did he intend to force his way? Li Yuan's breath grew heavier. Shen Jishuang found herself at a loss for words and could only remind him once more, "Husband, I am unwell this month." Suddenly, Li Yuan opened his eyes and carried her out of the bathing chamber. He unfastened his belt and proceeded to loosen hers. Shen Jishuang felt utterly bewildered. What was he attempting to do? Did he truly intend to stay here tonight? Was he not concerned about the consequences? It was not until he kicked off his shoes that she realized he was not jesting. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have endured, but she never trifled with her health. Shen Jishuang firmly grasped Li Yuan's hand, gazing intently at him. "Husband." Her expression was exceedingly grave. In an instant, Li Yuan comprehended her meaning. He could not help but emit a cold chuckle. In this woman's eyes, perhaps he was a monstrous threat. Merely coming to lie beside her for a night made her fear he might come. "Do not fret, I shall not do anything." Li Yuan seized her hand in return before she could utter another word, dismissively extinguishing the lamp with a wave of his hand. In the darkness, Shen Jishuang found herself securely held in his embrace, utterly at a loss regarding his intentions. With no other recourse, she resigned herself to the situation, since she could not extricate herself. Li Yuan's large hand rested upon her shoulder. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Jishuang grasped his hand and addressed him, "Husband." His antics, what was his purpose? If he did not intend to act upon her, why hold her shoulder? Li Yuan's breath was uneven. Before long, he took hold of her hand once more. The two seemed to be engaged in a silent contest. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Jishuang, and she sat up abruptly. She had yet to change her sanitary napkin. Amidst the chaos, she had nearly forgotten. In this era, even cleaning clothes incurred exorbitant costs, and the more luxurious the fabric, the more difficult it was to wash. Naturally, Shen Jishuang was unwilling to unwarrantedly increase the labor costs. Seeing her rise, Li Yuan followed suit. "What troubles you? I must go change my monthly cloth." Shen Jishuang refrained from using the term sanitary napkin, knowing he would not understand. Li Yuan paused, then realization dawned on him. In her previous life, Shen Jishuang had invented a peculiar item called a sanitary napkin. After he ascended the throne, she had proposed its implementation throughout the realm. Li Yuan had commissioned research on her homemade sanitary napkin, which proved far more convenient and hygienic than traditional methods. However, promoting it would require significant manpower and resources. When Shen Jishuang insisted on, eventually, both the palace and the common folk adopted this innovation. Li Yuan was unaware that Shen Jishuang had developed such a product so long ago. Noticing his momentary daze, Shen Jishuang donned an outer garment and stepped outside. Upon her return, she found Li Yuan still lost in thought, resting his head upon his arm. Shen Jishuang realized he intended to sleep here tonight. After refreshing herself, she returned to the bed. No sooner had she reclined than Li Yuan's arm encircled her waist. Soon, a large hand settled upon her abdomen. Shen Jishuang felt exceedingly uncomfortable, yet Li Yuan's embrace was as unyielding as iron. She could not escape. Li Yuan's hand kneaded her stomach gently. Shen Jishuang's body relaxed, as if he were cradling a cloud. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to holding her close. Reflecting on his previous life, he had never been confronted with a woman's monthly cycle before today. Evidently, Shen Jishuang was not welcoming him. Her words and actions all urged him to leave. Yet, Li Yuan found himself stubbornly unwilling to depart. "Husband," Shen Jishuang murmured, "the hour grows late. Let us rest." She turned, nestling into his embrace. Li Yuan hesitated, resting his hand on her shoulder, drawing her closer. In his previous life, he had heard from the physician that a woman ought to warm her lower abdomen to alleviate menstrual discomfort. He sought to assist Shen Jishuang, yet she remained unappreciative. Shen Jishuang had initially planned to sleep alone, but with Li Yuan's presence, she had no choice but to share the bed. After all, the entire general's residence belonged to him. He could rest wherever he pleased, and none would dare challenge him. However, Li Yuan did possess certain advantages. His natural warmth enveloped Shen Jishuang, providing her with a sense of comfort. After a long day, she was particularly fatigued during her cycle, and soon, she drifted off to sleep. Li Yuan, feeling the rhythm of her steady breathing, was soon swept into slumber himself, his mind a tumult of thoughts. With the precedent set on this first night, Shen Jishuang could only accept that Li Yuan would return to her quarters. Fortunately, he did not act upon any ulterior motives, he simply held her close as they slept. That day, while Shen Jishuang was engrossed in the account books, a maid announced that Chen Nong wished to see her. Among the four beauties, Chen Nong was the most striking and the least patient. Had Shen Jishuang not assigned someone to keep an eye on her, Chen Nong might have ventured to the front courtyard once more. Her visit surely boded ill. Shen Jishuang would not evade her. Let her enter. Before long, Chen Nong made her entrance, undeniably beautiful. By Shen Jishuang's standards, she could easily make a name for herself in the modern entertainment industry. Of course, the other three were also charming. As long as they did not vex her or provoke Li Yuan, Shen Jishuang was more than willing to allow them to transcribe texts for their living expenses. Unfortunately, it was evident that Chen Nong was not a compliant individual. Upon entering, she wore a stern expression. I pay my respects to the lady. She referred to herself as a concubine, which was technically improper. Currently, the general's residence had only Shen Jishuang as the legitimate wife, and Li Yuan had not taken any concubines. Feigning ignorance of her faux pas, Shen Jishuang inquired coolly, "What business do you have with me? The general has not entered the rear courtyard. I wish to alleviate his burdens, yet I am at a loss." As the virtuous and noble legitimate wife, you ought to have a heart that accommodates others. You should not monopolize the general's attention. I have heard you are unwell this month and wish to keep the general in the courtyard. I am unsure of your thoughts on this matter, and are you not concerned for the general's well-being? If you wish to avoid the reputation of jealousy, may I implore you to speak a few kind words on our behalf, allowing the general to enter the rear courtyard? It would be a blessing for us sisters to assist him in his troubles. Chapter 16 Interrogation. Shen Jishuang scrutinized Chen Nong, posing a singular question. Who informed you that during my monthly cycle, the general entered my chamber? Chen Nong's countenance shifted slightly, but she maintained her composure, asserting, I acquired this information through my own inquiries. Why must you pursue the source of my knowledge? The mere existence of such an event is already a breach of propriety. Shen Jishuang, clasping her handkerchief to her mouth, let out a cold laugh. Do you regard the general as a mere object, to be shared between us on alternate days, and thus consider it proper? Her gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in Chen Nong. Yet, despite the passage of time, Chen Nong had yet to encounter Li Yuan, and anxiety gnawed at her heart. Upon arriving at the general's residence, she was armed with her master's directive. Others assumed she and Shen Jishuang would align, but how could that possibly be? Prior to her arrival, the lady had specifically instructed her to usurp Shen Jishuang's favor and become the woman cherished by Li Yuan. Li Yuan, engaged in battles at the frontier, had little time to appreciate a woman as delicate as a spring blossom. Shen Jishuang's marriage to him was merely a matter of timing. Only when true beauties, such as herself, arrived would Li Yuan discern who truly possessed extraordinary allure. Once Chen Nong bore Li Yuan's child and became his favored concubine, a life of opulence and splendor would be hers to enjoy indefinitely. In this era, a woman's ambitions were inextricably linked to men. Chen Nong had to win Li Yuan's affection, yet, she found herself thwarted. On her first visit to the study, she had been harshly reprimanded by one of Li Yuan's subordinates, an ordeal from which she had only recently recovered. Chen Nong began to realize that the general likely disdained those who overstepped boundaries. To mitigate the repercussions of that incident, she remained diligently confined to her quarters, laboriously transcribing tedious scriptures. She had thought, regardless of circumstances, that Li Yuan would eventually grace the courtyard with his presence. He was a normal man, and in this dynasty, how many men refrained from taking multiple wives? Even the street vendors, upon acquiring wealth, sought concubines and indulged in frivolous entertainments. All were strikingly beautiful. Had Li Yuan ever encountered women as lovely as them during his campaigns, given that Minister Shen had bestowed them upon him, how could he possibly resist? Yet, remarkably, he did. Since her entry into the general's residence, Chen Nong had not once seen Li Yuan step into the rear courtyard. She and the other beauties yearned like children awaiting the stars, but Li Yuan remained elusive. Chen Nong attributed the predicament solely to Shen Jishuang. As the principal wife, with new beauties entering the household, she bore the responsibility of introducing them to the general. With audacity, Chen Nong had managed to meet Li Yuan, but her attempts to captivate him fell flat. Perhaps others might still have a chance. To be fair, Chen Nong did not wish for others to encroach upon her favor. However, her initial endeavors had been unfruitful, and the other beauties were all under the orders of the minister and his wife, their initial interests aligned. Thus, regardless of the means, they all sought to break the stalemate. Upon learning that Shen Jishuang intended to keep Li Yuan in her chamber even during her monthly cycle, Chen Nong's eyes sparkled with realization. She knew her opportunity had arrived. Should this matter become public, Shen Jishuang would be utterly humiliated. Which wife would be so brazen as to monopolize her husband? If her husband willingly showered her with affection, she should feel honored. However, during her time of inconvenience, she also had the duty to ensure her husband was well attended by others. Chen Nong had long heard that the eldest daughter of the minister's household lacked refinement. Having grown up among maids and servants, her horizons limited, unable to perceive the true landscape of their situation. Having reached this point, if Shen Jishuang were wise, she should promptly relinquish Li Yuan. They had acquired numerous skills and were undoubtedly capable of serving him well. You need not intimidate me, for you are the general's legitimate wife, the mistress of the household, and should possess the grace to accommodate others and fulfill your obligations. Since you find yourself indisposed, it is only reasonable to seek the assistance of others, yet you do not. Instead, you secretly, without informing anyone, monopolize the general. This is utterly absurd. Have you forgotten what a virtuous wife ought to do? Chen Nong was known for her unrestrained tongue, a fact the matron of the building had noted more than once. She appeared to listen, yet her behavior remained unchanged. After all, she was accustomed to being indulged and pampered by men, leaving her with little wisdom. Chen Nong hailed not from an esteemed family. She was the most sought-after courtesan in the establishment, purchased at a high price by the minister's household, and after a brief period of training in etiquette, sent to the general's residence. In her eyes, the so-called principal wives paled in comparison to favored concubines. Shen Jishuang upheld her status as the principal wife, maintaining a faiate of dignity that lacked vibrancy. Moreover, having married the general at the age of 20, what could she possibly know of romance? Thus, she clung to the general, fearing that other women might snatch away even a fraction of his affection. What she failed to grasp was that a man's favor is not something one can hold on to indefinitely. Chen Nong was confident that if Li Yuan would only take the time to truly see her and spend time in her company, she would surely ensnare him in a tender embrace, indulging him in pleasures that would leave him enchanted. Yet he remained absent. Chen Nong still retained her maidenhood, and the thought of it stirred her frustration. Upon learning of Shen Jishuang's indisposition and her intention to confine Li Yuan to her courtyard, Chen Nong could no longer contain herself. Even if it meant tearing their facades apart, she would force Shen Jishuang to relinquish the general. She felt no fear of Shen Jishuang. That woman was merely a monkey claiming kingship, devoid of support. Apart from her title as the principal wife, what else did she possess? In contrast, the beauties represented the minister's esteemed reputation. Did you arrive here on your own, or did you conspire with others to present yourself? In the face of Chen Nong's brazen provocations, Shen Jishuang maintained her composure. Chen Nong found herself momentarily silenced. The beauties were united in their mutual support, having reached a consensus that their common objective was the general. Once he entered the rear courtyard, they would each showcase their talents in due time. Yet, to entice the general, they would first have to navigate around Shen Jishuang. In their eyes, Shen Jishuang was a cunning adversary. To prevent them from approaching the general, she had undoubtedly spoken ill of them on numerous occasions. Her tactics were insidious. To deter them from gaining an audience with the general, she made them transcribe scriptures for silver, demonstrating her calculated intent. To the beauties, Shen Jishuang was simply fearful. After all, she was nearing the brink of aging and fading beauty, and any moment could see the general cast her aside. As the first to engage in this battle, Chen Nong had naturally secured the support of her fellow sisters. What use is your inquiry? Allow me to be clear, regardless of whom I represent, if you have committed a transgression, do not fear others discovering it and exposing you. If you henceforth conduct yourself as a proper wife, without harboring jealousy, we shall ensure this matter remains confidential. Shen Jishuang chuckled softly, regarding Chen Nong, a stunning maiden who remained blind to the world's realities, clinging to inexplicable hopes regarding Li Yuan. At times, she pondered whether it was better to live blissfully ignorant or to see through the veil and live more wisely. The beautiful Chen was admonished for challenging the authority of the principal wife, dragged out and silenced with 20 slaps, then confined for 3 months. The other beauties, harboring ulterior motives, were confined for 1 month. At last, Shen Jishuang spoke. She had grown weary of conversing with Chen Nong. Summer insects cannot speak of ice, she mused. Li Yuan still sought benefits from Shen Jinlin, rendering the beauties untouchable for the time being. Since she could not act against them, it would be wiser to allow them to remain in the rear courtyard, enjoying a period of tranquility. She was well aware that these women originated from those frivolous venues, yet it was evident that Shen Jinlin was not genuinely invested in Li Yuan, sending such individuals without proper training. They had grossly underestimated him. Li Yuan had indeed battled for many years and had yet to immerse himself in courtly affairs, but Qin Jishuang, having spent time with him, recognized that he was no ordinary man. His thoughts ran deep as the ocean, and she had yet to grasp even the slightest hint of his clandestine machinations. Ordinary men, upon acquiring a beauty of exquisite allure, would not let her slip away. Considering how long the beauties had resided in the residence without a visit from Li Yuan, it was high time they reconsidered whether the rough, lustful general they envisioned bore any resemblance to Li Yuan. To ensnare him with their beauty was, at best, a distant dream. Qin Jishuang had established her authority. The household, from top to bottom, was under her control. Chen Yingnong's knowledge of the general's monthly cycle signified that Qin Jishuang had successfully identified another mole. As for Chen Yingnong's scornful remarks, Qin Jishuang pretended not to hear them. In the absence of sufficient support, she did not believe that winning a verbal skirmish would yield any tangible benefits for her life. Upon hearing that Qin Jishuang intended to confine her, Chen Yingnong was seized by a fit of rage. Before she could voice her protest, her mouth was silenced. As she glared at Qin Jishuang, her eyes brimmed with resentment, and she kicked out in a futile attempt to escape the grasp of the stout women. Yet her strength was insufficient, and her feeble struggles proved futile. Just as she was about to be taken away, a servant announced, "Madam, the general has arrived." Upon hearing this, Chen Yingnong's eyes sparkled with joy. Chapter 17 Disposition. As the announcement echoed in the air, Li Yuan strode in. Qin Jishuang offered him a respectful bow, addressing him as general. The servants were in the midst of dragging Chen Yingnong, having not yet had the opportunity to depart, and thus encountered him fortuitously. Despite being caught in the act, Qin Jishuang felt no trepidation. Having spent considerable time with Li Yuan, she had come to understand his mannerisms to a certain extent. She had committed no wrongdoing, nor had she engaged in any malevolent acts. She had merely fulfilled her duties as the mistress of the household by disciplining an individual who dared to challenge her authority, a matter of little consequence to Li Yuan. Chen Yingnong, however, held a different perspective. Upon seeing Li Yuan, her eyes sparkled with hope. Like one who had encountered a savior, she hastily knelt and cried out, "General, I implore you to save me, the lady seeks to harm me." Listening to her desperate pleas, a hint of exasperation flickered in Qin Jishuang's gaze. She found herself perplexed by Chen Yingnong's lack of discretion. How could someone so oblivious to the gravity of her words exist? Did her father, a man of considerable shrewdness, not find someone adept in domestic affairs to instruct her properly? To claim she was being harmed was audacious. Qin Jishuang maintained a polite smile, refraining from interjecting. Li Yuan's expression remained inscrutable as he surveyed the servants. Seemingly at random, he pointed to one, instructing, "You speak." The chosen servant immediately knelt and recounted the events verbatim, her articulation clear and concise. Qin Jishuang's gaze settled on the maid. Li Yuan had indicated she had long suspected the maid's unusual status but had chosen not to delve deeper, opting instead to turn a blind eye, for the maid had been sent by Li Yuan. Now it was evident that she was indeed aligned with him. Upon hearing the maid's account, Chen Yingnong's demeanor remained unchanged. She still believed herself blameless. Noticing Li Yuan's silence, tears welled in her eyes, her expression one of poignant vulnerability as she gazed up at him. "General, when Minister Shin bestowed us upon you, it was with the intent that we serve you faithfully. Yet, the lady's jealousy has turned our mere sight of you into a distant dream. Please, I implore you to see the truth." Chen Yingnong was indeed skillful in her manipulation, for in the eyes of many, she appeared quite lovely. Yet, Li Yuan's countenance betrayed no emotion. He simply turned his attention back to Qin Jishuang, who, with her head lowered, seemed to convey her deference. "It was my command that you remain in the inner courtyard. How has this become a decree from the lady? In your words?" He spoke but a single sentence, and the color drained from Chen Yingnong's face. "General, we were sent by the minister to serve you. I beseech your compassion." Li Yuan's expression remained as cold as steel. In a previous life, he could scarcely recall if he had lavished any attention upon this particular group of beauties. Throughout his decades on the battlefield and as an emperor, countless beautiful women had been presented to him, yet how many had left a lasting impression? These women perpetually believed that winning his favor granted them license to act without restraint, never considering that he was no fool. Li Yuan glanced at Qin Jishuang, who still kept her head bowed. He recognized her methods, yet he could not fully endorse her approach. Qin Jishuang's treatment of the women in the household was often excessively lenient. Even when they had wronged her, she refrained from demanding retribution, and her most severe measure was merely to sell them off. It was only when those women, sensing her kindness, sought to threaten her children that she could no longer contain her wrath and revealed her ruthlessness. Li Yuan harbored a disdain for her womanly compassion. In this precarious era, her kindness served little purpose. Find a broker and sell this woman, along with the others, to the south. Inform Minister Shin that I am the sole master of the general's residence. The women he sent have attempted to sow discord, tarnishing the lady's reputation out of jealousy and seeking to manipulate my affections. My talents are lacking, and I cannot bear the weight of their beauty, so I have taken it upon myself to deal with them. Understood. As Li Yuan concluded his statement, Shen Jishuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Ningnon, on the other hand, fell to the ground, her face as pale as a sheet. General, you cannot do this. Li Yuan's expression hardened further. He had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of the inner courtyard, yet Chen Ningnon and her cohorts harbored malicious intent. In a past life, he had nearly been accused of treason due to a letter orchestrated by one of these women. If they were not on his side, what purpose did they serve? He desired loyal subordinates, not traitorous ones. Take her away, Li Yuan commanded tersely. In short order, Chen Ningnon was silenced and dragged out. Everyone else, withdraw, Li Yuan ordered, leaving only Shen Jishuang in the hall. I am aware that you have your principles in how you conduct matters, but do not forget that disturbances in the inner courtyard must be dealt with decisively. Kindness can be the greatest vulnerability. Shen Jishuang lowered her head, acknowledging, I recognize my error. At that moment, her palms grew cold with apprehension. Li Yuan's words had reduced those women to commodities, as if they were mere goods. She had done nothing wrong, yet she felt an unsettling sense of shared sorrow. Noticing her daze, Li Yuan chose not to elaborate further. He was currently available to assist Shen Jishuang with these household matters, but once he became preoccupied, he might not have the time to spare. Once his plans were set in motion, others would inevitably send him more beauties. He had provided Shen Jishuang with a model of behavior. She was not foolish and would soon learn how to navigate these waters. The group of beauties faded away like fleeting blossoms, their brief presence quickly extinguished. The entire household became aware of their fate, sold to the desolate south, where they would find no favorable existence. The general truly dotes on the lady, the whispers spread. It is said that the punishment of those beauties was due to their provocation of the lady, with the general standing firmly behind her. In an instant, the respect for Shen Jishuang among the household staff deepened. They feared incurring the lady's ire, lest they attract the general's wrath. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Jishuang apprehended the informant who had tipped off Chen Ningnon. He was a lowly servant working in the front courtyard, privy to every whisper and movement of the masters. Chen Ningnon had merely seduced him with her beauty, and he divulged everything to her. For such a traitorous servant, Shen Jishuang felt no qualms in taking action. Such individuals must be sold far away to preserve the general's household's reputation. Fortunately, he was but the lowest of servants, his channels of information limited and of little value, thus she deemed it unnecessary to resort to extreme measures. Before long, that servant disappeared. The general's wrath had effectively quelled the disturbances within the residence. Meanwhile, the minister's household received word from Li Yuan, understanding that he had disposed of the beauties they had sent to him. Yet, not a single reproach escaped Shen Jinlin's lips. Instead, he simply reminded them to attend Shen Mingyue's wedding banquet when the time came. To Shen Jinlin, his losses were negligible. After all, it was merely 4 beauties. What the common folk could not attain, those in power could acquire with ease. The women had evidently been poorly trained, since they had failed to win Li Yuan's favor. Selling them off was the only reasonable course of action. Chapter 18 Collusion. Shen Jinlin refrained from seizing the opportunity to admonish Li Yuan for his disrespect towards his father-in-law. Throughout the correspondence, his tone remained remarkably gentle. Shen Jishu meticulously perused the letter returned by Shen Jinlin and swiftly grasped his intentions. He harbored ulterior motives, wishing to ingratiate himself with his son-in-law, undoubtedly with some desire in mind. Be cautious, Shen Jishu could not help but caution Li Yuan. For the sake of personal gain, Shen Jinlin was capable of any treachery. Although Li Yuan appeared to have his own plans, Shen Jishu sincerely wished to alert him to the cunning nature of Shen Jinlin, a wily fox devoid of moral scruples in his quest for self-advancement. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. In his previous life, had he encountered Shen Jinlin at this juncture, he might have required considerable effort to fully control him. However, having held the throne for decades now, he had been thoroughly tempered. While Shen Jinlin was certainly not a virtuous character, Li Yuan was adept at leveraging circumstances, ensuring that Shen Jinlin unwittingly served his interests. Li Yuan composed another letter, this time infused with a tone of warmth and a touch of levity. It seemed that his father-in-law bore him no grudge for casually sending away the women he had bestowed upon him, and Li Yuan appeared to genuinely breathe a sigh of relief. In the letter, he assured that he would attend the wedding punctually and present meticulously prepared gifts. Upon reading the letter, Shen Jishu had no particular thoughts and arranged for it to be delivered. Even she understood that under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. If Li Yuan lacked the ability to humble himself, he would not go far in the future. Fortunately, he was capable of bending and yielding. After the tumultuous events involving Chen Ningnon and others subsided, Shen Jishu's menstrual cycle finally came to an end. Reflecting on the cause of the uproar, it was still Li Yuan's doing. Had he not been so obsessively persistent during her menstrual period, there would not have been a plethora of rumors circulating in the household. In the bathhouse, Shen Jishu could barely grasp Li Yuan's back. She recalled their consummation. Li Yuan had been remarkably inexperienced, though he had been on guard. He had at least been somewhat naive, even confessing to her that it was his first time and expressing his fears of not performing well. Shin Jishu, naturally, had been exceedingly tender, unwilling to let Li Yuan dictate the course of their intimacy. Now, while Li Yuan was no longer as inexperienced, he had become even more tormenting. Unbeknownst to her, as the winds and waves calmed, Shin Jishu soon succumbed to slumber. In truth, even Li Yuan was perplexed by his own thoughts. Each time he witnessed Shin Jishu's feigned affection, his heart was filled with irritation. Every night, upon seeing her display a modicum of fear towards him, he could not help but desire to witness her unravel. Holding her close and drying her hair, he sought to banish these ponderings, and before long, he too fell into a deep sleep. The couple's life gradually returned to tranquility, and the wedding date of Shin Mingyue approached swiftly. Perhaps it was due to their encounter with Lu Ziyuan during a recent outing that Shin Mingyue had not called upon her since. Shin Jishu relished the newfound ease. Frankly speaking, she had little desire to engage with those whose mental faculties had yet to mature. In a certain sense, living as though they had not grown up was indicative of their contentment. Shin Jishu understood and respected this, yet she preferred to remain uninvolved. While she struggled for survival, this group busied themselves with intrigue, and she found no meaning in the chaos of affections and rivalries. Since they no longer summoned her, Shin Jishu contentedly remained within the confines of the estate. During this period, there had been some progress on Li Yuan's end. He had dined alone at the Ministry of Revenue and engaged in lengthy discussions with Shin Jinlin late into the night. Shin Jishu was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, only discerning that Li Yuan seemed to have gained a measure of visibility in the capital. Occasionally, gifts arrived at the general's residence. However, the individuals sending gifts were of little significance, and Shin Jishu did not treat their return gifts with excessive formality. In the capital, the seriousness of one's associations reflected their status. If Shin Jishu were overly cautious with these inconsequential individuals, bestowing lavish gifts, others would surely look down upon the general's residence. Li Yuan was generally satisfied with her handling of the situation. The gifts I received were from those associated with Shin Jinlin. They merely sought to test the waters, considering my proximity to him. As long as you act according to propriety, there will be no missteps. Shin Jishu nodded and broached their daily matters. Last night, I heard you cough a few times, so I had the kitchen prepare some pear soup. Are you busy? Shall I have it brought to you? Li Yuan had only coughed occasionally, his constitution was robust, and the physician had assured him that a few coughs posed no threat. Yet, Shin Jishu was exceedingly attentive, even going so far as to prepare pear soup. Li Yuan regarded her with a glance and nodded, then have it brought to me. Shin Jishu promptly turned to issue the command. Between husband and wife, there were indeed few topics to discuss. Shin Jishu had never sought a kindred spirit in her partner. In this era, finding such a person was akin to chasing a fleeting dream. Women were not to interfere in men's affairs, and Shin Jishu remained oblivious to Li Yuan's true endeavors. Thus, she simply fulfilled her own responsibilities. Not long ago, Li Yuan had fabricated an illness for himself, but later, he revealed the truth to Shin Jishu, explaining that it was merely a ruse to mislead others. Now that people were beginning to forget him, he felt there was no need to maintain the charade any longer. Shin Jishu, upon hearing this, said nothing, even though she was aware that Li Yuan had concealed matters from her. As long as her life remained relatively undisturbed, she did not mind the extent of his secrecy. Her responsibilities primarily revolved around attending to his daily needs and, by extension, handling the nocturnal aspects of their relationship. Previously, she had to manage the women in his rear courtyard, but now that those women had been dismissed, Shin Jishu felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Li Yuan seemed particularly intent on her bearing a child, and Shin Jishu endeavored to cooperate. Since they had decided to have a child, she was determined to embrace it with love and anticipation. Awaiting the child's arrival. Once born, she would nurture the child with utmost care, resolutely avoiding any hesitations or dilemmas. During this period, her diet consisted of highly nourishing foods, and she appeared more radiant than before, her skin softer and more supple. Night, Li Yuan held her close, unwilling to let go. Shin Jishu did not sense much affection emanating from him. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that she felt no emotional connection at all. However, as long as Li Yuan did not grow weary of her or express annoyance, that was sufficient. Shin Jishu did not harbor expectations for a love akin to modern sentiments from a man of ancient times. Such thoughts were the domain of the deluded. Her sole aim was survival. As long as her life was not threatened, she would persevere. Time swiftly passed, and finally, the day of Shin Mingyue's wedding arrived. One was a renowned gentleman of the capital, while the other was the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. In the eyes of others, their union was deemed a match made in heaven. Throughout the entire affair, their marriage faced no obstacles, proceeding with remarkable smoothness. On this day, the weather was splendid and exceptionally clear. Shin Jishu assisted Li Yuan in donning his attire, and together they boarded the carriage. Li Yuan felt no particular sentiment regarding the marriage, recognizing it merely as a merger of familial interests devoid of the romantic tales often recounted. Casting a glance at Shinjishu, he noticed her seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he frowned, inquiring, "What occupies your mind?" Chapter 19: The Wedding. Upon hearing Li Yuan's inquiry, Shinjishuan was jolted back to reality. She felt somewhat bewildered, uncertain as to why he posed such a question. However, since he had asked, she responded candidly, admitting that she had not been contemplating anything of great significance. "I was merely reflecting on the bustling nature of the streets. Despite the relentless turmoil at the borders, the capital remains a realm of revelry and peace." From a young age, Shen Jishuang had harbored a tendency to remain vigilant amidst tranquility, even being diagnosed with a predisposition towards anxiety. As an orphan, her ability to carve out a space for herself in the entertainment industry stemmed from the inescapable anxiety that compelled her to remain ever cautious and rational. Yet, since her arrival in this dynasty, she felt as though she had become a mute and deaf spectator, deprived of any meaningful information. Shin Jinlin seemed to wish for her to encounter misfortune, neglecting to offer her guidance, while others treated her with indifference. Confined within the estate, she felt as if she were trapped in a well, having traversed several years without receiving any pertinent news. The only information she could glean came from eavesdropping on the discussions of maids and servants, from which she painstakingly extracted useful insights. It was only later, through her interactions with Lu Ziyuan and after reading some texts, that she began to form a general understanding of this era. This dynasty did not exist within the historical narrative of her original world. Nevertheless, the cyclical nature of unity and division is an inescapable truth. The current emperor is notoriously incompetent, fearful of losing his throne, and has implemented numerous misguided policies. The uprisings among the populace and the wars at the frontiers seem to vanish from the consciousness of the capital, as if they were non-existent. Shen Jishuang harbored deep concerns that her peaceful existence might someday be shattered. As people thronged the streets, each face adorned with serene smiles, did they possess any inkling of the impending crises that loomed ahead? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he regarded Shen Jishuang. "What is it you wish to convey?" In accordance with the laws of this dynasty, having become husband and wife, Shen Jishuang was now regarded as Li Yuan's property, akin to a servant. She was acutely aware of her position. In an age marked by inequality, mere survival was far from simple. Shen Jishuang met her husband's gaze directly and expressed her fears. "I am apprehensive that chaos may soon engulf the capital, leading to a time when the people suffer and even their lives are at stake." Li Yuan's expression grew even more somber. Within the confines of the carriage, it was just the two of them, and Shen Jishuang spoke solely for his ears. She was indeed quite perceptive. While many were obliviously reveling in their indulgence, she had already seen through the facade of prosperity to the decay festering beneath. It must be said that Li Yuan held a degree of admiration for her. "You need not concern yourself with such matters. Rest assured, if that day ever comes, I shall ensure your safety." Shen Jishuang had faith in Li Yuan's capabilities. Ultimately, he was no ordinary man. Of course, she would also prepare an escape route for herself. However, at present, her influence was limited, and without full recognition of her position, it was impossible for her to lay plans for retreat. After all, no one would run errands for her, and she was unclear about the outside circumstances, making it difficult to discern where to flee. In due time, she would undoubtedly find an opportunity. One should not dwell excessively on future uncertainties, nor should one be solely preoccupied with the present, neglecting to plan ahead. Regardless, one must learn to be as cunning as a hare with multiple burrows to ensure one's safety. This topic was momentarily set aside, yet Li Yuan broached another matter. "Do you have nothing to say regarding your sister's wedding?" Shen Jishuang did not grasp his intent. "Are you suggesting I should probe for something?" Li Yuan replied with a stoic demeanor. "You and I were bestowed with a marriage by His Majesty, yet due to the late Empress's passing, our wedding was never conducted. Are you content with this?" This question proved rather difficult to answer. In truth, Shen Jishuang felt no particular sentiment regarding the matter. For her, marriage in this era could more aptly be described as a transaction. Whether or not a wedding was held seemed inconsequential. Shen Jishuang was well aware that she could not express such thoughts. Lowering her gaze, she summoned her acting skills. "I envy my sister. Although our wedding was not realized due to circumstances beyond our control, in my heart, it was enough that you returned recently and presented me with a jade pendant. Upon receiving it, I felt that the absence of a wedding was of little importance. As long as you cherish me in your heart, I can overlook everything else." She was indeed a master of words. Li Yuan remembered that jade pendant. At the time of their betrothal, he had felt a flutter of anxiety upon learning he was to marry a lady of noble birth. He had been unaware that he would eventually ascend to the throne. Back then, he was merely a hostage brought to the capital. To be promised to a young lady of such stature, without even the means to provide for a wedding, felt like a great injustice to her. Thus, he invested considerable effort into personally crafting a jade pendant, which he presented to Shin Jishuang when they finally met. She had been moved to tears, deeply touched by the gesture. Li Yuan found it difficult to ascertain the authenticity of her emotions, yet, even in a past life where they had traversed much of existence together, Shin Jishuang had preserved that pendant with utmost care. Now, hearing her mention it stirred a sense of nostalgia within Li Yuan. Ultimately, they too had not experienced a proper wedding. Later, with the coronation ceremony and the imperial wedding, they received the recognition of the entire realm. Thus, the wedding itself became an afterthought. But did Shin Jishuang truly desire a wedding? Li Yuan refrained from posing this question, knowing her response would always be perfectly measured, yet whether it reflected her true sentiments was open to interpretation. Li Yuan chose not to inquire further, and Shin Jishuang breathed a sigh of relief. Engaging with a man of such intellect was no simple endeavor for her. However, even if she cohabited with a brilliant mind, she would never opt for a foolish husband. After approximately 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the Shun residence. As honored guests, both Shin Jishuang and Li Yuan were not met with indifference. They were promptly attended to. The wedding was celebrated with great splendor, the sound of firecrackers resounding continuously. The estate was adorned with lanterns and decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy as if a grand fortune had befallen them. Luz Yuan was indeed a rare and fortunate match, and for Shin Mingyue to unite with him was a fulfillment of her desires. The alliance between the Shin and Lu families also brought satisfaction to Shin Jinlin. Thus, their joy was well justified. Shin Jishuang sat amidst the festivities, exchanging polite greetings with a few lesser officials' wives, her responses courteous yet lacking warmth. She understood who she represented and maintained the appropriate demeanor. Throughout the event, as she navigated the myriad of gazes cast upon her, her expression remained unchanged. This day marked her inaugural appearance in the social circle of the Shin family's wives. Typically, she was akin to an invisible presence, but today she finally felt a sense of recognition. With a smile gracing her lips, she appeared to be a beautiful young woman, yet the prominent ladies kept their distance. The reason was simple: Shin Jishuang's very existence was an eyesore. Were it not for the emperor's decree of marriage, they would have remained oblivious to the presence of a young lady in the Shin household. The Shin family had long concealed the fact that their matron was a second wife, and now, due to this young lady, they were afforded a spectacle. The Shin matron, whose daughter was marrying today, appeared genuinely delighted, yet in recent times, she had also faced ridicule. Which family's daughter would willingly tarnish her reputation by becoming a second wife? It was initially presumed that her marriage would be splendid, yet it now seemed rather mundane. Though they harbored such thoughts, they would not approach Shin Jishuang. The connections of these ladies were dictated by the standing of their husbands. Shin Jishuang was wed to a fallen general, possessing only rank without real power, idling at home with no utility. Why should they waste their time engaging with her? Seated on the sidelines, Shin Jishuang found solace in her leisure. In this realm, where one must constantly navigate social intricacies, fatigue was inevitable. She relished the opportunity to partake in the banquet, free from the burden of thought, content merely to satisfy her hunger. This was indeed a blessing. Yet, just as she had eaten to the point of satisfaction, a young maid leaned in to whisper that Li Yuan had become inebriated and that she must check on him. Li Yuan, despite lacking significant standing, had managed to connect with Shin Jinlin, yet few regarded him with any respect. The matter of drunkenness could be trivial or grave. Shin Jishuang feared that he might choke and suffocate, unassisted by others, and promptly stood to follow the maid outside. Her departure went unnoticed by the others. As a mere footnote, they deemed her unworthy of attention. Today, the bride and groom were the focal points. Shin Jishuang felt anxious, but the path the maid led her down seemed incorrect. She abruptly halted. "Are you not supposed to be taking me to the general? Where are we going?" The maid remained silent, bowing low behind Shin Jishuang. Instinctively, she turned to see what lay behind her, her heart racing at the sight. "What are you doing here?" Behind her stood none other than Luz Yuan, clad in his wedding attire. Dressed in vibrant red, he appeared even more strikingly handsome. A paragon of virtue, Luz Yuan was indeed an exemplary gentleman, yet, he should not have been here. Chapter 20. The secret meeting. Shin Jishuang's expression was one of utter dismay. She had no time to ponder further and swiftly turned to leave. Was this man mad? What was he thinking? Did he believe he was performing in a play? "Jishuang, my people have secured that area. I merely wish to speak with you for a few moments. Do not be afraid, I shall not harm you, nor will I allow anyone else to do so." Luz Yuan's tone was surprisingly gentle. Shin Jishuang felt an almost sardonic laugh rising within her. She had never anticipated finding herself in such a predicament. Luz Yuan was a living person, and the protagonist of today's affair. His sudden disappearance would undoubtedly raise questions. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned with the risks, luring her out without a second thought. Did he not realize that she was now a married woman? If word of this reached others, her reputation would be tarnished, and she could face dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Shin Jishuang resolved that since she could not escape, she would confront him directly, her gaze icy. "What do you wish to say?" Perhaps her piercing gaze struck a chord within him, for Lu Ziyuan's complexion grew paler still. I wish to ask you why you did not leave with me that night. What night? Shen Jishuang quickly recalled that it must have been 2 years ago when Lu Ziyuan had lost his senses. At that time, she had just married into the general's household, and managing the estate had become a solitary yet more tranquil endeavor. Accepting her fate, she had resigned herself to her marriage to another, yet one fateful night, she received a letter from Lu Ziyuan. His message was succinct, yet its content astonished her. He proposed they elope, claiming he had charted a route to seek refuge with distant relatives, where they could live together, oblivious to the world, nurturing their love for a lifetime. When she had been granted marriage, Lu Ziyuan had shown little reaction, yet unbeknownst to her, he had been plotting such a significant undertaking. She had to concede that Lu Ziyuan possessed both audacity and intellect. To devise a plan to whisk her away in such a short span demonstrated his feelings for her. However, the crux of the matter was that he remained too naive. His father was merely a civil official, the head of a school, seemingly unremarkable, yet one must not forget that his mother hailed from a noble family. As the heir of the Lu clan, what could he possibly be thinking to believe they could evade their circumstances? Should she have fled, Shen Jinlin would have had the perfect excuse to eliminate her. Shen Jishuang had no desire for death, she simply wished to live. Hence, she had replied not a word to Lu Ziyuan's letter and incinerated it entirely, leaving no trace behind. One must recognize one's reality. There were no vows between her and Lu Ziyuan, so why should he risk everything for her? Because I do not wish to leave. I am married, a union bestowed by His Majesty. If I were to depart, it would be an act of insubordination. Cousin, if you truly care for me, you must understand the precariousness of my situation. I know you harbor feelings for me, yet we are fated to be apart. Please, let go and cease your pursuit. Shen Jishuang spoke with remarkable composure, her voice unwavering. Inside, however, she was in a state of deep anxiety. Today marked Lu Ziyuan's wedding day, and his prolonged absence would inevitably attract attention, jeopardizing not only him but others as well. Cousin, please let me go. I understand what you wish to convey. Even though we have discussed a potential union, you must realize that not all matters in this world can unfold as one desires. You are to marry Mingyue. Treat her well and do not be fickle. At this point, Shen Jishuang found her own words somewhat amusing. In this feudal era, it was commonplace for men to have multiple wives and concubines. I do not love her. My heart belongs solely to you. Jishuang, I know you wish to depart, and I recognize that my actions today are both inappropriate and ill-timed. However, I have long awaited your presence since that night 2 years ago, yet you never appeared. From that moment, I understood your choice. Lu Ziyuan's tone betrayed no discernible emotion. Shen Jishuang felt herself on the verge of laughter in exasperation. What was the purpose of bringing her here? At that moment, Lu Ziyuan retrieved an object from his pocket. I sought you out to return this to you. Were I to send it through other means, I might never have the chance to see you again. Consider this my selfishness. As Shen Jishuang beheld the item he presented, she was momentarily taken aback. It was a beautifully crafted jade pendant, a relic of her mother. After her mother's tragic passing, her possessions had been pillaged, leaving behind only this pendant and some jewelry, which her mother had hidden away in a secret compartment. As she grew up, a loyal servant had guided her to reclaim these cherished remnants. In a gesture of sincerity, she had once gifted this jade pendant to Lu Ziyuan. No one would have thought it amiss. The hardest obstacle had been surmounted. Lu Ziyuan had persuaded his parents to accept her as a daughter-in-law. Who could argue against such a union? Yet, the emperor's sudden decree had upended all her plans, leading her to marry Li Yuan amidst chaos. That jade pendant remained with Lu Ziyuan. Although Shen Jishuang had contemplated retrieving it, her reputation held greater importance than the pendant. Little did she expect that he would seek her out not only to see her but also to return the pendant. With no desire to engage further, Shen Jishuang accepted the jade pendant. Once a symbol of their bond, it now held profound significance, representing her mother's legacy. I have wed Shen Mingyue and shall treat her well henceforth. Rest assured, after today, I will no longer intrude upon your life. Yet I must confess, my heart has belonged solely to you from the very start. Jishuang, I wish to inquire, have you ever held me in your heart? Shen Jishuang refrained from answering, her expression composed, her tone level. Cousin, there is no need to dwell on such questions. You must focus on your studies and strive for academic success to bring honor to your family. I wish you and Mingyue a lifetime of happiness. As for our past, let it be forgotten. Lu Ziyuan gazed at Shen Jishuang with a bittersweet expression, his pallor evident. You too must take care of yourself. He could not wish them a lifetime of happiness, for the weight in his heart rendered him incapable of uttering words of blessing. Shen Jishuang could sense the emotions woven into his words. To claim that she was untouched would be disingenuous. Humanity is not devoid of feelings. Even in this foreign world, she could not entirely shut herself off. Over the years, Lu Ziyuan had cared for her immensely. It could be said that without him, she would not be who she was. Despite his occasional impulsiveness, he had consistently been a noble and honorable man, protecting her and providing assistance time and again. Those cherished moments they shared could not simply be erased from her memory, yet, one cannot dwell in the past. They had been swept apart by the currents of fate, and it was time to accept their divergence. They were no longer suited for one another. She offered him a gentle smile. "Do not engage in such behavior again. We should not meet alone anymore, cousin. I am another's wife, you must come to terms with this." With reddened eyes, Lu Ziyuan replied, "Today I have acted shamefully. Do not worry, no one will learn of our meeting. Zhishuang, you should leave now." Shen Zhishuang nodded slightly and turned to depart. This place was no longer safe. She feared the repercussions. Once she had distanced herself from that small courtyard and rejoined the other women, she finally exhaled in relief. Clutching the jade pendant, she maintained a serene fade. No one had taken notice of her departure, and only the maids and matrons gossiping amongst themselves cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Shen Zhishuang had navigated the entirety of the wedding without incident. Her clandestine meeting with Lu Ziyuan seemed to have stirred no scandal. It wasn't until she reunited with the drunken Li Yuan, assisting him into the carriage, that the atmosphere remained calm and unruffled, devoid of any hint of turmoil. Seated within the carriage, a great weight lifted from Shen Zhishuang's heart. Today had been perilously close. Her impression of Lu Ziyuan had diminished significantly. She wished to marry a man of pure intentions, not one who might disrupt her life. Thankfully, she had managed to evade disaster. As she contemplated the jade pendant in her possession, a measure of solace washed over her. At least her mother's pendant had returned to her. Lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious to the fact that the inebriated Li Yuan had already opened his eyes. His gaze was icy, and as he scrutinized Shen Zhishuang, it bore an unsettling chill. Their eyes met, and she was startled. "Husband, you are not drunk?" Chapter 21 reveals a chilling aura enveloped Li Yuan as he gazed upon this duplicitous woman, his heart ablaze with fury. Shen Zhishuang's indifference towards him stirred a myriad of thoughts, yet he singularly overlooked the truth that she had merely grown solemn in later years. She too had experienced the exuberance of youth. "Cousin," she called out with such warmth, truly expanding his horizons. At the banquet, though he had indulged in copious amounts of wine, his capacity for alcohol was renowned, and none could intoxicate him. He had intended to observe the minister's residence amidst the throng, hoping to glean the information he sought, but unexpectedly, he encountered Shen Zhishuang and Lu Ziyuan at the corner. Their conversation reached his ears with startling clarity. He had never cared whether Shen Zhishuang held affections for others. When he first met her, she was already a paragon of a virtuous wife. In both this life and the last, she managed the affairs of the inner quarters with remarkable proficiency. Shen Zhishuang had been exceedingly compliant towards him. A virtuous wife is seldom found fault with, and Li Yuan had no desire to criticize her. Indeed, for the sake of their children, he wished to let go of the grievances from their previous life. What purpose would it serve? He would encounter many women in the future, and as long as Shen Zhishuang could maintain her position as Empress, he felt little need to concern himself with her. Yet, he had never fathomed that Shen Zhishuang harbored affections for another. No wonder she did not love him, no wonder she consistently resisted him. It turned out that her heart had long been occupied by a beloved suitor. Li Yuan recalled the time he had asked her to accompany Shen Mingyue to purchase jewelry. Witnessing her awkward refusal, perhaps, for her, the unfulfilled love was a profound wound. Lu Ziyuan's words were unmistakably clear. Had it not been for the emperor's decree, he and Shen Zhishuang would undoubtedly be wed. It seemed the minister's residence and the Lu family had kept their secret exceptionally well, with not a whisper of it escaping. In their previous life, they had been married for decades, and he had remained oblivious to this matter. In later years, Lu Ziyuan had perished amidst the chaos of war. He could not recall Shen Zhishuang's reaction upon hearing of this event, nor had she ever mentioned her cousin. He had assumed they were merely ordinary relatives, unaware of the deeper connection between them. Li Yuan's heart swelled with a sense of betrayal and rage, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He understood that the carriage was not the appropriate venue for such a discussion. As he scrutinized her, observing her seemingly unperturbed demeanor, he was intrigued to see how well she could conceal her emotions. Shen Zhishuang remained oblivious to Li Yuan's internal turmoil. Coexisting with a suspicious individual was, indeed, quite exhausting. However, if he could ensure her safety, she would willingly endure this fatigue. When he fell silent, she wisely refrained from questioning him. The thoughts that occupied his mind were not discernible from his outward behavior. Shen Zhishuang sensed his anger but could not ascertain its source unless it pertained to her. Recalling her encounter with Lu Ziyuan, Shen Zhishuang clenched her palm tightly. If this was the cause of his ire, her forthcoming circumstances would be perilous. Upon arriving at the general's residence, Li Yuan cast a terse remark at Shen Zhishuang, "Follow me to the study." With that, he strode away, his visage cold and unyielding. Shen Jishuang trailed behind him, her expression grave. The atmosphere between the two masters was increasingly somber, and the servants dared not utter a word. When Shen Jishuang entered the study, Li Yuan was already seated within. She offered him a respectful greeting and stood a short distance away, observing him. His gaze was sharp, like a sword. "Do you have something you wish to explain?" It was undoubtedly regarding that matter. Shen Jishuang's intuition warned her. Although she was uncertain how Li Yuan had learned of her meeting with Lu Ziyuan, she recognized that she had to provide an explanation. "Lu Ziyuan and I are childhood friends." With those words, Li Yuan lifted his head, his expression frigid. "The general only knows that I have fared poorly in the minister's residence, yet he remains unaware that I have faced life-threatening peril on several occasions. My father considered me a disgrace and sought various means to eliminate me. Lu Ziyuan's mother was a true lady of grace, kind-hearted. After my birth, several of my mother's loyal servants cared for me for years, but as I grew, they gradually departed from this world. My father wished to rid himself of me, yet he did not want to sully his hands, thus resorting to abuse. Eventually, Lu Ziyuan's mother rescued me, declaring that I was destined for good fortune and that the family must treat me kindly. Whether my father believed this, only he knows. However, due to Lu Ziyuan's mother's esteemed status, he dared not act recklessly, thus preserving my life. I finally emerged from a childhood fraught with danger, gaining the opportunity to grow into adulthood. It was during this phase that I met Lu Ziyuan. We were not particularly close, perhaps merely fated to cross paths." "Fate," Li Yuan echoed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Shen Jishuan lowered her gaze and continued. "His mother, empathizing with my plight in the Shen residence, often invited me to the Lu household for gatherings, which brought Lu Ziyuan and me closer. Eventually, he persuaded his parents to seek my father's approval for marriage." She cleverly sidestepped the matter of how their feelings developed. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes at her. Shen Jishuang deliberately averted her gaze. "My father had always intended for Shen Mingyue to marry into the Lu family. He would never willingly allow me, a daughter without fortune, to become a highborn lady in someone else's eyes. He consistently obstructed my path. Even though he understood that a union would be mutually beneficial for both families, his stubbornness prevailed. There are indeed parents in this world who do not cherish their children, and he is one of them. I thought my relationship with Lu Ziyuan had reached an impasse, so I gifted him a jade pendant. Unexpectedly, the emperor decreed that officials must offer their daughters in marriage to the generals at the borders. Typically, such unions would befall the illegitimate daughters of various households. However, in the Shen family, I was even beneath that status, leaving me with no choice but to comply." At this moment, Shen Jishuang raised her head to meet Li Yuan's gaze. "I understand you may perceive me as fickle. However, since the day I married you, I have never entertained thoughts of another. My heart has been solely devoted to you, fearing that you might abandon me. If my heart were not with you, I would not desire to bear your children." Shen Jishuang's eloquence was remarkable, her demeanor delicately fragile as she spoke. Were she an ordinary person, she might have moved him deeply. Yet, Li Yuan was no ordinary man. Chapter 22. A disfavor. In his previous life, he had once held the title of emperor and was acutely aware of the theatricality displayed by officials. The veracity of Shen Jishuang's words was something he need not investigate. He was certain they were indeed true. Yet, could it be that she held no affection whatsoever for Lu Ziyuan? Li Yuan recalled the moment a few hours prior when he had seen Shen Jishuang and Lu Ziyuan exchange glances, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This woman could not possibly harbor no feelings for her cousin. Ironically, while she incessantly referred to him as husband and performed her role with utmost diligence, she had not shed a single genuine tear. Li Yuan recognized that he must accept the reality before him. Regardless of the circumstances, his life had been renewed. He ought not to torment himself over matters of his past existence. Whether his wife loved him or not was of little consequence. However, his wife remained the same as in his previous life, who had shown him no affection, and in this life, she continued to regard him with caution and trepidation, devoid of any sentiment. As a husband, as a man, how could he endure the thought of his wife harboring feelings for another? It dawned on him that her lack of affection for him stemmed from the fact that her heart had long been given to someone else. How absurd! She would rather reminisce about the past than invest any effort into their relationship. In this world, whose wife does not hold her husband dear, yet she, it seemed, preferred to perform her role rather than offer her true heart. This woman before him, so adept at masquerading, was now on the brink of ruin, yet she remained composed, continuing her charade in his presence. He ought to admire her. It was no wonder that after his demise in the future, she could still thrive. Her mental fortitude and resilience were formidable. What could she not accomplish? He no longer wished to witness her duplicity. Li Yuan refrained from passing judgment on the past that Shen Jishuang had recounted, nearly stating, "You may leave now." Shen Jishuang did not move. She gazed at Li Yuan. He, in turn, scrutinized her. After a considerable pause, he added, "Since you have clarified matters with me, let this issue remain unspoken henceforth." His tone was heavy, imbued with an icy gravity. Shen Zhishuang's heart plummeted. She was acutely aware that the constraints placed on men and women in this era differed greatly in the eyes of others. A man could indulge in revelry and take other women as wives, while a wife was expected to greet him with a smile and care for his other consorts. Otherwise, she would be deemed jealous. No one would permit a woman to behave similarly. Should a woman stray, she would face dire consequences, perhaps even execution. Initially, Shen Zhishuang had contemplated revealing the entirety of her affair with Lu Ziyuan to Li Yuan. Ultimately, she chose to abandon that notion. She could not afford to take such a gamble. In a time where a woman was viewed as a man's possession, if Li Yuan were to discover the truth, he would undoubtedly react with fury. Regardless of how much he might dislike his belongings, he could not allow another to touch them. Even in modern times, such sentiments were prevalent, let alone in this ancient context. She could not take that risk since both the Shen and Lu families had gone to great lengths to conceal this matter for the sake of their children. As long as all parties remained tight-lipped, she would be safe. It was better to err on the side of caution. Shen Zhishuang resolved to keep the secret buried deep within her. However, Lu Ziyuan's sudden actions had caused her already fragile life to teeter on the brink of chaos. Shen Zhishuang understood that Li Yuan was not easily deceived. The affair between her and Lu Ziyuan was not a trifling matter that could be brushed aside lightly. This bomb lay buried between them, and it could explode at any moment. Yet she had not anticipated that the revelation would come so swiftly. The calmer Li Yuan appeared, the more certain Shen Zhishuang felt that he had devised a plan. If he truly cared for her, he would have erupted in anger rather than maintaining such a stoic demeanor. This matter had lodged itself in his heart, forming an unyielding knot. Perhaps, to him, she, as a wife, had exhausted her utility. A woman who had harbored feelings for another man, one who had once been betrothed to another, how many men would be willing to accept her? Li Yuan was proud and haughty. She was well aware of that. His schemes ran deep, and he had seldom bestowed her with a smile. What use was it for Shen Zhishuang to feign deep affection for him? In her past life, she had been a celebrated actress, skilled in her craft. Yet, in the face of Li Yuan, each time their eyes met, it was as if he was silently revealing that he had seen through her performance, choosing not to expose her pretense. Whether Li Yuan had truly discerned her charade remained an enigma. As for him, Shen Zhishuang could only admit that she had yet to uncover even a fraction of his true self. There was no need to linger any longer. Gazing into Li Yuan's eyes, Shen Zhishuang refrained from further clarifying herself. He would not listen. After a moment's reflection, she bowed gracefully before him, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." She turned and exited the study. "Wait." Shen Zhishuang turned back, a flicker of hope illuminating her eyes. Perhaps there was still a chance. Noticing the expectation in her gaze, the smile that graced Li Yuan's lips grew ever colder. "When we first met, I gifted you a jade pendant. Do you still remember it?" Despite having prepared herself mentally, an icy chill crept into Shen Zhishuang's heart. "Yes, I remember that pendant. I have kept it well." She spoke softly, her head bowed. "There is no need for you to keep it any longer. You have your own jade pendant now. Return to me what I gifted you. I shall wait here while you send someone to retrieve it." Shen Zhishuang hesitated to respond immediately. The jade pendant, when bestowed upon her by Li Yuan, had indeed brought her joy. At the very least, its existence proved that Li Yuan had not completely disregarded her. He held some measure of concern for her. She had cherished that pendant dearly, as it was the first gift she had received from another in this world that she truly valued. In modern times, she had delighted in collecting jade. Upon arriving in the ancient era, aside from her mother, only Li Yuan had gifted her with something she yearned for. She had thought to keep that piece of jade for a long time, yet here she was, scarcely a moment later, being asked to return it. Shen Zhishuang forced a bitter smile, steeling herself, and summoned her well-trained maid, revealing the location where she had stored the pendant, instructing the maid to fetch it immediately. After a brief interval, the maid returned, presenting a beautifully crafted box. Shen Zhishuang accepted it and opened it before Li Yuan. "General, this is the jade pendant." Li Yuan cast a discerning glance at it. He recognized the pendant instantly. It was one he had meticulously polished himself, intended for the wife he had chosen. Now, however, Shen Zhishuang was unworthy of such a gift. To avoid squandering it, returning it to its rightful owner was the best course of action. Li Yuan took the box, calmly uttering 3 words, "You may leave." This man was truly heartless. Retrieving the jade pendant and expelling her was akin to condemning her to death. Yet Shen Zhishuang found herself devoid of any countermeasures. Li Yuan had seized upon her most vulnerable weakness, striking at the very core of what a man valued. She understood that she could not confront Li Yuan head-on. Essentially, he was her master. No one could provoke their master unless they wished to forfeit their life. Shen Zhishuang lacked the means to do so. If this man were to utterly despise her due to her relationship with Lu Ziyuan, it was indeed a plausible outcome. Yet she was acutely aware that, for the time being, Li Yuan would not cast her aside. He had recently established contact with her nominal father, Shen Jinlin, and it was unlikely he would simply abandon her. What he intended to do remained unclear to Qin Jishuang, however. She was certain that his ambitions were grand. The connection between Li Yuan and Qin Jinlin was facilitated by her existence as a mere tool. For the sake of his aspirations, he would not take drastic actions against her during this period. Yet she had to contemplate her next steps carefully. She could not afford to remain passive. By the standards of this dynasty, Li Yuan could be considered a commendable husband. Setting aside his unpredictable temperament, Qin Jishuang had found her life considerably more bearable than before. Li Yuan did not deliberately torment her, did not elevate concubines, nor did he frequently bring other women into their home. Qin Jishuang had intended to live her life contentedly, yet now, all of that had turned into a distant dream. He could no longer tolerate her. Should she truly find herself in a dire predicament, Qin Jishuang would have to seek a means of survival. As she made her way back, her mind raced with numerous thoughts. At present, she could only bide her time. She possessed no leverage to act. Everything within the general's estate belonged to Li Yuan. She could not take anything with her. The dowry provided by Qin Jinlin was merely for show, of insubstantial value. Should she find herself unable to remain in the general's residence, she could not leave immediately. She needed to wait a while longer, to gather some belongings before she could seek an alternative path. She could not act hastily. Li Yuan had merely instructed her to return. He had not specified how he would deal with her, so she could only wait. With no other recourse, Qin Jishuang had to endure. Upon returning, Qin Jishuang continued her daily routine of eating, washing, and sleeping, with little distinction from her previous life. However, it was not long before the servants noticed that the general had ceased visiting Jingguzi. Initially, they paid it no mind, but gradually, they began to sense something amiss. A whole month had passed, and the general had not set foot there even once. He had remained in the front courtyard, never once entering Jingguzi. Even the lady of the house had not taken the initiative to greet the general. The couple, who resided under the same roof, had not laid eyes upon each other for an entire month. Qin Jishuang had made efforts. She had sent letters to Li Yuan and composed poems hinting at his visit, yet her attempts had been in vain. Li Yuan had torn her letters to shreds and discarded them, leaving her no shred of dignity. Chapter 23 Letters. The lady has fallen out of favor. This news spread through the manor with a swiftness that left no room for concealment. All the servants discerned the general's growing disdain for her. From their perspective, the lady was commendable. She was just in her rewards and punishments. Her monthly allowances were sufficient, and she occasionally provided them with new garments. Life in the general's residence was far superior to that outside. However, if the lady lost the general's favor, her authority would gradually be rescinded, and they might have to seek a new steward to govern them. Consequently, it would no longer be necessary to curry favor with Qin Jishuang. Apart from the servants nurtured personally by Qin Jishuang, others had begun to subtly alter their opinions of her. With the lady's neglect by the general, the servants naturally weighed the pros and cons and began to withdraw their respect. Qin Jishuang sensed a slight shift in the servants' attitudes towards her, yet she found herself powerless. In this household, the sole master was Li Yuan. Qin Jishuang was merely a senior steward, a notch above the butler. As anticipated by others, she could scarcely hope to see Li Yuan now, let alone make an effort to do so. She had witnessed the punishment Chen Nong received for intruding into the study, and the old matron had advised her to prepare something to send to Li Yuan. Yet the nature of their relationship could not be mended merely through pastries and delicacies. The crux of the matter lay with Li Yuan himself. If he could tolerate his wife, who had once been betrothed to another and even exchanged tokens of affection, then Qin Jishuang might still have a chance. If not, she was at a loss. If Li Yuan held her in disdain, how could the servants possibly regard her with any esteem? All reactions were interlinked. Should Li Yuan truly grow weary of Lu Ji Yuan, Qin Jishuang would have no recourse but to endure the situation and devise alternative strategies. If their relationship were to reach a breaking point, Qin Jishuang would have no choice but to fight for her survival. For now, she continued to wait, anticipating a result. Her menstruation had not yet arrived this month. When they were together, they naturally did not take precautions. Li Yuan was a few years her senior. Had it not been for years of warfare, his children would likely already be running and playing. Those of his age had children in abundance. Li Yuan needed heirs, and so did Qin Jishuang. In this regard, they were in perfect alignment. Last month, upon learning of her menstruation, the disappointment on Li Yuan's face was unmistakable. Yet several days had passed this month, and still, her period had not come. Time deepened her suspicions. Should she truly be with child, Qin Jishuang would ensure to protect him meticulously. Even while he remained within her womb, she would care for him with utmost diligence, eating well, resting properly, and maintaining a positive disposition. Since her efforts with Li Yuan seemed to bear no fruit, Qin Jishuang gradually let go. She could not hang indefinitely on a crooked tree with her menstruation delayed. She refrained from consulting a physician until she had a clear answer. She was reluctant to act recklessly. If a child were indeed on the way, her situation would improve. In a dynasty where lineage was paramount, the significance of children was self-evident. Should she and Li Yuan conceive, there was little chance he would cast her aside in the near future, granting her more freedom to explore other avenues. Had Li Yuan not acted so unexpectedly, Shen Jishuang would not have found herself in such a passive position. Given a little more time, circumstances might have shifted. Alas, the timing was ill-fated, calamity already brewing. Contemplating trivialities would yield no change in the current situation. Shen Jishuang made every effort to maintain her emotional stability, striving to keep her spirits lifted. She consumed ample food, occasionally strolled through the garden, appearing no different from her usual self. It seemed that the general's weariness of her had a remarkably subtle impact. Li Yuan had stationed spies throughout the manor, and naturally, there were some within the courtyard where Shen Jishuang resided. Upon learning that she continued to eat and sleep well during this period, Li Yuan exhibited no reaction. He had long discerned that the woman would never neglect her own well-being. Her thriving existence was of utility to him. As he had yet to formulate a plan for her disposition, he could only allow her to remain in her place for the time being. As Shen Jishuang anticipated, Li Yuan was unlikely to dismiss her for a considerable period. She needed him as a pillar of support, just as Li Yuan required the Shen family to open new avenues. He could not remain idle within the general's residence indefinitely. Chaos would soon ensue, and to seize the initiative, he needed to leverage the connections of others. Shen Jishuang's father held many influential contacts. He required a stepping stone to ascend, and the bond between these stepping stones was none other than Shen Jishuang. Though he loathed her and wished to avoid her presence, she still held value for him. Their mutual dependence rendered their relationship impossible to sever. As long as he did not revoke her status as his wife, this woman should be able to lead a comfortable life. Li Yuan ceased to dwell on her affairs. He was occupied with countless matters demanding his attention. Just as he thought life would continue smoothly, he was taken aback one day when a subordinate delivered a letter to him. This letter had come from the border. Upon seeing it, Li Yuan fell into silence for a moment before opening it. He recognized the handwriting. His godfather had personally penned a heartfelt letter, sent across great distances to reach him. Yet Li Yuan could not regard him as a benevolent figure. That old general was a cunning character. Well aware of the trials Li Yuan would face in the capital, when it came time to select a hostage, he had skillfully maneuvered to direct attention towards Li Yuan. In this world, how many could claim to possess no self-interest? Had Li Yuan not come, the one who would have arrived would have been the old general's own son. There exists a distinction between kinship and distance. Even if Li Yuan shared a good rapport with his godfather, he could never compare to the general's biological son. In his previous life, Li Yuan had harbored a unique affection for that old general, yet that very affection had nearly led to his downfall. Having learned a lesson, he resolved to cast aside unnecessary emotions. In this life, Li Yuan sought not to squander time on superfluous individuals. The old general still held utility. He would maintain correspondence with him, but he would no longer be as foolish as in his past. He had taken the lead, while others merely sought to stab him in the back. Li Yuan read through the entire letter, the first half predominantly expressing the old general's longing for his godson, along with the soldiers who missed him and yearned to fight alongside him. It seemed the old general was aware of Li Yuan's stagnant position in the capital. To pacify him and discourage any rash actions, the old general had decided to write him a letter. The latter half urged Li Yuan to circulate within the capital, to open new avenues, and to relay useful information. Li Yuan's official rank was neither too high nor too low. If utilized wisely, it could potentially yield significant benefits for the old general. A smirk of cold amusement crept upon Li Yuan's lips as he absorbed the old general's admonitions. However, the smile faded from his face upon reaching the final lines. The old general informed him that Meng Xiuzhu was currently en route from the border to the capital and would soon arrive. Upon encountering that long-absent name, Li Yuan fell silent for a spell. In the flurry of his recent activities, he had inadvertently cast aside matters of lesser importance. Meng Xiuzhu was indeed entering the capital at this time. She was his first official concubine, the mother of Li Yuan's most cherished child. Yet that child had later attempted treason, leading Li Yuan to issue an imperial decree for his execution. Chapter 24 Reflection. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Yuan summoned his attendant. "Please invite my wife to come." Upon hearing this, the attendant responded in a hushed tone. When informed that Li Yuan wished to see her, Shen Jishuang did not exhibit the same exuberance as the maids and servants. It was inconceivable that Li Yuan would have calmed his temper without reason. Lu Ziyuan had presumably struck a nerve with this man, and Shen Jishuang was acutely aware that her allure had not yet reached boundless proportions. The fact that he sought her out must indicate a matter of significance, one that could only be addressed by her, the legitimate wife. As she changed her attire, Shen Jishuang could not help but gently caress her abdomen. Regardless of the circumstances, she vowed to persevere. The presence of this child seemed to imbue her with a newfound sense of anticipation for the days ahead. Soon, after having adorned herself appropriately, Shen Jishuang stood waiting outside the study. Once the attendant inquired of Li Yuan and received his consent, she stepped inside. After more than a month, Shen Jishuang re-entered the study and beheld Li Yuan once more. She noticed that the depth of his aura had intensified. Uncertain of what he had been preoccupied with during their separation, she sensed a certain tumultuous emotion emanating from him. He appeared to be grappling with an internal conflict. "General," Shen Zhishuang offered a respectful bow. She refrained from addressing him as husband, uncertain whether such a term would provoke the ire of the man before her. Li Yuan lifted his gaze to meet hers and gestured to a letter upon the table. "Take a look." Shen Zhishuang attentively perused the missive from the old general. Upon reaching the conclusion, she discovered that he intended to send someone, yet her expression remained inscrutable. It was hardly surprising that, after so many years stationed at the border, Li Yuan would have a confidant. Shen Zhishuang mused bitterly. In modern times, they would be even. She had her childhood companion, and he had his confidant. Neither could cast stones at the other, yet in this era, she remained the unyielding wife, while Li Yuan stood as the exalted general. As the so-called legitimate wife, it fell upon her to devise a means to accommodate this woman. He summoned her for this very matter. "How does the general intend to arrange for Miss Meng?" Shen Zhishuang inquired softly. "First, find a place for her to reside," he replied. "Yes, a suitable residence, unlike the last visitor your father sent," she assured him with a slight smile. "Rest assured, General, I shall select a most agreeable abode for Miss Meng." She resolved to send someone to thoroughly clean the courtyard shortly. Li Yuan regarded her with a detached gaze, while Shen Zhishuang maintained her smile and returned out at tea times. She found herself weary of the pretense. His penetrating eyes were grating. Perhaps it was the burgeoning life within her that stirred her emotions. It was not directed at the yet-to-arrive Meng Xiuzhu, but rather at the man before her. Should her pregnancy be confirmed, she would need to contemplate how to reveal her condition to him. His scrutinizing gaze was unyielding, offering no judgments, which she found tiresome. "Is there any other matter, General? If not, I shall take my leave," Shen Zhishuang expressed, wishing to avoid lingering unnecessarily. Li Yuan, sensing her desire to depart, did not immediately bid her farewell. His gaze bore into her, concealing something beneath its surface, yet she chose not to decipher it. His eyes roamed over her, taking in her composure, and finally, he spoke in a measured tone. "You may leave." "Yes." After exiting the study, Shen Zhishuang did not linger but swiftly arranged for the cleaning of Guanlan courtyard. Li Yuan seemed to place considerable importance on the individual named Meng Xiuzhu. Having finally been tasked with a responsibility, she was determined to fulfill it admirably. She enlisted the help of the servants and personally supervised their efforts to ensure the courtyard was spotless, returning to Jingyu's studio only after nightfall. Guanlan courtyard was, after all, the finest residence within the estate, second only to Li Yuan's main quarters. When the emperor bestowed this estate upon Li Yuan, it had long fallen into disrepair, requiring extensive renovations. Particularly the main quarters, where Li Yuan resided, demanded thorough restoration. After marrying him, Shen Zhishuang had not dared to undertake repairs without consulting him, uncertain of his views. It was only 2 years later, when he arrived in the capital, that she sought his opinion, leading to the commencement of repairs. After extensive renovations, the courtyard was nearing completion. However, without Li Yuan's decree to occupy it, Shen Zhishuang refrained from mentioning it. Traditionally, the husband and wife would reside together. The main quarters were intended for their shared habitation, yet in the current circumstances, Shen Zhishuang no longer harbored such aspirations. Having dwelled in Jingyu's studio for 2 years, she found it to be a commendable dwelling, one she was quite satisfied with. The Guanlan courtyard was even more splendid, surpassing Jingyu's studio, and her selection of this abode for Meng Xiuzhu was a testament to her earnestness. After finalizing the arrangements, Shen Zhishuang informed Li Yuan of the developments. She was finally granted permission to enter the study once more. To her, their current dynamic resembled that of a superior addressing a subordinate. With the absence of their previous nocturnal entanglements, their relationship had become cleaner and more straightforward. Shen Zhishuang felt comfortably acclimated to this mode of interaction. In her previous life, she had always maintained a clear delineation between personal and professional matters. Her entanglement with the man before her was a reluctant necessity. Now that he had cast her aside, and she had discerned her pregnancy, she recognized that Li Yuan's significance had diminished. As a master, his importance was indisputable, yet as a husband, she suddenly comprehended why many could endure merely for the sake of their children. Perhaps in modernity, this would be seen as a lack of independence, but in this ancient context, bearing a child forged a tangible connection with this man, providing her life with a new avenue for survival. Whether the child be a boy or a girl was of little concern to her. Human hearts are fickle. In her previous life, having witnessed the shadows of the entertainment industry, she understood that a man would cherish his beloved's child, regardless of its gender. Yet should a child be born to a woman he did not favor, wealthy men might not even acknowledge it. She had seen such instances firsthand. The harsh reality loomed before her. Shen Zhishuang did not believe that bearing a son would serve as a talisman for her safety, ensuring a smooth passage through life. Li Yuan was certainly more responsible than some modern men. She sensed his sense of duty, and regardless of whether the child was a boy or girl, he would treat it well. During their intimate nights together, she had subtly broached the subject. As for other matters, Shen Jishuang had no agency, she could only passively accept her circumstances. Numerous women aspired to bear children for Li Yuan, and Shen Jishuang did not indulge in fanciful notions of binding him to her for eternity. Their positions were unequal. Li Yuan could exert pressure on her at any moment. He possessed boundless freedom and options. Having tasted the fruits of power, why would he confine himself to a single woman? Furthermore, Shen Jishuang held a clear understanding of her own abilities. In modernity, she had engaged with many men, some of whom pursued her desperately after being cast aside, yet those who persisted for over 3 years were a rarity, and none had endured for 5. People often placed undue emphasis on emotional attachments. She lived pragmatically, prioritizing tangible concerns. Li Yuan's affections for her had waned, and now even his interest had dissipated, thus, there was little reason to hope for his affection. Shen Jishuang was acutely aware of what a callous and ungrateful man would resemble. In the future, Li Yuan would undoubtedly attract numerous women, who would bear him many children he favored. Shen Jishuang could not compete with them. Her only option was to diligently nurture her own child. Whether a boy or a girl, she would ensure they learned self-preservation. In the future, regardless of how many offspring Li Yuan might have, during an era where lineage was paramount, Shen Jishuang would strive to secure resources for her child. The rest would unfold naturally. Li Yuan sensed the shift in Shen Jishuang's demeanor towards him. Previously, she had employed her feminine charm to entice him, evoking desire. Now, she bore semblance to her former self. She no longer feigned affection to seduce him but focused on tangible matters. She adeptly managed the responsibilities he had assigned her, displaying the grace of a legitimate wife. In the eyes of others, she fulfilled her role as a wife impeccably. As for the tenderness between husband and wife, with Li Yuan's disdain for her, she no longer felt the need to ingratiate herself. The distance between them seemed to widen, as the remnants of their past joys were reduced to ashes. Li Yuan had not anticipated that, before he had fully resolved how to position Shen Jishuang in his life, she had already taken a significant step back. She had made it clear that she no longer wished to be a loving couple with him. Rather, she aimed to be a capable mistress of the household. In a certain sense, her choice was undoubtedly prudent. Currently, Li Yuan required her assistance, both from her father's standpoint and in managing the household. Their separation was not feasible at this moment, yet on another level, Li Yuan found it absurd. He should have anticipated that Shen Jishuang had been indifferent from the outset, while he continued to cling to some notion of harmony between them. Now that his illusions had been shattered, beholding Shen Jishuang's smiling countenance, he could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards her. He resented her for having maintained a heart as cold as iron throughout this time. Having relayed all that needed to be said, Shen Jishuang awaited Li Yuan's dismissal, yet, to her surprise, he gazed at her with a predatory intensity. Her instincts warned her of impending danger. "General, I shall take my leave now." Shen Jishuang maintained her composure, seeking to withdraw. However, in the next instant, her wrist was seized, and Li Yuan lifted her chin with his other hand. Chapter 25 A Pregnancy. His condescending gaze upon her filled Shen Jishuang with discomfort. She instinctively reached out, yet restrained herself, retracting her hand. She was uncertain whether Li Yuan was prone to violence, but she could not afford to provoke him at such a critical juncture. This man possessed the strength to easily snap her neck. She dared not take that risk. Li Yuan compelled her to raise her head, his voice resonating with authority. "You are aware I cannot dismiss you, yet you wish to maintain a distance, content to be a virtuous primary wife?" Under his penetrating gaze, Shen Jishuang felt the weight of his presence, so profound and intense. She could not fathom the experiences that had forged such an oceanic depth within him, but at this moment, she had no choice but to respond. Feigning ignorance would serve no purpose. Looking into his eyes, she discerned contempt and fury. It was evident that he had formed prejudices against her, seeing through her facade, rendering her pretenses futile. Despite being in a perilous situation, Shen Jishuang found herself reflecting on the past. Before encountering Li Yuan, she had intended to be gentle and accommodating, hoping to win his favor. Yet the reality was that this man sought authenticity, a quality she lacked. The ancient man's worldview was worlds apart from her own upbringing. How could she possibly develop an affection for him? They seemed to belong to different species altogether. She did not understand him, nor he her. A sincere affection was beyond her reach. Li Yuan's oppressive gaze prompted a soft sigh from Shen Jishuang. She gently placed her hand over his, which gripped her wrist. He released her wrist, allowing her to hold his hand freely. Li Yuan observed her in silence, as if mocking the performance he anticipated. Then, with determination, Shen Jishuang guided his hand to rest upon her abdomen. Suddenly realizing something, Li Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Shen Jishuang sighed softly, noting the warmth of his hand, persuading herself that this man's heart was not devoid of warmth. "General, I have been carrying your child for over a month," she said softly. Li Yuan's mind went blank. He stared at Shen Jishuang's belly, rendered speechless for a moment. "Jiner, when did it happen? Was it at this time?" His memories surged back. He recalled the timing of Jiner's birth. Shen Zhishuang had carried him to term, so by calculating the time, it was clear that she was now pregnant with Jiner. Li Jin, his firstborn son, his chosen heir, the next emperor, was developing within Shen Zhishuang. As Shen Zhishuang observed the myriad expressions crossing Li Yuan's face, she noted a lack of joy in his demeanor, prompting a faint sigh within her. He allowed her to keep his hand upon her abdomen, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Shen Zhishuang refrained from interrupting him. Had he not become frantic today, pressing her so tightly, she would not have revealed her pregnancy at this juncture. Had they remained cold towards each other, she would have waited for a more stable time to inform him. However, given the urgency of the moment, she could not afford to hesitate. Time passed, and Li Yuan's hoarse voice called out, "Fetch the physician." Yes, the attendant outside replied promptly. Shen Zhishuang kept her head lowered, Li Yuan's hand still resting upon her. After summoning the doctor, Li Yuan seemed to regain his composure, withdrawing his hand and calmly instructing Shen Zhishuang, "You may sit over there." Yes. Shen Zhishuang indeed felt fatigued. Once seated, she noticed Li Yuan regarding her with a complex gaze. She lowered her head, wishing to avoid his scrutiny. They sat in silence, awaiting the doctor's arrival. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the elderly physician arrived. He examined Shen Zhishuang's pulse with great care and finally beamed at Li Yuan, exclaiming, "Congratulations, General. Your wife is with child." Seeing the physician's jubilant demeanor, Li Yuan's lips instinctively curled into a smile, yet, upon catching sight of Shen Zhishuang's impassive expression, the smile faded. "Reward him," Li Yuan commanded tersely. The physician expressed his gratitude profusely. Subsequently, Li Yuan inquired about various precautions. Shen Zhishuang listened attentively, aware that in this era of limited medical resources, ensuring a safe delivery would entail navigating numerous challenges. The physician spoke for a full half hour, and Shen Zhishuang absorbed every word. Once the doctor departed, silence enveloped the study, leaving only the two of them. Shen Zhishuang hesitated to speak, still uncertain of Li Yuan's feelings, opting instead to remain silent. However, she keenly sensed that Li Yuan welcomed the child she carried. Compared to superficial matters, his primary concern was for her to give birth to the child. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to the madness of believing the child to be another's. Li Yuan, oblivious to Shen Zhishuang's thoughts, would only scoff if he knew. In his previous life, many details had escaped his memory, but encountering specific individuals had revived some recollections. For instance, she had once had a heartthrob, Lu Ziyuan, whose health had been frail, and his wife had never conceived. It was said that they had consulted numerous physicians, all in vain. The children Shen Zhishuang bore for him bore a striking resemblance to him. Anyone could see they were his own. He understood that while Shen Zhishuang might harbor feelings for another, she would never betray him. The arrival of Li Jin forced Li Yuan to confront the nature of their relationship. His choice to continue sharing a bed with Shen Zhishuang was primarily due to their children. The offspring she bore would be the backbone of the future court, valuable regardless of gender. Recently, Li Yuan had been consumed by rage, temporarily sidelining thoughts of the children. Yet now, with Shen Zhishuang pregnant, their firstborn was imminent. The impending arrival of Li Jin reminded Li Yuan of his original intentions. He recalled Shen Zhishuang's retreating demeanor and could not suppress a bitter smile. Shen Zhishuang felt weary even from simply sitting there. The day had been tumultuous, and had it not been for her robust health, she would surely have felt unwell. For now, a mere fatigue was a blessing. "General, I wish to return and rest." Now that he was aware of her pregnancy, Shen Zhishuang sought to invoke some privileges of expectant mothers. Li Yuan glanced at her, noting the fatigue etched upon her features, and nodded. "You may go." Shen Zhishuang felt as though a great weight had been lifted. Interacting with such a calculating individual drained her energy, both mentally and emotionally. She summoned her maids, and together they returned. Upon arriving at Jingyuzhai, Shen Zhishuang finally exhaled in relief. She had narrowly escaped today's ordeal. Li Yuan's tone had softened slightly, a change she could perceive. Unable to resist, Shen Zhishuang caressed her belly, feeling that this new life, yet to enter the world, was already aiding her through tribulations. She no longer wished to ponder Li Yuan's thoughts. To him, she was merely a fish on a chopping board, subject to his whims. When the disparity in status is so vast, and identities so mismatched, contemplating certain issues, even to the point of exhaustion, would yield no improvement in reality. Shen Zhishuang had come to understand this, and upon returning home, she swiftly fell into a deep slumber. In the study, Li Yuan penned a couple of large characters but found it impossible to settle his mind. He sensed Shen Zhishuang gradually embracing her evolving identity, showcasing her value as the mistress of the household. Perhaps she was subtly indicating that the two of them need not engage in the intimacies of marriage any longer. Yet, they had more than one child. Upon introspection, did he genuinely wish to continue sharing a bed with Shen Zhishuang? Li Yuan felt a twinge of self-loathing, for his initial instinct was still one of willingness. The more she attempted to push him away, the more he yearned to witness her struggles to do so. Moreover, during this time, Li Yuan had thoroughly investigated Shen Zhishuang's past. Just as she had stated, her life in the Shen household had been fraught with hardship, while the Lu family had aided her significantly. Although Lu Ziyuan had once been betrothed to him, their relationship had remained above reproach, devoid of any impropriety save for that jade pendant. Recalling that pendant, Li Yuan's gaze instinctively fell upon the box beside his desk. He had reclaimed the jade pendant he had given to Shen Jishuang. At the time, consumed by rage, he had not considered the implications. His sole focus had been on the sacrifices he had made for Shen Jishuang, who had remained steadfast, yet even after his demise, she had never loved him only for another man. With that man in her life, her heart could no longer accommodate anyone else, not even the most legitimate of husbands. In his fury, Li Yuan had demanded the pendant back. However, he was even less inclined to allow the child that should have been born into this world to be denied existence due to his own rashness and obstinacy. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Yuan's gaze returned to the box containing the pendant. Chapter 26. Dining. Shen Jishuang awoke after a slumber of an hour. Upon her return to Jingyuzhai, a throng of servants awaited her, their faces adorned with smiles as they sought her favor. The news of her pregnancy had spread like wildfire the moment the physician departed. The once disgraced lady was now with child, the first offspring of the general. Many were profoundly affected by this revelation, and the previously somber atmosphere of Jingyuzhai transformed into one of jubilance. Shen Jishuang instructed the steward to distribute half a month's wages to every member of the household before she surrendered to slumber once more. When she finally roused, the night had enveloped the world in darkness. Her handmaidens stood vigil by her side, and upon seeing her awake, they beamed with joy. "Madam, you have finally awakened. The general has sent a plethora of gifts." Shen Jishuang offered no response, merely requesting, "Prepare my attire, and ensure it is refreshing." She intended to sleep again shortly. Though barely 2 months along in her pregnancy, she was already plagued by drowsiness. "Yes." The servants, invigorated by her words, swiftly set about their tasks. Once she was suitably attired, she proceeded to the main hall to inspect the gifts sent by Li Yuan. He had not been stingy, the offerings were of the highest quality, indicating his significant regard for the child. Shen Jishuang felt a slight sense of relief. "Take these items to the storeroom and ensure they are well preserved." "Yes." Noticing the room full of servants staring at her, Shen Jishuang felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. In an era where a husband reigned supreme, she had recently fallen from grace, and aside from her loyal servants whom she had personally trained, many were listless and disheartened. Shen Jishuang was acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Li Yuan. His desire for her to maintain her status as his primary wife had waned, and consequently, the servants suffered alongside her. The cruelty of social hierarchy was palpable. She chose not to dwell on their gazes and commanded, "Serve the meal." "Madam, perhaps you should wait, the general may arrive shortly," one servant suggested. Shen Jishuang chuckled self-deprecatingly. What purpose would he have in coming? Li Yuan holds no expectations for me, despite his hopes for the child. If he wished to join me, he would have accompanied me upon my departure from the study. His absence indicates his lingering discomfort. "I am hungry." Shen Jishuang saw no need to elucidate matters to the servants, as the nature of her relationship with Li Yuan was best left shrouded in ambiguity. The servants, uncertain of Li Yuan's attitude towards her, would weigh their actions carefully. Having reiterated her request, the servants promptly headed to the kitchen to fetch her meal. Shen Jishuang sat quietly, instinctively caressing her belly. She had yet to fully awaken and found her thoughts drifting aimlessly. At that moment, the respectful voices of the servants echoed from outside. "We greet the general." "Why has he come?" Shen Jishuang was about to rise when Li Yuan stepped into the room, his demeanor as cold and inscrutable as ever. "Please, sit. I am merely here to share a meal with you." Noting her indecision, Li Yuan spoke in a detached tone. "Yes." Shen Jishuang lowered her gaze for a moment before donning a gentle, serene smile. "I assumed you would be preoccupied with affairs of state. I had planned to dine and then prepare a late-night meal for you." Li Yuan regarded her coolly, fully aware of the audience for her words. This woman was adept at navigating circumstances. Though their relationship remained unthawed, she had seized the opportunity of his presence at the table to advocate for her own interests. He was well aware of the dynamics within the household, having observed the diminishing respect from the servants towards her. Clearly, she had grasped the crucial point. As long as he was present, their attitudes would revert to their previous deference. She skillfully crafted an illusion of renewed favor. Li Yuan merely curled his lips in a cold smile, remaining silent. His purpose in dining with her was to establish his authority. Soon, the dishes were laid out. Shen Jishuang picked up a pair of chopsticks and served him some food. Li Yuan did not move, merely watching her feign attentiveness. After a few bites and a serving of soup, she began to eat for herself. Yet, as she surveyed the lavish spread before her, Shen Jishuang found herself utterly lacking in appetite. The kitchen had overdone it. Having been neglected for only a month, The quality of the dishes had deteriorated considerably. She had not been in disfavor for long, yet the kitchen staff had become lackadaisical in their preparations, utilizing ingredients of lesser quality. The servants, situated between the front and back courtyards, were adept at reading the winds of favor. In truth, Shen Jishuang was quite dissatisfied with the current servants in her household. Intelligent individuals would not turn against her so swiftly. The rapid shift in loyalties among them was the mark of foolishness. However, this particular group had been assigned to her when she first entered the general's residence, a measure to keep a close eye on Li Yuan. In reality, aside from a few true spies, the majority were merely ordinary folk, lacking in cunning. Shen Jishuang had managed to identify a few clever ones, training them and placing them in her own courtyard, while gradually marginalizing the others. Yet, their numbers remained excessive, and with Li Yuan's brief absences, her efforts to cleanse the ranks progressed slowly. Thus, these self-proclaimed wise fools would occasionally display their arrogance and overexert themselves. Gazing at the extravagant table of dishes, Shen Jishuang felt no desire to partake. A newly pregnant, she knew that even without Li Yuan's presence, they would not dare to serve her poorly. Yet, to expect a pregnant woman to consume such rich fare, what madness had possessed them? She selected a few vegetarian dishes before lowering her head to eat rice. Li Yuan, already lacking hunger, had come merely to lend her dignity. Upon noticing her limited consumption, he surveyed the table and understood her predicament. Remove these dishes, prepare something lighter. Yes. The command from Li Yuan startled Shen Jishuang, who looked up in surprise. Sensing her gaze, Li Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The kitchen's efficiency suddenly surged, and before long, a new array of dishes was presented. Shen Jishuang often requested her favorite meals from the kitchen, and today, the head chef, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, had prepared them well. Thank you, Shen Jishuang expressed sincerely to Li Yuan. Li Yuan remained silent, observing her expression, which had brightened slightly. A flicker of derision crossed his eyes. A woman like Shen Jishuang would never struggle for sustenance. She was adept at reading situations and was primarily concerned with food and drink. What worries could she possibly harbor? Even when the entire household buzzed with gossip about her fall from favor, she had never lacked for a meal. A month later, upon seeing her again, her complexion still radiated health. Li Yuan's gaze shifted to her abdomen. For the sake of the child, this was fortunate. At least he need not worry about her starving the infant. Shen Jishuang finished a bowl of rice and a cup of soup, finally satisfied as she set down her chopsticks. Li Yuan had long since placed his utensils down, merely awaiting her completion. Once the servants cleared the remnants from the table, Li Yuan broached a serious topic. I have found a skilled chef from outside who will join the household tomorrow. A small kitchen will be established in Jingyuzhai. Should you desire anything that the main kitchen cannot provide, you may have it prepared there. Li Yuan recalled how, in his previous life, Shen Jishuang had often awoken hungry in the night during her pregnancy. He had arranged for a small kitchen then, ensuring her comfort. This time, he preferred to set it up in advance. With spies present in the main kitchen, Li Yuan intended to monitor their activities closely. Though he could not directly oversee the ingredients, Shen Jishuang's pregnancy necessitated caution. The spies needed to be reassigned, and a small kitchen established for her. Shen Jishuang had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from Li Yuan. She found herself reassessing her perception of him. Her gratitude was genuine. Thank you for your understanding. Li Yuan offered no response. Having dined sufficiently, Shen Jishuang planned to digest her meal by reading for a while before freshening up and retiring for the night. However, Li Yuan lingered, leaving her no choice but to remain in his company. What could his intentions be? Did he plan to stay the night? Shen Jishuang doubted he possessed such magnanimity. Knowing his wife harbored feelings for another, did he truly wish to endure the discomfort of sharing a bed with her? After sitting in silence for a quarter of an hour, both remained mute. As it became clear that he intended to stay, Shen Jishuang's emotions grew increasingly complex. Chapter 27 Shared pillow. Let it be. Even the child within me belongs to him. Perhaps it is for the better that the bond between father and child is deepened. To be fair, Shen Jishuang does not harbor such strong aversion towards Li Yuan. Had Li Yuan been an ugly old man, she would have risked her life to escape. However, she had seen his portrait long ago. Although portraits of that era may have been somewhat distorted, Li Yuan, in his youth, was not unattractive, and thus Shen Jishuang had no intention of taking a reckless gamble. When they eventually met, Li Yuan indeed appeared quite handsome. With a pleasing physique, Shen Jishuang comforted herself with the thought of having a husband who did not require a synchronized worldview. Love was absent. Even in modern times, very few couples united solely for love, and she did not aspire to such. As long as her husband could provide a stable life, allowing her to navigate this chaotic world, that was sufficient. Li Yuan performed admirably in this regard. Shen Jishuang's current existence was quite stable, even though she recognized that this stability came at the cost of her being kept like a captive. What could she do? When fate cannot be grasped in one's hands, one must simply adapt and prioritize survival. My dear husband, the doctor has advised that I should take regular walks even while pregnant. Shall we stroll in the garden? Shen Jishuang smiled at Li Yuan, her expression radiant. Li Yuan gazed deeply at her and nodded in agreement. The scenery of the general's residence was indeed delightful, with pavilions and courtyards aplenty. Shen Jishuang began to understand why noble women of ancient times remained confined to their homes yet managed to live on with dignity. The courtyard was spacious enough for leisurely strolls, providing a means to alleviate some of her inner turmoil. Of course, she had witnessed the vastness of the world. Compared to those ancients who perhaps never beheld such expanse, she felt somewhat ashamed as a modern person. She was acutely aware of her current status as a caged bird. Yet, having chosen to survive, she must submit to the dictates of this era. This was the price she had to pay. Having embarked on this path, Shen Jishuang harbored no regrets. She simply wished to live each day earnestly. As for how others might judge her, that was beyond her concern. Her own experience was what truly mattered. As night fell, lanterns were lit in the courtyard, and floating lights adorned the pond. Shen Jishuang glanced at them and softly addressed the man behind her. Thank you for still granting me the semblance of dignity. Rest assured, I shall bear you a healthy child. Li Yuan remained silent. He had little to say to this woman. She was articulate and skilled in pretense. A misstep could lead him into her verbal traps. Not receiving a response from him, Shen Jishuang did not take it to heart. It was perhaps best that their current relationship remained uncomplicated. Shen Jishuang wished to demonstrate her capabilities in managing household affairs. Relying on his influence, his willingness to visit her and bestow her with respect would undoubtedly aid her in the future. When the day came that Li Yuan realized others could not fulfill the role of his primary wife, Shen Jishuang's objectives would be accomplished. In truth, you need not demean yourself by lying beside me. I hold no affection for Lu Ziyuan in my heart, yet if you do not believe me, there is little I can do. If it were possible, I would gladly show you my heart. Your willingness to overlook my shortcomings and share a meal with me fills me with gratitude. Shen Jishuang spoke these words with a blend of performance and genuine sentiment. In her heart, there was truly no place for Lu Ziyuan or Li Yuan. Compared to these two men, she prioritized her own life. She preferred that Li Yuan not lie beside her and disturb her sleep. Yet, upon hearing her words, Li Yuan not only refrained from returning to the study but also shot her a cold glare. He uttered two words, "Go back." Shen Jishuang, feeling exasperated, had no choice but to follow him back to the Jingyu studio. Once they returned, Li Yuan went straight to wash up. By the time he emerged with damp hair, Shen Jishuang had prepared a homemade towel to absorb the moisture and was waiting for him. Once seated, she attentively dried his hair. Observing her earnest demeanor and inhaling her subtle fragrance, Li Yuan felt his anger dissipate. This woman, having come to the Jingyu studio, could not simply dine and depart. The performance needed to be complete. When he was nearly done drying his hair, Shen Jishuang summoned the maid to assist her with her own washing. After she had tidied herself and entered the bedroom, she found Li Yuan reclining against the edge of the bed, clad in a robe that suddenly revealed his robust chest. He held a book in his hands, the travelogue she had read the previous day. After a month apart, they were once again sharing the same bed, but Shen Jishuang felt no particular sentiment about it. She offered a slight bow to Li Yuan and smiled as she sat at the bedside. Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her, shifting inward. As Shen Jishuang prepared to draw the covers and lie down, she heard him say, "You sleep on the inner side." "Then I shall sleep on the inside," she replied. As she crossed over him, some contact was inevitable. Both were clad in light garments, their respective warmth mingling. Once settled, Shen Jishuang pulled up the covers. The travelogue she had left in Li Yuan's possession made her reluctant to reclaim it, so she resigned herself to waiting for him to finish reading before extinguishing the light and sleeping. However, Li Yuan was not inclined to let her off so easily. "Is this what you read regularly?" he inquired. Shen Jishuang nodded, having nothing to hide regarding her interests. "All pursuits pale in comparison. Only the pursuit of knowledge stands tall," she mused, a saying that had endured for millennia. Li Yuan scoffed lightly. "This book is the work of a charlatan, depicting the scenery of the Southwest from his own imagination, bearing little resemblance to the true Southwest. Do you truly desire to dream of the Southwest by perusing such texts?" His words caught Shen Jishuang off guard. In her world, many authors did indeed exploit their titles to deceive others. Yet, was there such deception in ancient times? This book was currently a bestseller, and the author had undoubtedly traveled to the Southwest. She countered softly. Shen Jishuang understood that this world differed from her own, and thus she could not judge its geography based on her experiences. However, given its popularity, surely some had been to the Southwest. Li Yuan maintained a stoic expression as he regarded her. "The Southwest is rife with mosquitoes, lacks storms, and is densely forested, not a desert." He was speaking nonsense. Yet, Shen Jishuang found herself partially convinced. Li Yuan had no reason to deceive her about such trivial matters. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Have you been to the Southwest?" In this life, he had not, but in his previous life, he had traversed many lands. Li Yuan glanced at the woman beside him. In that southwestern region, she had accompanied him, but he did not answer, merely stating, in the future, refrain from reading such nonsensical books, they do little to broaden one's horizons and will only invite ridicule. Shen Zhishuang boldly suggested, may I visit your study to read? Surely the books in your study are genuine. Li Yuan met her gaze, she perceived nothing amiss in her request. Very well, he acquiesced, though his words were few. A flicker of joy danced in Shen Zhishuang's eyes, forming crescent shapes as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Throughout the day, she had uttered countless words of thanks. Li Yuan set aside the book and once more directed his gaze to Shen Zhishuang's abdomen. Acting on impulse, he placed his hand gently upon her belly, eliciting a slight surprise from her. A father wishing to connect with his child warranted no objection from her, especially since the child would one day rely on him. Shen Zhishuang adjusted herself, allowing him to feel more thoroughly. Are you experiencing any discomfort? As he caressed her belly, memories of his eldest son surfaced, causing Li Yuan's expression to soften unconsciously. He sometimes felt the passage of time acutely. At that time, his son had only been a tiny infant, and now he had grown into a capable emperor. Regrettably, as a father, he had missed so many milestones in his son's life. When he turned back to reflect, he realized his legitimate son, born of his wife, had become estranged from him. Recollections of his previous life surfaced, where Li Jin had shown him respect yet remained distant. Li Yuan could not articulate the mixed emotions that arose within him. In that era, Shen Zhishuang had requested that her ashes be scattered in the sea, and Li Jin had complied. He had even made meticulous arrangements for his mother's wishes, all to conceal the truth. The joint burial of the Emperor and Empress was a natural course of events. This woman had declined to be interred alongside him, and somehow, Li Jin had also satisfied his mother's desire. Perhaps, to him, Li Yuan resembled a ruler more than a father. At times, he regretted missing the formative experiences of a remarkable child. He could not articulate what his son had endured during his growth. Even on Li Jin's birthday, Li Yuan initially struggled to remember the date. Without much reaction, he simply desired to sleep. Shen Zhishuang, yawning, remarked, I'm feeling quite sleepy. Li Yuan continued to caress her belly, lost in thought, unaware of what he was contemplating. Shen Zhishuang had no desire to pry into his thoughts. General, I shall retire now. She stifled another yawn, closed her eyes, and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. In that moment, she was not particularly vigilant. Yet, even though they lay on the same bed, Shen Zhishuang instinctively addressed him as general rather than husband. Chapter 28. The cook. Shen Zhishuang enjoyed a particularly sweet slumber. In truth, she had always been quite tense, especially in the company of Li Yuan, where she had to think quickly to avoid revealing any signs of abnormality. However, the physiological effects of her pregnancy, combined with a certain sense of relief from her resigned attitude, allowed her to finally sleep soundly beside him. Had their previous interaction pattern persisted, Shen Zhishuang would undoubtedly have refrained from indulging in such restful sleep. Yet, since Li Yuan had tolerated what he perceived as her mental infidelity, she found little to worry about in the current circumstances. For the sake of the child growing within her, she needed to rest well. By the time Shen Zhishuang awoke, Li Yuan had long since departed. Without inquiring about his whereabouts, she lingered in bed for a while longer before rising to commence her duties as the mistress of the house. Compared to other endeavors, she felt more at ease with her current life. One must perform a role, yet it is impossible to be in character at every moment. Shen Zhishuang endeavored to recall the knowledge she had acquired in her past life regarding pregnancy. She felt fortunate that, in her pursuit of significant roles, she had accepted numerous parts, thus gaining a wealth of experience. Among this knowledge was information pertinent to expectant mothers. As she recollected, the chef Li Yuan had procured for her arrived. He had found a remarkably capable cook, and Shen Zhishuang ordered a few dishes for her to prepare as a trial. To her surprise, the cook's culinary creations were delightfully to her taste. This time, Li Yuan had indeed done her a favor. Shen Zhishuang rewarded the cook with silver and offered some encouraging words, inviting her to stay on. Though there were no other women in the household, there was no shortage of intricate tasks. In this era, the complexity of a task often served, in a sense, as a testament to a person's status. With distinctions and rank, those of high standing must navigate countless steps even to partake in a meal, while beggars, finding a bun in the street, could swallow it without a flicker of emotion. Many matters in the household required Shen Zhishuang's approval before proceeding, and she handled these affairs with remarkable ease. In her previous life, after receiving every accolade available, she had planned to open her own company, enduring many hardships but also honing her skills. Managing a small general's household was not particularly daunting in comparison to successfully running a flourishing company. A day filled with outward busyness, yet inner tranquility soon passed. As the cook took to her new responsibilities, Shen Zhishuang tentatively instructed the small kitchen to prepare dinner. Just as she issued her orders, Li Yuan entered. Noticing Shen Jishuang's surprise, his expression remained inscrutable. He had not come to see her but rather to visit Jiner, his child residing within her. Shen Jishuang reacted swiftly, greeting him with a bow and, under the watchful gaze of the servants, took his hand, urging him to sit. "General, your timing is impeccable. I have just assessed the cook you found for me. Her skills are quite impressive. I was about to have her prepare dinner and even intended to save you a portion, yet here you are. Would you care to sample her culinary prowess?" As she spoke, her demeanor was strikingly intimate, as if they were still a devoted couple. Li Yuan listened in silence, nodding once she finished. After a brief pause, observing his lack of interest in placing an order, she took the initiative to select a few dishes she knew he favored. The cook was swift and efficient, and their wait was not overly long. Shen Jishuang proceeded, as usual, to serve Li Yuan first. However, he lightly furrowed his brow and instructed, "You may sit." Yet Shen Jishuang did not heed his words. In human interactions, a certain balance must be maintained. Li Yuan had already afforded her many conveniences due to her pregnancy, and she needed to learn moderation. They were not truly a loving couple, but rather engaged in a relationship marked by hierarchy. As she was not yet in a state of incapacitation, serving him a few morsels was hardly a significant issue. Li Yuan noticed her intent to challenge his directive, and just as she prepared to rise once more to serve him, he reached out and drew her into his embrace. "You are with child. Such trifles need not concern you." Though her waist remained slender, showing no apparent change, he was acutely aware that in less than half a year, their child would be born. Startled by his action, Shen Jishuang realized that since he was capable of such a display of affection, she need not linger on the matter. She gently encircled his neck and leaned in slightly, whispering, "Thank you." Then, she nudged him lightly. Once his hold on her waist loosened, she stood up and returned to her designated seat. The meal unfolded in relative tranquility. Noticing that Li Yuan lingered, Shen Jishuang found herself growing accustomed to his presence. "General, would you care for a stroll?" she inquired with a smile. Li Yuan glanced at her before rising. Throughout their time together, conversation was sparse, yet the atmosphere was not stifling. Shen Jishuang, buoyed by the life within her, recognized the importance of maintaining her spirits and protecting her pregnancy. After their walk, they each attended to their evening routines. As per tradition, Shen Jishuang settled on the inner side of the bed for a while. Sleep eluded her. She had yet to visit Li Yuan's study to seek out a few beloved books, lying on the couch with little to occupy her mind. Your relationship with Lu Ziyuan, the mere mention of the name sparked an immediate sense of vigilance within Shen Jishuang. "General, you may investigate my relationship with Lu Ziyuan at your leisure," she replied with a wry smile. "I did not intend to inquire about that. Recently, during a visit to my father-in-law, I happened upon some gossip. It seems Lu Ziyuan has fallen ill since marrying your sister and has been seeking medical attention." As Li Yuan spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Shen Jishuang. She regarded him with a look of puzzlement. "What do you mean? Should I pay him a visit? By all accounts, he is my brother-in-law. It would be more appropriate to send a gift than to call upon him." "I doubt the Lu family wishes to engage with you." Li Yuan remained silent, continuing to scrutinize her expression. Shen Jishuang allowed him to observe her without objection. Surely, his confidant would arrive before long, and once she did, he might cease to fixate on her trivial affairs. Lu Ziyuan's illness was of little concern to her. Numerous esteemed physicians were at his service, and what relevance did that hold for her? She regarded his probing question with indifference, scarcely bothering to blink. Noticing her apparent lack of concern, for reasons unknown, Li Yuan felt a measure of relief in his heart. He placed his hand upon Shen Jishuang's abdomen, her skin fair and soft, contrasting sharply with his own. Having anticipated that a moment of shared connection with the child would lull her to sleep, he was taken aback when he posed another question. "Why did you choose to marry him?" "As far as I know, while the Lu family is of noble lineage, they have not produced a noteworthy descendant in many years. Lu Ziyuan's character is soft and indecisive. He is hardly a suitable match." Chapter 29. Reluctant Shen Jishuang discerned that this man was deliberately seeking trouble. Perhaps it was the nature of men. Even if they were disinterested, they could not tolerate the notion of another claiming what belonged to them. In modern times, there are still instances of men refusing divorce and resorting to violence against their wives. The saying, "Only the officials are permitted to set fires, while the commoners are forbidden to light lamps," is vividly reflected in the dynamic. Although Shen Jishuang appeared somewhat relaxed in his presence, she was acutely aware of the boundaries that must not be crossed. She could not afford to anger Li Yuan. If he were displeased, it would ultimately be she who suffered. Shen Jishuang had confided to him about her existence in the Shen household, where she was neither truly alive nor dead. Had she been given a choice, she might have selected a more compliant partner. Yet, the fact that she secured this marriage was perceived by others as the culmination of her scheming. Matters of matrimony are hardly so simplistic. She offered a wry smile to Li Yuan, saying, "General, why must you be this way?" Initially, I had no choice. Xinjiang concealed my existence from the outside world and dismissed my identity within. My life was akin to a living death. Luz Yuan was, without question, the best option available to me. Furthermore, he has promised to take no concubines, seek no mistresses, and refrain from visiting brothels, vowing to remain faithful to me alone. Li Yuan scoffed derisively. Do you believe everything he says? Whether I believe it or not, at that time, I had no alternatives, she replied. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment and inquired, do you care if he takes a concubine? Shen Jishuang's internal alarm bells rang. The general's question left her at a loss for words. What woman in this world does not yearn for a lifelong partnership? Li Yuan's expression visibly darkened. Shen Jishuang deliberately averted her gaze and murmured, there is no need for the general to worry. That is merely a fantasy of mine. I would never harm others out of jealousy. With the child I bear, my future holds promise that if you cannot find a suitable primary wife, I shall manage the household for you. When you grow weary of me, simply provide me with a place to shelter from the storm. This woman was adept at retreating to advance. Li Yuan regarded her coldly. She bore a child, and they would likely have more. Could he so easily dismiss her? She was merely crafting excuses to rebuff him while deliberately elevating her own worth. Li Yuan realized that Shen Jishuang's impression in his mind was becoming increasingly vivid. In his previous life, he was consumed solely by ambitions of power and conquest. As long as his wife was virtuous, he had no worries. Shen Jishuang was indeed a well-known model of a devoted wife, handling many matters that he found inconvenient. Their relationship had been one of mutual respect for decades. Even after having several children, Li Yuan had never truly sought to understand Shen Jishuang. In retrospect, the smile on her face seemed meticulously calculated. In this life, upon discovering her past with Luz Yuan, Shen Jishuang was compelled to alter her strategy, revealing glimpses of her true character. Her virtuous facade was merely a guise. She was always the one most adept at navigating circumstances to her advantage. Do you wish for me to refrain from approaching you henceforth? Li Yuan asked, his tone measured. Shen Jishuang hesitated. Did she hold the reins of this inquiry? When he had caught her in a clandestine meeting with Luz Yuan, he had made it clear that he wished never to see her again. Were it not for the child, how could they have shared a bed? Yet now, it seemed as if it was she who did not want him to touch her. Physically speaking, being with Li Yuan had not felt disadvantageous to Shen Jishuang. In her previous life, she had scoffed at the notion of loyalty, never pursuing lifelong fidelity, and had dated numerous handsome suitors. By her own standards of judgment, Li Yuan would certainly score above 90 in terms of appearance and physique. Being with him was not a hardship. If Li Yuan could maintain his health and fulfill her needs, she would not deliberately reject him. The crux of the matter was that Li Yuan believed she was involved with another man and could not accept her. How had it shifted to become her fault in his narrative? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jishuang responded calmly, as your wife, I naturally wish to remain in your favor. However, as you can see, I no longer feel worthy of you. Should you still wish to visit Jingguzi, I would be overjoyed. Her words were as good as silence. Li Yuan understood that she could never truly reject him. This woman was keenly aware of whom to cling to in moments of survival. Li Yuan instinctively rubbed her belly with his hand. Noticing his pensive demeanor, Shen Jishuang refrained from interrupting. Their conversations had lately taken on an air of unresolved tension, a circumstance to which she had grown accustomed. She remained uncertain about the environment in which Li Yuan had been raised. His introspective nature was insufficient to encapsulate him. As long as she was assured of her safety, she preferred not to dwell on it. Initially, she intended to cultivate a sense of drowsiness, but to her surprise, as Li Yuan continued to rub, his breathing became uneven. Shen Jishuang's sleepiness vanished in an instant. She pressed down on his hand, wishing him to leave, yet he grasped her hand in return. In the time since his rebirth, Li Yuan had gradually realized that while he had indeed returned, the youthful body he inhabited was influencing his thought patterns and behaviors. Occasionally, he reflected on his past impulsiveness. The disparity between him 30 years hence and the man he was now was vast, yet he found himself swayed by the experiences of his future self, while simultaneously restrained by the limitations of his current youth. In 30 years, he would have little patience for such games with Shen Jishuang. However, at this moment, he was merely in his 20s, in the prime of life. His youthful body had revived certain impulses. At first, Shen Jishuang was uncertain of the man's intentions as he held her hand, feeling a tinge of panic, yet when he pulled her hand downward, words eluded her entirely. Li Yuan met her gaze, his eyes deep and unwavering. Still holding her hand tightly, Shen Jishuang found herself utterly bewildered by Li Yuan. Knowing of her past, he still harbored desires for her. Thankfully, he had not descended into madness. Though it was merely a touch, she had to mentally prepare herself, for with a determined breath, she ultimately acquiesced to Li Yuan's wishes. Since his rebirth, Shen Jishuang had been the sole woman in his life. After such a long period of estrangement, sharing a bed with her again proved to be a challenge for him to control fortuitously. Shen Zhishuang had not feigned ignorance. In truth, she could have pretended not to understand, but merely extending her hand was something every woman was taught before marriage. It was unnecessary to feign ignorance. If Li Yuan had been holding back for too long, who knew what he might do? The night was cool and tranquil. "Fetch water," he commanded suddenly from the bedroom. "Yes," the servants promptly responded. Shen Zhishuang's hand was weary, yet Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Compared to past encounters, today he merely sampled the moment. Whenever she mentioned her fatigue, he would cease immediately. Perhaps her body was gradually transforming due to the child, making her easily fatigued. Li Yuan, being extraordinary, possessed ample stamina. Despite having done nothing, Shen Zhishuang found herself sweating profusely. Once the water was brought in, she allowed Li Yuan to bathe her, drifting into a drowsy state. The nature of their relationship was no longer something she wished to contemplate. He was an enigma she could not decipher, so she resolved to take things as they came. The warm water lulled her as she lay in Li Yuan's embrace, and in the blink of an eye, she had fallen into a deep slumber. Observing her peaceful sleep, Li Yuan maintained a stoic expression as he washed her and commanded the bedding to be changed. When dawn broke, Shen Zhishuang hazily opened her eyes and found herself pressed against a firm chest. Instantly, she became fully alert. Li Yuan had long since awakened. He looked at her and said, "Today we shall visit your father, prepare yourself." Still groggy from sleep, Shen Zhishuang stared at him blankly for a moment before finally replying, "The Shen family has not sent any invitation. In a few days, I am to enter the court. If he wishes to foster a connection with me, sending an invitation would seem rather distant." She was reluctant to visit the Shen household, and with the child now, her aversion had only intensified. As Li Yuan sat up, Shen Zhishuang wrapped her arms around his strong waist, her fragrance wafting through the air, still lingering with a delicate scent. Her voice softened, "Husband, I do not wish to go." Chapter 30. Fever. In truth, the moment Li Yuan informed Shen Zhishuang to proceed to the Shen residence, a pang of regret washed over him. He ought to have risen much earlier. However, the previous night had been spent in frivolity, and he found himself wide awake until the stroke of midnight. Even he could not comprehend why he remained intrigued by this woman. In his past life, he had been a seasoned veteran, surrounded by countless beauties in his harem, but he prided himself on being impervious to the allure of physical beauty. Moreover, Shen Zhishuang was not one whose appearance could captivate the heart at first sight, leaving an indelible mark. Yet, he still indulged himself. He was baffled by his own thoughts. When he finally awoke, Shen Zhishuang was still in slumber. Gazing upon her visage, Li Yuan found himself lost in contemplation for an extended period. It was only when she opened her eyes that an inexplicable sense of panic seized him. In an effort to feign composure, he broached the subject of their visit to the Shen family. Upon hearing her express disinterest in going, he lowered his gaze to her soft arms draped around his waist and, with a stern countenance, remarked, "You say you do not wish to go, and so we shall not?" The previous night had not been devoid of merit for Shen Zhishuang. She was not naive. In her past life, she had been quite astute regarding men. In this era, where feudal ethics constrained individuals to the brink of transformation, Li Yuan was well aware of her prior engagement, and the fact that the man she was once promised to still harbored feelings for her even after their marriage. Despite this, he still sought to engage in intimate relations with her. Setting aside other considerations, Shen Zhishuang recognized that her strategy required adjustment. Initially, she had intended to maintain a purely professional relationship with Li Yuan. After giving birth to this child, he could pursue whomever he desired, as long as she was afforded status and dignity. In ancient times, status signified everything. As long as Li Yuan made it clear he would respect her, Shen Zhishuang's life would not be lacking. As for his affection, it would become superfluous once she bore a child. Though this was her plan, Li Yuan had no intention of adhering to her wishes. Even if he suspected her of infidelity, he still clung to her side. Shen Zhishuang was compelled to contemplate whether Li Yuan harbored a modicum of affection for her. Even if that affection was but a fleeting illusion, perhaps once the woman named Meng Xiuzhu arrived, his feelings would dissipate entirely. Yet, for the present, such sentiments were indeed present. Shen Zhishuang had to seize this slight fondness to secure some advantages for herself. Declining to visit the Shen residence was merely a test. Leaning against his broad back, she softly spoke, "The child is still too small. The doctor advised against any jostling for 3 months. The Shen family has always looked down upon me. If they were to learn of my pregnancy, who knows what schemes they would concoct." My dear husband, Li Yuan increasingly recognized the true nature of his wife. Recalling her decisive demeanor in their past life, he noted that in this one, she embodied a blend of firmness and gentleness. Li Yuan turned his gaze upon her. Shen Zhishuang showed no sign of fear. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, appearing quite enamored with him. They seemed to be at an impasse yet maintained a tranquil silence. After a considerable pause, Li Yuan finally spoke, "Then rest for now." "Thank you, my husband," Shen Zhishuang replied, her eyes sparkling with delight, a smile gracing her lips. Li Yuan regarded her with a cold smirk. When she sought his favor, she was quick to call him husband. Her ability to gauge circumstances never ceased to amaze him. Adapting to circumstances was one of Qin Jishuang's guiding principles. In her previous life, the entertainment industry was rife with rivalries, yet when faces met, smiles were the currency. To secure advantageous resources, cooperation was essential, necessitating amiable exchanges. One must learn to identify beneficial elements amidst adverse conditions. Her motivations were purely self-serving. Fortunately, Li Yuan was susceptible to her tactics. With the need to visit the Shen residence abated, Qin Jishuang felt a sense of relief. She soon donned a garment, cheerfully retrieving Li Yuan's heavy attire to assist him in dressing. The weather was turning increasingly frigid, and while she was aware of his robust constitution, warmth was still paramount. As she admonished him, she gestured for him to extend his arms. Recognizing her attempt to please him, Li Yuan wished to scoff, yet his expression softened somewhat. He did not allow Qin Jishuang to serve him. Instead, he took the clothing from her hands and dressed himself. Once attired and booted, Li Yuan departed the bedroom without a backward glance. Observing his exit, Qin Jishuang returned to her bed, intent on stealing a few more hours of slumber. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Shen residence, Qin Jinlin noted Qin Jishuang's absence with a hint of displeasure. "Has my daughter brought shame upon us?" Li Yuan smiled gently. "My esteemed father-in-law need not worry. Jishuang is with child and not yet 3 months along. The doctor advised her to refrain from excessive movement, hence I have permitted her to remain at home." Upon hearing of Qin Jishuang's pregnancy, Qin Jinlin's eyes sparkled. "Send someone to the storeroom, select a few gifts to present to the general." "Thank you, father-in-law," Li Yuan replied, noting the satisfaction in Qin Jinlin's demeanor as he respected him. Qin Jishuang's pregnancy at this critical juncture was indeed a boon for the Qin family. For the time being, Qin Jinlin still required Li Yuan's support. With Qin Jishuang bearing a child, the ties between their families would grow stronger, and Li Yuan's loyalty would deepen. "Before long, you shall assume your post. There are matters I must remind you of," Qin Jinlin added, prompting Li Yuan to adopt a posture of attentiveness. Observing his son-in-law's deference brought Qin Jinlin a sense of pride. The two engaged in amiable conversation, and after several rounds of wine, Li Yuan took his leave from the Shen residence. Upon returning to the general's estate, he made his way to Jingyu Zhai. There, Qin Jishuang was busy crafting tiny shoes and garments for the child alongside her maids. She possessed a genuine interest in needlework. In fact, she was intrigued by many pursuits. One must learn to find joy amidst adversity. Choosing to live in this era and bear children necessitated the cultivation of hobbies to sustain her spirit. Although she had not formally learned sewing and had no prior instruction, marrying Li Yuan had expanded her resources, allowing her to engage a skilled seamstress to accompany her and impart knowledge. Qin Jishuang had long established rules within the household. Those who breached them would face severe consequences, yet, as long as the rules remained intact, she was a benevolent mistress, rarely resorting to harshness and speaking kindly to her staff, who generally held her in high regard. Gathered with her maids, the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. However, when Li Yuan entered the main hall, the maids immediately set aside their needlework, bowing in respect. "You may all withdraw," he instructed. "Yes, my lord." Once they had departed, only Qin Jishuang remained. Noticing Li Yuan's somewhat dazed expression and the scent of alcohol wafting from him, she deduced that he had indulged a bit too much, though he was certainly not inebriated. This man, having consumed alcohol, sought her out. Who could say what he intended? Qin Jishuang approached him gently, offering her support as she whispered, "Do you have a headache? I shall request the kitchen to prepare a bowl of broth to sober you." Having returned to his youth as the emperor, Li Yuan was now faced with the necessity of starting anew. Despite possessing strategies and plans for the future, he occasionally found himself beset by an unshakable sense of restlessness. In theory, he had no regrets. Though his life had not been excessively long, he had passed away peacefully. Yet, he found himself reborn, and the memory of Qin Jinlin's loathsome visage earlier filled him with distaste. Upon returning to the general's estate, when a servant inquired whether he wished to return to his study, his immediate instinct was to refuse. Thoughts of Qin Jishuang led him to her side. Li Yuan grasped her hand without uttering a word. Seeing her lack of opposition indicated her consent, Qin Jishuang led him into the bedroom, urging him to sit upon the couch. She poured him a cup of tea and assisted him in removing his outer robe. Li Yuan allowed her to take charge. Fortunately, the smell of alcohol was not overly pungent, nor was it unbearable. Otherwise, Qin Jishuang would have been reluctant to tend to him. This child was considerate. As Qin Jishuang had hardly felt nauseous thus far, she stepped out to instruct the kitchen to prepare a sobering broth, returning to find Li Yuan gazing intently at her. Having exchanged glances with him numerous times, she no longer feared his piercing gaze. "Are you experiencing a headache? Once the broth arrives, you should take a nap," she suggested, gently brushing her fingers against his forehead. Li Yuan continued to gaze at her, his usual capacity for indulgence notwithstanding. He felt a heaviness in his head today. Li Yuan did not respond to her inquiry. Qin Jishuang furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. She tested his forehead again before checking her own. "You have a fever." Upon hearing her diagnosis, Li Yuan's consciousness finally sharpened. So, he was indeed ill. No wonder he felt so disoriented. His eyes regained their clarity. Under Shen Jishuang's watchful gaze, he abruptly stood and strode toward the exit. Shen Jishuang, bewildered by his sudden movement, called out to his retreating figure, "Where are you going?" Without turning back, he replied in a low voice, "I am going to the study. Have the servants attend to me later. Do not follow, lest you catch it too." Chapter 31 Commitment. In the ancient world, where medical conditions were exceedingly poor, the lack of adequate care meant that even a mere chill could claim a person's life. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Shen Jishuang let out a sigh of relief. To be fair, for the sake of the child she carried, she truly wished to avoid any contact with someone afflicted by a cold. In these times, a pregnant woman was often deemed less important than a child. If a doctor, prioritizing the unborn, were to deny her medication, it would be her own discomfort that she would have to endure. However, Shen Jishuang would not disregard Li Yuan. As his wife, she bore her own responsibilities. Observing Li Yuan stride away, she hastily called for his attendant, instructing him to deliver the outer robe Li Yuan had just shed. Subsequently, she sent for a physician with utmost urgency. The doctor examined Li Yuan's pulse and declared it was merely a slight chill. A few doses of medicine would suffice, prompting another sigh of relief from Shen Jishuang. Since he was not seriously ill, she refrained from fussing and requested the kitchen to prepare some light, heat-clearing meals for Li Yuan, dispatching someone to deliver them to him. Additionally, she penned a note, assuring Li Yuan that she would ensure he was reminded to take his medicine on time. After a restorative nap, as the effects of the wine dissipated, Li Yuan consumed another dose of medicine. He glanced at the letter Shen Jishuang had written and then at the prepared dishes. Without uttering a word, he began to eat. To the onlookers, the lady of the house appeared somewhat indifferent. As the matron of the estate, it was expected that Shen Jishuang should tend to her ailing husband, yet she merely sent servants in her stead, remaining steadfast and unmoving herself. At that moment, a gossipy maid interjected, "You think the lady does not wish to attend him?" The general forbade her, fearing she might catch his cold. The general truly cares for her. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly understood. Li Yuan was recuperating in the study and had not ventured outside. He was keenly aware of all that transpired within the estate. Hearing Shen Jishuang instruct the maid to explain to the servants, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. It was indeed true that he had not permitted her to come, but it was equally true that she did not wish to. He was not displeased by her little thoughts. In her past life, Shen Jishuang had been relatively healthy, yet whenever illness struck, it was never trivial. A mere lapse on his part had led to a chill. If it involved Shen Jishuang, who could say how long she might suffer? Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Ultimately, Shen Jishuang did not come to tend to him, yet the daily correspondence and meals continued unabated. Occasionally, he would reciprocate with gifts, such as authentic travelogues he encountered in the study. Despite not seeing each other for 3 or 4 days, their communication remained intact, a significant improvement compared to the previous month when Li Yuan had not acknowledged Shen Jishuang even once. Li Yuan convalesced in the study while Shen Jishuang reveled in her own comfort. It was only when the doctor confirmed that Li Yuan was fully recovered that he returned to the Jingyu pavilion. He had sent word to Shen Jishuang, who had been eagerly awaiting his return. Despite having been ill for several days, Li Yuan had not lost weight. Shen Jishuang inquired with the old physician, who explained that Li Yuan's constitution was robust, making him less susceptible to illness. The primary reason for his ailment was his overthinking, which had stoked internal fire, inviting ill humors into his body. What he kept hidden in his heart, he never shared with Shen Jishuang, and naturally, she would not pry. Given that the doctor had stated that this bout of illness had helped dissipate the malevolent energies, Shen Jishuang felt reassured. At this critical juncture, she did not wish for Li Yuan to encounter any misfortune. "General, you have returned. Today, I had someone prepare soup." Shen Jishuang warmly grasped his hand, guiding him to sit at the table. Li Yuan, feeling the softness of her palm, glanced at her before taking a seat. Shen Jishuang attended to him during the meal. He said nothing, but he consumed all the dishes she served and drank the soup she ladled, which was satisfactory to her. As night fell, he naturally rested there. After a few days apart, Li Yuan gazed at Shen Jishuang's belly, sensing it appeared slightly larger than before. The child was only 2 months along, and Shen Jishuang had not yet begun to show. Her abdomen remained flat, making it difficult to discern any change. Li Yuan enjoyed looking, and she allowed him to do so. After a prolonged gaze, he reached out to caress her stomach. Wishing to engage him in light conversation, Shen Jishuang smiled and asked, "General, have you decided on a name for the child?" Li Yuan paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "He shall be named Li Jin." Shen Jishuang blinked. "Will that name be for both a boy and a girl?" "It is for a boy," Li Yuan asserted, stroking her belly with conviction. Shen Jishuang's expression shifted slightly, her brow furrowed. What if it is a girl, what then? Li Yuan reiterated his previous statement, it is a boy. Shen Zhishuang felt a twinge of displeasure. She understood that in this era, a man's status outweighed that of a woman, and many favored sons. Even in modern society, where civilization had evolved for thousands of years, many still held similar sentiments, yet if Li Yuan insisted on having a boy, and she bore a girl, he might be disappointed, and if he treated their child poorly, Shen Zhishuang would not accept it. Grasping his hand, her face devoid of a smile, she said, not long ago, I asked you, and you said you would be content with either a boy or a girl. Why have your words changed today? If it is a girl, will you cast her aside? Her displeasure was evident on her face. Li Yuan looked taken aback. He observed her. For the first time, Shen Zhishuang displayed overt discontent in his presence. Feeling somewhat helpless, Li Yuan understood that the child Shen Zhishuang carried was indeed Jean Eyre, though she was unaware. I would be pleased with either a boy or a girl. However, the child in your womb, I dreamt, is a boy. How absurd! Shen Zhishuang regarded him with a look of incredulity. The child in her womb had yet to visit her dreams but had already appeared in his. And if it is a girl, can you guarantee you will not be disappointed? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth. I would not be. Shen Zhishuang had borne him several children. Whether boy or girl, they were all remarkable. In fact, daughters were often closer to him. Why would he disdain his own child? Seeing that he did not shy away from her gaze, she believed he was telling the truth. Her mood lightened somewhat. She held his hand earnestly, saying, I do not know how many children you may have in the future, but my children will be raised to avoid harming others and will never stray down the wrong path. When you achieve great success, please protect them. If you ever find yourself in despair, do ensure they are lifted from it. Originally, Shen Zhishuang had only intended to have this one child, yet Li Yuan still held her interest, and perhaps there would be more in the future. Regardless, she needed to secure his promise first. Li Yuan felt a sense of déjà vu. In his past life, she had spoken similar words to him, yet this time, she broached the subject earlier. Will I one day fall into despair? Shen Zhishuang did not flinch from his gaze. A general success often comes at the cost of many lives. The path you tread is perilous, and any outcome is possible. I naturally hope for your lifelong safety, but one must be prepared to find an escape when true danger looms. I am willing to bear your children because I see your wisdom and foresight. A glint of sharpness appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. What do you perceive? Shen Zhishuang had long understood that life in this world was fraught with difficulty. Her desire to bear children was for herself, to fulfill her own selfishness, yet she could not ignore the future of her offspring. Her decision to nurture new life with Li Yuan stemmed from the capable individuals surrounding him. Li Yuan was accompanied by several skilled individuals, some with foreign appearances. Shen Zhishuang did not know who they were or where they hailed from, but the fact that Li Yuan could command them, that they regarded him as their master, indicated his capability. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As long as he possessed the means, even if the capital faced calamity, Li Yuan would undoubtedly find a way to ensure her children's safety. The ancient world was vastly different from the modern one. Transportation was exceedingly limited. Many who fled would never be seen again. If dire circumstances arose, as long as he could find a way for her children to survive, Shen Zhishuang would feel content. She had initially intended to win Li Yuan's favor, at least to ensure he acknowledged their child, and now that their relationship showed signs of warmth, she chose to lay her cards on the table and instill her beliefs in him. Shen Zhishuang voiced her concerns to Li Yuan, whose countenance darkened. Husband, since we have chosen to bring a child into this world, we must take responsibility for them. However, once they grow up and no longer require parental support, we can grant them their freedom. Yet during their formative years, as parents, we must protect them. You have allies who can safeguard their peace. If that day truly comes, you will surely act accordingly, will you not? Shen Zhishuang asked softly. Li Yuan had long recognized that Shen Zhishuang was no ordinary woman. Since arriving in the capital, he had limited contact with his subordinates, keeping them on standby. Yet Shen Zhishuang had only seen a few instances and had already discerned numerous clues. Her intelligence was astonishing. Fortunately, they were on the same boat, ultimately seeking his protection for their children. Li Yuan caressed her belly, gazing into her earnest eyes, and slowly nodded. Rest assured, since they wish to become part of our family, I will ensure they remain safe. If absolutely necessary, I will send them to another place. Even if it means living incognito, they shall still lead a peaceful life. Shen Zhishuang exhaled a sigh of relief. With his promise, she felt secure. She knew this man would not go back on his word. She smiled and gently kissed Li Yuan's cheek. Thank you. In the next moment, Li Yuan grasped her hand. What do you thank me for? Chapter 32. The vase gazing into his profound eyes, Shen Zhishuang smiled without even blinking. I must express my gratitude for the haven you have provided for me and our child, allowing me to lead a stable life and fostering my anticipation for the days ahead. She had always been eloquent. Li Yuan let out a cold snort, offering no verbal response. The child belonged to both of them. How could he neglect his responsibilities? It was only she who remained cautious, seeking a promise from him. He had not descended to the depths of ignoring his own family, even for this woman, who bore his child. If misfortune were to befall her, he would ensure her departure. Noticing him close his eyes in silence, Shenji Shuang assumed he was on the verge of sleep. Just as she was about to call for someone to extinguish the lamp, Li Yuan had already grasped her hand, drawing her closer. Shenji Shuang regarded him with an expression that was difficult to articulate. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed him, "My lord, now that your cold has subsided, the doctor advised that you should prioritize rest." Li Yuan seemed oblivious to her words, tightening his grip on her hand. Shenji Shuang was particularly curious as to why he chose to hold her hand when he had one of his own. Ultimately, she acquiesced to his wishes, believing that gaining a promise from him tonight warranted some form of reciprocation. After wasting over an hour, Shenji Shuang finally found an opportunity to sleep. Observing her drift off at the slightest tilt of her head, Li Yuan smirked coldly. The more carefree she appeared, the more unwilling he felt. He, too, was curious to see how far he could tolerate this woman. The weather had been pleasant these past few days, and Shenji Shuang's spirits remained high. Each day, she would plan her activities. Fortunately, the household comprised only herself and Li Yuan, leaving her free from the oversight of others. While fishing by the pavilion, she heard her close maidservant inform her, "Madam, the Guanlan courtyard reports that a pair of vases is missing." The Guanlan courtyard had been meticulously organized, and Shenji Shuang had personally inspected it, ensuring there were no discrepancies. It was indeed laughable that the first wife was responsible not only for the livelihood of the secondary wives but also had to treat it as a serious duty, or any oversight could lead to punishment from her superiors. Shenji Shuang was quite conscientious in her responsibilities. Although pregnant, she could not guarantee her position of authority would remain intact indefinitely. Her power stemmed from Li Yuan, who fluctuated between warmth and coldness towards her. Lacking control over him, it was paramount that she maintained her diligence to avoid any errors. After a moment's reflection, she instructed her maidservant, "Please send the pair of vases from my room over." Initially, Li Yuan had treated her exceedingly well, gifting her precious items. That pair of vases, rumored to have been crafted by renowned artisans of the previous dynasty, was exceedingly rare. As for how Li Yuan acquired them, Shenji Shuang deemed it unnecessary to inquire. Awareness of one's own position is of great value. Upon hearing her request, the maidservant cautiously replied, "Madam, that pair of vases is worth a fortune. Are you certain you wish to send them?" Shenji Shuang did not place much value on the monetary worth of the vases. After all, everything in the estate was meticulously recorded, and she had no intention of selling anything. Li Yuan's attitude towards Meng Xiuzhu was of utmost importance. To incite his ire would be disastrous. "Send them over," she reiterated firmly, leaving the maidservant with no choice but to comply. That evening, Li Yuan returned to Jingyu Pavilion. For several days, he had taken refuge there, and Shenji Shuang, who once longed for his departure, now found herself indifferent. The two shared an ordinary meal, and as Li Yuan entered the bedroom, he sensed something amiss. Glancing at the antique shelf, it suddenly struck him, "Didn't I gift you a pair of vases? Where have you placed them?" He cherished those vases deeply. He had no reluctance in giving them to Shenji Shuang, as they would still be pleasing to the eye wherever they were displayed. Shenji Shuang was taken aback. His memory was surprisingly sharp. After a moment's contemplation, she opted for honesty. "The Guanlan courtyard is missing a pair of vases, so I instructed someone to send them over." A slight change flickered across Li Yuan's expression. He had been preoccupied these days, engrossed in his affairs outside. Although Xin Jinlin had indeed thrust him into the tumultuous capital, to establish himself, he would need to rely on his own efforts. That old schemer had no intent to genuinely assist him, he merely sought to exploit him. Having caught a cold and been busy, Li Yuan had unconsciously relegated thoughts of Meng Xiuzhu to the back of his mind. Shenji Shuang occasionally reminded him of the preparations at the Guanlan courtyard, and he would simply listen without much interest. It was only when Shenji Shuang prompted him that he recalled the passage of time. Meng Xiuzhu was likely nearing the capital. Li Yuan regarded Shenji Shuang, "Is everything ready over there?" Shenji Shuang nodded earnestly, "It's mostly arranged. If you're concerned, I can accompany you to take a look." Li Yuan felt no apprehension. Shenji Shuang had always excelled in managing the household. His gaze drifted once more to the spot where the vases had been absent. After a moment's thought, he declared, "Bring the vases back. Gifts given to you should not be placed elsewhere, it is simply inappropriate." "Very well," Shenji Shuang agreed without dissent. She merely pondered the significance of the woman named Meng Xiuzhu in Li Yuan's heart. Logically, a pair of vases given to her should suffice. His insistence on reclaiming them seemed overly pedantic. Li Yuan remained unaware of Shenji Shuang's thoughts. He merely felt that the absence of familiar decor in the room was unsettling. Shenji Shuang, efficient in her duties, quickly dispatched someone to the Guanlan courtyard to return the vases to their rightful place. Upon seeing the vases restored to their familiar spot, Li Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. As his gaze shifted, he noticed Shenji Shuang still observing him intently. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Is there something else? I was merely inquiring about Miss Meng's preferences. She will be residing here soon, and we must ensure everything is arranged accordingly. Li Yuan cast her a perplexed glance. When she arrives, you may ask her directly. How would I know? With that, he retreated into the bedroom, shedding his outer robe and casually picking up a book to read. Shenji Shuang found herself momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by his abrupt dismissal. With his confidant about to arrive, his demeanor remained so aloof. It was no wonder he had yet to secure a wife at over 20 years of age. Li Yuan felt no fault in his response. He had little knowledge of Meng Shouju, and although she had borne him a child in a past life, it held no weight in his mind. As an emperor, he had far too many concerns to remember the preferences of a mere woman. In contrast, Shenji Shuang, whether in this life or the last, had always been remarkably attentive. She remembered the birthdays and tastes of the palace concubines far better than he did. It was her periodic expressions of care that fostered a harmonious atmosphere among those concubines. While he had previously held her in high regard, the revelation of reality revealed the underlying truth. Her lack of jealousy towards his women stemmed from her complete absence of affection for him. With this realization, Li Yuan felt a growing sense of frustration. What are you dawdling for? Come and sleep. Chapter 33 The Jade Pendant. In truth, Shenji Shuang had not stood for long before she discerned the malice in his tone. She responded with a simple, yes. After a considerable effort, both of them finally lay down, and Shenji Shuang thought she might escape exertion for the day. Li Yuan appeared equally unenthusiastic, but just as she tucked them both under the covers, he seized her hand once more. Was he truly so interested? Shenji Shuang found herself questioning whether he had ingested something peculiar. As time passed, she adapted from her initial shock to a growing familiarity. Moreover, Li Yuan had taken to biting her neck quite fiercely the following day. As Shenji Shuang gazed into the mirror at the mark left on her neck, she mused that Li Yuan ought to be diagnosed with mania in modern times. He would trouble her for trivial matters, and though she sought to maintain a clear boundary as mere cooperative spouses, he was obstinate, proving more difficult to please than anyone else. Fortunately, there was no broken skin. When the maid inquired if she wished to apply some ointment, Shenji Shuang declined, instructing her personal attendant to keep quiet about such private matters. Her duties did not extend to sharing personal affairs for the amusement of others. Recently, Li Yuan had cultivated a few acquaintances, whether genuinely or for ulterior motives. He was no longer the inconspicuous fourth-rank general. Shenji Shuang was unaware of his official position, and he would not divulge such details to her. During their time in the capital, it was inevitable that Li Yuan would engage in some clandestine dealings to gain the trust of certain individuals. His public outings were merely a smokescreen, and he had informed Shenji Shuang of her pregnancy, likely prompting her to ponder further. Days passed, and Li Yuan received a letter from Meng Shouju, who would arrive in the capital in approximately 10 days. In her correspondence, she requested that he personally come to fetch her. Li Yuan did not set out himself but instead dispatched his most capable subordinate to greet her in advance. Shenji Shuang remained oblivious to this matter, and even if she were aware, it would hardly concern her. In this era of distorted marital relationships, where men maintained multiple concubines and engaged in romantic liaisons with each, such conduct was exceedingly commonplace. Should Shenji Shuang concern herself with these affairs, she would surely exhaust herself instead. She preferred to immerse herself in pursuits that would benefit her, such as embroidery. Recently, she had become enamored with needlework, foregoing her reading at night to admire the various patterns. Li Yuan could not discern any differences among the designs, aside from their exquisite appearances, yet Shenji Shuang examined them with great interest. As darkness fell, he cautioned her that it would strain her eyes. The room was sufficiently illuminated. After all, as the male and female heads of the household, it would be disgraceful if they could not even afford a lamp. Shenji Shuang had a precise understanding of her vision. Short-term strain would not impair it significantly. Since Li Yuan had offered a reminder, she seized the opportunity to inquire, "Which one do you prefer?" Li Yuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her in silence. "I am currently learning needlework, and my first completed garment will naturally be for you. You ought to choose a pattern. If none appeal to you, I can find more for you to select from tomorrow." Shenji Shuang swiftly clarified her intentions. Evidently, the expression on the face of this imposing figure brightened. He seemed to take an interest in the designs, casually flipping through them. After perusing, Li Yuan blandly instructed her, "You may choose." He could not discern any distinctions among them. Understanding his implication, Shenji Shuang smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, I will craft it carefully for you. However, as it is my first attempt, it may not be to your liking. Should it not meet your expectations, do not hesitate to return it to me." Li Yuan muttered 2 words, too talkative. Why would he discard a gift she presented to him? Shen Jishuang, feeling more spirited, added, I have also been learning to create nets. If you could lend me your jade pendant, I would be delighted to craft one for you. Alas, in this era, Shen Jishuang had no friends. While the maids and matrons could accompany her, the rigid hierarchy prevented her from sharing daily musings with them. Li Yuan was different. Although he did not comprehend her entirely, they remained the nominal heads of the household, enjoying a relatively equal standing. A few exchanges with him were far more rewarding than speaking to a brick wall. She perceived nothing amiss in her words, but upon finishing, Li Yuan merely stared at her, lost in thought. Shen Jishuang, accustomed to his gaze, continued to smile. I also intend to create a net for myself, but my first piece will undoubtedly be for you. You possess a jade pendant? Li Yuan finally spoke. Shen Jishuang was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp his meaning. Yes, I do. As Li Yuan's principal wife, Shen Jishuang lacked for material resources. He had always been generous with her, occasionally gifting her exquisite jewelry, and she possessed several jade pendants. Yet, soon, she grasped the implication. To be honest, had it not been for Li Yuan's status as her husband in this life, she would rather not engage in further discussions about the matter. If one were to be factual, Lu Ziyuan had precedence. By the nature of their past, he should have been the one more aggrieved, yet, it was evident that Li Yuan was the one causing the uproar. Are you intent on dragging this out indefinitely? How long has it been since the matter with Lu Ziyuan occurred? I will tell you, when I gave that jade pendant to him, I regretted it deeply. I feared he would destroy the memento left to me by my mother, but I was destitute, with nothing else to offer. At that time, both families had agreed upon it, which is why I relinquished it. You know to whom I belong, and whose child I now carry. You are far more aware than I. Shen Jishuang erupted in a torrent of emotion, tears streaming down her face. Outside, the maid on watch heard her cries, and though unaware of their quarrel, she called out in concern, Madam, not long ago, the old physician gave you a pulse check and assured you that there is a child in your womb. He cautioned against emotional upheaval. Please do not cry, for it may harm your health. Despite the maid's words, Shen Jishuang's tears did not cease, cradling her belly. She sat there in her thin garments, exuding an air of fragility. Li Yuan was bewildered by her outburst, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her in such distress darkened his expression. He had merely made a sarcastic remark, not anticipating such a fierce reaction. As Shen Jishuang wept, Li Yuan gritted his teeth and wiped her tears. What have I said? I merely made an observation. Are you intentionally giving me the cold shoulder? How many times have you brought this up? How many times have I explained? Feel your belly, the child is nearly showing. Can we not live in peace for these few months? Shen Jishuang glared at him, her eyes reddened. Li Yuan, equally stern, met her gaze. Ultimately, he succumbed. He could not fathom why he felt compelled to provoke her. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Li Yuan hastily dressed and left the room. In the blink of an eye, the chamber felt desolate, leaving only Shen Jishuang behind. She presumed he was angered by her and would choose to ignore her for a time. She felt no particular panic. She did not wish to remedy Li Yuan's erratic behavior. A period of silence might stabilize her pregnancy. However, to her surprise, less than 15 minutes later, he returned, his demeanor fierce, holding a box in hand. The box appeared vaguely familiar to Shen Jishuang. Before her, Li Yuan opened it, revealing a jade pendant nestled within. This pendant had once been carefully safeguarded by Shen Jishuang but had been taken back by its original owner. She had not anticipated seeing it again today. Staring at Li Yuan in astonishment, he gritted his teeth as he addressed her. Your mother's jade pendant, being a precious heirloom, should be kept safely. Do not take it out frivolously. This pendant is a gift from me to you, and from now on, you shall wear it close to you. Chapter 34. Unraveling. Shen Jishuang was somewhat taken aback. However, she had not yet been so reckless as to believe that Li Yuan had suddenly developed feelings for her. Not to mention, his beloved confidant was still on her way. Stealthily observing Li Yuan, Shen Jishuang could sense that he harbored a modicum of affection for her. Ever since her past entanglements with Lu Ziyuan had been revealed, he had remained passive, and even after she became pregnant, he still chose to spend his days in her company. All these signs indicated that perhaps, beyond the entanglements of interest, this man felt a flicker of genuine emotion for her. But did a man's affection truly hold significance? Love cannot be consumed as sustenance. Modern individuals understand this truth. If Shen Jishuang did not seize the opportunity presented by his feelings, they would dissipate in an instant. Many contemporary men, even within the confines of monogamous marriages, still seek solace in the arms of other women, professing love for their wives while perhaps engaging in clandestine conversations on their phones, all within the framework of moral restraint. In contrast, ancient men faced no such limitations. With sufficient resources, taking multiple wives was as effortless as drinking water. Could they truly comprehend the essence of love? Shen Jishuang had always believed that one must strive for everything, that destiny should be grasped firmly in one's own hands. True love is a rarity in this world. She had no fortune to rely upon, however. The jade pendant was a token he had bestowed upon his wife. The mere act of returning it signified his continued acknowledgement of her as his spouse. This was indeed favorable news for her. Li Yuan still wielded the power to dictate her fate. It was an era where men could kill their wives without fear of consequences. His return of the pendant at least indicated that she had successfully navigated the obstacle posed by Lu Ziyuan. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jishuang's eyes welled with tears once more. In an unexpected moment, she threw herself into Li Yuan's embrace. "You are still willing to return the jade pendant to me?" Li Yuan, caught off guard by her sudden action, instinctively wrapped his arms around her. He let out a cold laugh. He was aware that she was putting on an act, yet he also recognized that her joy was genuine. This woman was evidently afraid that one day he might no longer require her as his wife. As she prepared to express her emotions further, Li Yuan found himself lacking the patience to listen any longer. From the moment he returned the jade pendant to Shen Jishuang, her suspicions were confirmed. He truly no longer wished to dwell on her past with Lu Ziyuan. Shen Jishuang was still to bear his child, and he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Moreover, as he cast a low glance at the woman nestled in his arms, he realized that her greatest love now belonged solely to him, especially after she bore his children. In recent days, he had occasionally placed documents written by Lu Ziyuan atop her desk. Observing her reaction, he noticed that she often appeared momentarily speechless. This woman did not shy away or show fear. She merely expressed her disdain for his childishness. After several such encounters, even Li Yuan grew weary of the game. Clearly, his earlier predictions had been misguided. Shen Jishuang's lack of affection for him did not equate to an adoration for Lu Ziyuan. Evidently, that man had long been irrelevant in her eyes. Reflecting on the events of 30 years past, he felt as though he had regained the youthful wisdom of his 20s, and it struck him as rather tedious to repeatedly test her affections for a man. Returning the jade pendant was merely a formality. Above all, he hoped Shen Jishuang would refrain from startling him at every turn. For the sake of their child, she needed to exhibit a degree of composure. "What does returning the jade pendant signify?" "I trust you understand without further elaboration," Li Yuan said, looking down at the woman in his embrace. Shen Jishuang lifted her tear-streaked face from his chest, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "Rest assured, I shall be a good wife for you, managing your household and bearing your children." Li Yuan scrutinized her. Her insincere gaze stirred feelings of irritation within him, yet, he recognized the truth in her words. She had no other path available to her. Once the child was born, their ties would only deepen, leaving him with little reason to remain conflicted. "Then let us sleep," Li Yuan commanded. After her performance, Shen Jishuang felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. As he extinguished the lamp with a snap of his fingers, she nestled comfortably in Li Yuan's arms, drifting into slumber in the blink of an eye. Should Li Yuan change in the future, she would need to remain vigilant. This night, a knot between them had been untied, and there was no longer a need for pretense. Sleep took precedence, setting aside the fact that Li Yuan was a living, breathing man and her nominal master. Shen Jishuang regarded him simply as a source of warmth. As the weather grew colder, she found herself needing to warm the bed for a while before settling in. Even before the time for charcoal fires had arrived, she had no intention of making exceptions for herself or with Li Yuan as her automatic heater. She found comfort in his presence. He bore no unpleasant odors and maintained a clean disposition, always bathing after his martial training. Shen Jishuang was rather pleased with his standards of hygiene. A man like him, when embraced for warmth, presented no issues beyond being a bit rigid. As Shen Jishuang slept soundly, Li Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance. He could not pinpoint when it had begun, but he marveled at how deeply Shen Jishuang now slumbered beside him. Were she to hear his thoughts, she would tell him that they had weathered a crisis of trust, and her understanding of him had deepened significantly, leading to a revised assessment of his character. Confident that Li Yuan would not grow angry over her lingering slumber when he required her assistance in the middle of the night, she decided it best to enjoy a restful sleep. News of the couple's quarrel followed swiftly with whispers throughout the household. As they soon reconciled, Shen Jishuang paid little heed to the gossip. She had heard their version of events. The servants murmured that her mood had soured due to her pregnancy, causing her to vent her frustrations upon the general, yet he had endured it. Clearly, the mistress still enjoyed a degree of favor, and it was advisable not to offend her. Shen Jishuang found satisfaction in this narrative. Li Yuan was the true master of the household. If he could silence those beneath him, she had no need to concern herself with their chatter or following their argument. Shen Jishuang felt that her life had improved significantly. The only variable remained the yet-to-arrive Miss Meng. That night, after Li Yuan had come, Shen Jishuang inquired about Meng Xiuju's situation. "What identity should we assign her? To ensure her entrance into the household remains ambiguous, we cannot risk the servants gossiping." Li Yuan contemplated the matter seriously, realizing that a clear arrangement for Meng Xiuju's identity would facilitate appropriate hospitality. As the legitimate wife, Shen Jishuang's position was secure. It appeared that Meng Xiuzhu had no other role than that of a concubine. After a moment of reflection, Li Yuan suggested, "Let us present her as a distant relative for now. We shall address future matters as they arise." Shen Jishuang raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Which distant relative suddenly takes residence in a household?" "Let us call her your distant cousin, and instruct the servants to refer to her as cousin," then, Shen Jishuang proposed. Having settled the matter concerning her cousin, Li Yuan regarded her with a hint of disapproval, stating, "Not a cousin, she is slightly older than I am." Chapter 35 has arrived, and Shen Jishuang is somewhat taken aback. Li Yuan, at the tender age of 25, falls squarely within the demographic of suitable young adults in modern times, yet in this ancient setting, he is undeniably considered an older gentleman. In contrast, Shen Jishuang, who has just turned 20, is perceived by others as a woman of advanced years from a physiological standpoint. Both are indeed in the prime of their youth. However, the societal clock ticks differently for them. Meng Xiuzhu, being older than Li Yuan, raises the question of their relationship. The two of them, entangled in romance at the frontier, must have shared intimate moments. Shen Jishuang's thoughts raced. Should she refer to her as cousin? If you decide to change your mind later, we can always adjust. Should you wish to take her as a concubine, do inform me in advance, for I must prepare accordingly. Once I am with child, I will be less mobile and must plan ahead for everything. Li Yuan, lost in his own musings, cast a cold glance at her, noting her lack of jealousy. "You seem devoid of any possessiveness." Most women, no matter how adeptly they feign indifference, cannot conceal their sorrow when their husbands seek the company of other women. To say that Shen Jishuang is heartless is an understatement. Her heart is akin to stone, impervious to warmth. Perceiving the chill in his words, Shen Jishuang remained unruffled, her gaze clear. "If my weeping and wailing could ensure you abstain from taking a concubine or seeking other women, I would gladly do so 1,000 times. Yet, you cannot, and I refuse to let my sorrow affect our child. If a suitable candidate truly arises in the future, simply let me know, and I shall take good care of the household, ensuring harmony and peace so you can remain untroubled." A man who desires it all often meets a dismal fate. He wishes for his wife to cherish him while simultaneously embracing multiple lovers, demanding that all women focus solely on him. His expectations are rather lofty. After all they have endured together, Shen Jishuang does not wish to continue playing a role. Should she overact, Li Yuan might fear for his lover's safety, and the one who would suffer would still be her. Moreover, the principal wife possesses her own distinct authority. In this era, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is heavily emphasized, unlike the ancient times Shen Jishuang previously experienced, where the division between legitimate and illegitimate children was ridiculed. Here it serves a protective function for her. Setting aside other matters, the principal wife has the power to manage the concubines at her discretion, a fact that brings her a sense of satisfaction. She does not seek to harm others, but neither does she wish to be harmed. As Shen Jishuang finally found her own peace, she dismissed Li Yuan's petty grievances as mere background noise. Li Yuan, intending to counter her, found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly confine himself to just one woman? After all, this woman does not hold him dear. Why should he remain faithful to her? With no meeting of minds, both fell silent, ending the conversation. Observing Shen Jishuang engrossed in her needlework, Li Yuan, feeling impatient, turned and placed her handiwork aside. Extinguishing the lamp, Shen Jishuang, indifferent, continued her sewing, motivated by two reasons: to acquire a skill for times of uncertainty, and to cultivate a few hobbies for herself. Even solitary individuals in modern times can find joy through their interests. Hobbies are of paramount importance. With a few lifelong passions, one's journey through life need not feel excessively lonely. Unable to find someone who resonates with her spirit, Shen Jishuang resolved to entertain herself. Since he had extinguished the lamp, she would retire for the night. A regular routine is essential for good health. As she prepared for sleep, Li Yuan once again grasped her hand. Shen Jishuang rolled her eyes. One is a husband, the other a wife. Outsiders are expected to rejoice at the affection shown to their lady, and she is acutely aware of the situation, naturally considering her own interests. Nevertheless, she found herself somewhat speechless. After laboring over her needlework, she felt fatigued, yet, she knew she must heed Li Yuan's words. Delaying would only disrupt her schedule. Time passed, and eventually, all fell quiet. After freshening up, Shen Jishuang turned to sleep. Just before slumber claimed her, she mused drowsily that perhaps she should refrain from sewing tomorrow, for her wrists were sore. 3 days later, while enjoying a specially ordered milk dessert, a servant cautiously approached. A carriage has arrived outside, and the driver, bearing the general's token, announces that Miss Meng has arrived. Shen Jishuang maintained a calm demeanor, calculating the time. It was indeed due. After much anticipation, she would finally meet the true visage of Meng Xiuzhu. Shen Jishuang leisurely finished her milk dessert. The cook Li Yuan had found for her was exceptionally skilled, quick to learn. Given a few days of description about the desserts she enjoyed in modern times, she was able to replicate them almost perfectly. Shen Jishuang felt an overwhelming sense of joy with this cook. It felt as though she had struck gold. Striving to enhance her living conditions is a hallmark of someone who cherishes life, an eternal pursuit of happiness. Shen Jishuang deeply valued talent. This cook could easily hold a masteress position in modern times, yet in this era, it took considerable effort for Li Yuan to recruit her. After all, opportunities for women in the workforce were exceedingly scarce. Had this cook not been of lower status, having traversed through various households as a servant, Li Yuan might never have brought her into his own home. Such thoughts were best left unexamined, for dwelling on them only darkened her mood. Shen Jishuang quickly quelled her wandering thoughts. At least the cook was here, and she would provide her with the utmost care, to which the cook responded with gratitude and contentment. Setting down her finished bowl, Shen Jishuang instructed the servant, "Have the steward go and welcome her. Bring her to me." "Yes, my lady." Shen Jishuang assessed her appearance in the mirror, ensuring there were no missteps in her attire, and patiently awaited the arrival. Li Yuan exited, and as the general's legitimate wife, soon to be a mother, it would be beneath her dignity to go out and greet Meng Xiuzhui. Furthermore, Shen Jishuang was not one to fawn. Even if this woman were Li Yuan's true love, it would not sway her. A man may encounter numerous true loves throughout his life, yet he may not even recognize them until his final breath. Li Yuan was clearly a man driven by ambition, his pursuit of power far deeper than any affection for women. In such a short time, he had already carved out a presence for himself, earning recognition from certain circles. Despite knowing Meng Xiuzhui's impending arrival, he continued to maintain his busy schedule, never allowing it to interfere with his affairs. In a sense, Li Yuan's demeanor mirrored Shen Jishuang's own. His indifference to romantic entanglements facilitated her ability to manage affairs impartially. Shen Jishuang merely hoped that the visitors would not disrupt her normal life. Beyond that, she made no demands. After a brief wait of about 15 minutes, a voice called from outside. "Madam, Miss Meng is presently waiting at the door," the servant reported. A faint smile graced Shen Jishuang's lips. "Then let her enter." "Yes." Chapter 36 Etiquette. As she gazed upon the woman standing before her, a flicker of surprise glimmered in Shen Jishuang's eyes. In her imagination, Meng Xiuzhui must possess a beauty that transcends the ordinary, captivating enough to gain the favor of the notoriously difficult Li Yuan. In reality, while Meng Xiuzhui was not unattractive, her features were well-defined, and her countenance charming. She could hardly be deemed a paragon of beauty, meriting only the description of being delicate and graceful. What astonished Shen Jishuang even more was the fact that, despite being adorned in splendid garments and a golden hairpin, Meng Xiuzhui exuded an air of timidity, instinctively avoiding her gaze when their eyes met. In this era, where medical and hygienic conditions were woefully inadequate, people aged rapidly, and though Meng Xiuzhui did not appear overtly aged, she was certainly no longer youthful. So this was the visage of Li Yuan's beloved confidant. This thought flitted through Shen Jishuang's mind, but it was merely a fleeting consideration. The type of woman Li Yuan sought was of no concern to her, as long as that individual posed no threat to her well-being. Shen Jishuang did not allow herself to grow complacent simply because Meng Xiuzhui did not match her preconceived notions. In a time when a woman's ascent was entirely dependent on men, and her opportunities for elevation were utterly extinguished, women were taught from an early age to vie for the affections of men. Securing their love meant securing their future stability. Shen Jishuang dared not claim that Meng Xiuzhui was a paragon of virtue, nor would she jest about the child growing within her. Observing Meng Xiuzhui standing there, seemingly lost in thought and neglecting to return her greeting, Shen Jishuang couldn't help but let out a soft sigh internally. Indeed, in a feudal society where social hierarchies were starkly defined, even the unlettered populace was aware of the need to pay their respects to those of higher status. Meng Xiuzhui could not possibly have been ignorant of this. Rather, she simply chose not to extend her courtesy towards Shen Jishuang. 2 years ago, Li Yuan had attained the rank of 4th-grade official, and when Shen Jishuang had married him, the emperor had graciously conferred upon her the title of a noble lady. Although the current emperor was known for his incompetence, he still maintained a facade of propriety. To uphold the class system, even the empress would first acknowledge social rank before discussing familial ties, a deeply ingrained consciousness of hierarchy. As a commoner, Meng Xiuzhui was expected to pay her respects to Shen Jishuang, who held the title of a noblewoman. When she visited, Shen Jishuang had meticulously planned to support Meng Xiuzhui before she bowed, feigning a deep emotional connection. Yet, she watched as Meng Xiuzhui approached, seemingly prepared to offer her greetings, only to halt, lost in thought. Such a blatant display of disregard was indeed surprising. Shen Jishuang felt no anger, merely a sense of curiosity at such a superficial and transparent attitude. As Meng Xiuzhui failed to acknowledge her, Shen Jishuang would not force a greeting upon her. Expressing concern for Meng Xiuzhui in front of Li Yuan was merely a means to cultivate a favorable impression of her diligence. In the face of Meng Xiuzhui herself, as long as Shen Jishuang did not wish her harm, Li Yuan would have no grounds to act against her. Lifting a cup of water, Shen Jishuang took a slow sip, leading Meng Xiuzhui to believe she was about to speak. The latter grew tense, only for Shen Jishuang to set the cup down without uttering a word. An awkward silence enveloped the room, and Meng Xiuzhui's cheeks flushed slightly. After what felt like an eternity, Meng Xiuzhui finally made a move, bowing slightly and murmuring, "I pay my respects to the lady." Though not lacking in intelligence, her thoughts were simply misplaced. Shen Zhishuang quickly smiled, her tone gentle. "Miss Meng, having traveled such a distance, I have instructed my servants to prepare warm water and meals for you. Once you return to the Guanshan courtyard, do take a moment to rest. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Meng Xiaozhu's expression stiffened slightly. "Please, go ahead. I have consulted with the general. In order for you to reside in the general's estate with a proper identity, he suggests that you publicly declare yourself as his distant cousin. Henceforth, the household will refer to you as cousin, and you must not let slip the truth." Meng Xiaozhu's countenance darkened, and she retorted, "Am I truly his cousin? It is merely a facade for public consumption. Should the general have other arrangements, you must heed his instructions when the time comes." Shen Zhishuang maintained her smile, unwavering. Meng Xiaozhu found the smile somewhat blinding and, after a brief nod, lapsed into silence. Shen Zhishuang proceeded to relay various domestic matters before dismissing her. In a certain sense, Meng Xiaozhu's attitude was more apparent on her face than hidden within her heart. The age-old adage rings true: while one may evade overt attacks, the subtler ones are far more treacherous. Upon encountering Meng Xiaozhu, Shen Zhishuang felt a sense of calm wash over her. She summoned the chief steward and instructed him to accommodate all of Meng Xiaozhu's requests, provided they did not exceed acceptable boundaries, without needing to consult her. The privileges granted to Meng Xiaozhu were hardly lacking. The benefits she enjoyed were on par with those of Shen Zhishuang. Should she remain unsatisfied, Shen Zhishuang would have no choice but to seek assistance from Li Yuan. That night, upon returning home, Li Yuan made his way to the Jingyu studio. By the time he arrived, Shen Zhishuang was already fast asleep. Recently, he had been preoccupied with affairs, often returning home late into the night. Shen Zhishuang was oblivious to the nature of his late-night endeavors, but she could not simply wait for him, especially in her delicate condition. After leaving a lamp burning for him, she drifted off to sleep. On this particular night, Shen Zhishuang found her slumber somewhat restless. As Li Yuan finished his ablutions and settled beside her, she awoke. Observing him disrobe, she instinctively assisted him, remarking, "Miss Meng has been settled in the Guanshan courtyard." Li Yuan acknowledged her with a nonchalant revealing no further reaction. He had already been informed of Meng Xiaozhu's arrival. Shen Zhishuang offered this notification out of courtesy, and upon receiving his acknowledgement, she closed her eyes, intending to resume her slumber. "What is your impression of her after meeting her today?" Shen Zhishuang's eyes flew open. She scrutinized Li Yuan, whose expression was inscrutable, betraying no hint of his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to speak candidly. She was uncertain of Li Yuan's intentions regarding Meng Xiaozhu, but since she had taken residence, Shen Zhishuang felt it prudent to secure favorable terms for herself. She refrained from any embellishment, simply recounting the encounter. How Meng Xiaozhu had stood before her, initially poised to bow, yet hesitated, remaining silent until she finally acknowledged her with a bow before continuing their conversation. If she were to withhold this account, the spies Li Yuan had placed within her midst would surely relay it to him. Li Yuan listened intently, allowing her to speak without interruption. Only after she concluded did he inquire, "So, you have grown weary of her?" Li Yuan's question struck her as rather amusing. Would her disdain or fondness for Meng Xiaozhu inflict irrevocable harm upon her? Certainly not. According to the laws of this dynasty, should a concubine oppress the legitimate wife, the latter was entitled to exercise her authority, be it through sale or even death, within the bounds of legality. However, Shen Zhishuang understood the underlying truth. She too was a possession of Li Yuan, albeit with a slightly elevated status. If he desired to dote upon another woman, no one could impede him. Reflecting on this, Shen Zhishuang articulated her most genuine sentiments. "I am not familiar with your past with Miss Meng. Having met her for the first time today, I cannot claim to be weary of her. However, she must learn the proper etiquette. As your status ascends, those within your household must adapt accordingly and refrain from causing you distress. Today's incident is but a minor occurrence, yet it is imperative for Miss Meng to grasp the implications of the rigid hierarchy that governs the capital. I harbor no animosity towards her, I merely wish to avoid complications." Chapter 37 Limitations. Shen Zhishuang was genuinely averse to complications. Once Meng Xiaozhu became a concubine of Li Yuan and basked in his favor, she would inevitably become arrogant and engage in unbecoming behavior, which would undoubtedly implicate Shen Zhishuang. She merely hoped for everyone to act with propriety and maintain peace, especially since she was with child and had no inclination to partake in domestic intrigues. Li Yuan remained silent, astonished by Shen Zhishuang's perceptiveness. Meng Xiaozhu had only revealed a hint of her attitude towards Shen Zhishuang, yet it seemed as if she could already foresee Meng Xiaozhu's future demeanor. In her previous life, Meng Xiaozhu had indeed committed foolish acts, emboldened by Li Yuan's influence. In Meng Xiaozhu's eyes, they were still the same as those at the frontier. She was ill-suited to court life and the intricacies of the inner residence, and she held little respect for Shen Zhishuang, the legitimate wife. Whenever others sought her favor, Meng Xiaozhu would readily oblige, disregarding Shen Zhishuang's rightful status, taking upon herself matters beyond her purview, and when caught, she was accused of using her position for personal gain, leading to Li Yuan's downfall. At that time, Li Yuan was just beginning his ascent and had suffered a significant setback, falling into a prolonged silence. Seeing Li Yuan's silence, Shen Jishuang could not help but stifle a yawn. They had spent considerable time in each other's company, and knowing that Li Yuan was not angered reassured her that there was no grave issue at hand. She was indeed quite fatigued. Just as she was drifting into slumber, Li Yuan spoke slowly. Meng Xiuzhu is the elder sister of my sworn brother. Shen Jishuang's drowsiness was instantly dispelled. She yearned to learn more about Meng Xiuzhu's background, but since Li Yuan was unwilling to divulge, her inquiries would be futile. To her surprise, he was willing to share tonight. Li Yuan's account was rather succinct. When I first joined the army, I traversed mountains and rivers with a group of comrades until we reached the frontier. Along the way, I befriended a good brother, and we formed a close bond. Upon arriving at the frontier, we fought side by side and swore an oath of brotherhood. It was during that time that I met Meng Xiuzhu. She is the biological sister of my dear brother. At that point, she was still married, but her husband perished in a subsequent battle. My brother then brought Meng Xiuzhu to his home, as if she had returned to her family. Since I maintained a close relationship with my brother, Meng Xiuzhu and I naturally became acquainted. Li Yuan's tone conveyed little emotion, yet Shen Jishuang understood the implications. Li Yuan was a handsome man, strong and valiant, and it was easy for women to develop affection for him. It seemed that Meng Xiuzhu was among them. Shen Jishuang's conjecture was not unfounded. At that time, Meng Xiuzhu had indeed subtly expressed her feelings for Li Yuan. Li Yuan never considered himself a man of lofty aspirations. Coming from humble beginnings, he had climbed the ranks from a mere soldier. In his view, a man ought to marry the most beautiful woman, as that would be fitting for him. He regarded Meng Xiuzhu solely as an elder sister. Having discerned her feelings, he began to distance himself from his brother's household. However, several years ago, when foreign enemies launched a surprise attack under the cover of night, we found ourselves in dire straits due to insufficient troops. My dear brother sacrificed himself to shield me from a blade, losing his life. Upon hearing this, Shen Jishuang felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. The battlefield is blind, and swords are merciless. In a chaotic world, human life is as fleeting as that of a mayfly. For 25-year-old Li Yuan, that event had transpired only a few years prior, but for the current Li Yuan, it had long since faded into the annals of decades. Meng Xiuzhu was his only remaining kin, and he had promised to take good care of her. The emperor issued a decree summoning me to the capital, and the old general dispatched someone to escort her along. Shen Jishuang remained silent. Such matters were somewhat melodramatic, yet it was not unusual for Li Yuan, who had spent his life on the battlefield, to encounter such situations. The question remained: how exactly did he intend to care for her? After contemplating, Shen Jishuang directly inquired, "Are you intending to take her as a concubine?" Given that Meng Xiuzhu was the elder sister of Li Yuan's life-saving brother, Shen Jishuang realized she needed to recalibrate her attitude, at the very least teaching her proper etiquette and decorum, ensuring she did not act out of line. Li Yuan recalled that Shen Jishuang had posed a similar question before. After a moment of silence, he still refrained from providing a clear answer, simply stating, "Take good care of her and keep an eye on her. Do not allow her to be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. There are spies in the household, as you well know." Shen Jishuang's expression bore a hint of difficulty. "She is the sister of your savior. Your demeanor will directly impact my own." In the capital, many nobles kept their retainers alive solely for self-preservation. Whether Li Yuan felt compelled to repay the debt of gratitude owed to his brother was entirely his decision. It was evident that Li Yuan was a man of deep loyalty. His indulgence towards Meng Xiuzhu showcased that he was not devoid of compassion. This was a positive attribute in Shen Jishuang's eyes. Yet, she was acutely aware of the adage that a small act of kindness could lead to resentment. No wonder Meng Xiuzhu was reluctant to pay her respects. She was clearly aware of her elevated status. Should she leverage this status to create turmoil within the general's household, it would be challenging for Shen Jishuang to intervene, especially given that her brother had indeed saved Li Yuan's life. "You must provide me with a clear boundary, so that I may attend to her in the best possible manner." Shen Jishuang spoke earnestly. The unique status of Meng Xiuzhu rendered her a particularly challenging figure. Shen Jishuang had no desire to ponder the love-hate entanglements between Li Yuan and Meng Xiuzhu. She simply wished to ascertain the extent of Li Yuan's tolerance towards Meng Xiuzhu. Li Yuan gazed at Shen Jishuang, who met his gaze with equal fortitude. Managing the inner quarters was her responsibility, and Shen Jishuang had to ensure she could safely bring her child into the world. Meng Xiuzhu had now become an unpredictable variable, and she needed to control this potential bomb within a limited explosion radius. Noticing his continued silence, Shen Jishuang took his hand and placed it on her abdomen. In a few months, the child would begin to move, and in a little over half a year, he would be born. As parents, one must always consider the welfare of their children. I do not wish to take action against her, but I must prioritize my child above all else. Li Yuan discerned that Shen Jishuang feared he might become reckless and indulge Meng Xiuzhu's ambitions. Upon reflection, he realized that in his previous life, he had indeed allowed Meng Xiaozhu too much leeway. After a prolonged silence, Li Yuan addressed her, treat her merely as a distant relative. It was her brother who saved me, not her dot. If she were to err and pose a threat to the child, you may deal with her as you see fit. Shen Zhishuang persisted, to what extent should I deal with her? Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon her, as long as you do not imprison her, ensuring her a peaceful life is sufficient. Shen Zhishuang exchanged a glance with him. Subsequently, she withdrew his hand and turned away from him. I understand, General Da, I shall retire now. Her tone carried an indescribable chill and distance. Li Yuan, having momentarily been lost in thoughts of the past, was abruptly pulled back to the present. He furrowed his brow, observing her slender silhouette. What are you up to now? Chapter 38. The quarrel. Shen Zhishuang closed her eyes, seemingly oblivious to his words. Her posture in this moment was sufficient to incite Li Yuan's disdain. Just as life had begun to ease, she stirred trouble again over a Meng Xiaozhu. It was evident she held no feelings for him. Li Yuan felt a heaviness in his chest. Despite having been a reincarnated emperor, his mindset had reverted to that of a man in his 20s. Witnessing his wife disregard him, deliberately turning her back, ignited his frustration, yet he found himself powerless to act. He longed to turn her around forcefully, but he understood well that such an action would only provoke another outburst. As he wrestled with his pent-up anger, a faint sound of weeping gradually reached his ears. Shen Zhishuang was crying. Instantly, Li Yuan's anger dissipated. He firmly grasped her waist and pulled her to face him. Shen Zhishuang continued to sob softly, her tears cascading down like rain on pear blossoms, each droplet falling from the corners of her eyes. She averted her gaze, lost in her sorrow. Li Yuan felt a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain whether this woman was merely putting on an act or deliberately attempting to humiliate him. For the sake of other women, he had reduced Shen Zhishuang to tears. He had never experienced such a situation. While her tears were not unattractive, they left him feeling disconcerted. What is it that troubles you? Li Yuan's tone had softened, lacking its previous irritation. After a prolonged silence, Shen Zhishuang finally looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. What position do you truly assign to me and our child? You may be unaware of the affairs within the inner chambers, yet you must have heard tales. Countless individuals have conspired for wealth and power. Even within the harem, there have been concubines executed for harming heirs. Yet, in your eyes, regardless of what Meng Xiaozhu does, I am not permitted to punish her, nor can I imprison her. I must ensure her a peaceful existence. I assert that as long as the child is not yet born, he holds no significance in your eyes? Li Yuan regarded her for a long moment before responding. Though Meng Xiaozhu may harbor some ulterior motives, she poses no threat to our child. There is no need for you to worry about her harming him. Shen Zhishuang shot him a glance, then suddenly covered her face, preparing to turn away. Very well, I understand now. In your eyes, anyone is more trustworthy than your own wife. I merely sought a promise from you, yet you are unwilling to even entertain a hypothetical scenario. Your actions imply that you might as well take her as a concubine. Once she bears your child, I would naturally have no cause for concern regarding my child's safety. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He was abruptly reminded of his past life, when he hesitated over how to deal with Meng Xiaozhu, and Shen Zhishuang had exhibited remarkable understanding, even urging him to take Meng Xiaozhu as a concubine. Subsequently, he did take Meng Xiaozhu, and Shen Zhishuang displayed the demeanor of a primary wife, treating Meng Xiaozhu with kindness. At that time, she was pregnant with Jiner. Could it be that she had harbored such intentions? With this thought, the anger in his eyes surged uncontrollably. Am I merely a commodity to be shared at will? You would send me to her in the name of your child? He recalled how swiftly Meng Xiaozhu had indeed conceived. Until Shen Zhishuang smoothly delivered her child, there had been no significant discord between them. Suddenly, Shen Zhishuang ceased her tears and looked at Li Yuan. Will you never take a concubine in this lifetime? No man can live solely with one woman. Li Yuan replied coldly. He did not believe that having multiple wives was inherently wrong. Shen Zhishuang could discern that this man currently had only her, merely because he had yet to encounter a suitable match. In his mind, men were meant to have multiple partners. Shen Zhishuang lacked the ability to control him. Had she been able to do so, she would have acted long ago. Since she could not dominate him, Shen Zhishuang was left with no choice but to adopt the most self-preserving approach. Would Meng Xiaozhu harm her? She could not say. Shen Zhishuang would never lower her guard with anyone. Meng Xiaozhu had feelings for Li Yuan and once aspired to marry him, yet Shen Zhishuang had gotten there first, even bearing his child. It would take an extraordinarily magnanimous woman to remain unfazed. Shen Zhishuang felt indifferent towards Li Yuan, viewing him merely as a friend with benefits and a partner. Yet, in the hearts of other women in this era, men were their husbands, their lifelong support. They could not openly express anger towards men and needed an outlet for their emotions. She had no interest in being such an outlet, nor in allowing her child to become a casualty in a trivial struggle. If sharing Li Yuan could secure her and her child's peace, Shen Jishuang knew she would do so. Moreover, the initiative always lay with Li Yuan. Not if he did not wish to take a concubine or engage with other women, nothing Shen Jishuang did would alter his intentions. If his mind could be swayed, it would only mean he was the one in control. Since you are fully aware that you will never have only me in this lifetime, does it not weigh on your conscience to say such things, General? Who am I that you would share me? If it is something you do not wish to do, no one can force you into it. All I desire is to protect myself and my child. Yet in your words, it seems I am the villain. Li Yuan abruptly sat up, fixing his gaze on Shen Jishuang. Shen Jishuang stood her ground without flinching. After a lengthy silence, his face turned icy as he donned his boots and departed. Shen Jishuang had no desire to engage further. She turned over and fell asleep. What a pretentious scoundrel! News of the quarrel between the general and his wife swiftly spread throughout the estate. The servants began to speculate fervently, many conjecturing that the source of the discord was Meng Xiaozhu. That if not for her, the general and his wife would likely have maintained a harmonious relationship. Shen Jishuang remained unperturbed, attending to her meals and drinks as usual. Her virtuous demeanor was reserved for specific moments. In dealing with Li Yuan, had it not been for Lu Ziyuan's incident, her continued virtuousness would still have been effective. What man would not desire a wife who regarded him with such unwavering devotion? However, after that incident, Shen Jishuang knew she must change her approach in dealing with Li Yuan. Revealing some of her true feelings might earn Li Yuan's recognition of her authenticity. She needed to convey that she was not to be trifled with before the child was born, and while she still possessed leverage, Shen Jishuang had to plan for herself, compelling Li Yuan to alter his attitude towards her. By employing both softness and firmness, she could secure a better life. As long as she was pregnant, no one would dare to ignore her. Li Yuan's absence suited her perfectly, allowing her to sleep soundly. After all, the household had prepared charcoal fires early on for Meng Xiaozhu's arrival. Shen Jishuang arranged her bedroom to be warm and cozy, no longer requiring Li Yuan's assistance for warmth. Meng Xiaozhu, residing in the Guanwan courtyard, had also caught wind of the situation. The maidservants Shen Jishuang assigned to her were all highly capable, attending to her needs exceptionally well. Having come from a background of poverty, Meng Xiaozhu had always been burdened with household responsibilities after marrying, and even as a widow, she had to care for her younger brother. She had never been treated like a person of status. Arriving in the capital and moving into Li Yuan's general's residence, Meng Xiaozhu's world was on the verge of upheaval. Chapter 39. A visit. It was a revelation to discover that one could reside in a grand estate accommodating dozens, indulge in delectable meals without the burden of labor, and don luxurious silks, attended to with deference by the servants as though she were their mistress. Meng Xiaozhu felt as if she had stepped into a realm of immortals. In the past, although Li Yuan was deemed a general, life along the frontier was harsh. He shared the same meager existence with his soldiers. Despite Meng Xiaozhu receiving his care, her life remained largely unchanged. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Seated beside a large mirror, she watched as her maids meticulously adorned her. As she gazed at the reflection of the youthful and exquisite woman before her, she was suddenly struck by a wave of disorientation. How long could this life last? If Li Yuan were to dismiss her, would she be forced to return to a life of poverty? At that moment, one of the cleverest maids discreetly informed her, "I have heard that the general and his wife have had a fierce quarrel, and the general has not visited the Jingyu studio for several days." Meng Xiaozhu's eyes brightened slightly. Since her arrival at the general's residence, she had not laid eyes on Li Yuan initially. She believed he would surely see her at least once, yet days had passed, and he was always coming and going, leaving her without a glimpse of him. Even under careful attention, Meng Xiaozhu felt an underlying anxiety. During their time at the frontier, Li Yuan had treated her exceptionally well. Had he not, she would not have journeyed so far to seek him. Yet, why could he not spare a moment to meet her? Meng Xiaozhu knew she should harbor no resentment, yet her feelings of bitterness lingered. The thought of him having married weighed heavily on her heart, a bittersweet pang she could not shake. His wife, dignified and graceful, hailed from a prestigious family, a true lady of refinement. Recalling the noble demeanor of Shen Jishuang when she spoke to him, Meng Xiaozhu felt a mixture of shame and an unwillingness to accept her fate. There had once been a time when she and Li Yuan were on the verge of something more. Many had speculated that she would inevitably marry him, especially after her brother had perished for his sake. Yet that man had only shown her kindness, generously sharing his salary with her, never once broaching the subject of marriage. She understood he must have viewed her as a woman of a second marriage, but had she not sought refuge in marriage, she might not have survived to this day. At that time, the old general had even sent word that he would advocate on her behalf, provide her with a dowry, and facilitate their union, filling Meng Xiaozhu with immense joy. Yet, unexpectedly, a decree from the emperor shattered all her dreams. No one could defy the emperor's will. Far away at the frontier, Li Yuan suddenly found himself a wife of noble birth. The old general had also sent word that discussions of marriage were no longer necessary. Meng Xiaozhu wept bitterly for a long time, yet her heart remained unyielding. After being bestowed a marriage, Li Yuan grew increasingly distant from Meng Xiaozhu, as if to avoid any implication of impropriety. Others, too, altered their attitudes towards her. Initially believing she would form a bond with Li Yuan, they now regarded her as insignificant with his impending rise. Meng Xiaozhu had endured for so long, finally being sent to the capital by the old general. Even though he had his demands, requiring her to convey messages, she came without hesitation. Why did they quarrel? I heard their relationship was quite harmonious, Meng Xiaozhu whispered to her maid, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. The maid glanced at the other busy servants and, in a hushed tone, informed her, "It is said it is because of you the general protects you, which displeases the madam." Meng Xiaozhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Why would the general protect me? Has the madam slandered me? The maid replied she did not know, leaving Meng Xiaozhu feeling somewhat disheartened, yet she quickly regained her composure. May I visit the madam? That should be permissible, you are a distant cousin, a relative of hers. It is only natural for you to pay her a visit. Unable to contain her excitement, Meng Xiaozhu urged, then quickly fetch me some clothes, I must go see the madam. Upon hearing of Meng Xiaozhu's arrival, Shen Jishuang was not taken aback. She turned to the cook beside her and remarked, the sweetness is still a tad overwhelming, it would be best to reduce it further. The cook nodded promptly, assuring her she would try again. Shen Jishuang smiled and dismissed her. Recently, Shen Jishuang had been experimenting with milk tea. She had no desire to lead a life of unnecessary hardship. Given her newfound abundance, she aimed to indulge herself as much as possible. She shared the method of preparing milk tea with the cook and provided her with some fine tea leaves to experiment with. The cook, surnamedly, possessed a name that resonated well, Li Yuru. Shen Jishuang affectionately referred to her as Chef Li. She enjoyed conversing with her daily about the modern dishes she had dreamt of. Li Yuru, feeling valued and generously rewarded, was filled with zeal. Whatever Shen Jishuang desired, she would ponder throughout the night to ensure it was ready by the next day. How blissful it was to have the food she envisioned the night before laid out before her. It was impossible for Shen Jishuang not to appreciate Li Yuru. Thus, the bond between mistress and servant flourished. After savoring a cup of pure, additive-free milk tea, Shen Jishuang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Although the sweetness was slightly excessive, it did not detract from the overall enjoyment. This milk tea could easily be sold, were there a market for it. Let her in, Shen Jishuang instructed, her good spirits unwavering upon encountering Meng Xiaozhu, adorned. This time, Meng Xiaozhu did not bow. Seeing Shen Jishuang's silence only fueled her sense of pride. She stepped forward, ready to take a seat, only to be halted by the matron. The young lady may speak from here. Meng Xiaozhu's expression darkened. Shen Jishuang sat at a considerable distance, and she was not even permitted to approach. Did this general's wife truly look down upon her? Did you summon me for a particular reason today? Shen Jishuang inquired, not addressing the matron's actions but smilingly posing her question. Meng Xiaozhu's demeanor soured further as she fixed her gaze upon Shen Jishuang, blurting out, "Do you look down on me?" "Not at all," Shen Jishuang replied, her smile unwavering. "You are my cousin. Why would I look down upon you?" This question from Meng Xiaozhu drew astonished glances from the other servants. The distinction of rank had clearly evaded this young lady's understanding. Who dared to openly challenge the lady of the house? Hearing Shen Jishuang's response, Meng Xiaozhu suppressed a swell of frustration, unsure how to express it. Shen Jishuang had indeed done nothing wrong, she simply would not allow her to draw near. Was she afraid of being harmed? "I came to see you to converse, you need not worry about me harming you." Shen Jishuang smiled but suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Before she could elaborate, she hurriedly excused herself to vomit. Observing this, Meng Xiaozhu's countenance paled as a realization struck her. Is she with child? Chapter 40. Arouge. The news of Shen Jifang's pregnancy had spread throughout the residence, yet Meng Xiaozhu, having just moved into the general's manor, remained blissfully unaware, as no one would bring up the issue of the mistress to her without reason. The servants fell into a brief silence, before one of the matrons, with a smile, remarked, "Miss, the mistress has been with child for over 2 months now. It won't be long before the general's manor welcomes a young master." Meng Xiaozhu's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. She parted her lips but found herself utterly speechless. Pregnant, Shen Jifang was carrying Li Yuan's child. A sudden rush of tears streamed down her cheeks. The servants, witnessing this scene, cast their eyes downward, concealing their disdain. They addressed her as Miss, yet in their hearts, they knew she was merely a woman yearning to ascend the branches and transform into a phoenix. How far could this Meng girl go, when she could not even mask her emotions? After a moment of retching, Shen Jifang felt considerably better. With the help of her attendants, she washed up and returned to her former composure. In her previous life, Shen Jifang had never been pregnant, yet she had undergone similar education and had portrayed a pregnant woman. She understood the hardships of pregnancy and the significance of the father to the unborn child. If the father were weak, it would spell trouble. Even if conception occurred, both mother and child could suffer immensely. In her past life, she had known someone who married an elderly, frail, wealthy man. Throughout her pregnancy, she spent her days either in a hospital or confined to her bed, giving birth to a sickly child. As a martial general, Li Yuan's robust health was beyond description. Shen Jifang had never encountered anyone with greater vitality. His strength spared her much of the suffering associated with pregnancy, even minimizing her morning sickness. Shen Jifang could only think optimistically. If she must bear a child, it was indeed a fortunate choice to do so with him. Upon emerging from her inner chamber, she found Meng Xiaozhu standing there, weeping pitifully, her eyes swollen from her tears. Shen Jifang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What troubles you, cousin? Have the servants offended you?" With a gaze filled with barely concealed resentment, Meng Xiaozhu fixed her eyes on Shen Jifang's abdomen. Shen Jifang's expression darkened. "Cousin, why do you regard me with such disdain? Who do you harbor resentment towards?" Startled, Meng Xiaozhu quickly regained her composure, glancing at Shen Jifang a few times before turning to leave. Her footsteps hurried. Observing her departure, Shen Jifang feigned a look of sorrow. She was fully aware that those sent by Li Yuan had undoubtedly witnessed the entire exchange. In a certain sense, Meng Xiaozhu had her own fortune. She was encountering the grateful Li Yuan and Shen Jifang. Should Li Yuan take her as a concubine out of gratitude, Shen Jifang would find it unsurprising, for men of high status, bestowing honor upon a woman often meant marrying her. Moreover, Li Yuan was acutely aware that he would not be limited to a single woman. The number of concubines was unlimited, making the addition of one more inconsequential. Yet, for that woman, it would be a tremendous blessing. Shen Jifang was well aware of Meng Xiaozhu's recent circumstances. The allure of wealth and luxury was not merely a saying. Since Li Yuan had permitted her entry into the general's manor, she must be prepared for the implications. Shen Jifang held no interest in how many concubines Li Yuan might take. As long as they did not disturb her, she could discern that Li Yuan regarded Meng Xiaozhu favorably. In his eyes, she posed no threat. Whether she proved to be harmless would soon be revealed. Shen Jifang was curious to see how things would unfold, as she and Li Yuan remained indifferent, allowing Meng Xiaozhu to follow her own path. Upon returning home, Meng Xiaozhu oscillated between hot and cold feelings, ultimately falling ill due to the news of Shen Jifang's pregnancy. A physician came to examine her, diagnosed her with a case of acute emotional distress, and prescribed a few remedies. Her most trusted maid, who had previously brought her tidings, gently urged her, "Why put yourself through this?" Tears streamed down Meng Xiaozhu's face uncontrollably. What could she say? Once, she had dreamt of bearing a child for Li Yuan, but in the blink of an eye, he had wed a woman of noble birth, and soon she would give birth. The weight of her sorrow was immense. Remembering Shen Jifang's distant demeanor only served to deepen her anguish. Aside from that little maid, no one else wished to converse with her. Everything was conducted with the coldness of formality. Meng Xiaozhu found herself at a loss in navigating their interactions, yet she longed for someone to confide in. Thus, the maid named Mingxiu became her confidant. "The lady appears to be amiable, yet in reality, she shows me no kindness. She provides for my needs, but offers me no respect. When I attempted to visit her, I was stopped before I could take more than a few steps. Her matrons forbade me from approaching, regarding me with disdain." Recalling that moment filled Meng Xiaozhu with discomfort. Mingxiu quickly reassured her, "Miss, you are overthinking it. After becoming pregnant, the mistress has always been this way with visitors. Once she has her child, she won't even use cosmetics. The physician has advised that while such products may not pose much risk for ordinary women, they can be harmful to a fetus. It is said that they are toxic. For this reason, all servants attending to the mistress are strictly prohibited from using powders and rouge. Those who wish to see her must maintain a distance." This rule had been established for quite some time and was not intended to target you specifically. Meng Xiaozhu listened, dumbfounded. Toxic? Such a fine thing could be toxic. She had used powders and rouge before, but how could the borderlands compare to the capital? The capital had the finest products, the physician said so, but we are uncertain. Regardless, as long as we can ensure the well-being of the young master, we must take precautions. Meng Xiaozhu gazed at the little maid. Not even a little bit. Is the mistress being overly cautious? She had heard of a concubine of an official who lost her child shortly after continuing to adorn herself daily, with the physician attributing it to excessive exposure to cosmetics. The mistress, being of delicate constitution, perhaps feared such risks, hence her vigilance. Fortunately, she preferred to have matrons attend to her, as they typically did not use powders, thus mitigating any adverse effects. Meng Xiaozhu seemed to ponder this for a while, before slowly nodding in understanding. After conversing with the maid, her spirits appeared to lift. Furthermore, she found herself inquisitive about the very products she had previously ignored, particularly regarding the powders and rouge. She lamented that they could only be applied to her face and wished to smudge some on her hands and neck as well. Upon learning that Meng Xiaozhu was coming to pay her respects again, Shen Jifang decided to meet her once more. She intended to maintain the facade of their familial bond, though she would not force others to cherish it this time. Meng Xiaozhu appeared much improved. Upon seeing Shen Jifang, she could not help but smile. It has been quite some time, dear cousin. You look even more radiant. Though she spoke these words, a hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. Shen Jifang was in the prime of her life. Even without cosmetics, her reasonable diet, regular routine, and positive mindset rendered her undeniably beautiful. Hearing Meng Xiaozhu's flattery, Shen Jifang smiled while clutching her handkerchief. Cousin, you two have transformed significantly since we last met. Chapter 41 Remaining threads. Her words rang true the first time she laid eyes upon Meng Xiaozhu. Even adorned in silk and satin, her timid demeanor remained unchanged. Yet now, she appeared considerably more resilient. Having applied cosmetics and meticulously enhanced her features, others would praise her as a lovely young lady. Upon encountering her each time Meng Xiaozhu gazed into the mirror, she too felt a flicker of joy, recalling that she too had once been beautiful. Lowering her gaze, she remarked, I have heard the news of your pregnancy. I was at a loss as to what gift to present you with. My usual pursuits lie in needlework, so I fashioned a pair of tiny shoes for the child. As she spoke, she instructed her maid to bring forth the exquisitely crafted little shoes. Shen Jishuang's eyes brightened. Indeed, Meng Xiaozhu's needlework was commendable, and the shoes appeared exceptionally delicate. Cousin, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Please allow me to accept them and keep them safely stored away. Meng Xiaozhu felt a pang of urgency in her heart. Madam, won't you at least take a look? These shoes are incredibly soft, you might wish to feel the stitches for yourself. I can discern their quality with my eyes, and I am certain you have invested considerable effort into them. It can wait until the child is born, Shen Jishuang replied calmly, her demeanor unhurried. Meng Xiaozhu parted her lips, wishing to say more, but ultimately withheld her words. The following day, she returned once more, this time bearing additional gifts, all related to needlework. Yet, Shen Jishuang again did not bother to try them on, simply instructing for them to be put away. On the third, fourth, and finally the fifth day, Meng Xiaozhu could no longer contain herself and felt compelled to approach Shen Jishuang for a conversation. Shen Jishuang yawned, please take my cousin to the Guolan courtyard for a proper rest, I too am feeling fatigued. Having spoken, she disregarded Meng Xiaozhu, who was still being restrained by the matron, and retreated to her chamber to sleep. Before closing her eyes, she had the maid collect the gifts Meng Xiaozhu had brought over these past days and send them to Li Yuan. When Li Yuan returned late that night and heard the servant's report, his expression turned icy. He scrutinized the gifts for a considerable time, lifting them to his nose. Indeed, they bore a strong scent of rouge and powder. He had always perceived Meng Xiaozhu as rather foolish, yet he had not anticipated her intentions could be malicious. Tossing the needlework aside, he strode purposefully toward Jingyu Zhai. Shen Jishuang was in the midst of enjoying a late-night snack. As she had not yet reached the stage of needing to control the fetus's weight, her primary focus was on indulging her cravings. On chilly nights, a warm bowl of noodle soup before her brought immense satisfaction with each bite. Just as she was finishing, she caught sight of Li Yuan entering with a frostbitten expression. The servants knelt in a flurry, but Shen Jishuang did not bow. Instead, she smiled and inquired, have you eaten, General? Though Li Yuan had stormed in with ire, seeing Shen Jishuang's smiling face softened his mood somewhat. His gaze fell upon her bowl of noodles, and recalling how she often felt famished in her previous life, his expression relaxed further. Noticing the inexplicable dissipation of his anger, Shen Jishuang seized the moment to instruct the matron, have the kitchen prepare another bowl of noodles and a few side dishes. Yes, came the reply. However, Li Yuan's voice cut through, there is no need. The matron glanced between Li Yuan and Shen Jishuang, uncertain whether to stay or leave. Shen Jishuang turned to Li Yuan, her smile gentle, the weather has turned cold. You should eat something. Have you finished? Li Yuan asked. Shen Jishuang nodded, I have. In truth, she had only taken a few bites, as she aimed to maintain a balanced diet. Li Yuan fell silent, sitting beside her and transferring her untouched bowl of noodles to his own place, picking up a pair of chopsticks and beginning to eat. Shen Jishuang was taken aback. It wasn't until he had finished the broth that she regained her composure, taking a handkerchief to delicately wipe the sweat from his brow, their intimacy palpable. Li Yuan regarded her with a cold gaze, allowing her to indulge in her theatrics. Since he had arrived late at night, it was evident he intended to stay. The servants in Jingyu Zhai appeared considerably more lively, bustling about with bathing tubs and cleaning, their faces alight with joy. After all, it had been several days since the general had last visited. How could they not be delighted? When the time for washing up arrived, Li Yuan beckoned Shen Jishuang into the bathing chamber. Having not seen her for a few days, he was evidently quite restless. He lifted her into the tub, clasping her hand, to which she offered no resistance. Amidst the steam and warmth, Shen Jishuang mused that they had indeed become a pair of culinary partners. Regardless of their quarrels, Li Yuan's interest in her remained unwavering. Once they were thoroughly washed, Shen Jishuang reclined in Li Yuan's embrace, instinctively reaching to touch his firm chest. Suddenly, Li Yuan grasped her hand, his gaze icy as he issued a warning. Qin Zhishuang chuckled, ceasing her movements, and inquired, "Is the general here regarding Meng Xiuzhu?" Li Yuan's eyes bore into hers. "Are you testing her?" Qin Zhishuang shook her head. "I am testing you." Li Yuan's brows knitted together. "I am probing whether you will continue to tolerate Meng Xiuzhu. If you persist in your leniency towards her, I shall take matters into my own hands to ensure she does not frolic about before me." Li Yuan remained silent, his thoughts tangled. In his previous life, he had treated Meng Xiuzhu with the kindness owed to a benefactor. Upon her arrival at the general's residence, she had been met with great favor. He had visited her on the very first day, and in the days that followed, had even invited Qin Zhishuang to join them for meals. His intentions had simply been to show compassion for her loss of a brother and her subsequent isolation, yet, he had inadvertently nurtured her ambitions, allowing the servants to regard her as a second mistress of the household. Recalling how she had once stripped and hidden in his chamber, pleading desperately, a wave of annoyance washed over him. Ultimately, he had taken her as a concubine. After her acceptance into his household, Meng Xiuzhu had repeatedly acted foolishly, alerting his adoptive father of matters, being misled by spies, and oppressing the servants, inciting their grievances. Due to her special status, Qin Zhishuang had also refrained from taking action against her, merely informing Li Yuan of her transgressions. Li Yuan had endured all he could, poised to punish her, when it was revealed that Meng Xiuzhu was pregnant. The pregnancy was precarious. The thought of the rouge and powder resurfaced a chill in his demeanor. Meng Xiuzhu, feeling insecure due to her age, had resorted to heavy applications of cosmetics, inadvertently ingesting too much and nearly endangering the fetus. From that moment, in consideration of her unborn child, she had retreated into the inner chambers to nurture her pregnancy. Li Yuan had initially believed that his indulgence had emboldened her ambitions. In this life, he had refrained from seeing her, hoping she might not replicate her previous behavior, perhaps embodying the hard-working and simple Xiuzhu of the borderlands. Yet, she had proven to be irredeemable. Qin Zhishuang had merely set a simple trap, and Meng Xiuzhu had eagerly leaped into it, even attempting to harm his child. Li Yuan instinctively placed his hand upon Qin Zhishuang's abdomen, caressing it gently. Qin Zhishuang offered no reaction. She had grown accustomed to his habit of pondering while touching her belly. Li Yuan held no affection for Meng Xiuzhu, yet the child she bore was one he had once cherished dearly. Chapter 42. Liu, the son born to Meng Xiuzhu, was named by Li Yuan with the hope that this child would forever be under divine protection. However, he was born with a congenital defect. His left foot was absent. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan was filled with fury, and as he sought the root cause, he ultimately discovered that Meng Xiuzhu had excessively used cosmetics. The remnants of her makeup, particularly the lip rouge, lingered on her face, much of which she inadvertently ingested due to her untimely removal of it. The physician had merely remarked that the fetus was difficult to sustain, but Li Yuan, with harsh words, insisted on preserving the pregnancy. Yet, the sight of Li Yu's deformity upon his birth struck Li Yuan like a thunderbolt, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. At that time, Qin Zhishuang had already given birth to a healthy Li Jin, and Li Yuan had assumed this pregnancy would present no issues. Who could have foreseen that Li Yu would be born with such a flaw? Meng Xiuzhu, upon witnessing her child's condition, fainted on the spot. Li Yuan could not neglect his own child, yet he harbored deep mistrust towards Meng Xiuzhu. He initially intended to entrust the child to Qin Zhishuang for upbringing, but Qin Zhishuang, unusually, defied his orders. Her reasoning was sound. She could hardly manage her own child, let alone care for another. Moreover, as one naturally favors their own offspring, she would inevitably show preferential treatment towards her own child. Given Li Yu's congenital shortcomings, he would suffer from a lack of equitable affection, which could only harm him further. Qin Zhishuang spoke the truth, and Li Yuan found himself unable to counter her. Ultimately, Li Yuan resolved to bring Li Yu to the front courtyard, where he would arrange for someone to care for him, with Qin Zhishuang lending a hand as needed. Thus, Li Yu grew up under his watchful eye. Li Yuan was generally lenient towards the son, yet Li Yu's innate melancholia and the absence of a left foot rendered him sensitive and insecure. The more Li Yuan cared for him, the more his heart ached for him. He invested an extraordinary amount of thought into Li Yu compared to his other children. Even when Li Yu expressed a desire to see his mother, hoping to restore her to wealth and glory, Li Yuan acquiesced. However, as time passed, Li Yu's disposition deteriorated. Children naturally gravitate towards their mothers, and Meng Xiuzhu instilled in him the art of vying for favor, urging him to win Li Yuan's affection while constantly comparing himself to Li Jin. Qin Zhishuang swiftly conveyed the entire situation to Li Yuan, urging him to make a decision. Li Yuan, now fearful of Meng Xiuzhu, once again separated mother from child, allowing Li Yu to grow up under his vigilant gaze. The erratic Meng Xiuzhu was entrusted to Qin Zhishuang's care. He was uncertain how she managed, but by the time he relinquished control over Meng Xiuzhu, she had become surprisingly compliant. Nevertheless, in the eyes of Li Yu, Li Yuan was a profoundly ineffective father. Li Yuan vividly recalled the moment Li Yu was brought before him, accused of treason, with a visage contorted by rage and madness. Father, I have never had the opportunity to live as a normal person. I cannot stand, I cannot walk, I cannot jump, I lack even the basic form of a healthy body, my flesh and skin were given by you, yet I am inherently flawed. You claim to love me, yet I have never seen my mother, I strive to study and learn, yet I can never measure up to Li Jin and the others, I have never truly lived, so why can't the throne be mine? You said I am your most cherished son. Li Yu's words were rife with hatred, directed towards his father. At that moment, Li Yuan was first a sovereign, then a father, and he felt utterly disillusioned with Li Yu. In accordance with the law, he decreed the execution of his son. Before his demise, Li Yu wept, expressing his hatred and lamenting his very existence. These events, for the reborn Li Yuan, had transpired many years prior. Yet, upon reflection, a chilling sensation enveloped him. After investing so much effort, he had gained a child who despised him. Unable to contain himself, he embraced Shen Jishuang. Her warmth, softness, and fragrance gradually melted away the coldness in his heart. Shen Jishuang found the situation perplexing. While he pondered, she did not wish to interrupt. Being touched by him was unexpectedly pleasant, and she felt herself growing drowsy. Yet Li Yuan seemed to have lost his senses, holding her so tightly it felt akin to abduction. Shen Jishuang struggled slightly, saying, "General, I will not run away," implying that there was no need for him to hold her so firmly. Li Yuan, however, rested his head against her neck, inhaling deeply, as if oblivious to her words. Shen Jishuang rolled her eyes at the curtains and lay back down. It seemed Li Yuan was acutely aware that Shen Jishuang would never wish him harm. Perhaps since his rebirth, he had only shared a bed with her. Regardless, the familiar scent of Shen Jishuang gradually soothed his heart. If you raise a child with utmost care only for him to grow up to say he hates you, what would you do? Li Yuan inquired softly. Upon hearing his question, Shen Jishuang's thoughts shifted. Although she was unaware of the reason behind his inquiry, she understood that Li Yuan held some significance in her life. She did not wish for the father to be absent during the parenting process. This was not the modern era, and single parenting was not a viable option. Turning to face Li Yuan, Shen Jishuang stated, "If he says he hates me, then it would indicate my approach to education is flawed." Li Yuan frowned. Shen Jishuang feigned ignorance of his expression and continued, "If our child is born, I will do my utmost to educate him, to be good to him, and to raise him to be an upright individual. However, my husband, my abilities are limited. I am confined to the inner chambers, facing only a small plot of land and a scant sky, without exposure to the wider world. I lack knowledge of the cosmos and am unversed in the intricacies of the times. What I can impart to the child is woefully inadequate." At this point, Shen Jishuang grasped Li Yuan's hand, looking earnestly into his eyes. "You are different. You venture into the world and have experienced so much. You possess the wisdom to carve out a path for yourself. The child needs a father like you to guide him." Li Yuan remained expressionless. "I will hire tutors. They will teach him well." Shen Jishuang shook her head, her tone earnest. "How many true scholars possess real skills? They merely recite texts, instructing children on how to participate in the imperial examinations. What I want you to teach our child are the skills necessary for survival." Li Yuan's gaze sharpened. Shen Jishuang continued unabated, "Fame and fortune are but illusions. To possess the ability to sustain oneself in this world is the true measure of maturity. My husband, you will agree to this, will you not?" Noticing Li Yuan's momentary distraction, Shen Jishuang wrapped her arms around his neck as a reminder. To her surprise, she perceived a semblance of remorse in his eyes. Li Yuan had never engaged in a profound discussion with Shen Jishuang regarding child-rearing. His expectations of her were merely to be a virtuous wife. During the time of Li Jin's birth, he had finally found a way to navigate his responsibilities, preoccupied with social engagements, leaving little time to see his child. Subsequently, with Li Yu's arrival, his focus shifted entirely to the second child. Chapter 43 Intrusion. He suddenly recalled that there had been several occasions when Shen Jishuang had sent for him, urging him to visit Jin Heir. However, he had been excessively occupied, convinced that Jin Heir was in good health under Shen Jishuang's watchful eye, and saw no need to squander time on such visits. The back and forth would inevitably consume a considerable amount of time. Gradually, Shen Jishuang ceased to send for him. By the time he came to his senses, Li Jin had seemingly grown up on her own. When he finally formed a concrete impression of Li Jin, the once small child had transformed into a clever and considerate young lady, exhibiting the demeanor of a little gentleman. In his previous life, Shen Jishuang had yearned for him to teach their children how to navigate the world, yet she had managed to instill in them the very lessons she had hoped for. Each child had developed into an independent individual, shedding the brilliance of their father's influence, yet still radiating their own remarkable charm, evoking admiration in others. A pang of sadness stirred in Li Yuan's heart. What if I had not imparted any wisdom? Shen Jishuang felt a surge of anger rising within her. What kind of father neglects to educate his own children? Yet, she was acutely aware that Li Yuan was not merely her nominal husband and the children's father but also the provider of their affluent lifestyle. In simpler terms, he was someone she could not afford to offend. Once she regained her composure, Shenji Shuang gradually articulated her plan. If you will not teach them, then I shall take it upon myself. However, my understanding of the rules of survival in this world is rather limited. I must explore and learn before I can teach them. One cannot stubbornly persist down a path that proves unfruitful. Should Li Yuan truly refuse to instruct them, Shenji Shuang would have no choice but to teach them herself. The inner quarters were forbidden to men, and if she did not teach, the children would remain ignorant, rendering her an utterly unfit mother. Yet, Shenji Shuang genuinely knew little of this world. The emperor had nearly sealed off paths for women to excel, leaving only marriage as a viable avenue. Transitioning from one inner chamber to another, Shenji Shuang found that even the most resourceful woman could not create something from nothing. Her desire to teach required a foundation of knowledge. Moreover, though she had traversed through time since infancy, she still retained some of the modern individual's convictions. In the inner quarters, her interactions were limited to Li Yuan. Navigating her relationship with him sufficed, but her children would face a vast world with many individuals. How to address challenges and cultivate their thinking were indeed pressing matters. Lost in thought, Shenji Shuang unconsciously furrowed her brow. Seeing her deep in contemplation, Li Yuan felt a twinge of sadness. He reached out to smooth her furrowed brow, speaking with a solemn tone. Rest assured, I will teach them what you cannot, and everything I am able to impart, I shall. Shenji Shuang felt a flicker of delight and grasped Li Yuan's hand. You must keep your word. In that moment, Li Yuan chose to set aside thoughts of whether Shenji Shuang loved him. He followed his heart, embracing her tightly, the lingering ache in his chest still unresolved. You need not worry, I will fulfill my promises, including ensuring the children have a means of escape and teaching them how to survive. He was their father, and having missed an entire lifetime, how could he afford to miss this one? Shenji Shuang was uncertain about Li Yuan's fluctuating moods, which had not been a recent occurrence, and she had grown accustomed to it. What mattered most was that she had gained Li Yuan's assurance. She recognized one of his admirable traits, his commitment to his word. As they engaged in a lengthy conversation late into the night, they resolved another issue, leaving Shenji Shuang quite satisfied. She yawned, preparing to sleep. However, recalling the question Li Yuan had posed, she remarked somewhat teasingly, you asked why children raised with love might resent their parents. Beyond the influence of education, it often relates to the parent's own character. The dragon begets 9 offspring, each distinct. Perhaps the children inherit their parents' less desirable traits. As a modern individual, Shenji Shuang understood the significant role of genetics. Often, children inherit certain characteristics from their parents. Even twins can exhibit vastly different personalities, and sometimes, nurture cannot triumph over nature's powerful influence. Nonetheless, parents who choose to bring children into the world must endure the consequences of their development. Ultimately, one must introspect to find the root cause of any issues. Having spoken her mind, Shenji Shuang quickly fell into a deep slumber. Li Yuan, however, remained awake. Having witnessed Shenji Shuang's genuine self, he had grown accustomed to her peculiar statements. She had been raised with a certain freedom, and to be capable of managing an entire household was indeed impressive. Thus, her uniqueness in other respects was to be expected. Her unconventional remarks held some merit. Li Yuan had many children, yet only Li Yu was obstinate. How could such issues be attributed to a singular cause? For reasons unknown, Li Yuan suddenly recalled a past event when he first learned that Meng Xiuzhu had used excessive cosmetics, leading to fetal abnormalities. Shenji Shuang had sought him out. She had subtly indicated that the cosmetics were highly toxic, destabilizing the child in utero and potentially exposing them to greater peril upon birth. Her message was clear, let nature take its course and do not force the child to remain. Li Yuan had been incensed, believing Shenji Shuang to be jealous and fearful of losing her child's affection to another. Considering her pregnancy, he had ordered her confined for a month to reflect. In hindsight, it was evident that Shenji Shuang harbored no ill intentions. Perhaps she had sensed that Li Yu would be unsettled even in the womb, destined to suffer greatly upon birth. Li Yuan sighed deeply, a chill creeping back into his heart. Unable to resist, he held Shenji Shuang close, striving to absorb some warmth. Shenji Shuang slept soundly, awakening to find Li Yuan clinging to her, reluctant to let go. She could not help but smile wryly. General, are you not going out today? She gently nudged him. In ancient times, there were no weekends, and she had no knowledge of when Li Yuan would rest. However, based on his previous waking hours, he would undoubtedly be late today. During the latter half of the previous night, Li Yuan had thought he would be unable to sleep, yet pressed against Shenji Shuang's face, inhaling her familiar scent, he had succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing Shenji Shuang's words, Li Yuan opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Today is a day of rest. Ah, that explains it. No wonder he remained in bed. If he stayed, Shenji Shuang would certainly rise. Following her understanding of pregnancy gleaned from her past life experiences, she had assigned herself daily tasks. Soon, she planned to have breakfast and then take a stroll in the garden. Shenji Shuang gently removed his hand from her waist. Husband, I shall rise first, you may sleep a while longer. She casually adjusted the blanket over him, yet Li Yuan did not return to sleep. Instead, he got up alongside Shen Jishuang, observing his swift dressing. She symbolically smoothed out the creases in his clothing, demonstrating her concern as a wife. Once Li Yuan was fully attired, she summoned a maid to assist in her grooming. Having long since abandoned the use of cosmetics, she found it easy to prepare herself. Before long, Shen Jishuang found herself seated at the same table as Li Yuan for breakfast. He instructed the kitchen to prepare dishes according to her preferences, and the cook adhered to the usual menu. Holding a pancake roll, Li Yuan appeared uncertain about how to eat it, remaining motionless for a time. A few days prior, Shen Jishuang had craved this very dish, and the cook had prepared it. She had been indulging in it every morning since. Noticing Li Yuan's stern demeanor as he held the pancake roll, Shen Jishuang gently reminded him, "If you find this unrefined, feel free to have something else. This is what the cook prepared for me. My appetite is poor, so I desired something different." Li Yuan said nothing, took a bite, then another, and before long, he had polished off the entire pancake roll and reached for a second. Shen Jishuang opened her mouth but then lowered her head to eat her own portion. When Li Yuan honored his primary wife, he would occasionally share a meal with Shen Jishuang, yet she adhered strictly to his standards. She had never presented him with any of these peculiar dishes. Quietly studying her, he was left wondering how much she had concealed from him. Having finally resolved breakfast, Shen Jishuang intended to go for a walk when she heard a maid hurriedly announce that Meng Xiaozhu had arrived once more. Just as the maid finished her report, Meng Xiaozhu barged in, disregarding the servant's attempts to stop her upon entering. Meng Xiaozhu's gaze immediately fell upon Li Yuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yuan D. Chapter 44. Unceremoniously, Meng Xiaozhu was forcibly dragged out of Jingyu's studio by the maids yesterday and returned to her residence at Guanlan Courtyard. Her heart in turmoil, she was perplexed by Shen Jishuang's intentions. Yesterday, under the pretense of wanting to get close to Shen Jishuang, she had desperately tried to position herself beside her, a motive that was evident to all. Meng Xiaozhu, lacking any formal education and barely able to recognize a few characters, had only been influenced by the teachings of women's virtue. Although she harbored malicious intent, her lack of cunning resulted in actions that left others astounded. Upon her return, she found that her close attendant, Meng Xiao, had vanished, reportedly reassigned elsewhere. Meng Xiaozhu dared not voice her concerns. This was her first time in such a grand residence, and she was utterly bewildered by many of its customs. Given that Shen Jishuang was aware of her plot against her child, why had she not taken action against her? Meng Xiaozhu spent a sleepless night pondering this. She wished to seek out Li Yuan, but since entering the general's estate, she had not laid eyes on him. Inquiring about his whereabouts met with silence, for who would dare pry into the affairs of the estate's most powerful master? Left with no options, she resolved to approach Shen Jishuang once more, imploring her to take her to meet Li Yuan. In her eyes, Shen Jishuang was a woman of fortune, possessing the title of general's wife and now expecting a child. Why should she monopolize all the good fortune? Her misdeed from the previous day had merely been a desperate mistake, and if Shen Jishuang would permit her an audience with Li Yuan, she would surely explain herself. To her astonishment, after much searching, she found herself face to face with Li Yuan in Jingyu's studio. Her joy was palpable. Li Yuan regarded her with a stern countenance. In her past life, Meng Xiaozhu had been similarly oblivious to right and wrong, never recognizing her own faults. In her view, her brother had saved him, thus Li Yuan owed her a perpetual debt. Within the confines of Jingyu's studio, silence reigned as Shen Jishuang quietly consumed her porridge. With Li Yuan present, the matter was no longer within her purview. It would be wise for her to eat in silence and maintain her composure. However, the moment Meng Xiaozhu faced Li Yuan's icy gaze, her elation was extinguished. She suddenly felt timid. "Yuan D, I did not expect to encounter you here. I had intended to visit you and express my gratitude for providing me refuge." Li Yuan cast her a glance and asked pointedly, "Why did you attempt to harm my child?" Meng Xiaozhu's complexion changed dramatically as she hastily waved her hands in denial. "I did not. I simply noticed that the madam was pregnant and wished to befriend her. I harbored no ill intentions." Her voice dwindled under his piercing gaze. Li Yuan had little patience for fools, and at that moment, Meng Xiaozhu epitomized folly. "I have acknowledged your brother's contributions to me, and since your arrival in the capital, I have treated you with utmost kindness, even allowing my wife to prepare your quarters in advance. Yet your repayment is to plot against my child? I did not." Meng Xiaozhu's protests fell flat under Li Yuan's formidable scrutiny. He continued, "If you had remained quietly, I would not have deprived you of your comforts. You could have lived a secure life, yet your malice is excessive. My wife is the lady of this household, and our child is the heir. If you wish to harm her unborn child, you must be prepared for the consequences. Yuan D, do not take your wife's words at face value. I merely wish to grow closer to her. How can you so unjustly malign me? We have spent years together at the frontier, and you share a brotherly bond with my sibling. Even if you recall our past friendship, you should at least hear my side." Meng Xiaozhu was terrified, uncertain of her fate, yet Li Yuan's demeanor felt foreign. After only a brief absence, she found herself unable to meet his cold, abyss-like gaze. It is precisely out of consideration for our past that I have refrained from sending someone to kill you. You failed in your malicious endeavor yet remain unrepentant. Today, you shall be removed from the general's estate to reside in the countryside. I will send someone to watch over you, do not entertain other thoughts. Shen Jishuang was taken aback. Li Yuan's decisive action was unexpected, especially considering Meng Xiuzhu was the sister of his benefactor. Meng Xiuzhu gaped in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. What did it mean to be sent to the countryside? She had come here to marry him, to bear his children and enjoy a life of luxury. If she were to be sent away, what ambitions could she possibly fulfill? I will not go, Li Yuan. My brother saved you, and this is how you repay me. Meng Xiuzhu screamed at him, frenzied. Li Yuan's heart was unyielding. She felt a chill penetrate her being. Li Yuan's gaze hardened further as he regarded Meng Xiuzhu's contorted features with disdain. Your relationship with your brother is irrelevant to this matter. I have shown you enough mercy by sparing your life. Take her away. His subordinates entered silently, and before long, Meng Xiuzhu found her mouth covered and was forcibly dragged away. Her struggles were futile. Once Li Yuan had made a decision, no one could alter it. Once she was taken away, Shen Jishuang cautiously observed Li Yuan. He noticed her gaze and inquired, "Have you had enough to eat?" Shen Jishuang shook her head and resumed her meal. After a considerable pause, Li Yuan dismissed the other servants before addressing her. Regardless of how one views Meng Xiuzhu, her connection to her brother necessitates a degree of leniency. I cannot be overly harsh. Sending her to the countryside with food and shelter shall suffice. Was he explaining himself to her? Shen Jishuang contemplated before setting down her chopsticks. You are well aware that I played a role in this calamity. Had I not devised a trap, perhaps Miss Meng would not have transgressed. I am profoundly grateful for your support. Sending her to the countryside is not an excessively harsh punishment. Many favored concubines in the estate are also dispatched to the countryside. That place lacks for nothing in terms of provisions and has old servants to attend to her. Aside from the distance from the capital and the inability to return, it would be a suitable outcome for Meng Xiuzhu. She had merely acted on the words of others, brazenly plotting against Shen Jishuang. In a drama, such a character would not last long. Even if Shen Jishuang chose not to confront her, Li Yuan would still hold her accountable. Sending her to the countryside is merely a preemptive measure. Her malice was genuine. Her eagerness to fall into the trap only demonstrated her loss of reason, which has nothing to do with you. Li Yuan held a low opinion of Meng Xiuzhu. Having been an emperor for many years and now returned to the past, he found no desire to engage in conversation with the foolish Meng Xiuzhu. Her intent to harm Shen Jishuang and Jiner merely underscored her inherent wickedness. It was laughable that she believed kindness and distance would change her nature. It seems that one's character is indeed difficult to alter. Years ago, he had shown her tolerance due to her brother's kindness, but that was no longer the case. Sending her to the countryside was Li Yuan's act of mercy. Remembering her brother, recalling Li Yu, he thought, so be it. Chapter 45 Abandonment. On this particular night, Li Yuan found himself engulfed in a profound melancholy. Shen Jishuang, lacking understanding or the inclination to seek it, remained oblivious to his turmoil. Their relationship, a mere facade of marital companionship, served only to fulfill mutual needs. Unless Li Yuan initiated conversation, she would not inquire, who relishes the prospect of working late for no apparent reason? Yet, despite Shen Jishuang's reluctance to engage in heartfelt dialogue, Li Yuan stubbornly clung to her side. In the dead of night, he insisted on taking her to burn paper offerings for an old acquaintance. Ultimately, as the employer, she had no choice but to don a heavy robe, allowing Li Yuan to lead her as he paid tribute to his departed friend. Shen Jishuang refrained from inquiring about the identity of this individual. Li Yuan would share if he desired, and his silence spoke volumes of his unwillingness to divulge. Her role was simply to accompany him. As Li Yuan cast the paper money into the flames, his expression bore a calm exterior, yet sorrow lurked beneath. Since Meng Xiuzhu's arrival at the general's residence, Li Yuan had been pondering the path he was destined to repeat in this life. Would the birth of Li Yu prove to be a blessing? The haunting visage of Li Yu's desperate, twisted face following his failed usurpation, the image of him weeping in secret during his childhood, flooded his mind. Ultimately, Li Yuan resolved with determination. The bond between father and son, knowing it was tainted with malice and destined to bear bitter fruit, would only serve as torment for both. You, dear Yuer, have expressed your wish not to be born, and I shall honor that. I am not a good father, thus, the mistake should never have occurred in the first place. Li Yuan burned a considerable amount of paper money, his demeanor shadowed by an inexplicable fragility. Shen Jishuang sat nearby, awaiting his return, her mind tranquil and even inclined towards slumber. Uncertain of the experiences of other expectant mothers, she genuinely felt a perpetual desire for rest. When Li Yuan finished his ritual and grasped her hand, she was jolted back to awareness. Without uttering a word, she placed her hand in his palm. Li Yuan adjusted her cloak before leading her back to Jingyu Zhai. From now on, I shall endeavor to be a good father, he declared upon their return, after they had completed their evening routines. In moments of emotional vulnerability, men often utter the most nonsensical words. The manner of his speech mattered little. What truly counted was the sincerity of his actions given the current circumstances. Li Yuan appeared to hold considerable regard for the child nestled within her womb, warranting Shen Jishuang's encouragement. She gently nestled against him, her voice soft and soothing. I am delighted to hear you say that the child has chosen us to be his parents. We bear a responsibility, you must commit to your words. Li Yuan discerned her subtle intentions and refrained from disputing her. He would uphold his promise. The debts he owed to Jeaner and the others in his previous life would be gradually repaid in this one. At dawn, Li Yuan awoke early. Having taken a day of rest yesterday, he was determined to venture out today. Shen Jishuang, buoyed by his promise from the previous night, reciprocated at an opportune moment. Li Yuan had to leave before daybreak. With no time for breakfast, Shen Jishuang, unwilling to trouble her newly acquired culinary talent at such an ungodly hour, devised an effective plan. She instructed the cook to prepare pancakes, which took about 30 minutes, wrapping them in oiled paper for him to enjoy on the road. Li Yuan was not one to openly express his culinary preferences. Instead, others had to discern them through observation. Having shared several meals with him, Shen Jishuang had gained some insight into his tastes. Recently, he had developed quite an appetite for meat. This was easily remedied. Simply increase the meat content in the pancakes. The ready-made marinated and cured meats could be diced or sliced for a delightful filling. Furthermore, Li Yuan relished spicy food and shunned bland flavors, perhaps due to his need for vigorous training. Thus, Shen Jishuang instructed the cook to enhance the pancakes with meat, fresh lettuce, and her homemade spicy sauce. Thankfully, in this era she had arrived in, chili peppers had long been in existence. Preparing 2 pancakes for him, Shen Jishuang also filled a bamboo tube with warm porridge for him to take along. As Li Yuan inspected the breakfast she had prepared, his expression softened ever so slightly. Shen Jishuang's nature was apparent to him. He had long recognized her character. As long as he treated her well, she would reciprocate in kind. The enticing aroma of the pancakes wafted through the air as he reached out to accept her offerings, nodding in gratitude before striding away from Jingyu Zhai. Once he departed, Shen Jishuang turned back to steal a few more hours of sleep. When she finally roused, it was around 10 in the morning, and Li Yuan had been gone for quite some time. After being attended to and readying herself, she finally sat down to savor her own meal. Life meandered pleasantly on, provided no disturbances arose. Li Yuan had entrusted Meng Xiuzhu's affairs to his subordinates, a group seasoned in military campaigns, known for their remarkable efficiency. Meng Xiuzhu had been taken away the previous night and sent off to the estate without delay. Today, Shen Jishuang received inquiries from her servants regarding the belongings left behind in Guanlan courtyard following Meng Xiuzhu's departure. In truth, Shen Jishuang had initially intended for Meng Xiuzhu to reside there long-term, and all affairs had been meticulously arranged. However, after only a brief stay, she had been dispatched, leaving her possessions and the servants behind. After some contemplation, Shen Jishuang decided to reward those who had served her well. Among them, a clever maid named Mingxiu stood out, and Shen Jishuang promptly designated her to play a pivotal role in conveying her intentions to Meng Xiuzhu. True to her capabilities, Mingxiu effectively communicated Shen Jishuang's message. Grateful for her assistance, Shen Jishuang rewarded her with silver and reassigned her to another position. It was a favorable arrangement, and Mingxiu was quite pleased. However, the matron servants were somewhat perplexed. Shen Jishuang had not concealed her actions from them. They instinctively assumed she would keep Mingxiu close as her personal maid. In reality, Shen Jishuang preferred not to rely on youthful attendants. Her trusted companions were typically older and more seasoned women. The maids in her service were assigned only simpler tasks and did not encroach upon significant responsibilities. The rationale was uncomplicated. Shen Jishuang had long recognized that in this era, many women could only ascend through their connections to men. Powerful men could bestow wealth and status upon women. As a beneficiary of this system, Shen Jishuang understood the underlying logic all too well. Consequently, she felt it prudent to preemptively guard against potential threats. It wasn't a matter of distrust in her management skills, rather, she wished to avoid the pitfalls that could arise if soldiers, disillusioned by their circumstances, sought to abandon their posts, especially when opportunities presented themselves. Similarly, ambitious maids need not be chastised. Li Yuan was unlikely to employ coercive tactics, but if a maid were to take the initiative, would he refuse? That remained uncertain. He had previously informed her that she would not be his sole partner in the future, prompting Shen Jishuang to prepare herself for any eventuality. Should he one day take a liking to one of her close maids, she would find herself stripped of the power to refuse. Given this possibility, it seemed wiser to forego having any maids at all, thus preventing the potential scenario where one of them caught Li Yuan's eye, leaving a vacancy in a crucial position that could not be easily filled. Moreover, as the lady of the household, Shen Jishuang maintained a close relationship with her inner circle of servants. Many matters that required discretion would naturally fall to her personal attendance. Therefore, it was prudent to appoint individuals with a lower turnover rate to these positions, ensuring stability. After rewarding the servants in Guanlan courtyard, Shen Jishuang arranged for regular cleaning without removing any items, as it was possible that a new occupant might arrive soon. Given Li Yuan's youthful exuberance, should he unexpectedly return with another woman, Shen Jishuang would not be caught off guard. Before long, a month had passed. Shen Jishuang was now over 3 months pregnant, and her belly had begun to show. Li Yuan had taken to watching her abdomen closely every day, a habit she had grown accustomed to. However, on this particular day, when he caressed her belly, his gaze took on a somewhat envious hue. Shen Jishuang regarded him with mild perplexity. Li Yuan held her gaze intently and, after a lengthy pause, finally spoke. The physician has stated that after 3 months, we may resume intimate relations. Chapter 46. Injury. Shen Jishuang could not help but roll her eyes. In truth, over the past few months, her hands had been put to extensive use. Li Yuan was not, in any sense, a libertine. His days were exceedingly busy. He would leave early and return late, and occasionally, Shen Jishuang would assist him in the study, managing a flurry of documents. After a few days, Li Yuan would compile a stack of papers destined for unknown locales. Shen Jishuang refrained from prying into the contents of his writings, for the more one knows, the more perilous it becomes. Yet, Li Yuan's trust in her was remarkably high, so much so that it astonished even Shen Jishuang herself. Theoretically, the nobility in the capital led lives characterized by a division of labor, men in the public sphere and women in the domestic realm. Shen Jishuang should not have frequented the study too often. Yet, Li Yuan would occasionally summon her, enlisting her organizational skills to categorize the letters and documents in his study. Since he invited her, she obliged. She harbored a deep interest in the books housed in his study. In the Shen household, she had lacked the conditions for proper learning. Marrying Li Yuan, she could not afford to remain oblivious. Gaining a deeper understanding of this era was far more advantageous than remaining in ignorance. It was precisely because Shen Jishuang occasionally played the role of Li Yuan's secretary that she marveled at his boundless energy. This man could labor from dawn till dusk, and even when he finally retired to wash up and lay down, he still had the presence of mind to take her hand. Although their encounters were fleeting, the frequency was undeniable. She thought Li Yuan had grown accustomed to the physical contact, only to discover that he was still counting the days. As Shen Jishuang gazed into his eager eyes, she gently caressed his face. Setting aside other considerations, this man was undeniably striking, with defined features and an attractive countenance, not to mention a physique that would easily earn him an A-list contract in the entertainment industry. Li Yuan allowed her to stroke his face, his expression taut as he began to unfasten her outer garment. Regaining her senses, Shen Jishuang did not resist. Her eyes appeared to shimmer with a watery hue, and her hands found their way to his neck. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Be gentle." The temperature in Li Yuan's gaze surged. That entire night, Shen Jishuang did not sleep soundly, as Li Yuan took his time to explore her. By the time she awoke fully, the refreshed Li Yuan had already left, taking with him the breakfast prepared by the small kitchen. Shen Jishuang stretched her body, attempting to alleviate the lingering soreness. She had learned not to underestimate a martial general. Her understanding ran deep. However, on another level, her own desires had also been fulfilled. After months of abstaining, Shen Jishuang had presumed that Li Yuan would need time to recover, yet to her surprise, he sent word that he had an urgent matter to attend to and would be resting in the study that evening. At first, Shen Jishuang thought little of it and instructed a servant to inquire if Li Yuan needed any meals prepared. The servant soon returned with the message that it was unnecessary. Shen Jishuang nodded, nonetheless packing a portion of pastries for the servant to deliver to Li Yuan. For 3 consecutive days, Li Yuan did not make an appearance. Shen Jishuang sensed something amiss, yet she could not quite articulate it. On the 4th day, Li Yuan finally arrived. Upon seeing him, her expression darkened. She immediately instructed the servants to leave. Li Yuan lifted his eyelids, appraising her in silence. Once the servants had exited, Shen Jishuang settled beside him and inquired, "Where are you injured?" Li Yuan had not anticipated her keen observation. He had allowed a physician to tend to him for a few days, believing himself to have sustained only minor injuries, and had come to see her. Yet, a single glance from her revealed the contrary. With a hint of impatience, Li Yuan replied, "It's merely a light injury. I am hungry." Shen Jishuang's expression turned frosty. "Remove your robe, I wish to see." Li Yuan's demeanor grew even more austere. "No need to look." As soon as he uttered those 3 words, Shen Jishuang's hand brushed against his forehead, which was still warm to the touch. After a moment's pause, she discreetly summoned a trusted matron, instructing her to fetch the old physician. Claiming that she was feeling unwell, the matron accepted the order and departed swiftly. Upon returning to find Li Yuan still seated there, Shen Jishuang tugged at his sleeve. "You should lie down in the bedroom." I truly have no serious ailment. I refrained from coming for a few days only to prevent the blood from the wound from affecting you and the child. I am much improved now. Li Yuan rarely offered such explanations, but to her dismay, Shen Jishuang was not inclined to listen. She merely nodded and reiterated, "You should lie down in the bedroom." Li Yuan regarded her, but Shen Jishuang remained steadfast. After a prolonged silence, Li Yuan finally stood up and walked into the bedroom. The bed still held traces of Shen Jishuang's lingering fragrance. Inhaling the familiar scent, Li Yuan, who had not rested properly for days, soon succumbed to slumber. The old physician, having first taken Shen Jishuang's pulse, waited in the side chamber. After an hour, well catered with good tea and pastries, the physician found the way quite bearable. Li Yuan slept for an hour before being roused by Shen Jishuang. The fatigue in his eyes had diminished considerably, and Shen Jishuang took his hand, urging the physician to examine him. Before the physician and Shen Jishuang, Li Yuan finally removed his robe, revealing his injuries. The wound was well dressed, yet Li Yuan had not ceased his outings these past few days, pretending all was well. Consequently, the injury had inevitably reopened, and despite the application of medicine, there were no signs of improvement, only a controlled effort to prevent deterioration. Before revealing the wound, Li Yuan had the presence of mind to caution Shen Jishuang to turn away. Shen Jishuang feigned ignorance. Upon seeing the gory, bone-deep injury, the old physician stroked his beard and prescribed medication, reminding them, "The general possesses a remarkable ability to heal, yet he must still rest at home for 3 to 5 days without straining the wound." Li Yuan remained silent. Shen Jishuang dispatched a maid to accompany the physician to procure and prepare the medicine, leaving Li Yuan alone. "You should refrain from going out for the time being," Shen Jishuang advised him. Li Yuan shook his head. "There are pressing matters." Observing his pallid countenance, Shen Jishuang sighed softly. One must have life to enjoy wealth and honor. If Li Yuan remained a general without real power, he would be merely meat on the chopping block. Once the old general passed away, he would lose his value, and the ultimate outcome would be that she would accompany him to the underworld. Shen Jishuang supported Li Yuan's ambition to strive. If he did not contend for it, no one would present opportunities to him. However, striving meant that Li Yuan would need to be utilized. Aside from his identity as the adopted son of the old general, it was his formidable martial prowess that constituted his greatest asset. In recent days, Shen Jishuang had occasionally noticed bloodstains upon his return but had never inquired. Now, seeing that he was injured, she could no longer feign ignorance. What could be more important than the child? She declared to the outside world that she required care, insisting that he remain at home with her. Chapter 47 Arrest and Recovery. Li Yuan gazed at her silently. In a few days' time. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to set aside his myriad responsibilities. Shen Jishuang pressed further, "Is it of utmost importance?" Li Yuan nodded affirmatively. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Jishuang exhaled deeply, "Then do not seclude yourself in the study. Come to Jingyu Pavilion, and I shall tend to your wounds." Li Yuan cast her a sidelong glance, slowly taking her hand in his grasp. As Shen Jishuang watched him consume some kanji and take his medicine, she tugged at his sleeve, leading him back to the bedroom to administer his treatment. Despite the potency of the medicine, Li Yuan's expression remained unperturbed. Once she completed the application of the salve, he reclined against her thigh, gently caressing her abdomen, and soon drifted back into slumber. Beside her, he found solace in sleep. At the break of dawn, as Li Yuan prepared to depart once more, Shen Jishuang administered another round of medicine, watching him consume a bowl and ensuring he finished his meal before allowing him to leave. Li Yuan found her overly meticulous, yet Shen Jishuang remained silent, thus he felt compelled to linger. Once he had taken his leave, she resumed her duties as the lady of the house. Both she and Li Yuan were aware of the identity of the spies within their household, yet they had opted not to eliminate them. Removing the spies would signal a provocation. Whether it was the emperor or Xin Jinlin, both preferred to maintain a sense of control. Should Li Yuan become a mere puppet, they would only delight further. With this group of individuals present, Shen Jishuang and Li Yuan had developed an unspoken understanding of which information should be divulged to them and which should be withheld. While Li Yuan secluded himself in the study, refraining from publicly declaring his injuries, Shen Jishuang discerned his intent. Thus, under the pretense of her own poor appetite, she summoned the elderly physician who typically attended to her. This doctor was well versed in both gynecology and external injuries. Had it not been for Shen Jishuang's regular gifts to him, he would not have been so readily available. The household physician was also quite skilled, but his expertise was specialized, and frequently calling upon him would arouse suspicion among the spies. Thus, it was preferable to engage the outside physician. Within Jingyu Pavilion, the spies could only witness what they were meant to see. When Li Yuan returned late at night, his complexion had paled further since his morning departure. Upon reaching the bedroom, Shen Jishuang examined his wound, which had reopened. Without uttering a word, she focused intently on applying the medicine. Li Yuan remained silent. To avoid perpetual subjugation, he understood he must make sacrifices. Observing Shen Jishuang's concentrated demeanor as she treated his injury, Li Yuan reached out to stroke her hair. Days passed, and Li Yuan's countenance grew increasingly grim. Shen Jishuang pondered how he managed to mask his condition in public. Until one fateful night, when he returned, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at her, he declared, "It is done." After uttering those words, he unexpectedly fainted. Shen Jishuang caught him just in time. Li Yuan slept for an entire day and night before rousing. Upon waking, he found the sky clear and bright. Turning his head slightly, he beheld Shen Jishuang diligently sewing. Her focused profile was bathed in sunlight, her abdomen gently rounding, exuding an ineffable tranquility. Before he could speak, Shen Jishuang instinctively glanced over, noticing he was awake, and smiled softly. "Husband, you've awakened?" Li Yuan's gaze deepened as he regarded her, responding with a mere hum. Shen Jishuang reached out to touch his forehead, relieved to find he had no fever. Li Yuan remained silent, allowing her to tend to him. Shen Jishuang then stepped outside to request the kitchen prepare a meal. From that day forth, Li Yuan ceased his early morning and late night comings and goings, embarking on a journey of recuperation. Based on Li Yuan's personal experiences, Shen Jishuang attended to him exceptionally well. In her previous life, she had been an outstanding empress, adeptly diffusing the intrigues of the court, leaving only minor skirmishes among the concubines, who all held her in high regard. Her son ultimately ascended to the throne, and the mothers of his siblings harbored no grievances, nor did they ever create a scene. He had fought in wars for years, and after ascending, he was preoccupied with court affairs. Later, he had maidservants specifically attending to him, while Shen Jishuang's care was courteous yet distant. Now, as a fallen general and a woman of the inner quarters, her attentiveness to his needs became deeply personal. In matters of sustenance, she was meticulous, observing that yesterday's table had featured chicken, today it was beef. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Shen Jishuang noticed his satisfaction and inwardly chuckled. Were it not for his injuries, she would have thoroughly pampered him. His preferences had always been a matter of conjecture. Had Shen Jishuang not been a former film queen with a keen observational eye, she might never have discerned that Li Yuan favored beef over other meats. Beef was quite rare in ancient times, and it took her considerable effort to procure some from various villages. Li Yuan appeared to eat heartily. Once he finished his meal, he picked up a military treatise to read. Shen Jishuang followed suit, selecting a travelogue. As Li Yuan raised his hand to sip tea, he caught sight of her winking at him. Li Yuan frowned slightly. "What is it?" Shen Jishuang's smile carried a hint of playfulness as she leaned closer, book in hand. "Husband, what do you think of this place? Is it suitable for living?" Li Yuan looked at her quizzically, taking the book from her to examine it more closely before responding mildly. "The local customs are rather fierce, and they harbor aversion to Han people." Shen Jishuang continued her inquiries. "What about the climate? I read that women can engage in commerce there, is that true?" Li Yuan regarded her with bemusement, yet nodded. "The weather is arid, spending a few days there, your delicate complexion would surely suffer from the sun." Shen Jishuang, having taken great care of herself, eschewed the notion of delayed gratification and the idea of enduring hardship without reward. Li Yuan had granted her authority over household affairs, and she was unreserved in spending money on herself. Though she had ceased using cosmetics, she indulged in fine food and goods. At present, she appeared radiant, her complexion a perfect blend of fair and rosy, resembling a beauty nurtured by luxury. Gently touching her face, she carefully avoided his injury, leaning into Li Yuan's embrace and softly murmuring, "You must recover quickly. Without you to forge ahead, my complexion shall inevitably grow coarse." Li Yuan instinctively embraced her. He had nearly forgotten whether Shen Jishuang had ever been coy with him in his past life, as memories from so long ago were hazy. After ascending, she had always been the most decorous empress, yet now, things were different. Shen Jishuang was unreserved in her use of various methods to win his affection, her coquetry flowing effortlessly. Li Yuan reached out to caress her cheek, remaining silent. She was his wife, and naturally, he was to provide for her. Meanwhile, Shen Jishuang diligently remembered that place. A clever hare has 3 burrows. Despite Li Yuan's promises, she could not shake her unease. Leaving aside other considerations, should misfortune befall in one day, leaving them as orphans, she must strategize effectively. As days slipped by, over 10 had passed, and Li Yuan's injuries had nearly healed. Shen Jishuang had been attentive with nourishing broths and elixirs, bolstering his natural healing abilities. Though the wounds had been severe, nearly revealing bone, he had made remarkable progress, astonishing even Shen Jishuang. As night fell, after tending to his wounds as usual, Li Yuan, instead of succumbing to slumber, reached out to unfasten her garments. Shen Jishuang quickly restrained his wandering hands, giving him a gentle glare. "No." Chapter 48. The gift. From the last encounter to now, nearly 20 days have slipped by. Li Yuan cradled Shen Jishuang in his arms each night as he drifted into slumber. As a normal man, brimming with vitality, he found it impossible to remain indifferent in the presence of a beauty as enchanting as a flower. Moreover, this exquisite woman was his legally wedded wife, bearing his child within her womb. The mere thought of their offspring developing inside Shen Jishuang stirred an excitement in Li Yuan that he could scarcely comprehend. In summary, after his injuries had begun to heal, he found himself increasingly unable to suppress his desires, yet, he was adept at concealing this turmoil, and Shen Jishuang remained oblivious to his unrest. But now that his wounds had largely mended, why was he still unable to touch her? Li Yuan gazed at Shen Jishuang with his dark, penetrating eyes. Shen Jishuang gently admonished him, "Your injuries have not fully healed. Should you exacerbate your condition, you will suffer the consequences." "The wound has nearly healed," Li Yuan stated calmly. To alleviate her doubts, he took her hand and guided it to the injury. Shen Jishuang instinctively recoiled. "I know you are much improved, but one must not be reckless with injuries." Li Yuan remained silent, communicating through his gaze. At a loss for words, Shen Jishuang pondered for a moment and devised a compromise. Just as a delicate hand reached out, Li Yuan grasped her wrist firmly. Shen Jishuang found herself speechless once more, observing her expression. A flicker of amusement danced in Li Yuan's eyes. He leaned closer, whispering something in her ear. Shen Jishuang turned to him abruptly. Li Yuan met her gaze directly, biting her lip. She couldn't help but wish he were a eunuch. Ultimately, she nodded lightly. The curtain fell. Li Yuan looked up at Shen Jishuang, reflecting on how her beauty only seemed to grow. The following day, Shen Jishuang indulged in a deep slumber, entirely unaware of when Li Yuan had left. By her estimation, he had indeed recovered, though she had refrained from inquiring about the matters Li Yuan had attended to in recent days. Someone arrived at her doorstep bearing gifts. The steward sent by the Prince of Xian presented a lavish offering. Shen Jishuang decided to accept the gifts, secretly contemplating the nature of Li Yuan's relationship with the Prince of Xian. As night fell and Li Yuan returned, Shen Jishuang informed him of the visit from the princess envoy while he changed into his outer robe. Li Yuan displayed no particular reaction, simply nodding slightly before caressing Shen Jishuang's abdomen, asking, "Did you feel any movement today?" Shen Jishuang understood he was referring to the fetus. It was still too early for that. Li Yuan continued to gaze at her belly for a moment before heading to dinner. Shen Jishuang had already eaten. Her meals had settled into a routine, and she wouldn't alter her schedule due to Li Yuan's unpredictable return, as it was detrimental to her digestion. Nevertheless, she remained by his side, serving him food. Li Yuan consumed his meal with notable speed, and once he had washed up, he finally turned his attention to discussing recent events with Shen Jishuang. Being in the inner quarters, Shen Jishuang was entirely unacquainted with the political landscape of the capital. Li Yuan's study was filled with books, and he allowed her to read at her leisure, as she was still in the learning phase. Rather than perusing the text slowly, she saw the advantage of having someone knowledgeable nearby. Thus, as Li Yuan recounted events, she seized the opportunity to pose questions from Shen Jishuang's perspective. The old emperor was feeble-minded and excessively suspicious, plagued by illness. As the emperor aged, those around him grew increasingly restless. Various factions were vying for power, particularly since the emperor was still in good health and favored beauty, surrounded by numerous offspring. Shen Jilin was a staunch royalist. Whoever the emperor designated as heir, he would follow. However, the crown prince had been spoiled, rendering him an inadequate ruler. Some astute officials sought to align themselves with others, hoping to gain merit in the power struggle, as if to claim a share of the glory. Recently, Shen Jilin had favored Li Yuan, intending to eliminate those with ulterior motives surrounding the crown prince. Recognizing Li Yuan's genuine capabilities, far superior to the inept sycophants around the prince, he extended an olive branch after careful consideration. Li Yuan was a useful blade, albeit one that was not easily wielded. He had unexpectedly forged a connection with the Prince of Xian without Shen Jilin's awareness. The prince was also a formidable contender for the throne. Frustrated, Shen Jilin had scolded Li Yuan privately on several occasions, yet, having saved the princess' life, Li Yuan's status naturally rose. Shen Jishuang looked at him with curiosity. "The princess household has made a grand gesture in presenting gifts, as though you have already aligned yourself with him. This seems rather inconsistent with your character." Li Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the woman beside him. "What kind of character do you believe I possess?" Although Shen Jishuang did not yet know him intimately, they shared a commonality. Both tended to prioritize their own interests. By placing himself in the crosshairs of conflict between the crown prince and the Prince of Xian, wasn't his position perilous? A wise person never willingly entered dangerous territory unless absolutely necessary. Being the object of contention was hardly advantageous, and Li Yuan was not foolish enough to invite trouble. Observing Li Yuan's demeanor closely, Shen Jishuang discerned that he likely had ulterior motives, thus ensuring her and their child's safety. With that thought, she yawned and playfully leaned against his shoulder. "You are the most magnificent husband in my eyes." Seeing the teasing glimmer in Shen Jishuang's expression, Li Yuan understood she was jesting. He refrained from responding and said, "Accept the gifts they sent you, there is no need to reciprocate." Li Yuan had indeed been preoccupied with various matters lately. The scheming individuals in his memory had long since become mere shadows. Observing their rivalry, he felt no particular concern. Even if one of them ascended to power, their reign would likely be fleeting. What was the point? Those who commit transgressions face divine retribution. Without the support of the people, the destiny of this dynasty would soon dwindle. Nevertheless, Li Yuan was open to profiting from their struggles. In this lifetime, he aspired to ascend to power with utmost expediency. Li Yuan's hand found its way back to Shen Jishuang's abdomen. At the very least, I must ensure he is born into a tranquil environment. Sensing Li Yuan's reluctance to engage in further conversation, Shen Jishuang decided not to press him. Just as she was on the verge of closing her eyes to sleep, she noticed his movements and reluctantly opened her eyes once more. "Husband, it is getting late, and you must venture out tomorrow." Li Yuan's tone was remarkably calm. "There is no urgency in the coming days." Shen Jishuang sensed the warmth of his breath and could surmise that he was indeed rather free of obligations lately. Days passed, and Li Yuan found himself needing to step out less frequently. Yet he spent his mornings writing in his study and his afternoons in Shen Jishuang's company. The memory of Li Jin's birth from his past life had faded significantly, yet this time around, Li Yuan was intent on closely monitoring Shen Jishuang's growing belly, unwilling to miss a single moment of their son's development. Chapter 49. The arrogant servant. Recognizing the profound importance he placed on the child, Shen Jishuang refrained from impeding his efforts at fostering a parent-child bond. Human emotions are cultivated through interaction. Shen Jishuang could not forcibly impose her will upon Li Yuan, compelling him to engage intimately with their offspring. However, should he take the initiative, she would not drive him away. When he arrived, Shen Jishuang would share with him some basic knowledge regarding parenting and the common wisdom surrounding pregnancy. Was Li Yuan the type of husband who would harbor disdain for his wife after she bore their child, viewing her as changed from her former self? Shen Jishuang was uncertain. She had seen numerous news articles and heard many affluent wives candidly express their reluctance to have their husbands accompany them during childbirth, especially among some fated stars who, having finally secured a wealthy partner, would seldom refuse the prospect of motherhood for the sake of security and a comfortable life. Life necessitates a pragmatic approach. They yearn for what they cannot attain independently, yet are willing to endure certain sacrifices to obtain it, thus bearing the cost becomes an unavoidable duty. Yet, these wealthy men often have numerous romantic interests. In a sense, they are not lacking in female companionship. As beauty wanes, affection diminishes. The act of giving birth is arguably the moment when a woman is most vulnerable, and also most disheveled. It is a gamble to see whether a man can endure such a visceral scene, and it might be wiser to openly seek benefits instead. Shen Jishuang comprehended the mindset of these individuals, yet she would not conform to it. She believed that the reins of her life should remain firmly in her own grasp. In modern times, should Shen Jishuang choose to bear a child, she would undoubtedly insist that her partner accompany her. If a man cannot withstand the sight of his companion bringing forth their shared bloodline, then he ought to distance himself as far as possible. Yet, the circumstances in ancient times were different. When Shen Jishuang was to give birth, Li Yuan naturally could not be by her side. Nevertheless, she contemplated extensively. After this child, she would refrain from bearing more for at least several years. If Li Yuan were to express disdain for her after childbirth, Shen Jishuang would find herself surprisingly unperturbed. Firstly, the risks associated with childbirth were considerable. Secondly, repeated pregnancies would significantly impact her health. She valued her life immensely, paying close attention to her well-being throughout her pregnancy. Determined to navigate this arduous challenge successfully, Shen Jishuang mused that if she nurtured their familial bonds well, secured her position as the matriarch, and given that Shen Jinlin still had some utility, even if Li Yuan chose not to share a bed with her, he would struggle to find another suitable wife in the near term. During this period, Shen Jishuang gradually discerned that Li Yuan appeared quite fond of enlisting her assistance with various matters. Some tasks even fell outside the domain of a matriarch's authority, yet Li Yuan seemed convinced that she would undertake them, specifically summoning her to do so. Naturally, Shen Jishuang would not falter in her performance. Apart from their intimate encounters, she still held some significance in Li Yuan's affairs. As long as she had leverage, Shen Jishuang was not stingy in sharing the extent of the physical toll a woman endures during childbirth. Listening to her recount her impending tribulations in a calm tone, Li Yuan's gaze grew contemplative. He was reminded of the last life. After ascending to the throne, Shen Jishuang accomplished numerous feats. In truth, she garnered considerable admiration among the populace. Initially, she sought Li Yuan's approval to promote sanitary napkins across the realm, earning her the affection of women everywhere. Subsequently, she organized the Thai hospital and compiled a manual entitled A Guide for Women During Pregnancy. She instructed women on how to care for themselves during pregnancy, aiming to mitigate the physical repercussions while ensuring a smooth delivery. She even dispatched individuals to various villages to disseminate this knowledge. Upon Li Yuan's ascension, with the nation in need of revitalization, he required a sufficient populace. Consequently, he staunchly supported Qin Jishuang, appointing dedicated officials to oversee the implementation of the pregnancy manual. Qin Jishuang's reputation for virtue spread far and wide alongside the book. To the public, she was the exemplary empress, the revered matriarch of the nation. Noticing that Li Yuan had again drifted into thought, she fell silent, nibbled on a light snack, and maintained her energy. When he regained focus, Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon Qin Jishuang and assured her with utmost certainty, "You will be just fine. After giving birth, you will remain healthy." Qin Jishuang could hardly suppress an eye roll. Was that the crux of her concerns? Did he believe himself to be the Jade Emperor, dictating reality with mere words? Adjusting her expression, she allowed a hint of melancholy to surface. "I naturally wish to bear your child in good health, yet if I were to become less attractive postbirth, I implore you not to favor the concubine over the wife, leaving me without a path forward." Li Yuan recognized her theatricality, yet he could not immediately discern her underlying intent. Observing her visibly pregnant belly, he gently caressed it while reassuring her, "Rest assured, you will not lose your beauty. Moving forward, I shall treat both you and our child with the utmost care." Qin Jishuang regarded him with a sidelong glance, silently hoping he would indeed uphold his promise. With his assurance, she felt no further need to elaborate. The truth would reveal itself after childbirth. In recent days, Li Yuan had shown her warmth, yet she had not forgotten his repeated emphasis that she would not be his sole woman. It remained to be seen when he would take another into his fold. Qin Jishuang did not harbor illusions of ensnaring him entirely. Initially, she believed that after the gifts from the Shenwang mansion, Qin Jinlin would cast Li Yuan into the cold palace. However, it was unexpected that not long after, the Shen family also sent offerings. Their pretext was entirely legitimate. Since Li Yuan had married a daughter of the Shen family and Qin Jishuang was now pregnant, it was only fitting that they sent supplements for the young lady, leaving no room for criticism. Upon receiving their gifts, Qin Jishuang certainly would not refuse. She warmly welcomed the representatives from the Shen family, who, in turn, maintained a cold demeanor, sternly reminding her, "Do not forget, you are a Shen. If you desire support from your family, you must rely on your father. Though your husband is accomplished now, without your father, he is nothing." Upon hearing this, Qin Jishuang clutched her belly, feigning pain as she exclaimed, "Did my father send you here to harm me and the child?" The individual, taken aback by her ploy, was seized, and Qin Jishuang ordered him to receive a thorough beating before being unceremoniously expelled. When others inquired, they were informed that Qin Jishuang was merely disciplining a disobedient servant, who had feigned goodwill while disrespecting propriety and coveting the gifts from the Shen family. Though she had only punished a servant, the relationship between the Shen family and the general's residence remained strong. Rumors spread that while Qin Jishuang had dealt with a servant, her actions starkly indicated that Li Yuan had not completely subdued Qin Jinlin. The offerings from the Shen family coerced Li Yuan to choose a side, yet Qin Jishuang's punitive measures left the current state of his alliances rather ambiguous. All these occurrences were orchestrated by Qin Jishuang herself. Upon Li Yuan's return and learning of the incident, a smile unconsciously graced his face as he observed his wife, who was engrossed in her floral arrangements. "Why did you choose to act in such a manner?" he inquired. Chapter 50 Stance. It is not difficult to deduce the situation. Not long ago, the Duke of Xian sent a lavish gift to Li Yuan, who accepted it without reciprocating, a behavior that is, in fact, quite improper. After all, mutual exchanges are the essence of human relationships. Since the Duke of Xian dispatched someone to present such a generous offering, it is only fitting that they should receive something in return. Yet, Li Yuan issued a direct order that no gift be returned. This clearly indicates that Li Yuan and the Duke of Xian are not as closely aligned as one might presume. His demeanor subtly suggests a degree of detachment. This very detachment has emboldened the forces loyal to the crown prince, who are now poised to act. Qin Jishuang remains unaware of how Li Yuan has demonstrated his worth. Nonetheless, he has become a coveted asset, with both factions eager to claim him as their own. Given that Li Yuan has not fully committed to the Duke of Xian, Qin Jinlin swiftly seized the opportunity to visit Li Yuan under the pretext of delivering prenatal supplements to his daughter, thereby expressing a desire for closeness. As Qin Jishuang is the daughter of the Shen family, her father's concern for her during her pregnancy is entirely justifiable. However, should the general's household joyfully accept the gift, it would undoubtedly prompt the Duke of Xian to recalibrate their strategy concerning Li Yuan. Qin Jishuang serves as a crucial pawn in this intricate game. Her identity as the Shen family's daughter alone is sufficient to instill a sense of caution in the Duke's camp. Although marriage traditionally entails a shift in allegiance to one as husband, it is the pursuit of mutual benefit that reigns supreme. Many men, upon marrying into prestigious families, would swiftly abandon their wives should their families fall from grace. Those highborn ladies are acutely aware of the significance of their maternal families. The notion of a support system is not merely a saying, it is a fundamental aspect of survival. Unfortunately, Qin Jishuang cannot rely on Qin Jinlin. That man regards her as a disgrace and only offers the faintest hints of familial solidarity when it serves his needs. The truth remains obscured from outsiders. If Shen Jishuang were to accept the gift and express closeness to her maternal family, it would surely lead them to believe that Li Yuan favors the crown prince's faction over the Duke of Xian's. However, it is evident that Li Yuan seeks to maintain a delicate balance between the two powers. He wishes to utilize both but not fully ally with either. Shen Jishuang cannot afford to be a hindrance to him. Timing is of the essence. In a decisive moment, Shen Jishuang administered a stern reprimand to a servant, expelling him from the premises, thus swiftly conveying Li Yuan's stance toward the crown prince's faction. Had the two parties severed ties? Not at all. Shen Jishuang merely disciplined a servant. What is amiss in a master correcting a subordinate? Yet, it is this very servant who might provide discerning individuals with a glimpse of the underlying dynamics. Perhaps Li Yuan is not as close to her father as it appears. Confined within the inner quarters, Shen Jishuang is limited in her actions. However, she is acutely aware that no one extends goodwill without reason. Although she is presently with child, her leverage remains insufficient. A competent mistress must adeptly manage the household while also navigating social circles. Many matters that are inconvenient for men to address can be deftly handled by the women of the household. In the capital, which noblewoman does not attend banquets, during these gatherings, they must also gather vital information. The insights they acquire can prove advantageous to their families, making their attendance worthwhile. Every era possesses its own survival wisdom. Shen Jishuang never underestimates those of ancient times, especially the women of that age. Under the most challenging circumstances, they have managed to establish firm footing, their intellect far from weak. Presently, Shen Jishuang need not partake in the social gatherings of the ladies, for her ability to penetrate their circle hinges on Li Yuan's capacity to navigate the external landscape. Yet within the household, she must adeptly handle the relevant affairs. She cannot afford to create unnecessary chaos for Li Yuan. He has not overtly rejected the Duke of Xian's overtures, nor has he publicly antagonized the crown prince's faction. Thus, Shen Jishuang must also maintain this balance, allowing him to remain in equilibrium. Disciplining a servant is a prudent course of action. No matter who inquires, there exists a rationale. Shen Jishuang conveyed her thoughts to Li Yuan, who appeared quite pleased. His deep-set gaze lingered on her before he could not resist placing a tender kiss upon her eyelids. "You have done exceedingly well." He rarely expresses such affection towards her, and as Shen Jishuang smiled gently, leaning into his embrace, she replied, "If it can assist you, I shall do anything." Her words may have seemed overly sentimental, yet Li Yuan was fully aware of her resolve. In her previous life, she had been just this way. Despite his exceptional talents, Li Yuan is but a mortal and cannot possess boundless capabilities. Engaged in conflicts with others, he inevitably neglects the matters of the inner quarters. Shen Jishuang diligently safeguards the household, ensuring that in times of peril, he need not worry about potential upheavals, thereby showcasing her competence. Li Yuan could not help but appraise his wife in his arms. What if she does not love him? Regardless, they are united as one. He is her heaven, and she must find ways to protect him. That night, Shen Jishuang found herself perplexed by Li Yuan's fervor. Were it not for his restraint, she might have ejected him from her chamber. The child takes precedence. Li Yuan and she are but strangers who have become husband and wife, while the child is a relative, nurtured within her womb and connected by blood. Should Li Yuan dare to risk their safety for his own desires, Shen Jishuang would not spare him. Yet, in truth, Li Yuan is gentle, albeit insatiable. By the time their encounter concluded, Shen Jishuang's hair was entirely damp, and she was unaware of when she had drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, the dawn had already broken, and Li Yuan had long since departed. During this period, he resided at Jingyu's studio, and Shen Jishuang instructed the kitchen to prepare a portable breakfast for him each day. To prevent him from growing weary of the same fare, she even revisited the variety of breakfasts from her past life to enrich the menu. In truth, Li Yuan is not overly particular about food. Although he exhibits some selectivity, he will consume both delicacies and simple buns alike. It seems that in his eyes, being finicky about food is not a trait befitting a man. Since he does not proactively express his preferences, Shen Jishuang observed the types of dishes he favored and instructed the kitchen to alternate them. Li Yuan responded favorably to this approach. With the master having left, the remaining hours were at Shen Jishuang's discretion. She would not neglect herself, seeking out diversions to indulge in. Reading, flower admiring, and needlework constituted her primary activities. Exercise was also an essential aspect of her routine. In her previous life as an actress, she had developed a stringent awareness of body management ingrained in her very being. During her pregnancy, she meticulously controlled her weight, fearing that a larger child might complicate her delivery. In addition, Shen Jishuang sought the aid of an experienced physician to recall the pregnancy oil she had encountered previously, requesting his assistance in crafting them. Merely describing her desires, the physician instantly comprehended what she sought. Chapter 51 The courtyard. It must be said that ancient times truly harbored hidden talents and formidable figures. Shen Jishuang felt grateful for the genuine individual she encountered. With the use of pregnancy oil, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whether she would transform into a woman imbued with maternal instincts was a question even she could not answer at present. However, she was acutely aware that she had no intention of sacrificing her identity or succumbing to a disheveled appearance, as such a state was incompatible with the aesthetic standards expected of a star. In her previous life, Shen Jishuang had been a renowned actress, never relenting in her self-care and management. Whether Li Yuan would grow to disdain her in the future was of little concern. Her primary focus was on maintaining her figure. Without the distractions of outsiders, Shen Jishuang enjoyed a leisurely day. She refused to inflict unnecessary suffering upon herself. Every day, she wore a smile, radiating an aura of contentment. Her positive demeanor alleviated the psychological burdens of the servants, allowing them to attend to her with greater ease. This created a virtuous cycle, yet, uninvited guests often disrupted her tranquil moments. Observing the chief steward of the Shen household, Shen Jishuang watched as he performed his customary bow, a forced grin plastered on his face, and inquired, "What brings you here this time?" Compared to the haughty subordinate from before, the chief steward appeared considerably more earnest. Alas, the disdain in his eyes was not lost on Shen Jishuang. In the eyes of these servants, both Shen Jishuang and Li Yuan were individuals who had overstepped their bounds. One was the discarded daughter of a ministerial household, while the other was a brash youth from humble origins. Together, they seemed unafraid of any consequences. These two dared to offend even the ministerial residents, and Li Yuan truly believed that his new title as general conferred him any real authority? The chief steward, having weathered many storms, regarded his master as a sagacious man. He was willing to assist his son-in-law, yet Li Yuan's aspirations to align himself with yet another powerful figure struck him as utterly misguided. The master commanded the servants to deliver a message to the young lady, informing her that a banquet would be held at their residence the following day, and both she and the general were expected to attend. "I am with child and unable to travel. I shall wait until the baby is born and more grown before I personally apologize to my father," Shen Jishuang replied. The chief steward, maintaining his forced smile, retorted, "Miss, do not forget that you bear the surname Shen. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still a member of the Shen family. When the time comes for you to contribute, should you refuse, who will come to your aid thereafter?" Shen Jishuang met his gaze with a smile of her own. "As long as my father does not wish for my life, I believe I require no assistance from him." The expression on the chief steward's face shifted. In his recollection, the young lady had always been a taciturn presence within the Shen residence, possessing little impact. It was only when the Lu family sought her hand in marriage that the household realized she possessed a certain beguiling charm. To his surprise, now that she was married and pregnant, she had grown quite audacious. With that, the chief steward decided to no longer waste his time with her, slowly smiling as he informed her, "The residence of your late mother is to be burned down in a few days. If you retain any affection for her, it would be wise to return there tomorrow. After all, you are still the daughter of the master, the esteemed young lady of this household. He shall not treat you or your husband poorly." Having served in the Shen residence for decades, the chief steward believed he had a modicum of authority, thus he spoke to Shen Jishuang with little courtesy. Upon hearing that Shen Jinlin intended to incinerate her mother's old dwelling, Shen Jishuang remained outwardly composed. Once the chief steward departed, she cradled her belly, revealing a hint of genuine emotion. She felt a measure of pity for her birth mother. Shen Jinlin was a cunning wolf of the mountains. How could her mother possibly contend with him? Dwelling on past grievances would yield no fruitful outcome, yet Shen Jishuang could not allow herself to be deceived simply because Shen Jinlin intended to destroy her mother's former home. The chief steward was unable to articulate the true purpose behind Shen Jinlin's banquet. It was evidently a trap. Li Yuan could not afford to venture into peril over an old courtyard. Upon his return, Shen Jishuang conveyed the chief steward's message faithfully. Li Yuan observed her weary demeanor, the fatigue evident on her face. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired. Shen Jishuang replied, "The Shen family should not intervene. If the courtyard is to be burned, so be it. I have resided there for over a decade. It is a dilapidated structure that leaks in winter and rains. There is no need to allow my father's schemes to succeed." Li Yuan, aware of Shen Jishuang's tumultuous past, could empathize to a degree, yet he could not fully grasp her sentiments. His own childhood had been fraught with death and hunger, even more perilous than hers, and hearing of Shen Jishuang's past struggles stirred something within him. Yet, while he felt a pang of sympathy, he believed that her survival was testament to her endurance. Having endured, the past should be cast aside, yet it was clear that Shen Jishuang still bore some sorrow. "You need not go tomorrow, I shall go in your stead," Li Yuan resolved swiftly. Shen Jishuang looked at him disapprovingly. "It is unnecessary, but if my father seizes upon my vulnerabilities, he will only use them against me time and again. Moreover, it is merely a courtyard. It does not warrant such concern." Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon her. "But you care deeply." Shen Jishuang found his insistence tiresome. She had myriad concerns. Could everything in this world align perfectly? Unless one were a deity, such a notion was absurd. I do not care so much, let us not dwell on this matter, my husband. Do not put yourself in danger. Her words failed to deter Li Yuan. He grasped her hand, locking eyes with her. If you manage the inner quarters well, I shall shield you from the storms of the outside world. Your father will not lay a hand on me. That courtyard will remain intact. Gazing into his eyes, Shen Jishuang fell silent. She acquiesced, choosing to trust Li Yuan. In truth, he epitomized the archetypal ancient man, firmly believing that men should govern the external affairs while women managed the internal. Since Shen Jishuan was his wife, overseeing the household and bearing children, he felt it was his duty to protect her. The man she viewed as a formidable threat, Shen Jinlin, was merely inconsequential in his eyes. Retaining that courtyard was not an insurmountable challenge. The following day, Li Yuan ventured to the Shen residence alone. Shen Jishuan felt a twinge of unease. After waiting through the morning and into the afternoon, Li Yuan finally returned. Shen Jishuang scrutinized him closely, relieved to find him unscathed. She exhaled slowly. Not only had he returned safely, but he also brought back some of her old belongings. I have retrieved everything from the courtyard that could be salvaged. I do not know if they will be of any use to you. You may examine them yourself. Your father has also promised not to use that courtyard against you anymore. As Shen Jishuang surveyed the items in the carriage and glanced at Li Yuan's impassive expression, memories of days gone by flooded her mind, stirring a bittersweet ache in her heart. Leaning into Li Yuan's embrace, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Li Yuan held her close, and together they walked slowly back to their home. Chapter 52. The kiss. Observing Li Yuan's fearless determination as he brought back those relics for her, Shen Jishuang could almost ascertain that he indeed harbored a modicum of affection for her. Had he felt no inclination towards her, it was highly probable that Shen Jishuang would no longer be residing in the general's residence. In an era where women were regarded as mere appendages, Shen Jishuang lacked any substantial backing. Li Yuan had already exploited his father-in-law to the fullest, establishing his own foothold through sheer capability, rendering Shen Jishuang's status as a daughter of the Shen family nearly inconsequential. In fact, her lineage could potentially hinder Li Yuan's political ascension. Moreover, it was perilous that Li Yuan had previously witnessed her clandestine meeting with an old flame, exchanging tokens of affection. To a man of ancient times, Shen Jishuang's actions were tantamount to betrayal. Should Li Yuan desire her eradication, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In the face of feudal oppression, her resistance was almost futile. Fortunately, she found herself with child, and as the matron of the household, she had performed her duties commendably. Shen Jishuang discerned the subtle affection Li Yuan harbored for her, while also noting the sporadic glimmers of irritation in his gaze. Following her pregnancy, the frequency of such ire had diminished, yet she was acutely aware that Li Yuan still held grievances against her. Her flaws were numerous: her father, a beast in human guise; her sister's fiancé had once sought her hand, and she herself was hardly a paragon of virtue, her talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting being mediocre at best. Even in beauty, she did not belong to the realm of breathtaking allure. From the outset, her hand was dealt with great limitations. Thus, in this era where a woman's reproductive value eclipsed all else, it was imperative for her to conceive. In truth, Shen Jishuang held no aversion to having children. At times, she yearned for a kindred spirit to accompany her in this foreign world. Compared to a life with a man of humble origins, Li Yuan was undoubtedly a far better option. Weighing the pros and cons, Shen Jishuang recognized that Li Yuan's overall attributes were quite commendable. Currently, she was the sole mistress of the general's residence, free from the obligation of serving her mother-in-law or managing familial ties. Her sole duty was to attend to Li Yuan, and her life was, in fact, rather agreeable. Contentment breeds happiness. Upon perceiving Li Yuan's intentional or inadvertent displays of affection towards her, Shen Jishuang understood that it was time for her to articulate her emotions. The man still harbored lingering feelings regarding Lu Ziyuan, and the signals he relayed were essentially an invitation for her to genuinely cherish him. However, the sentiment of affection is often superficial. Shen Jishuang had experienced numerous romantic entanglements and was acutely aware that one could harbor feelings for many individuals. If both parties were compatible, romance could blossom effortlessly. Yet, in reality, even mutual affection does not guarantee a seamless transition into matrimony. When survival and affection are weighed on opposite scales, affection is invariably the first to be forfeited. Love is trivial, and true devotion is exceedingly rare. Shen Jishuang never aspired to be loved by anyone, particularly not by a man like Li Yuan, for such a pursuit would be akin to casting pearls before swine. For him, affection equated to possession, and genuine dialogue could never transpire between them. Li Yuan's desire for her affection was merely a manifestation of jealousy, as he could not easily forget her past. If she could convey to Li Yuan that her feelings for Lu Ziyuan were non-existent, then the next step would be to demonstrate that she was gradually developing feelings for him in return for his efforts. Given the current circumstances, her affection for him could potentially open doors to greater possibilities in her life. As the night deepened, within the confines of their chamber, Shen Jishuang nestled in Li Yuan's embrace, her gaze filled with longing and gratitude. It was evident that such a look was quite pleasing to Li Yuan, who lowered his head to inquire, "Why do you gaze at me so intently?" Shen Zhishuang appeared momentarily flustered. I simply did not anticipate you would do so much for me." In truth, Shen Zhishuang's assumptions were not misplaced. Li Yuan desired to witness her affection for him. In this world, what wife does not cherish her husband? Reflecting on his previous life, Li Yuan recalled the years following his ascension, during which his exchanges with Shen Zhishuang had been markedly sparse. With the myriad of concubines in the palace and ministers in the imperial study, he could converse with anyone. Why would he seek to confide in Shen Zhishuang? The emperor and empress were not merely a husband and wife, each bore distinct responsibilities, and the mundane interactions of an ordinary couple were not within their purview. Amidst his busyness, apart from the routine audiences on the 1st and 15th of the month, Li Yuan hardly had the opportunity to see Shen Zhishuang. As time passed, she faded into his memory as a paragon of virtue. In his heart, he believed he had committed no wrong. An emperor is burdened with the affairs of state, while an empress must fulfill her role as the mother of the nation, leaving little room for the ordinary life of a married couple. Yet, he never anticipated that after decades of marriage, he would not elicit even a single utterance of love from her. Enduring life's trials together for so many years, their shared joys and sorrows seemed to have become a mere jest. After his rebirth, Li Yuan bore witness to a more vibrant aspect of Shen Zhishuang. The image of the composed empress was replaced by the authentic Shen Zhishuang, yet, he still yearned for her love. It is only natural for a wife to fall in love with her husband. He would treat her kindly, but she too must reciprocate with her affection. Shen Zhishuang lay upon Li Yuan's chest. While she respected and understood his actions, she could not fully endorse them. After all, she had never anticipated his love for her, nor had she demanded that he remain solely devoted to her. She recognized that in a relationship marked by unequal power dynamics, such wishes were futile. The chasm between modern and ancient mindsets is vast. An ancient man would satisfy Shen Zhishuang's needs solely in terms of material provisions, while spiritual resonance was utterly unattainable. Shen Zhishuang would not be naive enough to discuss equality with him. Since he desired her affection, she could feign it. Shen Zhishuang felt fortunate to have been an acclaimed actress in her previous life, retaining a semblance of skill and performance. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she remained silent, yet her posture was one of complete submission as she clung to Li Yuan. It was as though she had been moved, unable to contain her emotions, and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Li Yuan gently lifted Shen Zhishuang's chin, locking eyes with her. Her gaze was unwavering, filled solely with him. For reasons unknown, Li Yuan suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. As he beheld her rosy lips, an inexplicable impulse. Without a second thought, he leaned in to kiss her. Shen Zhishuang was taken aback, yet she had become adept at concealing her emotions. A slight stiffness would reveal her discomfort to Li Yuan. Her subconscious reacted more swiftly than her rational mind, and she instinctively donned the guise of a shy woman eager to please her husband, gently wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyelashes fluttering as she bashfully surrendered to his kiss. Chapter 53 The Side Consort. In truth, Shen Zhishuang harbored no affection for Li Yuan's kisses. Even though Li Yuan maintained impeccable personal hygiene, the act of kissing, in her perception, was far more intimate. Fortunately, her profession as an actress allowed her to treat the moment as a performance, and she quickly slipped into character. As Li Yuan kissed her deeply, her eyes fluttered shut, her complexion blooming like a peach blossom, radiant and alluring. Witnessing her complete submission to him stirred an overwhelming passion within Li Yuan. He could scarcely contain himself as he hastily removed their garments, while Shen Zhishuang, in an unusual tone, whispered near his ear about the child. Her breath came in labored gasps. Li Yuan cradled the back of her head, kissing her forcefully. How could he ever harm their unborn child? Li Yuan himself was not fond of kissing. To him, such acts were merely means to fulfill carnal desires and propagate lineage. Why should he kiss someone he had never truly regarded? Yet, Shen Zhishuang was different. She was his wife, destined to share countless moments with him, to bear his children and manage the household. He was the lord of the manor, and she, the lady. As the clouds dispersed, he caressed her smooth, snowy back and gazed at the slumbering Shen Zhishuang for a long time, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. In this lifetime, he had made an effort. If Shen Zhishuang could love him earnestly, he would surely reciprocate. Their relationship seemed to have taken a significant leap forward, particularly after Li Yuan reclaimed his old possessions. Shen Zhishuang could perceive his growing gentleness towards her. She, however, refrained from overt displays of affection. Excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. She could not suddenly transform into a lovesick fool, leaving no room for her own personal space. Her focus needed to be on Li Yuan's needs, and he thrived in such an environment. One early morning, Shen Zhishuang applied her homemade ointment to Li Yuan's face before allowing him to leave. His brow furrowed deeply. In his view, a man should embody a masculine demeanor. How could he indulge in cosmetics? Yet, Shen Zhishuang had her own rationale. As the weather grew colder, your handsome visage must not become rough, or I shall not permit it. Seeing her playful scolding, Li Yuan reluctantly accepted her ministrations. Shen Jishuang's intentions were not solely for Li Yuan's benefit, they served her interests as well. His face could be described as strikingly handsome. Now that they had traversed back to ancient times, she would not squander the opportunity to secure benefits for herself. Li Yuan, possessing a fine countenance, was unaware of how to maintain it. Aside from washing his face, he did nothing. Thus, it fell upon Shen Jishuang to manage his appearance. After all, she would be gazing upon that face for many years to come. His well-being was ultimately her own. Fortunately, Li Yuan maintained a rigorous exercise regimen, allowing his skin to remain in good condition through perspiration. A touch of her homemade facial cream would suffice for maintenance. As the mistress of the general's household, Shen Jishuang possessed a comfortable amount of silver. During the 2 years before Li Yuan's return, she had lived in relative poverty, with no one to provide for her and no means to earn her own living. Li Yuan's salary was issued solely to him. She could not possibly send a letter across miles merely to request funds. Her expenditures during those years were limited to the court's rewards. She had lived simply and modestly until Li Yuan's return, after which she finally had money to spend. Shen Jishuang had never inquired about the source of Li Yuan's silver. Even if she did, he would not divulge the information. He did not restrict her spending, thus, she wielded financial authority herself with the power to manage their finances. Shen Jishuang treated herself well. The small jar of facial cream she applied was composed of numerous precious ingredients, worth its weight in gold. When she mentioned this value to Li Yuan, he did not even blink. Very well, her husband in this lifetime was indeed quite generous. Once she had applied the cream, Shen Jishuang inquired, "Is it agreeable if the kitchen prepares chicken soup tonight?" Li Yuan nonchalantly nodded. Shen Jishuang's attention to his culinary needs ensured that his meals grew increasingly sumptuous. With her care, he always dined contentedly, fostering a deeper trust between them. "I shall take my leave." Li Yuan regarded Shen Jishuang. She smiled softly, rising on her toes to kiss his lips. What began as a gentle peck turned into a prolonged embrace as Li Yuan held her waist tightly. This had become his latest pastime. Shen Jishuang mused that he was simply indulging in the game of romance. After all, he was not of advanced age. Having spent his youth on the battlefield, he had encountered her during his initial stirrings of affection. No matter how mature he appeared, he would still have emotional needs. By merely satisfying those desires, they could enjoy a harmonious life together. Why would she not embrace this? As she bid farewell to Li Yuan, Shen Jishuang was about to commence her daily routine when a servant approached with word that the side consort of the Prince of Xian had come to visit her. In truth, the relationship between their families was not particularly close. Knowing that the side consort had arrived, Shen Jishuang could not possibly dismiss her. She made arrangements and received the side consort in the parlor. The woman appeared remarkably beautiful, possessing an exquisitely delicate countenance. Shen Jishuang greeted her with a smile. The side consort gently assisted her as she inclined, and they both sat down once more. "I apologize for intruding today, please do not hold it against me," the side consort spoke, her voice melodious. Shen Jishuang estimated her age to be no more than 20. "There is no intrusion at all. I am delighted by your visit," she replied, donning an official smile. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, yet the side consort still did not broach the main subject, instead directing the conversation toward Shen Jishuang's pregnancy. The envy reflected in her gaze was unmistakable. "How far along are you?" "Oh, 5 months, Shen Jishuang answered. Time had flown, and her belly had indeed grown. The physician had assured her that this pregnancy was stable. Shen Jishuang felt the weight of her condition was manageable. The side consort regarded Shen Jishuang with caution, her expression revealing hints of melancholy. Shen Jishuang smiled but remained silent, refraining from inquiry. It was not her place to pry into the private matters of others. "I have come today solely on behalf of the prince to check on you, with no other intentions," the side consort stated, and even as she prepared to leave, she did not disclose her true purpose. Shen Jishuang expressed her gratitude before bidding her farewell. Upon Li Yuan's return, he pondered for a moment before saying, "You need not concern yourself with her. If the Prince of Xian sends someone again, simply sit with them for a while. Beyond that, you need not utter a word." Shen Jishuang nodded. Li Yuan's words served as her guiding principle for household matters. She could not steer the ship herself, so she must follow the prevailing winds, lest disaster. In the ensuing month, the side consort would occasionally visit. She appeared increasingly troubled, her gaze toward Shen Jishuang suffused with wistfulness. Shen Jishuang could only feign ignorance. Interfering in others' affairs could lead to trouble. She was merely a powerless general's wife, lacking the capacity to alleviate the woes of a royal side consort. Moreover, it was highly irregular for the Prince of Xian to send a side consort frequently to visit her, a sign that something was amiss. "Lady Li, I shall no longer be coming starting tomorrow," the side consort said one day, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Chapter 54. The subtle machination. Shen Jishuang blinked, a look of reluctance crossing her face. "What is it? Does the consort dislike my company?" In truth, she welcomed the visit from someone, even if it was a consort confined to the inner chambers. After all, this particular consort harbored no ulterior motives. Her thoughts were plainly written on her face. Engaging with her required little effort on Shen Jishuang's part. The consort often digressed, and every time their conversation veered towards needlework and culinary delights, she would forget the original purpose of their meeting. Given her youth, the consort still possessed an air of innocence and vivacity. Shen Jishuang was acutely aware of the reason the Prince of Xian had dispatched a consort from his household. Their objective was quite straightforward: to uncover Li Yuan's vulnerabilities, to gain leverage over him, and to compel him to submit willingly. Recently, Li Yuan had undoubtedly achieved notable successes outside, leading to an influx of gifts and increasingly cordial gestures directed towards the household. Had he not been an outsider with no roots in the capital, even his relatives might have received appropriate tokens of appreciation. As a wife, it was indeed rare in modern times to be unaware of her husband's external affairs, yet in the context of ancient society, particularly from Shen Jishuang's current vantage point, it was rather commonplace. Li Yuan was a man steeped in feudal traditions. He believed that matters he deemed beyond Shen Jishuang's capacity should remain undisclosed to her. Her primary role was to nurture their child, ensuring its health, while the specifics of his undertakings were not her concern. Nevertheless, he would offer her a vague outline of events, allowing her to maintain decorum in her interactions. Both parties needed to intuit each other's intentions, and it was evident that Shen Jishuang grasped this quite well. The strategies employed by the Prince of Xian, both soft and hard, had failed to compel Li Yuan to serve their interests, prompting them to seek alternative avenues, such as exploiting the women of the inner court. The phrase "fire in the back courtyard" was not mere rhetoric. If the front courtyard was impenetrable, many would inevitably focus their efforts on the rear. Some women of the inner court, often sheltered and naive, could easily be misled by persuasive words, leading to significant detriment for their families. Such occurrences were not uncommon and were frequently observed in the capital. Numerous officials succumbed to the allure of women, accumulating concubines, each with their own set of relatives. Should anyone discover a concubine's weakness, it could easily lead to advantageous outcomes. Fortunately, the general's residence currently had only Shen Jishuang as its sole mistress. As long as she maintained her integrity, Li Yuan would be beyond reproach. Judging by the consort's reactions, Shen Jishuang's conduct was deemed satisfactory. The Prince of Xian, in an effort to gauge Li Yuan, had intentionally dispatched the consort to extract information, yet Shen Jishuang revealed nothing. Unbeknownst to the consort, had she been aware of Shen Jishuang's thoughts, she would surely be astonished at how accurately Shen Jishuang had surmised the situation. Just as Shen Jishuang had anticipated, the Prince of Xian had sent the consort merely to pinpoint Li Yuan's weaknesses and ultimately manipulate him for his own ends. However, Li Yuan was elusive, and Shen Jishuang was not easily trifled with. Despite the consort's frequent visits and the apparent closeness between them, she had gleaned no useful insights. Even as Shen Jishuang subtly inquired about various matters. As the consort inadvertently let slip information during their conversations, she returned to report with a sense of trepidation. Realizing that pursuing Shen Jishuang was futile, the Prince of Xian would naturally refrain from sending the consort again to extract information. The consort appeared genuinely reluctant to leave. She had grown fond of everything about Shen Jishuang's abode. As the principal wife, Shen Jishuang did not need to don overly dark garments to assert her authority. Her everyday attire was light, bright, and pleasing to the eye. She was amiable, strikingly beautiful without being intimidating, and expectant with child, embodying the very image the consort aspired to be. Furthermore, Shen Jishuang had meticulously adorned her residence, Jingyu's studio, with a fresh and natural aesthetic, uplifting the spirits of all who entered. Jingyu's studio also boasted an exceptional cook and skilled embroiderers, with delectable pastries and exquisite designs that delighted the women. Shen Jishuang treated the consort with kindness and attentiveness, ensuring her favorite delicacies were always present during visits. In truth, the merits of the general's residence were numerous and could hardly be exhausted in description. Each time the consort contemplated a visit, her heart brimmed with anticipation, yet, she now found herself unable to go. The prince's wife was displeased with the consort's unsuccessful mission. In this world, it was a matter of larger fish devouring smaller ones, with the smaller fish preying on shrimps. The consort had originally been a mere concubine of the prince, taken in to gain favor with his father. Recently, her own father had risen in status, prompting the prince to elevate her to the position of consort after weighing the benefits. This consort, lacking cunning yet possessing a fair degree of beauty, had indeed captured the prince's favor. He frequently spent nights in her quarters. However, the prince had signaled that, given the lack of pregnancy from his wife over the years, no one else was permitted to conceive. This unspoken rule was one the consort had to abide by. After all, the wife hailed from an illustrious family, and the prince needed to secure support from her kin for his grand ambitions. Delaying the concubine's childbirth by a year or two bore no consequences for him. The wife had sent the consort with a clear intent. How could there be no rivalries in the inner court? A man of considerable power and influence was, in a sense, a resource to be contested. The wife outwardly presented herself as magnanimous, yet did she truly wish to share her husband? As the principal wife, she could not afford to tarnish her reputation through deceit. Lacking the means for subterfuge, she opted instead for overt strategies. Chapter 55. A fetal movement. Shen Jishuang's status was neither high nor low. When the princess visited her, it was a humbling gesture. While a visit from the secondary consort was perfectly timed, the princess entrusted the task of gathering intelligence to the secondary consort. Should she fail, the princess would have grounds for criticism. Moreover, Prince Xian likewise held high expectations for the secondary consort, hoping she could provide him with the desired information. Unfortunately, the secondary consort had utterly botched the matter from start to finish. Her mood deteriorated increasingly in the later stages, and this was certainly one of the reasons. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. Raised in the confines of her boudoir, she had been nurtured to be innocent and romantic. Were it not for Prince Xian's insistence on marrying her as a concubine, and her connections to an influential family, she could have led a satisfactory life. Alas, fate is often beyond one's control. The secondary consort could not outmaneuver others and was left with no options. Although the secondary consort did not confide much to Shen Jishuang, she occasionally mentioned her family in the royal household, even alluding to the princess's attitude towards her. Shen Jishuang clearly observed the life the secondary consort led within the inner quarters. With such comparisons, Shen Jishuang could only feign optimism, reminding herself that, at least for the moment, her husband had eyes only for her. She had no need to report to other female superiors. She was, after all, the foremost lady. As for the secondary consort, she was certainly of no assistance to her. There was no necessity to sacrifice her own interests for another's comfort. Furthermore, given the secondary consort's disposition, if she did not swiftly adapt and grow within the inner chambers, she would inevitably encounter further hardships. The princess, with her cunning strategies, could entangle several individuals, demonstrating her formidable intellect. Should the secondary consort glean any weaknesses of Li Yuan from Shen Jishuang, it would be inevitable for Li Yuan to align himself with the Prince Xian's household, thus granting the prince a formidable general. As the architect of the scheme, the princess would undoubtedly receive the princess' favor, while the secondary consort's contributions would also be acknowledged. Yet, in comparison, the princess would overshadow her, for she was the one who devised the plan. Of course, if the secondary consort were to play her cards right and curry favor, it was conceivable that the prince might attribute the primary credit to her, but the princess's role in the scheme could not be erased. Her merit would not be overlooked. Should the secondary consort fail in her endeavors, it would be even simpler. The princess' affections would surely wane, and the princess would seize the opportunity to reprimand her, which would be entirely justified. In this way, the princess could suppress the secondary consort while incurring no loss herself. In summary, the princess would undoubtedly emerge as the beneficiary. There was little left to be said for the secondary consort. In the struggle for survival, she had lost and must accept the consequences of her defeat. If the two were not at odds, Shen Jishuang might have found a fondness for such a naive girl. Yet, at present, she preferred the safety and prosperity of herself and her child. When night fell, Shen Jishuang sifted through the secondary consort's words for valuable information and relayed it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan's satisfaction with Shen Jishuang had been cultivated over many years. She consistently managed to perform the right actions at the most opportune moments. With such a wife, his burdens were considerably lightened. Moreover, she was now carrying his child. After listening to her, Li Yuan embraced Shen Jishuang and kissed her deeply. Shen Jishuang was unaware of when this game would lose its appeal for him, but for now, he still relished kissing her. Let it be, thought Shen Jishuang. Li Yuan was healthy, free from contagion, and they were nurturing a child together. More importantly, they were bound by marriage. She had no justifiable reason to reject him. It was only when Shen Jishuang's breath became uneven that Li Yuan released her, gently caressing her flushed face. Shen Jishuang's lung capacity could not compare to his. He was a master among masters. Shen Jishuang had interacted with many martial arts instructors, and those individuals would surely be no match for Li Yuan against a formidable military general. Shen Jishuang could not truly compete. You have done exceptionally well, Li Yuan praised, stroking her belly. He felt an increasing sense of contentment towards Shen Jishuang. Her disposition towards him also softened. After all, they were husband and wife, and with her carrying his offspring, she would eventually come to cherish him as he invested in her. This might be a long process, but he could not afford to rush it. Li Yuan gazed down at Shen Jishuang's visibly rounded belly, and an impulse surged within him. He gently kissed her abdomen. Before Shen Jishuang could react, her belly suddenly moved, as if the child disapproved of Li Yuan's proximity, kicking outward with force. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Is that fetal movement? Shen Jishuang, too, felt a peculiar sensation. This was her first experience of fetal movement since becoming pregnant. However, considering the timeline, it was about time for such movements to occur. Indeed, Shen Jishuang could not resist caressing her belly, lowering her gaze with a smile. Li Yuan's curiosity deepened. He studied Shen Jishuang's belly for a while, yet the child remained still. Is the child responding to me or rejecting me? Li Yuan inquired with a hint of helplessness. He kissed Shen Jishuang's belly again, and the child stirred, which was indeed marvelous. Naturally, it is responding to you. Children instinctively love their parents. It is only when they gain awareness and can discern their parents' virtues and flaws that their perspectives begin to shift, Shen Jishuang interjected, providing Li Yuan with insights she herself was unsure about. What did it matter, as long as she could placate Li Yuan and ensure he treated their child well, that was sufficient. Li Yuan pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. You are right. We must treat our child with care. Shen Jishuang was certain she would nurture the child diligently, but Li Yuan's commitment remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she gently reassured him, you will undoubtedly become a father adored by the child. Li Yuan smiled but remained silent. In his previous life, Jean Eyre had always held him in high esteem as a father. In this life, whether he would earn Jean Eyre's affection depended entirely on himself. As the discussion on parenting concluded, Li Yuan resumed their nightly routine. Were it not for the knowledge of Li Yuan's boundless energy, Shen Jishuang might have urged him to exercise restraint. However, during her pregnancy, she found herself quite reliant on Li Yuan as a support. During this period, Shen Jishuang could distinctly sense changes within herself. With these changes, she adjusted her strategy towards Li Yuan accordingly. As the couple engaged in intimate conversations, numerous personal matters arose. Shen Jishuang could not maintain an aloof demeanor indefinitely. Life was filled with concrete challenges that required confrontation. When Li Yuan held her, she would articulate her needs, guiding him on how to ensure her comfort. As a husband, Li Yuan performed admirably in this regard, fulfilling many of Shen Jishuang's requests. By the time midnight arrived, Shen Jishuang, having found satisfaction and succumbed to slumber, Li Yuan glanced at her with a wry smile, gently covering her with a blanket before retreating to the bathing chamber. Shen Jishuang endured the hardships of pregnancy. He could not possibly rouse her to assist him once more. Chapter 56 Amniotic fluid. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed, and Shen Jishuang was on the brink of labor. During this time, a multitude of events had transpired. Shen Jishuang learned from Li Yuan that he had allied himself with another formidable entity. However, he did not disclose the identity of those associated with this powerful faction. In any case, bolstered by the support of influential forces, Li Yuan had established a significant standing in the capital. He was no longer the powerless general, but rather a figure who commanded respect in the eyes of others. Shen Jishuang no longer needed to concern herself with the potential threats from the Prince of Xian's estate and the Crown Prince. Li Yuan had already eradicated those hidden dangers. Li Yuan had always been this way, refraining from sharing intricate details with Shen Jishuang, opting instead to present her with the outcomes. Upon hearing his reassurances, she found solace. Her role was simply to be a devoted mistress, while Li Yuan navigated a far broader world than she. Therefore, the safety of their family rested solely on his capabilities. Fortunately, Li Yuan was indeed a capable man. Shen Jishuang held no extravagant expectations of her chosen husband, she merely desired someone who was responsible and competent. Yet, individuals who can embody both qualities are exceedingly rare. Li Yuan, without any foundation, had managed to rise to prominence in the capital, becoming a figure of caution for others. Shen Jishuang did not inquire about the sacrifices he must have made to achieve this. She was content to have a general understanding. As his wife, her duty was to ensure his comfort and well-being, creating a warm home for him to return to after facing the trials of the outside world. It was evident that Li Yuan was quite satisfied with her care. According to him, for the next year or two, Shen Jishuang need not worry about relocating or other dangers. She was to focus solely on giving birth, as he would shoulder all other responsibilities. He would not allow her life to be tumultuous. This was his duty as a husband and father. Naturally, Shen Jishuang believed in him. She had no choice but to do so. In the vast expanse of the capital, Shen Jishuang knew she had to align her interests with his. The saying, "A wife is as a husband as heaven," was poignantly illustrated in this era. As the day of her delivery approached, Li Yuan discreetly eliminated the spies lurking within their household. Some had been dispatched by the old emperor, others by Xin Jinlin, and still more were agents of various disparate factions, all of whom had been planted from the very beginning. The decision to bide his time had been made to eliminate them at the most opportune moment. With Shen Jishuang nearing labor, Li Yuan could hardly rest easy with these individuals remaining in their home. Remarkably, after the spies were dealt with, there was no backlash, which left Shen Jishuang somewhat relieved. A safe and secure environment for childbirth was of utmost importance to her. Before the delivery, Shen Jishuang meticulously interviewed midwives, assessing their knowledge of pregnancy. Giving birth was akin to traversing the gates of hell, and she would not gamble with her life, particularly given the primitive sanitary conditions of ancient times. She knew her safety had to come first. In this regard, even Li Yuan was not to be relied upon. Shen Jishuang was too astute to question him about whether he would prioritize her or the child in the event of danger. Instead, she prepared herself diligently. Besides the midwives, she personally selected all other relevant individuals throughout the preparation process. She kept a watchful eye on everything. She even felt a sense of gratitude towards her past self for choosing the acting profession. In pursuit of a smooth career, she had devoted herself to understanding each role and accumulating related knowledge. Her previous diligence proved to be immensely beneficial in her new life. As Shen Jishuang was about to give birth, Li Yuan appeared somewhat anxious. Observing her rounded belly, his expression grew tense. During her pregnancy, Shen Jishuang maintained a delicate balance of nutrition and exercise, imposing strict standards upon herself to keep her weight in check. Her figure had not strayed too far from its original form, still retaining a semblance of slenderness, yet that slender frame now bore a significant belly, raising concerns about her ability to endure the labor. "How many days until the baby arrives?" Shen Jishuang inquired, gently caressing her belly and turning to him with a smile. "It won't be long now. Just a few days." Li Yuan's touch on her belly became increasingly gentle. Shen Jishuang allowed him to do so as she soon succumbed to sleep, needing to conserve her energy for the various potential emergencies ahead. In order to be present for her delivery, Li Yuan refrained from venturing outside during this period. He did not entertain any visitors. Shen Jishuang observed from the sidelines, feeling little emotional response. If Li Yuan cherished their child, he should be there to witness the birth. Unless absolutely unavoidable, who would wish for the father to be absent? Even if Li Yuan played merely a symbolic role, in the future, when their child grew, Shen Jishuang could tell them that their father loved them dearly. For Shen Jishuang, the decision to have a child largely stemmed from fulfilling her own desires. A child could not autonomously decide whether to come into the world. Shen Jishuang, in her quest for survival and companionship in this alien realm, brought the child forth. Therefore, all she could do was strive to ensure that the child's life was filled with joy, hoping that each day would be a happy one. Shen Jishuang did not wish to impose burdensome thoughts upon her child, nor would she be like some parents who, with their own marriages in disarray, sought solace in their offspring, lamenting their woes or blaming the child, claiming that life would be so much happier without them. In truth, no one compelled them to have children. Shen Jishuang simply wished for her child to be cheerful, and as a mother, she would not burden them with heavy thoughts. Children should thrive and, upon growing up, acquire the skills necessary for independent survival, living earnestly and joyfully in the world. Even if the path were fraught with challenges, Shen Jishuang understood that she must embrace the responsibilities of motherhood. Li Yuan remained unaware of Shen Jishuang's thoughts, and in truth, there was little he could do. He witnessed her struggles during pregnancy and recognized that this was his first experience accompanying a woman through childbirth. In his previous life, he had been preoccupied with his grand ambitions, and while he would feel joy at the prospect of a child, he would not have deliberately set aside time to be present. Many men were like this, often seeking solace with other concubines while their wives were pregnant. This time, however, Li Yuan intended to be with Jiner, altering his plans to witness Shen Jishuang's entire pregnancy journey. In these days, at the slightest disturbance, he would be the first to awaken. With his exceptional martial skills and keen senses, he stood by Shen Jishuang's side, ready to respond immediately. Observing his swift reactions brought Shen Jishuang a measure of reassurance. On an ordinary afternoon, Shen Jishuang's water broke. She glanced at Li Yuan, who was engrossed in military texts beside her, and spoke calmly, "Husband, I believe I am about to give birth." Chapter 57. Giving birth. Li Yuan's mind erupted with a sudden realization, causing him to spring to his feet. His knee collided forcefully with the adjacent table, yet he remained oblivious to the pain as he scooped up Shen Jishuang and dashed toward the delivery room. The necessary personnel had already settled in Jingyu Pavilion, having been on high alert for days, eagerly awaiting the moment Shen Jishuang would give birth. As the day finally arrived, they swiftly shifted into action, diligently assisting Shen Jishuang in her labor. The efforts Shen Jishuang had invested throughout her pregnancy bore fruit, prompting even the midwives to exclaim in admiration at the favorable conditions surrounding her delivery. After 2 hours, Shen Jishuang successfully brought forth a healthy baby boy, a little master. The midwives joyfully presented the child to Li Yuan. Upon catching a glimpse of the newborn, whose eyes had yet to open, Li Yuan felt an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over him. He was certain this boy was indeed Jiner. After taking a moment to absorb the sight, Li Yuan inquired of the midwives, "How is the lady?" "The delivery went exceptionally well, she is currently resting," they responded. Li Yuan nodded, knowing that men were not permitted in the delivery room. He stood outside, instructing the attendants to take good care of Shen Jishuang, and they all complied. Once the placenta was delivered, Shen Jishuang felt utterly exhausted, her consciousness fading as she slipped into slumber. When she awoke, she felt remarkably refreshed. She was aware that her child had been born a very healthy boy. She could not deny that in this world, boys tended to have an easier existence than girls. To the outside world, the birth of this legitimate son solidified her position as the lady of the household. Shen Jishuang felt a sense of satisfaction with the fruits of her labor during pregnancy. Her delivery had not resulted in any severe tearing or hidden injuries, and she was grateful for her relatively good physical condition, having overcome this formidable challenge. Awake? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind until she heard Li Yuan's voice. Turning her gaze, she found him watching her intently, his eyes filled with tenderness and joy. Shen Jishuang blinked and quickly regained her composure, smiling at him and softly murmuring, "Husband." Noticing her affection for him, Li Yuan's heart swelled with emotion. He gently caressed her face and held her hand, his voice filled with warmth. "Would you like some water?" Shen Jishuang nodded. Li Yuan personally fed her a sip of water, still feeling somewhat weak, her lips pale. She gazed at him with teary eyes and whispered, "I am so happy to have given you a healthy child." For reasons he could not fathom, Li Yuan, who had fathered numerous children in his previous life, was unexpectedly moved by her words. He realized with profound clarity that Shen Jishuang, his wife, had made tremendous sacrifices solely to bear him a healthy child. In this moment, it was evident that she loved him dearly. Li Yuan's expression softened as he carefully embraced her, saying, "Rest assured, I will never neglect you or Jiner." Shen Jishuang's heartfelt outpouring had inadvertently revealed their child's name. "Is he to be called Jiner?" Li Yuan nodded with a smile. "Yes, he shall be named Li Jin." Shen Jishuang savored the name, finding it quite agreeable. It then dawned on her that Li Yuan had previously mentioned wanting their child to bear the name Li Jin, and they had even debated whether it would be a boy or a girl. In retrospect, it appeared Li Yuan had indeed proven to be quite astute. He had predicted correctly that she would give birth to a boy. "I like this name," Shen Jishuang beamed at Li Yuan. Unable to resist, Li Yuan gently kissed her lips. After the birth, Shen Jishuang embarked on her journey to regain her figure. During her confinement period, she diligently controlled her diet, striving for balance, and by the time her confinement ended, she had shed a considerable amount of weight. Additionally, she began practicing Kegel exercises. Having traversed into a genuine ancient world, Shen Jishuang reflected on her unfortunate upbringing, realizing she was not destined for a typical heroine's narrative. Even though having experienced childbirth, some degree of relaxation was inevitable, hence Shen Jishuang understood the necessity of exercising her muscles for recovery. Fortunately, her dedication to self-management allowed her to regain her form quite swiftly. While she could not guarantee returning to her pre-pregnancy state, she sought a lighter physique, striving to eliminate any lingering side effects. Li Yuan was well aware of Shen Jishuang's meticulous self-care routine and refrained from inquiring about her daily activities in the bedroom. He endeavored to fulfill her desires, which was all he could do. With the remainder of his time was devoted to their son, Li Jin. Li Jin was a remarkably well-behaved child, exceptionally charming and lovely. Shen Jishuang could not resist showering him with affection whenever she held him. As for Li Yuan, he disregarded conventional norms that dictated fathers should not hold their children. He embraced his son without hesitation. Before long, Li Yuan became quite adept at cradling the child. Observing the tender interactions between her husband and their son, Shen Jishuang marveled at this softer side of Li Yuan, the iron-willed man. Presently, she felt a genuine fondness for children, yet the thought of sacrificing her own identity for his sake remained daunting. As for whether she would bear another child in the future, Shen Jishuang had not yet made a decision. Moreover, the authority to decide did not rest solely with her. Given the current circumstances, Li Yuan's profound affection for Li Jin was a positive development, granting Shen Jishuang a moment of respite to contemplate their future path. Regarding the celebration for the baby's first month, Li Yuan proposed a grand affair, which Shen Jishuang promptly declined. She believed that the guests Li Yuan invited would harbor no ill intentions, yet with the onset of colder weather, several servants had fallen ill. She worried that exposing the infant to the elements might compromise his immunity. Furthermore, with guests from various walks of life attending, who could ascertain what ailments they might carry, since Li Yuan's tone suggested that the celebration could proceed or be dispensed with, she deemed it wiser to keep it simple. Upon hearing Shen Jishuang's reasoning, Li Yuan refrained from opposing her. He had merely been overly enthusiastic, eager to showcase the beauty of his son to the world. However, he conceded that Shen Jishuang was right. Young children were indeed fragile. Consequently, the celebration for the baby's first month was a modest affair, attended only by Shen Jishuang and Li Yuan, with no other guests invited, including Shen Jinlin, who could trust him not to harbor ill intentions towards the child. Once the related blessings had been performed, Li Yuan gently touched the sleeping Li Jin, murmuring, "Father owes you a proper celebration for your first month. I will make it up to you later." Shen Jishuang watched the tender interaction between the father and son, smiling. Regardless of what the future held, she was certain that Li Yuan loved their child dearly at this moment. As time passed, Shen Jishuang's Kegel exercises yielded significant results, and her figure was nearly restored. Only a thin layer of fat remained on her abdomen, which she had yet to eliminate entirely. During the latter stages of her pregnancy, Li Yuan had been hesitant to even touch her, and now, days had passed since the child's birth, and he had no other women in his life, forcing him to stifle his desires. When the doctor finally declared that they could resume intimacy, Li Yuan's gaze toward Shen Jishuang transformed into something primal, akin to that of a wolf. Chapter 58 Medicine. From their initial union to the present, having been true spouses for over a year, Shen Jishuang was acutely aware of Li Yuan's significant needs in that regard. He was, after all, a remarkably normal man. In an era devoid of electronic distractions that deplete energy and health, his days were consumed with wielding power and honing martial skills. Pastimes such as chess and reading were mere distractions, while Shen Jishuang was unaware of his daily whereabouts. The fact that he toiled until dusk yet still found time to engage with her was a testament to his vigor. Throughout her pregnancy and up until Jina reached his first month, their encounters had been merely tentative. Shen Jishuang had witnessed Li Yuan's face contorted in frustration on several occasions. Finally, when the physician gave his approval, she immediately recognized his impatience. The entire day, he had been distractedly awaiting the arrival of night. Shen Jishuang, on the other hand, feigned ignorance. Postpartum, her figure had nearly returned to its former state through rigorous self-discipline, yet she remained uncertain if the experience of her pre-pregnancy self could be recaptured. In truth, a certain emotional detachment was entirely natural. Stripping away the feudal symbols that Li Yuan represented, and viewing him solely as a person, he could indeed be considered an exceptional partner in bed. Being with him, Shen Jishuang had, despite her exhaustion, acquired a plethora of experiences. Should she truly feel disconnected, she would undoubtedly seek to remedy it. For the sake of her and Jiner, she might need to vie for his affections at certain junctures. It was impossible for her to don the mask of an actress at all times. Shen Jishuang would not forsake any opportunities to secure her own benefits. Furthermore, she was contemplating the matter of contraception. She needed to cherish her own body. With Jiner having been born merely a few months prior, she had no desire to entertain the prospect of having another child for several years. Li Yuan's stance remained uncertain, and she would need to test the waters in due course. During this period, Shen Jishuang sought the counsel of an esteemed physician regarding contraceptive methods. In modern times, he would undoubtedly be regarded as an obstetric expert. When discussing contraceptive medications with him, he candidly stated that the contraceptives currently available in the market posed significant harm to women's health, and excessive use could lead to difficulties in conceiving. To address this issue, he had dedicated years to research, ultimately developing a gentler form of contraceptive that minimally impacted women's bodies. However, its production was costly and not widely disseminated. According to him, if one wished to conceive, they should cease taking the contraceptive and partake in a regimen of traditional Chinese medicine for a period to restore their bodily condition. Several noble ladies in the capital had previously utilized the physician's prescriptions. Shen Jishuang was pleasantly surprised. She dispatched someone to investigate further and discovered that the physician had not lied. Indeed, the women he mentioned had not conceived again. Only one lady, after halting her medication and undergoing 6 months of recuperation, gave birth to a healthy baby boy. The ingenuity of humanity knows no bounds. The dynasty in which she found herself, unlike any she had studied in her past life, featured unfamiliar medicinal herbs, which, in a sense, was quite normal. As long as the remedies could serve her and yield benefits, she was willing to part with any amount of silver. Li Yuan seemed indifferent to her expenditures. In his mind, he perhaps adhered to the notion that men earned a living while women were to be fair and beautiful. Ultimately, Shen Jishuang paid the bill with alacrity and returned home with the medicine. That night, Li Yuan would undoubtedly share the bed with her, and she needed to commence her medication the following day. After dinner, Shen Jishuang planned to read for a while, but alas, Li Yuan offered her no such opportunity. Rarely did he display overt eagerness. Typically, he maintained a demeanor of imperturbability. Perhaps he had truly been pent up, as he unceremoniously lifted her and drew the curtains. The wax candles burned throughout the night. By the end, Shen Jishuang found herself pleading without consciousness, entirely oblivious to her own words. Yet, her pleas bore no weight with Li Yuan. The more she wept, the more exhilarated he became. When daylight broke and a refreshed Li Yuan departed, Shen Jishuang was attended to by her maids and servants, their expressions a mixture of discomfort and delight. The general's affection for his wife was indeed fervent. Shen Jishuang slept through the day, regaining her senses only in the afternoon. She had never underestimated Li Yuan, yet she had overestimated herself. One thing was certain: emotional detachment did not exist within her. Shen Jishuang was simply no match for him. Recalling the fervor of the previous night sent a shiver down her spine. Regaining her composure, she downed the bitter medicine in one go. Upon Li Yuan's return, she greeted him with a smile tinged with awkwardness. "Husband." A glimmer of amusement crossed his eyes. He was well aware of her thoughts. He had lost control the previous night and had no desire to let her go. Shen Jishuang had broached the subject with him. If children were born and her figure changed, would he still find her appealing? Li Yuan was not a lecherous fiend, unable to resist the allure of women. His affection was firmly rooted in Shen Jishuang as an individual. Moreover, she had always been exceptionally beautiful. Even during their prolonged abstinence in the previous life, she never slackened her standards for herself. Despite their similar ages, he had grayed, while her complexion bore scarcely any wrinkles. This woman placed greater value on her appearance than he did. Li Yuan had long recognized her dedication to beauty, which was entirely self-imposed rather than a comparison with others. Last night, Li Yuan had felt splendid. After months apart, Shen Jishuang remained as enchanting as ever. He stepped forward and embraced her naturally. Shen Jishuang did not resist his embrace. Instead, she casually picked up a snack and offered it to him. He accepted it willingly. Following dinner, they exchanged pleasantries before returning to their chamber. "You weren't hurt last night, were you?" Li Yuan inquired as he held Shen Jishuang close. She shot him a playful glare, feigning indifference. Li Yuan discerned her intent and could not resist kissing her neck. Shen Jishuang was well aware that one day could not satiate Li Yuan's desires. Indeed, for several consecutive days, he seemed almost entranced, holding her close each day. Not only that, but when she nursed Jiner, he made no effort to avert his gaze. Shen Jishuang had personally selected several wet nurses, as she did not intend to raise her child entirely by herself, but she still wanted to provide the initial milk. During this time, while she had not yet weaned him, she occasionally cradled her son for a feeding. Typically, Li Yuan would have vacated the bedroom during such moments, yet now, he remained, his gaze fixed intently upon her, causing her cheeks to flush. Once Jiner had satisfied his hunger, she promptly adjusted her clothing, signaling the wet nurse to take the child away. Li Yuan said nothing, as though his attention remained riveted on the book before him. But come nightfall, he revealed his more primal side. Shen Jishuang scarcely wished to revisit those memories. If life were to continue in this manner, it could be deemed tranquil. However, she was acutely aware that outward harmony did not signify the absence of internal discord. Indeed, after a few more days, as they were on the brink of slumber, Li Yuan abruptly announced, "In a few days, I plan to take a concubine." Chapter 59, Taking a concubine. Is he really going to take a concubine? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through Shen Jishuang's mind. Li Yuan had long since informed her that he could not possibly confine himself to a single woman, even if, at that time, he was resentful of her association with Lu Ziyuan and was venting his anger. He never spoke untruths. Shen Jishuang was acutely aware that, as the primary wife, one of her responsibilities was to soothe the hearts of his other women. Expecting a man of ancient times to abandon the traditional feudal mindset ingrained in him since birth, in favor of a lifelong monogamous union, was something Shen Jishuang would never dare to dream. She felt no love for Li Yuan, nor did she possess any sense of possessiveness or jealousy. What troubled her now was how to react in a manner that would please him. Many men of this era desired to have it all. They could possess numerous women, yet those women were expected to remain devoted to them alone. Shen Jishuang could discern that Li Yuan was making a concerted effort to win her favor, striving to exhibit his qualities as a husband. Naturally, she accepted his kindness with grace. Since she had married Li Yuan, unless he were to pass away, she could never seek another. Thus, she would not betray him, she would bear him children and manage the household. However, she had not forgotten Li Yuan's previous demeanor towards her. He not only desired her presence but also sought her affection. To be frank, whether ancient individuals truly understood love was debatable, yet Li Yuan expected her heart to wholly belong to him, which seemed nothing short of a fantasy. Nevertheless, Shen Jishuang had to play along with his expectations. How should a woman respond when she deeply loves another man, yet that man is about to take other women? Shen Jishuang realized that Li Yuan was indeed presenting her with a challenge. She had to convey her concern for him, not wishing for him to be taken by others, while simultaneously exhibiting her benevolence and magnanimity, ensuring that she would not harm his women. This was a formidable test of her acting skills. After finishing his statement, Li Yuan continued to observe Shen Jishuang. Although she had heard him, she lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. She appeared somewhat desolate, even tinged with loneliness. After a while, her body began to tremble slightly. Li Yuan felt a tightening in his chest and wrapped his arms around her waist. He lifted her chin with one hand, and indeed, her face was streaked with tears. She was crying, mourning his decision to take a concubine. Li Yuan should have felt annoyed. What was wrong with taking a concubine? As the primary wife, Shen Jishuang ought to possess the capacity to accommodate others. Yet, reflecting on their past life together, regardless of which woman he brought home, Shen Jishuang had always welcomed them with a smile, taking great care of them. Li Yuan preferred the genuine display of emotions from Shen Jishuang. "Why are you crying?" he asked. Shen Jishuang shook her head, remaining silent. Her eyes glimmered with tears. After casting him a glance, she buried her face in his shoulder and resumed crying. Before long, Li Yuan felt a portion of his inner garment become damp. "I will not change my mind about taking her as a concubine, but rest assured, within this household, you are paramount. You alone are my wife." Shen Jishuang still chose not to speak. Li Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. His decision to take a concubine was for future plans and could not be altered for Shen Jishuang. In his eyes, the addition of another woman would make little difference. Shen Zhishuang remained the most significant woman in his heart. She had borne him children, and their bond was profound. Li Yuan grasped Shen Zhishuang's arm, compelling her to face him. She will merely be an inconsequential concubine, never able to surpass you. Once she enters this household, you need not concern yourself too much with her. Shen Zhishuang gazed at him. Husband, I understand the challenges you face outside. For the sake of our child, you have been tirelessly striving to secure a place for us in the capital. I also recognize that I should not harbor feelings of jealousy. If another woman serves you and helps expand your family, I ought to be grateful to her, yet, my heart feels quite uneasy, and I do not know how to alleviate this discomfort. May I have a moment of solitude? Rest assured, I will not harm her. She looked at him with a sorrowful gaze, seemingly perplexed as to why, despite her understanding of so many rational thoughts, her heart still ached. But how could she not comprehend? Li Yuan's heart softened. He suddenly realized that taking a concubine was indeed a form of hurt for her. After all, Shen Zhishuang harbored feelings for him. Yet, in this world, there are many unavoidable circumstances. Li Yuan embraced her. I know your intentions are pure. Sleep now. After casting him a glance, Shen Zhishuang eventually fell asleep in his arms. However, Li Yuan was aware that her rest was not peaceful. Having shared the same bed for so long, he knew well what a truly deep slumber for Shen Zhishuang looked like. Her brows remained tightly knitted, clearly indicating her troubled sleep, yet, Li Yuan could not concede. Even though Shen Zhishuang had devoted her heart to him, he had countless matters to attend to. A concubine was of little significance. To soothe Shen Zhishuang, the following day, Li Yuan sent numerous gifts. A variety of rare treasures, the origins of which were unknown to her. Shen Zhishuang, possessing the keys to the storeroom, knew these items were not kept there. Since Li Yuan had given them, she naturally accepted. She understood that this was his compensation and apology. Who does not appreciate gold and silver? She often emphasized her fondness for wealth before Li Yuan, rarely mentioning other elegant possessions, and it was evident to him what she cherished. This time, Li Yuan's gifts truly resonated with her heart. Shen Zhishuang instructed her servants to put everything away and then proceeded to execute her other plans. After Jiner was born, Shen Zhishuang gained even greater authority. During this time, she had sent people to observe various business models of shops. Having no dowry, she lacked the shops and estates that ordinary noble ladies possessed. Shen Zhenlin did not regard her with much importance. The imperial decree granting her marriage to Li Yuan was merely a means of appeasement. In this regard, Shen Zhishuang was indeed impoverished. Fortunately, her husband was not stingy. Li Yuan had provided her with numerous gifts, many of which she had cleverly converted into liquid assets. In truth, Li Yuan did not scrutinize her accounts. He trusted her spending and never inquired. However, for safety's sake, Shen Zhishuang fabricated a false ledger, lest Li Yuan suddenly turn against her. Li Yuan granted her considerable freedom, which Shen Zhishuang was determined not to squander. Having comprehended the business models of those shops, she discreetly sent trustworthy individuals to establish several enterprises. Li Yuan was astute, but so was Shen Zhishuang. Using her own methods, she managed to elude Li Yuan's informants, finally acquiring a modest estate that belonged solely to her. This fledgling enterprise was merely the beginning. It would undoubtedly require gradual accumulation. With the prospect of Li Yuan acquiring new women, Shen Zhishuang could not guarantee that he would not suddenly develop deep affections for his concubine. The man's heart was as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Shen Zhishuang had to devise every possible means to prepare for the future. Now that she had a child, she could not allow her baby to endure hardship alongside her. As for Li Yuan, Shen Zhishuang could not place all her bets on him, as he was indeed the greatest variable. After a few days of sorrow, Shen Zhishuang still remembered to care for him, and gradually, Li Yuan began to relax his worries. That night, Li Yuan said to Shen Zhishuang, "Tomorrow, I will bring her into the household." Chapter 60, The City of Elegance. With just a single sentence, Shen Zhishuang gleaned a multitude of information. It was evident that women had not been absent from the residence. From the several enchanting beauties gifted by her father to Meng Shouju, the sister of Li Yuan's life-saving benefactor, though these women did not linger long within the general's mansion, Shen Zhishuang had keenly observed Li Yuan's attitude towards them. He initially treated them with indifference, only to unleash a tempestuous response when provoked, swiftly disposing of them. The act of personally leading a woman into the mansion was unprecedented. Even Shen Zhishuang herself had entered the general's residence alone, carried in by a sedan chair. Of course, this was primarily due to Li Yuan's absence from the capital at that time. In any case, the presence of this new woman, who was personally escorted by Li Yuan, indicated a remarkable status. Li Yuan held her in high regard. One could imagine that had Shen Zhishuang been merely an ordinary housewife, infatuated with her husband, the news of Li Yuan personally bringing in another woman for her to behold might have plunged her into despair. After all, the glory she had never experienced was now being bestowed upon another, and she would have to endure the bitterness of it all. Alas, Shen Zhishuang was incapable of harboring love for Li Yuan. Among the men of ancient times, he might be considered a commendable husband, yet every individual is distinct. Shen Jishuang could not bring herself to love him, for her affections were reserved solely for herself and, now, for her child. After Li Yuan finished speaking, he fixed his gaze upon her, observing her reaction. Initially, Shen Jishuang was at a loss, her mind adrift. In this daze, tears unexpectedly slipped from the corners of her eyes. Startled by her own sudden display of emotion, she hastily wiped away her tears, striving to offer Li Yuan a faint smile. Will she be coming tomorrow? Upon witnessing her reaction, a pang of sorrow surged within Li Yuan's heart. He nodded slowly. Shen Jishuang stared blankly for a moment, her eyes vacant. Tomorrow seems quite favorable, a good day indeed. She reassured him, she shall not affect you in any way, there is no need for concern. Li Yuan's heart ached, and he could not help but embrace Shen Jishuang. Taking a deep breath, her eyes glistening with tears, she spoke, I understand, my husband. The Guolan courtyard remains vacant, shall we prepare it for her? I must also arrange for a few maidservants, and yes, new bedding is essential, along with fabrics, fragrances, and monthly allowances, all of which you shall oversee. Li Yuan interrupted her, and Shen Jishuang nodded in a daze. Very well. After a brief pause, she inquired, my husband, shall the formalities of taking a concubine be conducted tomorrow as well? In this era, a legitimate concubine must be formally acknowledged and registered after the ceremony to be recognized as a mistress of the household. Without such formalities, she would theoretically remain an outsider. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No need, we shall discuss it in due time. Understood, Shen Jishuang replied. A sudden silence fell between them. Li Yuan, at a loss for words, nearly held Shen Jishuang close. After a long while, she finally spoke, her tone tentative, as if laced with a sigh. My husband, in the coming days, I wish to take a stroll to clear my mind. May I? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yuan replied, go wherever you wish, I shall assign a guard for your safety. After a moment of silence, Shen Jishuang's voice returned, thank you, my husband. Her tone was unfamiliar and polite. Li Yuan suddenly felt a distance between them, compelling him to embrace her tighter. Under her astonished gaze, he forcefully tore apart her inner garment and kissed her lips. Shen Jishuang was utterly bewildered by Li Yuan's behavior. It was he who insisted on bringing a concubine into their home, no one had coerced him into it, yet, it was also he who had caused an uproar until dawn, leaving her with a late start to the day. She disregarded everything else and hurried to have herself adorned. Within less than half an hour, Li Yuan arrived with someone in tow. He walked expressionlessly ahead, revealing neither joy nor anger. Following closely behind him was a graceful woman. Casting a glance at Shen Jishuang, Li Yuan introduced, this is Lu Luoyin. Greetings, madam, Lu Luoyin said respectfully as she stepped forth from behind Li Yuan to bow to Shen Jishuang. Shen Jishuang gazed at Lu Luoyin, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. In recent days, she had encountered numerous beauties, yet none compared to Lu Luoyin's stunning allure. True beauty lies within the bones, not merely the skin. Lu Luoyin possessed both exquisite features and an enchanting essence, her voice captivating beyond compare. She stood there, illuminating the hall with her presence. It must be said, Lu Luoyin was the epitome of unparalleled beauty. In comparison, calling Shen Jishuang a delicate flower would be an overstatement. Upon seeing Lu Luoyin's visage, Shen Jishuang suddenly comprehended why Li Yuan had taken a concubine shortly after her childbirth and had personally brought her into the mansion. Such a breathtaking beauty could not be left unclaimed for long. Who would not feel anxious? While Shen Jishuang secretly admired Lu Luoyin's looks, she maintained a facade of sorrow. There was little recourse. After all, she had a husband with insatiable desires. In response to Lu Luoyin's greeting, Shen Jishuang merely acknowledged her coolly. She outlined a few household rules and instructed Lu Luoyin to seek her senior maidservant for any matters, assuring her that there was no need for further greetings. Lu Luoyin complied with each directive. Then you may rest for now, I am weary as well. Lu Luoyin bowed once more. As you wish. Throughout the interaction, Li Yuan remained silent, observing the exchange between the two women. Once Lu Luoyin departed, Shen Jishuang exchanged a glance with Li Yuan, who was also gazing at her. Their eyes met briefly before Li Yuan turned to accompany Lu Luoyin as they exited the Jingyu studio together. Once they were gone, Shen Jishuang exhaled a sigh of relief. She was genuinely fatigued, having given only a brief set of instructions before seeking rest. When she awoke, the day was already well advanced. The Jingyu studio was eerily quiet. Upon noticing her awakening, the servants hurriedly attended to her dressing and washing. The usual playful banter among the maids had vanished. No one dared to speak, all serving Shen Jishuang in silence. The atmosphere in the Jingyu studio had grown oppressive, a consequence of Shen Jishuang's exceptional acting and Li Yuan's abrupt decision to take a concubine. In the past, at this hour, Li Yuan would have already arrived, either cradling Li Jin or accompanying Shen Jishuang with some task. Yet, that night, Li Yuan was absent, having remained at the Guolan courtyard. According to reports from her dispatched servants, Li Yuan had spent the entire day in Lu Luoyin's company, without stepping outside. Shen Jishuang felt no sense of wrongness. Who could resist the allure of such a captivating concubine? However, the servants, fearful of incurring her wrath, appeared far more burdened than she. Perhaps it was Lu Luwen's beauty and Li Yuan's demeanor that imposed an unspoken pressure upon the servants, unconsciously reflected in their actions. Shen Jishuang held no grievances against them. Chapter 61 Estrangement. Had it not been for the birth of Li Jin, her little pillar of support, she would have had to strive earnestly for favor. Li Yuan's affections were entirely directed towards his concubine, a fact that did not bode well for her circumstances. Nevertheless, Shen Jishuang maintained a remarkably stable mindset. She first engaged in playful antics with her son. The little babe exhibited new changes each day, having inherited the commendable traits of both parents, and he truly became increasingly adorable with each glance. In her interactions with her child, Shen Jishuang tended to treat him as a grand toy, given the sheer delight he brought her. Fortunately, her nurturing responsibilities could be delegated to the wet nurses and servants, otherwise, she might have found herself somewhat lacking as a mother. With Li Yuan's absence, she was unconcerned about his tastes, thus she ordered a multitude of her favorite dishes. The cook seemed to have improved her culinary skills, prompting Shen Jishuang to resist the urge to commend her aloud after dinner. She indulged in a bit of reading, and when the hour grew late, she prepared for rest. The entire bed was hers, and she slept soundly, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening the next day, Shen Jishuang felt a certain discomfort, though she quickly dismissed it and hurried through her morning routine, eager to venture outside. In an effort to exchange Li Yuan's affection for the opportunity to go out, Shen Jishuang poured her heart into her performance. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit. It had been several months since her last outing, which had been to witness Shen Mingyue's wedding. Shen Jishuang had arranged for business ventures outside, opening a shop, and she felt uneasy not seeing it with her own eyes. Li Yuan's promises were indeed reliable. Shen Jishuang refrained from seeking him out directly. It would be rather ill-mannered to intrude upon his intimate moments with his concubine. Instead, she conveyed her desires through Li Yuan's personal attendant, who swiftly relayed the message back. The general had said she was free to go, and the guards would heed her commands at any time. Grateful to the general, Shen Jishuang felt a swell of joy within her. After being cooped up in the general's estate for so long, she could finally gaze upon the beauty of the outside world. In the capital, societal norms regarding young women were stringent, yet married women, especially the wives of officials, enjoyed comparatively greater freedoms. Among the impoverished populace, some women were compelled to brave the public eye to support their families through trade. They faced little risk of being apprehended but bore the weight of disdainful glances. While ordinary young women might receive negative judgments for wandering the streets, Shen Jishuang was exempt from such scrutiny, perhaps due to her marital status. With a touch of self-mockery, Shen Jishuang inadvertently stepped into a rouge shop, which, though labeled as such, functioned as a cosmetics store in antiquity. This establishment was one of the ventures she had set up. Whether in ancient or modern times, cosmetics were indispensable to many women. Take Meng Xiuzhu, for example. During her brief stay in the general's estate, she had left behind an abundance of rouge and powders. Her initial intent had been to harm Shen Jishuang, yet she herself indulged in these cosmetics without restraint. Even if Shen Jishuang forbade her from meeting her, Meng Xiuzhu would meticulously adorn herself in the courtyard to mask her gradually aging appearance. In ancient times, a woman's desire for beauty ensured that cosmetics would never go out of style. As a performer well-versed in beauty techniques, Shen Jishuang had previously studied the creation of simple cosmetics. Originally for her safety, these skills had now proven useful. During her time on the general's estate, she had experimented with crafting harmless cosmetics and had successfully produced numerous products through repeated trials. Upon mastering the techniques, she lamented the inability to profit from them. Fortunately, the time had finally come for her to seize the opportunity. After promoting her homemade cosmetics in the capital, her shop had flourished remarkably in recent days. Having perused the cosmetics, Shen Jishuang then entered a ready-to-wear shop, another of her enterprises. As an actress, she had donned countless ancient costumes while filming various period dramas. She was keenly aware of the vast potential within this market. Although her sewing skills were still developing, she had several capable maids and servants at her disposal who could bring her rough designs to life with precision. The establishment of the ready-to-wear shop was largely thanks to their efforts. Shen Jishuang was determined to reward them generously. To share in the profits, she opted not to visit other shops, as she needed to engage in activities befitting her status as a noblewoman. After a full day of shopping, she returned home with a plethora of items, her spirits exceedingly buoyant. Once home, Shen Jishuang changed her attire and first went to amuse her son. The little babe could not help but giggle at the sight of her, and she found herself mirroring his joy. After entertaining her son and enjoying dinner, Shen Jishuang resumed her work on business plans. It was only when a maid gently reminded her of the late hour that she extinguished the lamp and retired for the night. Initially, the servants of Jing Yuzhai had felt a sense of despondency due to Li Yuan's absence, yet Shen Jishuang remained steadfast, showing no signs of melancholy. With Li Jin thriving, the atmosphere gradually returned to normalcy. The former lady had also fallen from favor, and during that time, the servants had truly felt anxious. However, with the general's affection for his concubine, the servants no longer felt such tension. After all, the lady had always been virtuous and had borne a young master, securing her position with great stability. After her initial outing, Shen Jishuang ventured outside several more times, discovering that Li Yuan posed no objections. She began to make regular excursions. Of course, she did not forget her role as his wife, occasionally sending him tea and snacks, a gesture made casually. Since Lu Luoyin's arrival, Li Yuan had not set foot in Jingyu Zhai, nor had he visited Li Jin, a testament to his infatuation with Lu Luoyin. While he was reveling in his newfound passion, Shen Jishuang had no intention of dampening the mood. She made a concerted effort to minimize her presence and even avoided acknowledging Lu Luoyin's greetings, exemplifying the dignity of a rightful wife. Regrettably, Shen Jishuang's efforts failed to fully satisfy Li Yuan. One day, after inspecting her shop, she returned to Jingyu Zhai only to find the atmosphere decidedly off. A single glance from a maid conveyed everything she needed to know. Indeed, upon entering, she beheld Li Yuan cradling Li Jin, attempting to engage him in playful antics. It had been several days since their last encounter. Previously, Li Jin had adored his father, yet after Li Yuan's prolonged absence, the moment he was held again, the child began to wail uncontrollably. The wet nurses looked on in distress, too intimidated to reclaim the child from Li Yuan's embrace, while the servants averted their gazes. Seeing her son cry inconsolably caused the ease on Shen Jishuang's face to vanish. She stepped forward and gently spoke, "Husband, may I have the child? He no longer recognizes you. If you allow him some time to grow accustomed to you again, he will cease his crying." Li Yuan's visage appeared even more gaunt than before, the shadows of melancholy deepening in his eyes. The prolonged lack of contact had fostered a sense of distance between them, rendering Shen Jishuang almost a stranger in his gaze. Li Yuan scrutinized her with narrowed eyes, yet Shen Jishuang remained unperturbed by his examination, knowing that the child's well-being was paramount. They stood in a silent standoff for a brief moment, but ultimately, Li Yuan relinquished the child back to Shen Jishuang. "My dear little one, how could you be so adorable? Come, mother wishes to give you a kiss." Shen Jishuang's voice was both gentle and warm. After a few soothing words, Li Jin's tears transformed into laughter. Listening to her child's joyous giggles and observing Shen Jishuang's deliberate distance from him caused a pang of pain to pierce Li Yuan's heart. To safeguard another man's woman, his wife and child had grown estranged from him, and how could he bear such anguish? Chapter 62 Rejection. Li Yuan, having lived a full life, found himself reincarnated into his 20s, determined to seize every opportunity presented to him. Though the capital appeared serene, with its citizens enjoying peace and prosperity, he was acutely aware that chaos loomed just beyond the horizon. It would not be long before the realm descended into turmoil, with various factions vying for power, each desirous of claiming the highest seat. The once vibrant capital would soon be reduced to ruins. The old emperor, though foolish and incompetent, had clung to his throne for years, demonstrating that he possessed a modicum of cunning. Unfortunately, the momentum of decline had already taken root. The world was fated to fragment after a prolonged unity, a fate no one could avert. Under the collapsing nest, how could any egg remain unbroken? Li Yuan understood that he must strategize early, for when the time of destiny arrived, he needed to grasp the opportunity and ascend to power with alacrity. Lu Luoyin, known among the common folk as the Lu concubine, had been presented to the old emperor during his twilight years. Her unparalleled beauty and gentle demeanor had quickly elevated her to a position of favor within the harem. The old emperor, once preoccupied with indulgence and indifferent to state affairs, found himself captivated by Lu Luoyin, rekindling his ambition to fight for supremacy. With a clear vision of the impending downfall of the dynasty, he resolved to discreetly send the pregnant Lu Luoyin to a safe haven beyond the reach of war, seeking to shield her from disaster and ensure a peaceful existence in her remaining days. This decision was the result of careful deliberation. The capital was populated with ineffectual sycophants, unfit for any significant role. Protecting his beloved woman and child was no simple task for the old emperor. In a previous life, the minister who had secretly escorted the Lu concubine out of the capital had used her son as leverage, rallying troops under the pretext of restoring the state, ultimately becoming a warlord. Though aged, the old emperor was not foolish. Before sending Lu Luoyin away, he bequeathed her a substantial treasure, including a gold mine. Regrettably, his ambitions served only to benefit others. At this time, after days of scheming, Li Yuan had successfully taken upon himself the task of escorting the Lu concubine out of the palace. The grand vessel he clung to was, in fact, the old emperor himself. Having knowledge of future developments, Li Yuan sought to minimize detours. Rather than mingling with the likes of the crown prince and Prince Xian, he preferred to extract benefits from the old emperor. Gaining his trust required considerable effort, but fortunately, he had become a close confidant of the emperor. As for Lu Luoyin, her pregnancy had yet to stabilize, leaving her unable to travel by land or water. The Lu concubine had already passed away, leaving only the general's concubine, Lu Luoyin. Once her pregnancy reached 3 months, she would head south to visit her family, never to return. In recent days, Lu Luwein's condition had been precarious, and Li Yuan, alongside the emperor's trusted aides, stood vigil, wary of any misstep. The emperor's men had already taken residence in the general's estate, surrounding the courtyard to demonstrate their loyalty. Naturally, Li Yuan remained close at hand. It was only at night that he could steal away to see Shen Zhishuang and Jiner, yet, even during these visits, he had to tread cautiously to avoid detection. Such clandestine matters, involving royal bloodlines, were not something Li Yuan would divulge to Shen Zhishuang. He witnessed her sorrowful demeanor in the past, but he could not afford to relent or disclose the truth to her. The stakes were far too high. Li Yuan would rather let everyone believe Shen Zhishuang had fallen from favor. The more genuine his pursuit of another concubine appeared, the better. However, after days of separation, he found himself lamenting that Shen Zhishuang seemed as unyielding as iron, never once seeking an audience with him. Reports from his men indicated her daily activities: venturing out to shop, returning home to brew tea and savor delicacies, leisurely strolling and fishing in the garden with the children. Her life appeared blissfully serene, deepening his own sense of frustration. Li Yuan had nearly forgotten her previous reluctance to be interred alongside him, but those memories returned with a vengeance. Did this woman harbor any feelings for him? Initially, he had been certain. Now, uncertainty clouded his mind. As he observed her with increasingly frigid detachment, Shen Zhishuang's embrace of their child grew tense. Gently instructing the nurse to take the sleeping child away, soon the room was left with only Shen Zhishuang and Li Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, she chose to remain passive. Li Yuan was wholly devoted to his concubine, and compared to the exquisite Lu Luoyin, Shen Zhishuang felt inferior. Thus, acknowledging her own situation, she resolved to remain steadfast. Noticing her passive demeanor, a cold smirk crept onto Li Yuan's lips. He strode directly to Shen Zhishuang, and under her astonished gaze, swept her into his arms, striding purposefully toward the bedroom. Caught off guard, Shen Zhishuang momentarily lost her composure. Once she comprehended his intentions, she began to struggle vehemently. "Let me go," she exclaimed, her resistance disregarding any semblance of decorum. Li Yuan had not anticipated such fierce opposition. Momentarily taken aback, he found himself slightly distanced as Shen Zhishuang managed to kick him. Sensing her chance, she attempted to flee, but he swiftly seized her again, dragging her onto the bed. The once elegantly attired Shen Zhishuang now appeared disheveled and disarrayed. Li Yuan's gaze darkened, fixating on her as he inquired, "Shen, are you rejecting me?" Of course, Shen Zhishuang was indeed rejecting him. Was this some kind of jest? Li Yuan had consorted with other women, who knew what ailments he might carry. It was well known that men often served as mere carriers of disease, leaving women to bear the brunt of the consequences. Countless news stories recounted husbands returning home from illicit escapades, infecting their wives and children, sometimes with fatal outcomes. In an era where hygiene was already questionable, Shen Zhishuang found solace in the fact that Li Yuan had only her, refraining from visiting brothels, yet she still felt compelled to ensure he was clean after each encounter. After spending considerable time with his concubine, she was left in the dark about Lu Luoyin's background, unable to ascertain whether Li Yuan had become a carrier of infection. Long ago, she had consulted an old physician who informed her that during this time, AIDS did not exist, with syphilis being the primary concern. The incubation period for syphilis could extend up to 3 months, and she was resolute in waiting that duration. In this era, there were no HPV vaccines, friends had to exchange medical reports, and she was not so cold as to dismiss all intimacy. She could accept Li Yuan's concubine for the sake of survival but would not accept the risk of contagion he might carry. However, the pressing issue remained how to explain her vehement rejection. Taking a deep breath, Shen Zhishuang instinctively clutched her collar, wrapping her arms around herself, and coldly regarded Li Yuan. "Indeed, I am rejecting you. You have your beautiful concubine. Why must you still seek me?" Chapter 63. Care uncertain as to why, upon witnessing the fury in Shen Zhishuang's eyes as she interrogated him, Li Yuan found that his previously heavy and oppressive mood lightened considerably. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked in a low voice, "You care?" Shen Zhishuang responded with remarkable swiftness, "How could I not care? You are my husband, having forsaken both me and our child to seek solace in the arms of another woman. If I were indifferent, would that even be conceivable?" Tears brimmed in her eyes, and her anger lent her a striking allure. Li Yuan remained silent for a moment, then replied, "If you truly cared, you would not have spent all these days refusing to see me." Shen Zhishuang glared at him, tears cascading down her cheeks involuntarily. "I simply refuse to see you. Have you forgotten the words I spoke to you back then? I cannot bear to witness you embracing others without a flicker of emotion. It is better not to see you at all. All you desire is a virtuous wife. I have managed our household affairs for you during this time, ensuring your needs are met. You pursue your concubines without a care in the world. Are you not satisfied?" Her tone was fierce, devoid of any semblance of virtue, having just kicked him moments earlier. Yet, to Li Yuan's surprise, a flicker of sweetness emerged in his heart. Seeing him silent, Shen Zhishuang turned away to wipe her tears, her voice tinged with bitterness. It is getting late, you should return now. I have violated the 7 reasons for divorce. If you wish to dismiss me, then do so. Li Yuan's brow furrowed sharply. Who gave you permission to speak such nonsense? Whether to divorce or not is not yours to decide. Aware that her heart no longer belonged to him, Li Yuan had never considered dismissing her, especially with their child now in the world. Shen Zhishuang turned back, her expression weary. Then may I have a moment of respite? If you have business at Jingyu Pavilion, please tell me, and I shall assist you. Li Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless. He had no particular business, he had merely come to see Shen Zhishuang while the old emperor secretly rekindled old flames with Lu Luoyin. Noticing his silence, Shen Zhishuang grew disinterested in speaking further. Having just delivered an impromptu monologue, it seemed to have had the desired effect, at least in silencing Li Yuan. Her throat was quite fatigued. Observing Li Yuan standing immobile, Shen Zhishuang poured herself a glass of water. Her garments, in disarray from Li Yuan's earlier actions, were beyond repair, and she could not be bothered to tidy them, as she intended to sleep soon. After finishing her water, Shen Zhishuang awaited Li Yuan's departure, but to her surprise, he remained rooted in place. Such a tall individual, standing there like a sentinel, reflecting on her earlier outburst, Shen Zhishuang thought that if Li Yuan possessed any sense of pride, he would never approach her again. She was willing to allow him to indulge in his desires. As long as he did not touch her, she had no wish to contract an illness for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Time passed, and Shen Zhishuang, puzzled by Li Yuan's continued presence, tentatively inquired, "Shall I send for Miss Lu?" Li Yuan's expression darkened. Shen Zhishuang contemplated that since she had already acted like a shrew today, she might as well continue in that vein, perhaps concocting a story of postpartum emotional instability to placate the old doctor. She looked at Li Yuan. "When will the general take his leave? I am ready to retire." Li Yuan shot her a cold glance before disrobing. Shen Zhishuang was startled, her skin prickling with apprehension. Just as she was about to disregard her dignity and flee, she noticed Li Yuan seated on a low couch not far away. "I shall sleep here tonight," he declared. Shen Zhishuang opened her mouth, at a loss for words. The low couch was specially made for her, and given Li Yuan's considerable height, he would likely have to curl up to fit. She truly could not fathom his intentions. Did he wish to keep vigil? Having been married for so long, Shen Zhishuang had come to discern a few aspects of Li Yuan's character. Since he intended to sleep there, she need not worry about him encroaching upon her space. Before long, Li Yuan extinguished the lamp. They shared the same chamber, yet neither could find slumber. After some contemplation, Shen Zhishuang asked Li Yuan, "Will you continue to bring many concubines into your household? I recall you mentioning that I would not be your sole woman." Li Yuan, finally lying down in a familiar setting, could still faintly perceive her lingering scent on the couch Shen Zhishuang often used. After days of fatigue, he found a semblance of peace and was nearly drifting into sleep when Shen Zhishuang's question pierced the silence. "Will you take concubines in the future?" Li Yuan believed he would. Presently, he had neither the time nor inclination to entertain other women, burdened as he was with external affairs. Furthermore, he wished to spend time with Jiner, making up for his shortcomings as a father. And then there was Shen Zhishuang. At this moment, he still held affection for her. He could not quite articulate what it was he liked, but their interactions were never tiresome. Even when she behaved like a tempestuous shrew, Shen Zhishuang felt no disappointment. In the face of her desire to survive, disappointment held little value. "I would like you to promise me one thing." Li Yuan inquired, "What is it?" "Since childhood, I have possessed nothing. Anything I desired had to be seized by force, and I vowed to obtain whatever I wanted, allowing no one to stand in my way. When the emperor arranged our marriage, I yearned to possess you entirely. Yet, your high status renders me powerless. Without you, my existence would be fraught with difficulties. Still, I cannot relinquish the obstacle in my heart." Li Yuan inquired lightly, "What obstacle?" "I long for the tale of a lifelong partnership, a singular couple. I realize you cannot provide that, and I do not wish to burden you further. Now that we have a child, I am even less inclined to part ways with you. Even if you are fickle, I will endure. However, I wish for you to grant me one request." "Speak. Will you still touch me in the future?" Shen Zhishuang questioned him. Li Yuan was amused by her audacity. "You are my wife. Just because I take a concubine, you will deny me even a touch?" Shen Zhishuang contemplated saying just that. After all, she had already borne him a son, making him, in a sense, dispensable. Yet, it was evident that Li Yuan was reluctant to revert to a mere master-servant relationship. Given his current intentions, Shen Zhishuang was astonished by the extent of her allure. With renewed determination, Shen Zhishuang declared, "It's not that I wish to deny you, but rather that it troubles me. If you wish to touch me, then you must refrain from other women for at least 3 months." Li Yuan burst into laughter at her audacity. Shen Jishuang, are you dreaming? Do you expect that after being with others, I must abstain for 3 months before I can touch you? Shen Jishuang understood he would not acquiesce. The notion of forcing him to abstain for 3 months seemed ludicrous, yet, she could not gamble with her own health. Sitting up, her tone calm yet resolute, she said, "Yes, I know you find my thoughts absurd, but that is how I feel. I possess no leverage, yet I refuse to abandon my long-held convictions for over a year. You have witnessed how I have fulfilled my role as your wife. I have borne your children and managed your household. I desire a measure of dignity, which I trust you will afford me, for you have always been a commendable husband. 3 months may indeed be arduous, yet consider this: if your circle of women expands, I, with my delicate disposition, will no longer captivate your attention. Therefore, it is not necessary for you to guard against me for 3 months, simply refrain from touching me, and this dilemma will be effortlessly resolved." Chapter 64 In Memories in the Previous Life. Was Shen Jishuang also like this? Li Yuan struggled to recall. 3 months is neither long nor short. If the matter were urgent, he could certainly endure it, yet in his past life, Shen Jishuang had never made him endure. Each time he visited her, she would smile and gently decline his advances, citing her discomfort. In that previous existence, Shen Jishuang had already become the virtuous wife in his heart. She managed the general's residence with remarkable efficiency, freeing Li Yuan from any concerns. She took meticulous care of him and even bore him a child, leaving Li Yuan exceedingly satisfied. Naturally, he respected his capable wife. Li Yuan would visit Shen Jishuang several times each month, and after she ascended to the role of Empress, he never missed the 1st and 15th days. However, they rarely shared a bed. After a time or two, he ceased to inquire further. At that moment, he was unaware of how many children Shen Jishuang would eventually bear him. With one child, Jinger, it was, after all, sufficient for a legitimate wife. Li Yuan assumed she simply lacked enthusiasm for such matters. If Shen Jishuang was unwilling, he would never force her. He was not so base as to bully his lawful wife. As circumstances changed and the concubines were settled, Shen Jishuang accompanied him on military campaigns to consolidate his rule, and only then did they return to sharing a bed. During those years, to prevent any further complications, he took no other women and had no time to visit his concubines. With Shen Jishuang ever by his side. As the situation stabilized, she bore him several more children. Once he possessed the world, Li Yuan resumed the selection of beauties. With both of them now as emperor and empress, their dynamic had not undergone significant alteration. Shen Jishuang still met his advances with a composed refusal. When he visited her on the 1st and 15th days, it was merely for a night's rest after his rebirth. Upon hearing Shen Jishuang mention feeling uncomfortable, Li Yuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Thus, in the previous life, did Shen Jishuang also care? Did she merely remain silent, enduring alone? At that moment, Shen Jishuang was unaware of where Li Yuan's thoughts had wandered. In truth, she too was engaging in a gamble, expressing her true feelings with a capricious attitude to gauge Li Yuan's response. Shen Jishuang felt somewhat emotional. From the time she wed Li Yuan until now, she had transitioned from cautiousness to a frenzied outburst. Throughout their adjustment, she had modified her attitude towards him several times, repeatedly testing his limits of tolerance. Having reached this point today had not been an easy journey. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. As an actress, she could gauge the hearts of others and display her skills. However, transforming into an unparalleled warrior to wage battles was an altogether different matter. Each profession has its specialization, and she would only seek to identify and amplify her own strengths. Li Yuan was no fool, he was rather astute, which was both advantageous and disadvantageous for Shen Jishuang. His intelligence ensured that mistakes would not be made externally, sparing Shen Jishuang from suffering the consequences. Conversely, his cleverness implied that he was not easily deceived. Had they been able to cultivate a respectful marital relationship, with Li Yuan predominantly showing her respect, Shen Jishuang would not have needed to create such a ruckus. When she initially married him, she was at a distinct disadvantage, unable to refuse him. However, once she bore children and established her authority as the matriarch, she could refuse him without consequence. Many men who marry legitimate wives expect them to be virtuous and gracious, yet few men genuinely cherish women. A wife should be virtuous, while a concubine should be beautiful. This was their ideal state. If Li Yuan were such a man, Shen Jishuang could easily dismiss him with excuses of poor health to evade his advances. The crux of the matter was that he was not. Even during her pregnancy, he persistently sought her, as if he were addicted. Shen Jishuang had an objective understanding of her own beauty. She was not astonishingly beautiful, yet Li Yuan maintained an inexplicable obsession for her that even she could not comprehend. Now that he had taken a concubine, Shen Jishuang felt compelled to clarify her position. After all, with Li Yuan having initiated contact with her so often, using poor health as a pretext would only backfire. It would be better to seize the opportunity and openly admit her jealousy, expressing her inability to accept his involvement with another woman. Li Yuan would certainly not relinquish such a vast garden for her alone. Perhaps she could win this gamble. In truth, if Li Yuan had been with his other concubines for 3 months without any abnormalities, it would indicate that he posed no risk of contagion. But was it necessary? She would have to calculate the time, observe Li Yuan's changes, and adapt to him. It was entirely unnecessary. Furthermore, Shen Jishuang had no knowledge of how many concubines Li Yuan would take in the future. If he were to introduce a new woman every month, would she be required to assess each one for a 3-month period? By the time that occurred, it was likely Li Yuan would have forgotten her entirely. Regarding her own physiological needs, under the overwhelming conviction to survive, Shen Jishuang felt ambivalent. Her primary objective in this dynasty was to endure, to thrive, and to flourish. In reality, the matters of intimacy are undeniably significant. In her previous life, while in the modern world, she occasionally came across posts where wives lamented their husbands' inadequacies. One statement resonated with her: if there is no intimacy between a couple, then intimacy becomes the greatest issue. Modern marriage is characterized by monogamy, with intimacy serving as a bonding agent, yet in ancient times, if there was no intimacy between the two, Shen Jishuang's role would become considerably easier. She would merely need to regard Li Yuan as a purely professional superior. With him occupied during the day and visiting his concubines at night, they would naturally drift apart due to a lack of genuine communication. Li Yuan was evidently not the type to favor concubines over his wife. Shen Jishuang could not perceive the true nature of his character, but a man with responsibility and integrity would never abandon the wife who diligently managed his household and bore his children to make room for a concubine. Although he showed some warmth towards the stunning Lulu Owen, he had not committed any outrageous acts. Shen Jishuang felt a degree of reassurance regarding him. As long as she could maintain her position and restore their relationship to a purely professional one, her life would undoubtedly improve. The question remained, would Li Yuan be willing? Li Yuan, of course, was not willing. A torrent of emotions surged within him, remembering the ever-virtuous Shen Jishuang of his past life, and witnessing the jealousy she had displayed before him tonight. He could not help but wonder if perhaps, in his previous life, Shen Jishuang had once harbored feelings for him. It was simply that he had never cared to discern what his most virtuous wife was truly thinking, thus missing the opportunity entirely. She had concealed her disillusionment so well that he had never noticed. With this realization, Li Yuan abruptly sat up from the low couch and strode towards Shen Jishuang. Chapter 65 remained untouched. Shen Jishuang was startled by Li Yuan's sudden action. Unable to restrain herself, she clutched the quilt tightly and stammered, "What are you going to do?" In the darkness, Li Yuan's tall and imposing figure exuded a strong sense of presence. Shen Jishuang could faintly sense that his emotions were somewhat amiss, yet she still could not fathom his intentions. After a moment, he made a move. Shen Jishuang instinctively tightened her grip on the quilt. Li Yuan embraced both her and the quilt with great fervor. "Do you care about me?" Why is this topic resurfacing? Shen Jishuang could feel the strength of his arms as he held her tightly. "If I did not care for you, why would I endure 10 months of pregnancy to bear your child?" After a while, Shen Jishuang spoke softly. A pang of bitterness surged within Li Yuan's heart. She was right. If she truly did not care for him, she would not have taken on such risks merely to bring forth a healthy child. Had she been indifferent, she would not have risked his ire in a previous life to advise him against forcefully keeping an unhealthy child. In truth, she had always been concerned for him. As young spouses, how could Shen Jishuang harbor no feelings for him at all? Alas, the complexities of life had driven them further apart. At long last, Li Yuan released his embrace, but before Shen Jishuang could exhale in relief, he pulled the quilt away from her. Shen Jishuang braced herself, exclaiming, "Don't touch me!" It seemed Li Yuan had not heard her protest. He cupped her face and kissed her from her forehead down to her neck. Shen Jishuang was exasperated with him. How could one possess such boundless energy, attending to a concubine and still finding time for her? She attempted to keep her mouth shut while also wanting to kick him away. However, in the next moment, she heard Li Yuan's low voice, "I did not touch her." Shen Jishuang froze. In that brief interval, Li Yuan successfully stripped her of her garments. "Clarify yourself, why did you not touch her?" Shen Jishuang's tone deliberately revealed a hint of complexity, mingling surprise with joy. Yet, Li Yuan was unwilling to elaborate. He lowered his voice, "Not touched means not touched. I am not lying to you, do not concern yourself with so much." Before Shen Jishuang could articulate her thoughts, her lips were silenced by Li Yuan. How long had it been since they had been intimate? Shen Jishuang spent the entire night adrift in a sea of emotions. It seemed Li Yuan had an inexhaustible reserve of strength. The last time he exhibited such fervor was when she was pregnant. Having held back for too long this time, they had merely been apart for a while. Why was he so impatient? Ultimately, Shen Jishuang's consciousness began to fade. If she had previously been somewhat skeptical of his claim of not having touched her, this time she was utterly convinced. The bed was no longer fit to behold. It was unclear what Li Yuan was thinking. He did not seek to have the bed linens replaced but instead retrieved fresh bedding from the cupboard and made the bed himself. As dawn broke, Li Yuan roused Qin Jishuang from her slumber, his gaze deep and profound. Some matters I cannot disclose to you just yet, but remember this, today we did not share a bed. Instead, we had a fierce quarrel and slept apart, parting on unfriendly terms. Qin Jishuang, still somewhat dazed, regained her senses upon hearing his words. She looked at Li Yuan, meeting his gaze, and after a moment, she nodded. A glimmer of amusement appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. He had long known her to be exceptionally astute. As he leaned in to kiss her again, Qin Jishuang swiftly pushed him away, saying, "Then you should leave quickly." Li Yuan managed to plant a kiss on her cheek before departing. The bedding on the low couch remained unkempt. Last night, Li Yuan had acted like a thief, preventing Qin Jishuang from uttering a sound, enduring several sharp bites on his shoulder from her. They were the legitimate master and mistress of the general's estate, and such actions were entirely justified, yet Li Yuan had somehow turned it into an affair. Qin Jishuang began to suspect he was indulging in some form of roleplay. Nevertheless, although Li Yuan had said little to her, the substance of his words carried significant weight. Lu Luoyin, a stunning beauty, could leave even Qin Jishuang mesmerized by her visage. Li Yuan, who had finally brought her back, could not possibly resist, unless, of course, Lu Luoyin was untouchable. Qin Jishuang was no fool. She quickly pieced together several clues. First, the servants in the Gailon courtyard were all personally appointed by Li Yuan, without her involvement. Second, Lu Luoyin had been exempt from the customary greetings from the beginning, and once she settled into the Gailon courtyard, she hardly ventured outside, leaving no one aware of her activities. Moreover, Li Yuan spent every day accompanying Lu Luoyin in the courtyard, rarely stepping out during the day. Li Yuan's evident regard for Lu Luoyin did not resemble that of a mere concubine. All signs pointed to the conclusion that Lu Luoyin was not there to serve as a concubine but rather sought refuge with them. Furthermore, her status was of considerable value, one that Li Yuan could not afford to offend. Perhaps Lu Luoyin's presence in the general's estate was a result of Li Yuan's own efforts. Having pieced everything together, Qin Jishuang exhaled slowly. Outside, tumult brewed, and the general's estate housed numerous realms beyond her reach. She had to exercise utmost caution. Qin Jishuang promptly decided that, at least until the fog cleared, it would be wise for her to remain indoors. Within the general's estate, Li Yuan could still protect her. Once outside, the swords were unsparing, and she had only one life to safeguard. Moreover, her son was still in the general's estate, and Qin Jishuang ought to spend quality time with him. News of the general and his wife having a fierce quarrel, nearly coming to blows, soon circulated throughout the estate, reaching even the Gailon courtyard. Li Yuan had been stationed at the Gailon courtyard, never straying from the side of another general arranged by the emperor. Upon hearing the rumors, the general's eyes twinkled with mischief. Brother Li has married a tigress. Li Yuan merely smiled, remaining silent. In truth, he need not be so cautious. Having a concubine and returning to the primary courtyard was hardly something to be condemned. Yet the old emperor, enamored with sentiment, desired everyone to witness his sincerity. By vehemently arguing with his wife to safeguard his affections for Lu Fei, Li Yuan would only endear himself further to the old emperor. The older one grew, the less coherent their thoughts became. After years of neglect, the old emperor's mind was now consumed by Lu Luoyin, and as long as Li Yuan played his part well, he would earn the emperor's trust. What was there to lose? Such a ruler could easily bring down a dynasty, for in his eyes, love was all-consuming. Li Yuan held the old emperor in contempt internally, yet outwardly conformed to his whims. One must learn to bow low in order to rise high. More importantly, his quarrel with Qin Jishuang served to absolve her of any suspicion regarding her knowledge of the truth. No one dared to quarrel over the emperor's concubine. The fiercer Qin Jishuang argued with him, the more it proved her ignorance of the matter. As expected, when the old emperor learned of this incident, he rewarded Li Yuan with gifts, which he graciously accepted. Chapter 66, A Meeting with Qin Jishuang. Qin Jishuang was oblivious to the specifics of Li Yuan's endeavors. Life in the general's residence was not particularly burdensome for her. As she observed the delightful smile of the infant before her, she planted a tender kiss upon his cheek. "What is it that you desire?" "Indicated to your mother," she coaxed playfully, teasing her son with a few toys. Li Jin extended his tiny hands, affectionately clutching Qin Jishuang's fingers, his babbling incomprehensible to others. Though still too young to articulate words, he had already been nurtured into a robust and lively child. "Did you spit up last night?" After indulging the child for a while, Qin Jishuang began her routine inquiries. Her demeanor towards the wet nurses was exceedingly professional. They quickly discerned that this lady was not to be trifled with. Thus, they dutifully recorded their observations daily, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Qin Jishuang had them keep each other in check. "You watch me, and I shall watch you. No one dares to take shortcuts." Upon hearing the wet nurse's report, which fell within normal parameters, Qin Jishuang nodded in approval. The little one still relished his slumber, so Qin Jishuang played with him a while longer before allowing someone to carry him away. Once their mother-child interaction concluded, she returned to her own affairs. The shops she had ventured to open in the capital were thriving, and should peace prevail, she could anticipate considerable profits. Unfortunately, the unpredictable nature of the capital was a concern. Shen Zhishuang could glean a hint of it from Li Yuan's circumstances. While he assured her that chaos would not ensue in the capital for a year or two, he had not clarified what would follow. For the sake of safety, she resolved to earn a quick profit. Shen Zhishuang discreetly issued orders to expand her operations. Currently, her branches were swiftly establishing themselves in the capital, and the high-quality cosmetics she produced, although priced at a premium, brought reassurance to a clientele accustomed to luxury. The adage "you get what you pay for" rang true in the eyes of the nobility. Not to profit from them would be a disservice to her humble origins as a laborer. In good spirits, Shen Zhishuang appeared quite content during this period. The servants, however, were less optimistic. After an unceremonious parting with the general, he had not returned for quite some time. The Lady Lu was cherished by the general, while the mother of his child found herself relegated to obscurity. Who could not lament the general's heartlessness? Were it not for the occasional inquiries he made about the young master, they might have feared he was entranced by feminine allure, contemplating divorce and remarriage. Shen Zhishuang was aware of the servants' penchant for gossip, but she had no sway over their thoughts. As long as their chatter did not disrupt her life, she chose to feign ignorance, perhaps aligning with Li Yuan's intentions. That night, after perusing a few pages of a book, Shen Zhishuang realized it was late. After completing her nightly ablutions, she nestled comfortably beneath her warm blanket and drifted into slumber. However, to her surprise, in the dead of night, someone quietly opened the window and slipped inside. Shen Zhishuang's eyes flew open. The figure approached slowly, wrapping her in an embrace. She felt the coolness of the fabric against her skin. "It's you," she thought, suppressing a roll of her eyes. She recognized him instantly. No one dared to engage in acrobatics within the general's residence, especially with a noblewoman residing inside, unless it were a case of theft by an insider. Li Yuan's speed in disrobing was astonishing. It had been several days since they last saw each other, and as she traced her fingers over his firm abdomen, she noted it remained as solid as ever. His breathing had shifted as well. He had intruded at such an hour. It was clear what he sought, and Shen Zhishuang was fully aware of his intentions. "Is it truly that difficult to resist?" she yearned to ask him. But soon, she found herself without the opportunity, as he kept her occupied for much of the night, leaving her uncertain of how she had even fallen asleep. When she awoke, he was already gone. Still in a daze, she clutched her blanket for a moment. An unsettling sense of deja vu washed over her, particularly accompanied by an inexplicable soreness. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The next time Li Yuan sought her out, she could not help but inquire, "Did you visit me recently?" Li Yuan's hands hesitated in their task of removing his clothing. He neither confirmed nor denied her question. This silence spoke volumes. Shen Zhishuang internally berated him vehemently. She pondered why, in her meticulously crafted haven for rest, which should have afforded her restorative sleep, she instead awoke with aches and pains that defied logic. Li Yuan, however, was remarkably efficient. He arrived, hurriedly engaged, and departed with scarcely a word. A veritable master of time management, Shen Zhishuang had long since lost track of his thoughts. Their previous conversation had been left unfinished, and there was no plausible reason for her to suddenly resurrect old grievances. Thus, she resolved to take things as they came. She had initially believed that once Lu Luoyin departed, her troubles would conclude. Yet she was utterly taken aback to learn that Lu Luoyin sought a meeting with her. In the eyes of others, Lu Luoyin was merely a concubine, a stunning beauty hastily brought into the general's household. The primary wife, gracious and unyielding, had not targeted her but rather maintained a respectful distance. From this perspective, one would expect a concubine to remain in the background, yet, Lu Luoyin was evidently different. She had deliberately sent word requesting an audience with Shen Zhishuang, leaving her quite astonished. According to Li Yuan, Lu Luoyin held a significance beyond the ordinary. In that context, she should have quietly stayed for a time and then discreetly departed to safeguard her own position. Yet, she had not done so. Shen Zhishuang, still in the role of the primary wife, had quarreled with Li Yuan over the matter of the concubine just days prior, so it was unexpected that Lu Luoyin would seek her out. After much contemplation, Shen Zhishuang decided to send someone to summon Li Yuan, allowing him to dictate the course of action. This was not a person she could afford to offend. Reckless actions were out of the question. Li Yuan promptly relayed his instructions for her to comply with the meeting, cautioning her to be mindful of her words and conduct. Shen Zhishuang, presently an uninformed woman, perceived Lu Luoyin's request for an audience as a potential provocation. Yet both were acutely aware that the truth was otherwise. Lu Luoyin was indeed the pivotal figure. Shen Zhishuang understood she must meet Lu Luoyin to discern her intentions and respond appropriately. Lu Luoyin arrived swiftly, adorned in garments made from exquisite fabric, accompanied by attendants whose demeanor starkly contrasted with those of the general's household, exuding an air of distinction. Shen Zhishuang appraised Lu Luoyin. To speak candidly, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Such a visage, in modern times, could easily garner immense wealth in the entertainment industry, yet in the confines of antiquity, her beauty necessitated reliance on others. "Greetings, madam," Lu Luoyin offered with a delicate bow. Shen Jishuang responded with a gentle smile, "Please, take a seat." Lu Luoyin appeared to possess a somewhat frail beauty, her complexion slightly pale, exuding a fragile and endearing quality. During their last encounter, Li Yuan had observed from the sidelines, and Lu Luoyin's every action had adhered to propriety, leaving Shen Jishuang with little opportunity to glean further insights. This meeting presented her with a chance to understand more. "What brings you to seek me?" Chapter 67. Lu Luoyin fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "I have heard that the pastries prepared by the lady here are exquisite. I wish to indulge in them, if it would not be too much trouble." Her intentions, however, were far from innocent. Shen Jishuang could discern this from the glimmer in her eyes. Yet, rejecting her request would prove difficult. After some contemplation, Shen Jishuang instructed someone to present Lu Luoyin with a menu of pastries. Shen Jishuang was not one to compromise her own desires. When conditions permitted, she would certainly relish the opportunity. Liu, the cook, had learned a great deal about pastry making under Shen Jishuang's guidance in recent days. In truth, Shen Jishuang harbored aspirations of opening a pastry shop. However, Li Yuan was astutely observant. While he may not comprehend the nuances of cosmetics, he consumed pastries daily, and it was likely he would notice any discrepancies. Hence, the idea of a pastry shop remained but a dream for now. Nevertheless, Shen Jishuang continued to expand her repertoire of pastries. Perhaps one day they would come in handy. The menu, which Shen Jishuang had meticulously prepared early on, allowed one to simply peruse and select their desired pastries, a convenient self-service method. Lu Luoyin gazed at the booklet with a hint of surprise. Shen Jishuang had prepared two versions, one for those with simple tastes, and another, meticulously crafted, reserved for the nobility. Naturally, Lu Luoyin received the latter. "Miss Lu, do take a look and see what you might fancy. The booklet contains all the recipes. If you have any dietary restrictions or allergies, you ought to examine it closely. In the common folks' eyes, recipes hold paramount importance, and the lady is indeed generous to share even the methods," Lu Luoyin remarked softly. Shen Jishuang smiled and replied, "I am but a humble woman of the inner quarters, rarely venturing outside, and even if others wished to pilfer, they would find it quite impossible. Should you find something to your liking, feel free to transcribe the recipe and have someone prepare it for you in the future." Lu Luoyin nodded in silence, and after a considerable pause, finally chose a pastry. Once she had made her selection, a maid behind her took the booklet to examine the recipe closely, as if weighing her options. Only after the maid nodded in approval did Lu Luoyin appear to breathe a sigh of relief. The pastry order was dispatched, and one of Lu Luoyin's maids followed to oversee the process. Seemingly wary of potential poisoning, the servants of Jingguzi harbored some resentment. In their eyes, Lu Luoyin was merely an unregistered concubine, and it was improper for her to wield such influence. Just because she was favored, did it grant her the right to act with impunity? Yet, Shen Jishuang maintained her cheerful demeanor, and the servants dared not voice their discontent. Lu Luoyin seemed rather introverted, speaking little. Shen Jishuang was equally cautious about broaching any sensitive topics. Should they inadvertently stray into forbidden territory, it would be she who suffered the consequences. After a spell of silence, Lu Luoyin spoke again. "I observe that you always seem to find joy in your pursuits. I wonder what pastimes you indulge in." In truth, Shen Jishuang's pastimes were rather simple, either enjoying life's pleasures or seeking ways to earn. When opportunities for profit were elusive, she focused on enjoyment, elevating her quality of life. When opportunities arose, she seized them to maximize her earnings. Typically, she engaged in needlework, entertained children, read books, and savored the beauty of her surroundings. Shen Jishuang replied with a smile. Upon hearing about children, a peculiar expression crossed Lu Luoyin's face. Shen Jishuang's heart skipped a beat as her gaze fell upon Lu Luoyin's still flat abdomen. Could she be with child? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Luoyin continued, "May I see the young master?" The matron beside Shen Jishuang nearly interjected, for it was improper for an unregistered concubine to demand to see the young master. "The child is currently asleep and likely has not yet awakened," Shen Jishuang gently declined. "I merely wish to catch a glimpse through the window, dear lady. Would that be permissible?" Lu Luoyin's tone was somewhat humble. Shen Jishuang held Lu Luoyin's gaze for a moment before finally rising. "I shall take you to see." "Thank you, esteemed lady." Lu Luoyin finally revealed a trace of relief. Shen Jishuang's decision was one the servants of Jingguzi dared not oppose. Together, they proceeded to visit Li Jin. Shen Jishuang held her son in high regard. Children are fragile, and with so many adults around, who could say what germs might be present? Fortunately, Lu Luoyin only wished to peek through the window. Li Jin's quarters had been thoughtfully designed by Shen Jishuang, featuring large windows that allowed adults to observe the child's every movement. As Lu Luoyin gazed at the sleeping infant, her eyes blinked rapidly, as if tears were threatening to spill. He bore a striking resemblance to the general. Shen Jishuang recognized this as well. Li Yuan's lineage was undeniably potent. After observing Li Jin for a while and sampling a few pastries, Lu Luoyin took her leave. In an effort to discreetly attend to this noble guest, Shen Jishuang exerted herself diligently. Before indulging in the pastries, Lu Luoyin casually sampled one herself, as if to demonstrate to the others. Indeed, after her tasting, the expression of the maid behind Lu Luoyin softened somewhat. Once Lu Luoyin departed, Shen Jishuang finally exhaled in relief. Before long, Li Yuan arrived. Shen Jishuang chuckled softly. Logically speaking, it was entirely reasonable for him to come at this time. After all, his beloved concubine had been summoned by the main wife for tea and pastries. How could he not inquire? When the servants had withdrawn, Shen Jishuang asked him, "Why did you not come while Lu Luoyin was present?" It stood to reason that if he were concerned for his concubine, he ought to accompany her constantly. To leave his beloved concubine to face the main wife alone was fraught with danger. "She expressed a desire to see you," Li Yuan replied. Shen Jishuang furrowed her brow slightly and said, "It seems she has discerned something but has not spoken of it." Shen Jishuang was rather indulgent toward Lu Luoyin. In the eyes of the servants, she, as the main wife, was excessively lenient, yet, Lu Luoyin appeared to have observed even more. Li Yuan remained silent for a moment before saying, "Even if she suspects you are aware, she would not disclose it. In time, she may seek you out again, so be prepared." Shen Jishuang scrutinized Li Yuan's expression. Could such an extraordinary beauty leave him entirely unmoved? Even if she were not his own, many men would fantasize about her, and it was not a crime. While Li Yuan often left her feeling perplexed, he was, in truth, quite adept at concealing his emotions. As long as he wished to keep his true feelings hidden, Shen Jishuang found it challenging to discern his thoughts. In matters concerning their relationship, he occasionally revealed a childlike side. At other times, Shen Jishuang lacked the inclination to probe into his mind, especially since he never volunteered the information. "Then I shall treat her according to today's demeanor." Li Yuan nodded in agreement before taking his leave. He was not mistaken. In the ensuing days, Lu Luoyin would indeed seek her out from time to time and peek through the window to catch a glimpse of Li Jin. Chapter 68, Twists and Turns. Is it painful for a woman to give birth? Shen Jishuang, always keenly observant, gradually deduced that Lu Luoyin must be pregnant after their several encounters. The realization sent shivers down her spine. A pregnant woman should be taking care of herself, yet she kept coming to visit Shen Jishuang, seemingly disregarding the concerns of others. If anything were to go awry, who would bear the blame? No wonder the servants around Lu Luoyin appeared so tense. If she were in their position, attending to Lu Luoyin, she would feel equally apprehensive. However, Li Yuan instructed her to treat Lu Luoyin with a normal demeanor, leaving Shen Jishuang with no choice but to accommodate her for the time being. Upon hearing Lu Luoyin's question, Shen Jishuang nodded slowly. Indeed, it is very painful. A pregnancy and childbirth present immense challenges for every woman. To call it a brush with death would not be an exaggeration. Lu Luoyin seemed momentarily stunned, and after a considerable pause, she chuckled softly. "Others tell me that once a woman has given birth, the pain is soon forgotten. Perhaps they have indeed forgotten, but I certainly will not." Shen Jishuang replied with candor. Lu Luoyin appeared dazed for a moment before inquiring, "I assume you have no regrets, as the general treats you exceptionally well." Shen Jishuang shook her head, her tone turning serious. "I have never regretted it. Before giving birth, I contemplated many things. This child was not born for others. It was my choice to embrace motherhood that allowed for its arrival. The general's kindness is but one reason I chose to bear this child. More importantly, I need this child for various reasons. It is essential for my existence. One must live for oneself in this life. If I were to bear this child for someone else and later grew weary of that person, would that child not also suffer from my disdain?" For reasons unknown, tears welled up in Lu Luoyin's eyes. "Others have no choice," she murmured softly. In truth, as they spoke, they were quite close, and those around them could not overhear. In recent days, Lu Luoyin often visited, and her proximity to Shen Jishuang grew as the servants, recognizing Shen Jishuang's good intentions, allowed Lu Luoyin to draw near. After all, they were merely two women of the inner chambers. What more could be said? Observing the beauty weep, Shen Jishuang's heart ached. Indeed, in this world, are women not often at the mercy of circumstances? Thus, she had given birth to Jiner to preserve her life and status. Life demands one to press on despite adversity. Shen Jishuang could not help but add a few more words. In matters of life and death, there is always a choice. Choosing to live well means that having a child is an active decision. Once made, one must fulfill the role of a mother. Shen Jishuang seemed to speak of herself while also reminding Lu Luoyin. The latter gazed at her in a daze. Shen Jishuang was aware that her words might border on moral coercion and would not apply to many situations, yet, for Lu Luoyin, they could offer some solace. If one has chosen to live, then one ought to strive for a better life, to find some peace within it. Judging by her material conditions, Lu Luoyin's current life was not dire. However, if she continued to be conflicted, she would ultimately be the one to suffer. Lu Luoyin appeared to harbor some depressive tendencies, as evidenced by her countenance. Clearly, she was being kept like a canary by some powerful figure. Now that she was with child, given the historical reverence for offspring, in a sense, the child served as her talisman for survival. Evidently, this woman had yet to fully comprehend her circumstances. She held a hesitant attitude towards the child, unwilling to relinquish it but also reluctant to embrace it entirely. Shen Jishuang could only express her thoughts briefly, leaving it to Lu Luoyin to take them to heart. Lu Luoyin indeed absorbed Shen Jishuang's words. After shedding silent tears for a while, she lifted her head and softly declared, "I wish to live like you." Shen Jishuang smiled. "If you adjust your mindset, your life should be much better than mine." She simply preferred to confront challenges positively, casting aside negativity whenever possible. Shen Jishuang temporarily assumed the role of a psychological counselor. After that, Lu Luoyin ceased her visits. Li Yuan, too, was exceedingly busy and had not visited Jingyu Zhai for several days. When he returned, Shen Jishuang frowned. "How is it that you are injured again?" Li Yuan remained silent. Blades do not discern, and one cannot ascend without encountering strife. Noticing his silence, Shen Jishuang retrieved her makeshift medical kit, intending to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, his injuries were merely superficial. Shen Jishuang worked swiftly, and soon his wounds were bandaged. As she applied the bandages, she could not prevent Li Yuan from fidgeting. This injury was trivial. It was the days without Shen Jishuang that had left him feeling somewhat unwell. Shen Jishuang truly wished to inquire what thoughts occupied Li Yuan's mind. Was her allure truly so captivating? Noticing that his wounds were not bleeding, she allowed him to continue. After ensuring he was fed, the dawn was approaching. Li Yuan embraced Shen Jishuang, giving himself a cursory wash before reclining beside her, seemingly reluctant to leave. Shen Jishuang turned over, wrapping herself in the blanket. Li Yuan's hands were restless, and she feared he might become overly enthusiastic, leaving her the one fatigued. "When will that Miss Lu depart?" "It has been nearly 2 months, and her pregnancy is becoming evident. If she is to give birth in the general's residence, I must prepare accordingly." Li Yuan did not question how Shen Jishuang had come to this knowledge. A woman of her intelligence would not survive to the end otherwise. In truth, considering Lu Luoyin, Li Yuan's expression darkened momentarily. Shen Jishuang resisted his touch, prompting Li Yuan to take hold of her hand instead. His wife had always embodied a sense of elegance. Even her hands were exquisitely beautiful. Shen Jishuang could not pull away, so she relented. After a moment of silence, Li Yuan finally spoke. "She will leave soon, and we shall say she has gone to visit relatives." "Very well." Li Yuan did not linger long. After embracing Shen Jishuang and sharing a kiss, he departed through the window. Once he was gone, Shen Jishuang feigned waking up and ordered for water to be heated, eager for a bath. She found herself anticipating Lu Luoyin's departure. Living in stealth was far from easy, especially with hygiene standards difficult to maintain as they once had been. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Guanlan Courtyard, Li Yuan respectfully reported to Lu Luoyin, "Your Highness, everything is in readiness. In a few days, I shall escort you away." Lu Luoyin sat there, her profile breathtakingly beautiful as she combed her flowing hair. The room contained only Li Yuan and her. After a while, Lu Luoyin finally turned her gaze to him. "Li Lang, can you truly not come with me? In recent days, I have come to terms with many things. I shall give birth to His Majesty's child with peace of mind. My only wish is for you to accompany me south. Your wife is a wonderful person. If you can come with me, she will certainly care for your child well. Once the situation stabilizes, you may return." Chapter 69. The support in the depths of Lu Luoyin's memory. She had been adrift for an eternity. A woman of unparalleled beauty, yet lacking a favorable family background, she found herself constantly passed from one hand to another. Fortunately, in order to maximize her potential, someone offered her to the most powerful ruler in the world. This man was 45 years her senior. Lu Luoyin despised his advances, yet was compelled to bow and scrape before the absolute authority he wielded. Thankfully, her exquisite visage still held some utility. The old emperor, aware that the dynasty was on the brink of collapse, was willing to seek a path to survival for her. Of course, she understood all too well that his motivations extended beyond her. They included the royal heir she carried within her womb. She recalled that fateful night when the old emperor learned of her pregnancy and, in a frenzy of joy, declared that his child would never face the slightest hardship. To others, it seemed the old emperor had bestowed upon her immense wealth to ensure refuge for himself and their child. However, Lu Luoyin was acutely aware that the old emperor harbored ambitions of restoring his dynasty. Despite having driven the entire realm to the precipice of disintegration, he still believed that the child he fathered with his beloved could revive the former glory of their lineage. How pitiable and absurd! Lu Luoyin did not contemplate such distant matters. She had endured enough of life in the palace, beset by the treachery and envy of others. With pregnancy, her emotional state became increasingly volatile. When the old emperor proposed sending her away, it felt as if she had grasped a final lifeline, filling her heart with visions of a brighter future. As long as she could escape the suffocating confines of the palace, she could endure any place of existence. It must be said that the old emperor treated her remarkably well. To ensure her a stable life, he arranged for a few trusted individuals to accompany her, each one a loyal confidant. Suspicion and paranoia were inherent to the emperor's nature. Each of these attendants had undergone the harshest of punishments to remain loyal. The old emperor desired nothing more than for her to guard his interests and raise their child. He had even prepared a substantial fortune, waiting for the child's birth to reclaim the splendor of the previous dynasty. His considerations were meticulous, yet he failed to acknowledge that Luluween was a person in her own right. If one day the skies were to grant her freedom, why should she remain a widow and waiting for him? She loathed every facet of the imperial city, yet found herself compelled to comply with their machinations. She had never truly lived for herself, so how could she resign herself to a life of servitude under a cadre of eunuchs? After departing from the old emperor, Luluween had intended to endure, but upon meeting Li Yuan, her resolve began to falter. The moment she laid eyes upon him, she was momentarily mesmerized. Li Yuan was a capable general, exceptionally handsome, with a stature that was both striking and noble. Unlike the brash youth around him, he exuded a calm and steady demeanor, instilling a profound sense of security in Luluween whenever he was near. He was tasked by the emperor to escort her. After encountering him, Luluween felt an unexpected peace wash over her. Upon learning that she would reside temporarily within the general's estate, her curiosity about his wife grew immensely. From what she gathered, Li Yuan's wife was merely an ordinary woman, a daughter of the obscure Shen family, with whom she had a fraught relationship. What must her life be like? Upon entering the general's estate, Luluween was cautious and reserved. Her initial meeting with Shen Jishuang left her somewhat disheartened. Though Li Yuan was extraordinarily handsome, his wife, while beautiful, seemed beneath his worth in Luluween's eyes. After residing in Guanlan courtyard for some time, Luluween sensed the opportune moment had arrived to meet with Shen Jishuang and delve deeper into her circumstances. Luluween could not deny that after spending time with Shen Jishuang, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Despite being a royal consort, she found herself envious of the ordinary general's wife who possessed everything she yearned for: a husband who could provide stability amidst chaos, a healthy and adorable child, and a serene existence. Luluween truly could not fathom how some could lead such content lives. Over time, as her acquaintance with Shen Jishuang deepened, she gleaned insights into her background. How could someone raised as a wild child, with no sense of home or paternal affection, live so boldly? Yet, Shen Jishuang did not embody timidity. Each visit to her home filled Luluween with a sense of vitality. She could see it in Shen Jishuang's eyes, in the thoughtful decorations of Jingyu's studio. If one lacked aspirations for life, they would not craft such a nurturing environment. Shen Jishuang's meticulous attention to life was evident in every detail, even in the whimsical design of a simple drinking cup. How could she flourish so? Luluween possessed more than Shen Jishuang, yet each day she languished in melancholy, unable to find a single reason to rejoice. Even regarding her child, it was only after Shen Jishuang's gentle persuasion that she found the conviction to remain. She had long wrestled with doubt. Even after experiencing the pinnacle of wealth, the thought of shouldering a child's fate felt insurmountable. Yet, should she dare to abandon the child, the old emperor would not hesitate to punish her. That man loved her, but he loved his offspring even more. Shen Jishuang's words brought clarity, allowing Luluween to finally release her inner turmoil. She was meant to stay, her struggles were futile. It was better to adopt a positive outlook, just as Shen Jishuang advised. Once her child was stable, Luluween knew it would be time to leave the general's estate. If forced to choose, she would rather bow in supplication to Li Yuan. She yearned for a life akin to Shen Jishuang's. Thus, Li Yuan became indispensable. A premonition whispered to her that Li Yuan would surely protect her. Hence, she did not hesitate to risk everything in hopes of winning his affection. Unfortunately, Li Yuan remained unmoved. At that moment, when Luluween called him Li Lang, there was not a trace of emotion on his face. He was indifferent to whether others might be seduced by beauty and neglect their grand ambitions, but he would not fall prey to such folly. The consort's words were misplaced. Sending her south was his duty, and returning to the capital to report was equally his responsibility. Li Yuan's tone was frigid. The old emperor summoned him and another general solely to ensure Luluween's safe passage away from the turmoil of war. As a dutiful subject, Li Yuan had no choice but to comply. His motives were to secure the gold mine first. As for Luluween and the child she carried, they were of little concern to him. In times of chaos, even the pretext of using the emperor as a shield would ultimately come down to strength. To repay the old emperor's generosity, Li Yuan would find a place in his memories that had not been marred by war, allowing Luluween to survive there. Beyond that, he had no interest or energy to invest. Chapter 70. A concession. A woman, devoid of intellect, attempting to ensnare him solely with her beauty, was akin to a fool's errand. Luluween gazed at him quietly. If you are willing to take me away, then all those treasures of gold and silver shall be yours. You may also place your wife and children in another location, and once our child is born, you can bring them here. To be fair, Luluween had already taken a significant step. As an imperial consort, her willingness to share a minor general with another woman sounded utterly preposterous. Yet, the title of consort was merely a hollow designation. She was but a drifting reed in a chaotic world. She sought a pillar of support to prevent the tumultuous waves of the mundane world from overwhelming her, and thus she was compelled to make concessions. Lu Luoyin had observed many individuals, but only Li Yuan possessed true capability, and his gaze upon her was devoid of malice. How could she not be stirred by this? Li Yuan finally raised his head and looked at her coldly. Your words today, my lady, shall remain unspoken henceforth. Should you continue down this path of madness, I will have no choice but to report to His Majesty. Tears welled in Lu Luoyin's eyes. Why must you be so heartless? Li Yuan clasped his fists and turned to leave. In a past life, rumors had circulated among the populace. This Lu consort, possessing a strong hand, had been bewitched by that general and ultimately met a tragic end. In this life, the accompanying general was him, and he had not anticipated that Lu Luoyin would extend an olive branch to him. He could not fathom why she believed she could seduce him. The empire and beauty, how could Li Yuan possibly misjudge their significance? Moreover, he had not forgotten the 3-month agreement with Shen Jishuang. He did not wish to cause her sorrow at such a critical juncture. She had just given birth and lacked the energy to handle such matters. Li Yuan's attitude towards Lu Luoyin had always been dismissive. To him, she was merely a pawn leading to a gold mine, and he never expected her to wish to depend on him. Truly foolish. Regardless, the old emperor still held the title of emperor. Did Lu Luoyin genuinely believe that once she left the capital, others would be unable to control her? Eager to find herself a protector, she failed to see that the old emperor was her greatest ally. Watching Li Yuan depart without a backward glance, Lu Luoyin ultimately covered her face and wept bitterly. She felt powerless. Everyone knew she wielded no authority. Her power derived from another's influence. With Li Yuan unable to accept her invitation, she found herself at a loss. Yet if she were to head south, devoid of anyone to shield her, how long could her tranquil days last? Thus, what could she do? On the other side, Shen Jishuang was crafting small toys for her son. She remained unaware of the entanglement between her husband and Lu Luoyin. Even if she did know, she would not mind admitting her loss of power was not as difficult as it seemed. Whatever Li Yuan did was beyond her control. Rather than dwell on such futile thoughts, she preferred to focus on her children. Li Jin was growing far too quickly. He had become the beloved darling of the household. Shen Jishuang relished playing with him. Perhaps it was different when one bore a child. In her previous life, she had not been particularly fond of children. Perhaps her subconscious recognized that her current stable position was largely due to this little one, which is why she cherished her child. While playing the role of a pregnant woman, Shen Jishuang had learned some infant exercises and had been practicing them with Li Jin recently. Perhaps blood ties made a difference. Li Jin was exceptionally fond of his mother. Each time she picked him up, the child would spring to life. Shen Jishuang was grateful that she had maintained her figure through yoga and physical exercise, otherwise, she would struggle to hold such a little bundle for long. She kissed her son's cheek vigorously, and Li Jin responded with a silly grin. Shen Jishuang laughed along. The mother and child were engrossed in their play when Li Yuan entered with a dark expression. Shen Jishuang glanced at him but could not help but say, "Husband, please go change your clothes." To provide a sanitary environment for the child's growth, she subtly influenced Li Yuan. If he returned from the outside carrying bacteria, he must not handle the child directly. Li Yuan did not counter her request. He quickly retreated to the bedroom to change into a comfortable outfit. Upon seeing Jiner, Li Yuan's stern demeanor softened slightly. Shen Jishuang held their son and moved a bit closer to Li Yuan. Noticing Li Yuan reaching out to hold him, she quickly evaded. He has grown somewhat unfamiliar with your scent. If you hold him, he may start crying. Sure enough, as Li Yuan approached, Jiner pouted, and tears began to well up. If he dared to reach out again, he would undoubtedly be met with a torrent of cries. Li Yuan, resigned, retracted his hand. Shen Jishuang smiled and guided Li Yuan to interact amiably with Li Jin. Gradually, the child became a tad more accustomed to the adult, and Li Jin bestowed a charming infantile grin upon Li Yuan. Seeing the child smile at him lifted Li Yuan's spirits considerably. Observing Li Yuan's mood lighten, Shen Jishuang silently breathed a sigh of relief. She was unaware of what had transpired outside, but she understood that under the eaves, one must bow their head. She needed to provide Li Yuan with some emotional support, and fortunately, their son made it easier to comfort him. After spending nearly half an hour playing with Li Jin, Li Yuan's expression had completely relaxed. As Li Jin drifted off to sleep, Shen Jishuang signaled the wet nurse to take him away. Subsequently, she poured a cup of tea for Li Yuan. "Husband, cool your temper." Li Yuan took a sip and could not help but frown. "Do not spit this out. It's lemon tea, the more sour, the better for dispelling heat," Shen Jishuang quickly admonished him. Glancing at his wife, Li Yuan could only brace himself and swallow it down. "Are you not busy today?" Shen Jishuang naturally poured herself another cup of floral tea, smiling brightly as she inquired. Seeing Shen Jishuang's demeanor, a desire to confide suddenly welled up within Li Yuan. "Lu Luoyin approached me today, asking me to take her away and never return. As for you and the child, she insisted that you would manage well. She claimed that in a few years, you could bring the child back." Shen Jishuang froze, genuinely taken aback observing her expression. Li Yuan's mood improved slightly. Shen Jishuang had no significant faults, save for her overly gentle nature. In her previous life, she had been called the mother of the nation, without a heart of compassion. How could that be? Yet Li Yuan still believed she needed to temper her temperament. Before long, this tumultuous world would descend into chaos. Shen Jishuang was intelligent, yet if she remained too kind-hearted, she might become the one to suffer. Fortunately, her kindness had always been measured. In her previous life, no significant troubles arose, and she formed numerous good ties. Nonetheless, Li Yuan still hoped Shen Jishuang could adopt a firmer stance. I truly did not expect. After a considerable pause, Shen Jishuang finally spoke, her sincerity evident. She could discern Lu Luoyin's unstable core and her slightly depressive tendencies, yet, despite living a materially comfortable life, she had not anticipated her fascination with Li Yuan, even planning for him to abandon his wife and child. What did you not expect? Li Yuan inquired. Chapter 71 Coexistence. It was unexpected that Lu Luoyin would seek out Li Yuan. In recent days, Shen Jishuang had interacted with Lu Luoyin quite frequently. What this woman harbored in her heart, Shen Jishuang could discern to some extent. Perhaps due to the constraints of her era, Lu Luoyin seemed accustomed to relying on others. The limitations of one's thinking are seldom transcended without enduring significant upheaval. Moreover, Lu Luoyin's beauty would likely shield her from experiencing any profound tribulations. Her charm was sufficient to serve as a stepping stone for certain endeavors. It was evident to Shen Jishuang that Lu Luoyin yearned for a tranquil life, yet, she did not anticipate that Lu Luoyin had set her sights on Li Yuan, even contemplating the abandonment of her husband and child. Based on the fragments of conversation Li Yuan had let slip, the individual Lu Luoyin was attempting to attach herself to must occupy a position of considerable stature. Otherwise, why would Li Yuan proceed with such caution? Lu Luoyin had evidently secured a more reliable support system, yet she still sought out Li Yuan. To be fair, Li Yuan was indeed handsome, his martial prowess and commanding presence instilling a sense of security in others. If Lu Luoyin had been without support and had chosen him as a potential ally, it could be understood. However, if she already possessed resources and was still seeking further backing, even to the extent of recklessly abandoning her family, it was truly perplexing. Shen Jishuang was unaware of what resources Li Yuan currently held, yet, in practical terms, he did not stand out as particularly exceptional. Lu Luoyin's choice of him might have been influenced solely by his appearance. Thus, one must not be foolish. Carrying another's child and vying for Li Yuan's affection was indeed a desperate measure. Is that nobleman treating her poorly? Shen Jishuang could not help but inquire. Li Yuan cast a fleeting glance at her. He dotes on her excessively. Shen Jishuang refrained from further comment. In truth, Lu Luoyin was quite muddled. Shen Jishuang had no intention of dictating the course of another's life. She could not do so. All that remained was to offer her respect. What were you just saying you did not expect? Li Yuan was still pondering the half-formed words Shen Jishuang had uttered earlier. She blinked her eyes, then suddenly threw herself into Li Yuan's embrace, gazing up at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She smiled brightly. I did not expect my husband to be so magnificent, so handsome, with so many admirers. Fortunately, you are mine. Li Yuan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He embraced her. Is there anything else? Shen Jishuang pondered for a moment, then deliberately feigned a frown. I bore you a child and diligently managed the household. If you dare abandon me and our son to flee with another, then Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. What will you do? If Li Yuan were to truly leave, Shen Jishuang would naturally have to consider whether to seek another partner. Yet he had not left. This was merely a hypothetical scenario. Shen Jishuang glared at him. I am yours by birth, and that will never change. If you dare become a faithless husband, I shall petition the court and ensure that all know you are unworthy to be a husband or a father. Her performance was so exaggerated that even Li Yuan could see through it. However, he found that he held no anger within. Rather, there was an inexplicable joy. Li Yuan said nothing. He would not become that kind of person, and thus felt no need to speak. A true faithless husband, even if he swore eternal loyalty, what value would such oaths hold? He gently pinched her cheek, his gaze radiating a gentle warmth. It had been a long time since he had shared such intimacy with Shen Jishuang. He held her close, and she willingly stayed in his embrace. They were indeed a legitimate couple, and no one would comment on their closeness. Yet, Shen Jishuang still furrowed her brow and asked, when will Miss Lu be leaving? Li Yuan replied nonchalantly, in the coming days. You need not concern yourself with her thereafter, let her bear her own burdens. Lu Luoyin, despite possessing numerous advantages, had chosen the most narrow path, even believing she could ensnare him. Li Yuan found himself questioning how she had survived in the depths of the palace. If he could be so easily seduced by beauty, the throne would never have been his to claim. If she chooses to depart, I shall certainly see her off. In the meantime, I will leave a few guards at the estate. You must take good care of things. As the mistress, Shen Jishuang felt no inclination to shirk this responsibility. She nodded, concern evident in her eyes. For how many days will you be gone? When shall you return? What should you bring? I shall have provisions prepared immediately, and clothing must be washed in advance. Will there be mosquitoes on the road? I consulted a physician a few days ago and had some medicine prepared. It has proven quite effective, and I will ensure to bring it along. To be his wife and receive his protection naturally required her to reciprocate. These trifling details were precisely what Li Yuan cherished hearing her discuss. Shen Jishuang effortlessly satisfied his desires, and indeed, Li Yuan's expression relaxed even further. In his previous life, within the confines of the palace, he had been the sole master, yet no one had dared to care for him in such a manner. As Shen Jishuang gradually distanced herself, fulfilling her duties as Empress, they would see each other only 2 or 3 times a month. The wife he once knew had become a rare sight, as she now often occupied the role of a national matriarch. Now, returning to his youth, Li Yuan felt deeply touched by his wife's sincere concern, her soft words imbued with warmth. I shall return in a month, the rest is up to you. Shen Jishuang's brow furrowed slightly. A month did indeed seem rather lengthy. The security of the general's estate must be prioritized above all else. Lost in thought, she looked up to find Li Yuan gazing at her. Shen Jishuang instinctively revealed her reluctance. Why must you be gone so long? We have never been apart for such an extended period. She spoke in a soft voice. Li Yuan's lips again curled upward involuntarily. If there are urgent matters, I shall return as swiftly as possible. Then you must not get hurt. Evade where you can. Life is of utmost importance. Shen Jishuang's tone was exceedingly earnest. Escorting Lu Luoyin was evidently no simple task. Li Yuan often returned with injuries, and this time, she felt compelled to offer her admonishments. Setting aside emotional considerations, from a pragmatic standpoint, their son was still so young, and her own business ventures had yet to flourish. Losing him would render Shen Jishuang's situation exceedingly precarious. Regardless of the circumstances, she wished for her husband to remain safe. Li Yuan sensed her concern, yet he remained silent. Sometimes, it was not merely a matter of desire. One could not avoid injury when confronted with danger. Stay at home, manage everything well, and do not easily trust anyone, nor extend kindness to others. Li Yuan seemed to speak with a hidden implication. Shen Jishuang suddenly grasped his meaning. Perhaps he was referring to Lu Luoyin. She found herself at a loss for words. In truth, Lu Luoyin had yet to pose a genuine threat to her interests, for the power to decide lay firmly in Li Yuan's hands. That man would not alter his decisions for anyone. Chapter 72. If he truly intended to agree to Lu Luoyin's wishes and whisk her away to a distant place, how could Shen Jishuang possibly obstruct him? It was upon recognizing this truth that Shen Jishuang resolved against engaging in futile endeavors. Naturally, there were exceptions when a performance was required. Presently, she and Lu Luoyin resided in the same quarters, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Considering Li Yuan's activities outside, Shen Jishuang naturally felt compelled to treat Lu Luoyin with the utmost care. After all, it was Li Yuan himself who stated that Lu Luoyin's status was of paramount importance. The etiquette of hospitality must always be upheld. The words she spoke were but a mere formality, posing no real detriment to her. However, given that Li Yuan had shown her concern after much difficulty, Shen Jishuang was determined not to let his sentiments go unacknowledged. With great solemnity, she assured him, "My lord, rest assured, I place my trust solely in you. The words of others hold no weight with me." Li Yuan expressed a slight satisfaction at her declaration. As night fell, Li Yuan departed once again, burdened by the demands of his recent busyness. Had it not been for Lu Luoyin's unexpected actions, he would not have thought to check in on Shen Jishuang and the child. Once he left, Shen Jishuang busied herself. After Li Yuan's prolonged absence, she felt it her duty to prepare provisions for him. Having recently researched the culinary options available to travelers, she found it manageable if there were places to dine along the way. However, if he were to endure the harshness of outdoor living, the conditions would undoubtedly be quite arduous. Shen Jishuang collaborated with the cook, having devised many delectable dishes of late. While beef was exceedingly precious in ancient times, pork remained a viable option. Knowing that Li Yuan favored spicy food, she decided to prepare some spicy pork jerky for him, along with various preserved vegetables that could be easily transported. In her view, sustenance was of utmost importance in life. A good life was, for her, inextricably linked to the quality of food. As for clothing, sturdy fabrics were essential, but since Li Yuan was not particular, Shen Jishuang did not need to expend much effort on that front. While Shen Jishuang was occupied with her servants, Lu Luoyin sent word requesting to meet with her. There is a saying, those who walk different paths do not conspire together. Shen Jishuang was acutely aware of her own situation. She would not seek a sense of superiority over ancient women simply because she had received modern education. In truth, had she not possessed a modern soul, she might have thrived even more. The modern shocks and the stark contrasts of the ancient world had inflicted profound wounds upon her spirit. wounds that only she truly understood. Fortunately, she had always chosen to live with optimism. Shen Jishuang resolutely declined the meeting. In response, Lu Luoyin had someone convey that she was suffering from stomach pains. Indeed, Lu Luoyin bore a precious burden within her womb. Shen Jishuang could not afford to disregard her. The significance placed on offspring in ancient society was something only those living in that era could fully comprehend. Li Yuan had gone to great lengths to bring Lu Luoyin into the general's residence, ensuring her comfort during her pregnancy. Otherwise, there would have been no need for her presence there. With Li Yuan gone, Shen Jishuang had to take matters into her own hands. She first summoned someone to fetch Li Yuan, and then, accompanied by a throng of people, she made her way to the Guanlan courtyard. Lu Luoyin had anticipated the arrival of Shen Jishuang alone, but was taken aback by the crowd that accompanied her. A pallor washed over her face, revealing an unspoken discomfort. In a short span of time, Shen Jishuang keenly observed that Lu Luoyin appeared noticeably more gaunt than during their last encounter. The guards surrounding Lu Luoyin regarded Shen Jishuang with a wariness that was unmistakable. "Miss Lu, are you unwell? The physicians here possess limited skills. Who do you typically summon for treatment? I can send for someone immediately," Shen Jishuang said with a courteous smile. Li Yuan had little understanding of managing the womenfolk. Shen Jishuang found herself unable to intervene effectively in the affairs of the Guanlan courtyard, thus unaware of the internal chaos that prevailed. A throng had gathered before Lu Luoyin, seemingly fearful of her well-being. Li Yuan's emergency protocols were evidently insufficient. He had clearly not anticipated that Lu Luoyin would force Shen Jishuang into this meeting. Now that Shen Jishuang had arrived, she could only fulfill her duties as the mistress. Concern for the concubine was within her capacity. "Please have everyone leave, I have a few words to share with you," she instructed Lu Luoyin. Lu Luoyin regarded Shen Jishuang with a look of expectation. Shen Jishuang, feeling somewhat resigned, replied, "Miss Lu, I recently gave birth and have yet to fully recover. These individuals were arranged by the general to ensure my safety. If you have something to say, please speak freely." Lu Luoyin scrutinized Shen Jishuang's radiant complexion, unsure whether her words held any truth. With so many guards present, her genuine feelings remained unexpressed. After a lengthy silence, Lu Luoyin finally whispered, "I seek your counsel, may I?" Shen Jishuang confessed that she was no professional in psychological matters, yet she still encouraged her, "Please, go ahead." A glimmer of tears welled in Lu Luoyin's eyes as she confessed, "I wish to know how a woman with a child can survive independently without being consumed by the harshness of the world." Shen Jishuang could not help but sigh inwardly. If one possessed power and wealth, one could forge connections with various factions, thereby solidifying one's status and demonstrating one's worth to others, utilizing them for personal gain. Conversely, if one was powerless and possessed nothing, one must start from scratch, learning survival skills, biding time, enduring what others could not, and sacrificing everything to secure a foothold in this world. With a calm demeanor, Shen Jishuang articulated, "The most crucial point is to hold the reins of your destiny and resources firmly in your own hands. Relying on others is precarious. One must stand firm on one's own. Treat yourself well, and others will regard you with respect. If you belittle yourself, you will only invite further disdain and scorn. Such is the nature of life, opportunities do not abound. A person must strive for self-betterment, for only then will they uncover unique avenues. Otherwise, even mountains of gold may slip through their fingers." Lu Luoyin sat in stunned silence, her voice scarcely a whisper. "You have a husband, a support, it is easy for you to say." Shen Jishuang chose not to elaborate further, offering a resigned smile. Both she and Lu Luoyin were, in this world, fortunate souls. At the very least, they were not subjected to the true tribulations of a world where lives were as expendable as grass. Having conveyed all she felt necessary, she pondered what more could be done for Lu Luoyin's suffering. An unspoken tension enveloped the room as both women fell silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy. This was the general's residence, Shen Jishuang's domain, where none dared to impose upon her. Casting aside all else, Shen Jishuang took a seat, awaiting Li Yuan's return. Li Yuan arrived promptly, striding into the Guanlan courtyard a mere quarter-hour later. Upon his arrival, Lu Luoyin's eyes brightened. It had been days since Li Yuan had last visited her, and she had struggled to eat during that time. Finally, she would see him again. Li Yuan, however, paid Lu Luoyin no heed initially. His eyes anxiously scanned Shen Jishuang, relieved to find her demeanor composed and her gaze warm as they met. "Please, return home," Li Yuan instructed Shen Jishuang. Chapter 73. Reluctance. Shen Jishuang smiled gently at him, performed a courteous bow, and departed without uttering a word. As soon as she left, Li Yuan cast a glance that signaled the servants to disperse. Lu Luoyin had been gazing at him with affectionate eyes, yet Li Yuan's expression remained unmoved. Once the others were settled, he made an excuse about urgent matters to attend to and stepped inside. Lu Luoyin had long been waiting in the room. Li Yuan found himself perplexed by the thoughts swirling in this woman's mind. She had gone to great lengths to dismiss the palace maids and guards, merely to engage him in trivial conversation. Today was particularly incomprehensible. With their journey set for tomorrow, she insisted on dragging Shen Jishuang into the fray. This woman, having attained the old emperor's favor due to her beauty, was still scheming even as he approached death. How could she not learn to be content? Why does the Empress seek my wife? Lu Luoyin looked at Li Yuan with wide eyes, expecting him to speak gently, but instead, he confronted her with a cold inquiry. In an instant, she felt a pang of sorrow. Li Lang, have you come for your wife? Li Yuan cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Perhaps with age, one grows fond of simplicity in matters, yet simplicity should never border on foolishness. What you do not comprehend, Empress, is that we embark on our journey tomorrow. You ought to prepare today, organizing your belongings, for we may need to depart by midnight. Wasting time conversing with my wife yields no benefit. On the contrary, it could delay our departure and displease the emperor. At the mention of the emperor, Lu Luoyin's expression shifted. Her arrogance, bored of imperial favor, was palpable. Having spent considerable time with the old emperor in carrying his child, her status was undoubtedly unique. Those within the palace who still held loyalty to the old emperor would undoubtedly support her. Lu Luoyin basked in unparalleled glory, yet, those who cannot exercise restraint, when indulged too much, become increasingly insatiable. While she fretted about failing to find a strong ally outside, she simultaneously could not resist flaunting her connection to the emperor. Li Yuan felt nothing but utter disdain for her. I did not convey anything significant. I merely wished to have a conversation with her since I shall not see her again. Lu Luoyin's explanation fell flat. Li Yuan was scarcely interested in hearing it. He clasped his hands together and declared, since there is nothing further, Empress, you should prepare, I shall take my leave. His impatience was unmistakable, and Lu Luoyin's expression grew ever more sorrowful. Li Lang, I truly do not understand why you accept her but not me. She too thrives on your power. Why can you not cast a glance my way? Is my face not pleasing to you? Without a backward glance, Li Yuan exited. His plans had already been laid. Were it not for the old emperor granting Lu Luoyin a gold mine one Li Yuan needed to protect her during their journey, he would have had no dealings with her. In return for his protection, he would deliver Lu Luoyin to a locale less ravaged by war. Lu Luoyin commanded a significant entourage. If she acted wisely, she might navigate the latter part of her life in relative peace. Even if her path were fraught with challenges, if she could judiciously manage her wealth and resources, she could endure. As long as she nurtured her child, the old emperor's followers would surely take her into consideration. However, if she recklessly pressed onward, no one could save her. Li Yuan had never learned to cherish delicate beauty. To him, women were mere subjects of beauty or ugliness, yet, a foolish person, no matter how beautiful, possesses no allure. At this juncture, she was still comparing herself to Shen Jishuang, entirely oblivious to her status as the emperor's consort, bearing his child an existence that surpassed that of most. She had everything yet lived in utter disarray. What merit had she to compare herself to Shen Jishuang? Not everyone could thrive under circumstances akin to hers. If it were truly so, why was it that she alone ascended to the position of empress in a past life? Li Yuan had encountered numerous women, yet only Shen Jishuang occupied that esteemed position, and he had never contemplated deposing her, a testament to her exceptional nature. To compare oneself with her necessitated genuine understanding. If one naively believed that Shen Jishuang thrived solely by virtue of his power, that would be a grave and irretrievable error. Upon arriving at Jingyuzhai, Li Yuan found Shen Jishuang tidying up a few personal items for him. Uncertain of his arrival time, she prioritized efficiency. If left to his own devices, he would likely neglect to bring anything. As the lady of the general's household, Shen Jishuang was responsible for managing domestic affairs. Failing to do so would be a dereliction of duty. Thus, well in advance, she had prepared his belongings. Anticipating his visit, she intended to pack a few additional items, for it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality. As he entered, Shen Jishuang greeted him with a smile. Husband, you are here. Li Yuan, initially scowling, softened slightly at her words and approached her. After ensuring that his needs for food, shelter, and medicine were met, Shen Jishuang added a personal touch. She presented him with a homemade moisturizer, explaining its application. It's quite simple, apply it after washing your face daily, and it will keep your skin comfortable. The weather is so dry. If your skin cracks, it would be quite painful. Having opened a cosmetics shop, Shen Jishuang possessed a profound understanding of skin care. Li Yuan, on the other hand, had notoriously dry skin. To prevent his face from appearing too weathered, she had prepared a nourishing cream for him. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, examining the small jar of moisturizer, his expression shifting from displeasure to something even less favorable. Why must I apply this? Certainly for the sake of Shen Jishuang's aesthetic, she replied with determination. Li Yuan's handsome visage, if not properly cared for, could very well offend her sensibilities. As a connoisseur of beauty, Shen Jishuang felt compelled to protect her interests. Sensing his dissatisfaction, she embraced his arm, saying, "You will be away for a month. How can I be certain you won't encounter a beautiful woman on your travels and forget about me and our child? You must take more of what I have prepared, so you remember that you have a wife and child awaiting your return. This cream must be applied daily. If it diminishes, it signifies that I have not occupied a place in your heart." Li Yuan fell silent. He truly could not fathom why this woman was so articulate. Once she cared for him, her peculiar ideas seemed to abound. He nodded impatiently. At last, a satisfied smile graced Qin Jishuang's face. She then took his hand, showing him each item she had prepared. Li Yuan, who had always been on the move, had never received such meticulous attention before. This time, his demeanor finally softened completely. Chapter 74 A Farewell. Even in her previous life, Qin Jishuang had never been this meticulous. Perhaps this was her way of showing her genuine affection for him. Qin Jishuang was unaware of Li Yuan's thoughts. While she intended to cultivate a respectful and harmonious relationship as a couple, Li Yuan seemed reluctant, preferring to engage in a playful romance, a desire Qin Jishuang felt compelled to indulge. As he willingly accepted her attentions through the minutiae of daily life, she naturally became even more considerate. The adage "details determine success or failure" had been instilled in her since childhood. Observing Li Yuan's demeanor brighten, Qin Jishuang's smile became more genuine. She was curious about the extent of Li Yuan's frustrations outside. Could he not manage them on his own without always seeking her out? Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity for her to affirm her worth in his eyes, a chance Qin Jishuang would not let slip away. By enhancing her significance in his heart, she hoped to reap greater tangible benefits, willingly offering emotional support to her superior. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, their journey would commence at dawn. Li Yuan had initially planned to depart that very night, but with Lu Luoyin still unprepared, he found himself waiting. However, should Lu Luoyin devise any underhanded schemes, he would not grant her the opportunity. The old emperor, while somewhat fond of Lu Luoyin, would not allow such affection to outweigh the allure of the throne. Today, a sacrificial ceremony required the emperor's presence. He would not see Lu Luoyin off, conveniently allowing Li Yuan to maneuver within the situation. The Guolan courtyard had been surrounded by his men, and those attending to Lu Luoyin had been replaced by Li Yuan's subordinates. Until the moment of departure, Lu Luoyin would be unable to leave. Given her cowardly nature, she would not dare to act out of line. Li Yuan had not forgotten that he was still merely a lowly subject. With Lu Luoyin remaining in the capital, he had to treat her as one of the palace's esteemed ladies. Otherwise, he would have long since arranged for her to be forcibly taken away. Upon hearing that he would leave the following day, Qin Jishuang immediately displayed a sorrowful expression. "Why must you leave so soon?" "I have yet to prepare everything. I still wish to bring you a few more garments." Li Yuan smirked, gently stroking her hair without elaborating. Perhaps it was for the best. He would depart, and Qin Jishuang might secretly weep. Spending another night with her, offering some comfort, could be deemed his duty as a husband. That evening, Li Yuan made it clear he intended to stay with her. Qin Jishuang could not possibly send him away. She had specially instructed the kitchen to prepare his favorite dishes, personally serving him at the table. Li Yuan consumed every morsel she offered to eye in the vast capital. Only here could he completely relax, for he understood. After their meal, Qin Jishuang had the caretaker bring over Jiner. This little one had been restless at night, yet slept soundly during the day, causing the wet nurses quite a bit of trouble. Upon seeing his familiar mother, Jiner broke into a silly grin, drooling with glee despite not having a single tooth. Qin Jishuang positioned herself so that Li Yuan perceived their son was smiling at him, eliciting a faint smile in return. Taking the child from the wet nurse, Qin Jishuang encouraged Li Yuan to play with Jiner for a while. Before long, it was only natural for Li Yuan to take the child from her arms. Qin Jishuang sat nearby, watching the father and son interact. Jiner lay on his father's chest, a tiny creature resembling a delicate figurine. Qin Jishuang found it incredibly amusing. Li Yuan barely dared to move, fearful of jostling the little one. Jiner contentedly rested on his father, his tiny hands flailing about, clearly delighted. In his previous life, Li Yuan had never experienced such a moment. At that time, he had to care for another son, neglecting his firstborn. Later, due to his military campaigns and efforts for the state, he had hardly paid attention to his other children. Had Qin Jishuang not insisted he spend time with their child, he might never have realized how endearing young ones could be. Reflecting on the previous life's little gentleman and gazing at his drooling son, Li Yuan's smile deepened. After playing with Jiner for quite some time, until the little one had fallen asleep, Li Yuan instructed someone to take him away. "You must return swiftly. Otherwise, next time he won't allow you to hold him again." Qin Jishuang reminded him as she accompanied Li Yuan to the bathing chamber. Li Yuan said nothing, merely gazing at her with profound intent. Qin Jishuang, not naive, understood well his intention to remain for a month, and his lingering presence in Jinyu Studio spoke volumes. A young and vigorous man, she was well aware. She did not feign modesty, quickly loosening both their hair upon returning to the bedroom. Qin Jishuang was already in a daze, yet Li Yuan never relented. In a haze, she could not discern whether it was dawn, the light still unlit, while beside her, he was already dressing. Shin Jishuang, not fully awake, leaned against Li Yuan's back, holding him tightly. She said nothing, her affectionate posture sufficient to bring him solace. He turned to her, uncharacteristically speaking soft words, "Take good care of yourself and the child while I am away. Wait for my return before venturing out. If you desire anything, procure the silver yourself and instruct the steward to buy it." Shin Jishuang nodded, her tearful gaze fixed upon him, embodying reluctance. Li Yuan caressed her cheek, a gesture of comfort. Understanding her sentiments, Shin Jishuang took the opportunity to assist him in donning his garments. The carriage awaited outside. Lu Luoyin had already boarded. Having spent a sleepless night, she was acutely aware that she could not alter anyone's decisions regarding her fate. The old emperor deemed the situation in the capital dire and sought to send her away, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Li Yuan had assigned someone to watch over her, preventing any reckless actions, leaving her too intimidated to act impulsively. Perhaps for her, being caged with someone to care for her instilled a sense of security. Through the slightly ajar carriage curtain, Lu Luoyin observed Shin Jishuang bidding farewell to Li Yuan with intimate familiarity, her expression devoid of emotion. This day, she still believed Shin Jishuang had struck lucky, winning Li Yuan's favor. Had it not been for her fortunate circumstances, having a considerate husband, how could she lead such a blissful life? Since Li Yuan was unwilling to take the bait, she resolved to seek out others. On the other side, Shin Jishuang refrained from any indiscretions in public. Li Yuan disdained inappropriate behavior in open settings. There were ample opportunities for private affection between husband and wife. Shin Jishuang did not need to perform for the eyes of onlookers. She simply exchanged a lingering glance with Li Yuan before bowing and bidding him farewell. Their demeanor was highly formal, with everything communicated through their eyes. Li Yuan mounted the carriage, uttering a single word: leave. Chapter 75. Rectification. Once Li Yuan departed, Shin Jishuang found her days to be somewhat more bearable. After all, with her superior absent, her freedom naturally increased. In truth, Shin Jishuang had always been an optimist. During Li Yuan's presence, her life was not unpleasant. By contemporary standards, one might liken Li Yuan to a husband who is often away from home, yet provides a monthly allowance. He left early and returned late, and for a considerable time, Shin Jishuang could only see him in the evenings. As long as she understood his temperament, life was not overly arduous. While she would not claim to have fully comprehended this man, she had certainly made progress. Compared to the earlier days when his moods were unpredictable, he had improved significantly. Before his departure, Li Yuan expressly advised her to refrain from venturing outside. Shin Jishuang astutely discerned the underlying message in his words. If she was to stay indoors for now, it implied that she would be free to step out upon his return. Clearly, her gradual explorations yielded favorable responses. For the sake of safety, Shin Jishuang promptly resolved to remain within the general's residence during this period, tending to domestic affairs, spending time with the children, and acquiring new knowledge. From a certain perspective, Li Yuan was quite dependable. He had left behind a substantial number of individuals for her to command. The spies within the residence had also been entirely dismissed, resulting in a significant reduction of external scrutiny. Having organized her agenda for the forthcoming month, the first task Shin Jishuang undertook was to replace the household staff. The previous servants had displayed an excessive penchant for opportunism. She was well aware of the survival instincts of such minor characters. However, their acumen ought to be employed in the right manner, rather than indulging in self-serving cleverness. Shin Jishuang had endured their antics for some time. After Li Yuan had been present during the birth of her child, her authority had notably increased, and she naturally intended to leverage this power for her own benefit. After a busy period, she now had the leisure to bestow rewards where due and to expunge any parasites from her domain. Thus, Shin Jishuang confidently dismissed those subordinates she had long identified as problematic. In the preceding days, her responsibilities had been overwhelming. She had given birth while Li Yuan had recently sent away Meng Xiuzhu, only to welcome Lu Luoyin shortly thereafter. One might have thought the general's residence was merely a temporary transit point. Shin Jishuang had felt constrained, compelled to observe the situation without the opportunity to address these individuals. Before Li Yuan left, Shin Jishuang had communicated with him, and he held a considerable degree of trust in her. Do as you see fit. If they disobey, have the guards remove them. With Li Yuan's endorsement, Shin Jishuang boldly initiated a reform of the general's household management. In this era, advocating for equality among all was undoubtedly a path to ruin. What Shin Jishuang could do was to provide them with a modest stipend, allowing for a dignified parting, which was preferable to any alternative. Prior to dismissing the staff, Shin Jishuang had taken the liberty of exposing the unsavory deeds she had uncovered to the servants. Upon realizing that the mistress had amassed a considerable amount of evidence against them, the servants were instantly filled with trepidation. For a long time, they had harbored a condescending attitude towards Shin Jishuang. The root of this disdain could be traced back to the Shin family's lack of support. The servants were acutely aware of this disparity. In other households, when a daughter was married off, her family would frequently send gifts or maintain contact to cultivate relationships. In contrast, during her 2 years at the general's residence, not a single member of the Shin family had visited her, as if they were strangers lacking a powerful backing yet maintaining her position as the mistress. The servants outwardly showed her respect while undoubtedly harboring their own ulterior motives. During those 2 years, Shin Jishuang had refrained from taking decisive action, unable to grasp Li Yuan's operational style, rendering her role as the matriarch somewhat ornamental. Now that circumstances had improved, the servants were left to speculate on the nature of Li Yuan's affections for Shin Jishuang. After all, the general had brought numerous individuals into the household in a matter of months, and although none remained, either sold or sent away, it was evident that the general had yet to solidify his intentions, resulting in a fluctuating attitude towards his wife. However, with the birth of their legitimate son, the servants could no longer afford to disregard her. This child solidified her position in their eyes, at least for the foreseeable future. As long as she did not heir, the general would not contemplate divorce. Before Shin Jishuang had even made her presence known, the servants had discovered that their secrets had been laid bare by her. Having thoroughly cleansed the household of those troublesome subordinates, Shin Jishuang then tasked the steward with finding a new batch of staff. This time, she personally vetted each individual. Without conducting interviews, she felt uneasy. The household housed not only herself and Li Yuan but also their newborn child, and she was not willing to gamble with her child's safety. Once the new staff was selected, Shin Jishuang arranged for their training. In essence, she sought capable subordinates. Following the completion of her staff matters, Shin Jishuang began learning to cook under the guidance of Chef Li. When Chef Li Yuru entered the general's residence, Shin Jishuang happened to be pregnant, and Li Yuan was anxiously watching over her belly, concerned that she might neglect the child. Consequently, Shin Jishuang could only engage in somewhat genteel activities, such as needlework, reading, or playing chess. In truth, her greatest desire was to master the culinary arts. In modern times, with convenient transportation and a thriving economy, if she craved something, whether hiring a domestic helper or dining out, it was exceedingly convenient. However, this situation was entirely different. Shin Jishuang firmly believed that possessing skills was preferable to relying on others. Given her status, it would not be peculiar for her to learn cooking. What family does not have a few signature dishes? Even those who lack culinary prowess must at least project the image of being adept in the kitchen. The concept of being virtuous encompasses a vast array of attributes. Others assumed Shin Jishuang was merely dabbling in cooking to surprise Li Yuan upon his return, yet they were unaware that she was earnestly committed to her studies. Initially, she focused not on intricate dishes but rather on the fundamentals of meals and vegetables. Maintaining a sense of caution, Shin Jishuang dared not act otherwise. She could glean glimpses into Li Yuan's experiences outside. The visible scars on him were sufficient to reveal the source of the general's glory. Her husband was indeed striving to secure his position through his own efforts. In a sense, he was a self-made man. Recognizing that he lacked a solid foundation, Shin Jishuang resolved to prepare for the worst. Perhaps Li Yuan was embroiled in significant troubles, facing treachery, confiscation of property, or exile. Shin Jishuang had played various roles, and such scenarios were not unfamiliar to her. Nevertheless, as long as one is alive, that is paramount. Her current objective was to accumulate more resources under favorable conditions. Chapter 76, The inner garment. Cooking is indeed a vital skill. Compared to the intricate dishes and the art of vegetable carving into flowers, Shin Jishuang yearned to learn. Fortunately, Li Yuru was an exceptionally skilled cook, endowed with innate talent. Whatever Shin Jishuang wished to learn, she could teach. With one eager to learn and the other eager to impart knowledge, their relationship flourished harmoniously. From kneading dough to stir-frying, Shin Jishuang absorbed knowledge piece by piece. She was also acutely aware of market prices, more so than anyone else. Therefore, within the confines of the general's residence, it was utterly impossible for the subordinates to embezzle any silver. For instance, by reporting an egg is worth 1 tael. Shin Jishuang was more adept at calculations than the accountants. No one could deceive her. While those servants could not clandestinely amass significant gains, they could still manage to glean a little. Shin Jishuang was not overly harsh. She generally turned a blind eye, allowing them some leeway. Water that is too clear has no fish. This wisdom had been passed down for millennia, and Shin Jishuang held it firmly in her heart. As she nurtured her child, managed the staff, and honed her culinary skills, she also dedicated time to prepare something for Li Yuan, to signify that throughout this month, she had never forgotten him and had continually missed him. She was busily engaged, leading a fulfilling life. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was escorting Lu Luoyin and was nearing their chosen place of seclusion. This location had been selected by Li Yuan after consulting the old emperor, considering various factors. A foolish pregnant woman, given a suitable place to rest, could be exchanged for a gold mine. Such a deal was not to be overlooked. When it was time to rest, Li Yuan dismounted. As he approached their resting spot for the night, he noticed someone winking at him. As a general, Li Yuan maintained a balanced approach with his subordinates. He would never tolerate foolishness during serious moments. This time, he had not brought many of his own men, as the emperor had personally dispatched soldiers to escort his beloved consort. In the emperor's eyes, they were insignificant. The escort mission posed little danger, yet Li Yuan had important matters to attend to. He instructed his subordinates to rendezvous elsewhere, leaving only a few by his side. Accompanying him and escorting Lu Luowin was a fellow general of equal rank. It was this individual who was winking at him. "Li brother, could you spare me a little more?" This person, with an audacious demeanor, approached with a smile. What comfort could one find while traveling through the countryside? Even as generals, they were not faring much better. Under harsh conditions, Li Yuan had not brought back the habits of extravagance he had cultivated while being emperor. For him, any life was tolerable, as long as he could ultimately ascend to the throne. However, with the provision Shen Jishuang had packed for him, he found his days to be bearable. With a cold smirk, he declined, "Lu brother, we shall arrive in a few days, then you may eat whatever you desire." The general surnamed Lu wore a pained expression. "I merely wish for some of the side dishes you brought." "Why must you be so stingy?" Li Yuan was not inherently stingy, yet he had merely glanced at the items Shen Jishuang prepared for him and instructed that they be placed in the cart. Later, when the group gathered to simmer soup and dine, he remembered the food Shen Jishuang had packed and casually retrieved it. Shen Jishuang understood the inconveniences of travel, thus, the items she prepared were exquisitely packaged, with detailed instructions affixed, reminding Li Yuan to consume them in moderation and on schedule, lest they spoil. One meal would consist of a tube of side dishes, which he could not possibly finish by the time they arrived. Yet, Shen Jishuang underestimated Li Yuan's generosity. Initially, he sampled a bit of the side dishes Shen Jishuang had prepared and felt quite pleased. Shen Jishuang was someone who pursued a high quality of life, and compared to his more casual approach, she was naturally far more meticulous. The dishes were to his liking, and he savored them with satisfaction. The side dishes appeared so appetizing that when others caught sight of them, they clamored for a taste, and Li Yuan obliged some. What he thought would be a one-time meal turned into a continual request, as some unabashed individuals sought him out for more at every meal. Li Yuan gradually realized that if he continued to share, he would have none left for himself. Thus, he began to refuse others. However, some were insatiably audacious, like the general surnamed Lu. Even if he pleaded incessantly, Li Yuan would not relent. "There will naturally be others to prepare food for me. Perhaps she simply forgot this time." The general Lu huffed, displeased, and departed. Li Yuan remained silent, a smirk playing on his lips. The general Lu, who indulged in frivolities, found that even the daughters of ordinary families were unwilling to marry him. Currently, he had only a concubine at home, utterly oblivious to the distinction between a wife and a concubine. As night fell, Li Yuan opened the package containing his garments and discovered an inner garment that was not exquisitely crafted. He furrowed his brow, for he had not seen this garment when Shen Jishuang had packed his belongings. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a letter attached to the clothing, inscribed with the words, "To my beloved husband." After perusing the letter, a smile unconsciously crept upon his face. Without the slightest hesitation, he donned the inner garment and settled into a peaceful slumber, a smile still gracing his lips even in sleep. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Shen Jishuang counted the days, anticipating that Li Yuan would soon discover the little surprise she had prepared for him. Shen Jishuang had been diligently practicing her needlework, attempting to complete a finished product. When she had promised Li Yuan that her first finished piece would be for him, regardless of whether he remembered, she certainly did. As he traveled, it was only natural that she included the gift she had crafted among his belongings. Li Yuan would change his attire every few days, and Shen Jishuang had calculated this meticulously. It should be time for him to see it now, she thought. Shen Jishuang had even penned a letter, the essence of which conveyed her constant thoughts of him, albeit with her slower pace due to childbirth and myriad responsibilities. Upon hearing of his departure from the capital, her longing intensified, prompting her to hasten her efforts, working tirelessly whenever she found time to sew, until she finally completed the garment. This gift represented her heartfelt intentions as a wife, reminding him not to forget her during his travels. In essence, she carried him in her heart. Shen Jishuang believed that upon seeing the gift, Li Yuan's spirits would surely be lifted. She took pride in being a diligent wife. Days passed steadily. Shen Jishuang continued her culinary studies with unwavering focus. Her efficiency in learning was remarkable, even leaving Li Yuru somewhat astonished at her rapid progress. Shen Jishuang felt it was everyone's responsibility to cherish resources. Having a master nearby to guide her was a rare opportunity, and she was determined to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Just as she was comfortably settled in the general's residence, anticipating Li Yuan's return in a few days, an unexpected visitor arrived, requesting to see her. Chapter 77. The Shen family. The individual who arrived was none other than Shen Jiling, the biological father of Shen Jishuang. Typically, it is the daughter who pays a visit to her father. Rarely does a father seek out his daughter, yet Shen Jiling had the audacity to go to the general's residence to see his daughter. One cannot deny that his ascent to his current position was due to his own abilities. While Shen Zhishuang might choose to ignore others, she could not do the same with her biological father. Should she dare to refuse him, the repercussions would not only affect her, but also Li Yuan, if filial piety is one of the cornerstones of governance. Thus, she had no choice but to meet him. With a smile, Shen Zhishuang greeted Shen Jiling, inquiring, "What brings you here, father?" It had been nearly a year since she last beheld her father's visage, and she noted that he appeared significantly older than a year ago. Clearly, life had not been kind to him. Shen Jiling adopted an arrogant demeanor regarding his own daughter. "I merely came to see you and to bring some gifts. Since you have given birth, bring the child over for me to see." During Shen Zhishuang's confinement, the Shen family had shown her no concern, not even sending a representative to inquire after her. Yet now, they were suddenly eager to ingratiate themselves. "The child is still small and prone to fright. It would be best if you did not see him just yet. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed." Shen Zhishuang deftly deflected his request. Shen Jiling glared angrily. "Is it so that I cannot even have a glance at my grandchild?" Shen Zhishuang stood her ground, unperturbed by his fierce gaze of father. "Please understand that newborns often cry when they encounter strangers, and it would distress us as parents should he become unwell. Had you visited more frequently, perhaps he would be more accustomed to you by now." Her words were a subtle jab, and it was evident that Shen Jiling's expression soured further. He scrutinized Shen Zhishuang with narrowed eyes, while she maintained her composure, her expression devoid of emotion. In truth, their relationship had long since devolved into one of mutual hostility. Had it not been for Lu Ziyuan's mother firmly believing that Shen Zhishuang was destined for greatness, Shen Jiling might have realized his wish to see her eliminated long ago. Their father-daughter bond was merely superficial. What need was there for pretense of closeness? If Shen Jiling could provide some advantage to Shen Zhishuang, she might have entertained the notion of feigning affection, but now, she could not be bothered to pretend. After a brief standoff, Shen Jiling shifted the topic. "I have no other business here, I simply wish to deliver some gifts. After all, you are my daughter, I cannot simply abandon you." Shen Zhishuang regarded him coldly and slowly replied, "Is there something you wish to request of the general?" "Nothing of the sort. I merely came to see you." "You need not overthink it," he retorted, his expression revealing a mix of gritted teeth and restraint. From his countenance, Shen Zhishuang discerned that her assumptions were largely correct. Shen Jiling sought to curry favor with Li Yuan by presenting gifts, yet it was clear that Li Yuan was not easily swayed by such tactics. Hence, he resorted to approaching his eldest daughter. "Father, you taught me that upon marriage, a woman is to follow her husband. I have kept this lesson close to my heart since marrying the general. He will return home soon, perhaps it would be best for you to come then." Shen Zhishuang spoke with a hint of rudeness, igniting Shen Jiling's ire. "Have you forgotten your surname, Shen? I am your father, and I am your support. Can Li Yuan be relied upon? No, flowers do not bloom for 100 days, how long can his glory last? As his wife, without the backing of the Shen family, your position is precarious." Listening to him, Shen Zhishuang replied languidly, "I shall remember your words, father. Is there anything else? The child is waking, I must attend to him." Her indifferent response only served to deepen Shen Jiling's fury. She smiled at him, her silence clearly signaling her desire for him to leave. Before others, Shen Jiling could maintain a facade of feigned concern, yet before her, he would often erupt in anger. Shen Zhishuang understood that his resentment towards her stemmed from the shame he felt over marrying her mother, a past he desperately wished to bury. Over the years, Shen Jiling's disdain for Shen Zhishuang had become ingrained in his very being. However, Shen Zhishuang had transformed. She was no longer the submissive daughter of the Shen family who had to grovel to survive. Having married Li Yuan and become the matriarch of the general's household, she recognized that the attitudes of the Shen family were evident to all. She had no obligation to uphold the reputation of a family that would not support her. "Shen Zhishuang, I will grant you one more chance. Do not refuse my good intentions. Let bygones be bygones. Had I not assisted you, how could you have married Li Yuan? Now that the time has come for you to contribute, you must fulfill your duties as a daughter of the Shen family. Accept the gifts, and in a few days, come visit the Shen residence to strengthen our ties. If you heed my advice, you shall remain my cherished daughter, and Li Yuan will still be my capable son-in-law." Shen Jiling's patience seemed to have reached its limit, as he swiftly laid bare his intentions. Clearly, Li Yuan was thriving outside, compelling even Shen Jiling to lower himself. It was likely that had Shen Zhishuang not repeatedly expelled the Shen family from her life, he would not have come in person. Li Yuan had assured her that he would manage matters with the Shen family, leaving Shen Zhishuang unaware of how he handled those affairs. Yet, observing Shen Jiling's condition, it was evident that his life was quite dire. In a moment of wanting to sever ties, he simultaneously sought to mend their relationship, now even coming to her door, which indicated a willingness to humble himself. Yet, Shen Zhishuang had no need for his humility. "Father, it would be best if you returned. I am unable to assist you. The general is the head of our household. Surely you know this better than I. If you wish to maintain the facade of goodwill between our families, once the general returns, he will not tolerate it. At that point, the discord between our families will become common knowledge. Why put yourself through such hardship? You are now the matriarch of the Li family, and having given birth to a son, Li Yuan will still regard your dignity. As long as you can maintain relations with the Shin family, he will acquiesce. Shin Jiling's tone softened somewhat, as if he assumed his daughter would side with him, as though the years of mistreatment from the Shin family had never occurred. Unfortunately for him, Shin Jishuang shook her head, her smile unwavering. I am powerless to assist you. You are fully aware of what you have made of me. During my time in the Shin residence, I scarcely learned to read. What schemes could I possibly conjure? In the year since marrying the general, he has already brought several women into our home. Where do you believe I stand in his eyes? You must understand my position. If you wish to send gifts this way, I will accept them, but upon the general's return, I will return them to you. The loss will ultimately be yours, therefore, let us defer all matters until the general returns. Do not place your hopes on this useless daughter of yours. In a fit of rage, Shin Jiling departed, taking the gifts with him. Chapter 78. The return journey. Shin Jishuang spoke not a single falsehood. She was indeed powerless against Li Yuan. In modern marriages, the division of roles is at least equal, but in ancient times, an agreement to be husband and wife meant that Shin Jishuang was, in essence, also a servant to Li Yuan. The head of the household is not merely a title. Li Yuan was the true master. Shin Jinlin sought to navigate through her, yet Shin Jishuang could only guide him to take a detour. She truly had no time to engage excessively with this exceptional father. Having laid her cards on the table, Shin Jishuang presumed that Shin Jinlin would no longer stir up trouble. However, to her surprise, mere days later, her stepmother came knocking once again. Shin Jinlin's intentions were quite understandable. Being a man, he failed to grasp the intricacies of a woman's heart. Perhaps he believed that a different woman could sway Shin Jishuang to relent. Unfortunately, Shin Jishuang harbored no desire to even meet her stepmother. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern the nature of Shin Jishuang's relationship with the Shin family. As long as she maintained her dignity and kept her stepmother at bay, it would have little significant impact. After all, she had not violated any laws. Filial piety was owed to Shin Jinlin, and as the eldest daughter, who had been hidden away for so long that the outside world was hardly aware of her existence, her stepmother was likely no paragon of virtue either. Ultimately, in ancient times, one's allegiance lay with the family into which one married. Shin Jishuang, now a lady of rank, stood on equal footing with her stepmother. She had no desire to meet her. Claiming illness would suffice to deter her stepmother's intrusion. After all, there were several layers separating the two women. Thus, Shin Jishuang's stepmother visited once, saw no one, and left in a huff. Shin Jishuang merely sought to avoid risk. She had no ulterior motive. As long as the risk was non-existent, even if others gossiped about her, she would not be perturbed. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the capital, including cases of stepmothers who had poisoned their stepchildren and faced dire consequences. With her health in a fragile state, Shin Jishuang could hardly be compelled to meet anyone. This tempest gradually subsided. The Shin family sent emissaries several more times, each returning empty-handed, with the couple from the Shin family making their rounds to no avail. Shin Jishuang believed this chapter had reached its conclusion. Little did she expect that even Shin Mingyue, who had married into the Lu family, would take the time to write her a letter, chastising her for lacking filial piety and failing her role as a daughter. While others, being elders, could not be openly confronted, Shin Jishuang could only respond with her words to vex them. However, Shin Mingyue was different. Shin Jishuang penned a letter in return, enclosing the one from Shin Mingyue, and sent it to the Lu family. The head of the Lu family, Lu Ziyuan, was the principal of a renowned academy in the capital, known for his adherence to propriety. Initially, Shin Jishuang had hoped to marry Lu Ziyuan, so she made a point of understanding her future father-in-law's temperament. He was perceived by others as a paragon of virtue, exceedingly rigid, insisting on reason and the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness in all matters. In her letter, Shin Jishuang wrote little, merely requesting the Lu family to manage Shin Mingyue, who, despite being married, still meddled in her maternal family's affairs, bullying the esteemed eldest daughter of rank. Regardless of the situation, Shin Jishuang did not overtly disrespect her elders, and others could find no fault in her conduct. Shin Mingyue, on the other hand, poured her indignation and invective into her letter, which would surely draw frowns from anyone who read it. As a person who valued decorum, how could Lu Ziyuan allow his daughter-in-law to bring shame upon the family? Not long after, whispers reached Shin Jishuang's ears that the young mistress of the Lu family intended to seclude herself in a temple for a month to pray for her family's well-being and find inner peace. Indeed, it was time for reflection. The pampered daughter of the Shin family had yet to learn the ways of responsibility, and it was unreasonable to expect her to remain ignorant of propriety. Having deftly managed affairs concerning the Shin family, Shin Jishuang returned to her culinary studies. She intended to utilize her time to enrich herself, as she truly wished to avoid squandering her days on family strife. Li Yuan had been remarkably subdued these past few days. Since their last conversation, he had not broached the subject of taking a concubine again. Shen Jishuang held no great expectations for him. She merely sought to seize the opportunity to acquire more skills before their household expanded. Time passed swiftly, and Li Yuan successfully found a favorable position for Lu Luoyin. As he prepared to depart, Lu Luoyin gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, as though she awaited a change of heart. Li Yuan reserved little affection for those who lacked clarity. The officer surnamed Lu, however, seemed to be drawing closer to Lu Luoyin. This officer, dispatched from the palace, parted ways with Li Yuan after exchanging a few words on the return journey. Li Yuan discerned that he was not headed back to the capital but was instead retracing his steps to seek out Lu Luoyin. Desire can be a double-edged sword. Li Yuan observed these two with a cold gaze, pondering whether they would repeat the mistakes of their past lives. In the previous life, two individuals driven by greed yet lacking in ability had not enjoyed long lives. As there was no need for companionship, Li Yuan resolved to execute his own plans. The capital still held many constraints. He had numerous affairs to attend to outside its confines. Li Yuan meticulously maneuvered among various parties, concealing the existence of the gold mine, and others remained oblivious to any irregularities. That gold mine now belonged to him. In tumultuous times, possessing gold and silver far outweighs all else. Moreover, he had not only wealth but also resources. Having returned from the border, he could hardly be empty-handed. After days of toil, Li Yuan found himself delayed beyond his anticipated return. Before heading back, he arranged for a letter to be delivered to Shen Jishuang, alerting her to his impending return. Caught up in his responsibilities, he had set everything else aside. With the groundwork laid, he felt a slight easing of his burdens. Thinking of his wife and son far away in the capital, Li Yuan began to feel a renewed sense of anticipation for his return. Meanwhile, upon receiving Li Yuan's letter, Shen Jishuang realized she must prepare for his arrival. Her time in recent days had been quite pleasant. Aside from the incessant buzzing of the Shen family's drones, she had found joy in her own company. She had acquired quite a few culinary skills, and her son grew increasingly adorable, rendering her worries trivial. Suddenly, Shen Jishuang understood the peculiar joy of a husband's absence. After all, she felt no emotional ties to Li Yuan. However, with his return imminent, she knew she must adopt a proper demeanor, ensuring he felt the warmth of home. Counting the days, she anticipated Li Yuan's arrival within the next few days. As she gazed out at the overcast sky, she instructed her servants to secure the doors and windows, played with her son for a while, and then retreated to her chamber to rest. In the dead of night, the wind howled and rain lashed down. Shen Jishuang slept soundly, her sleep quality consistently excellent. Suddenly, the window burst open. A figure leaped through, and the window was swiftly closed once more. The figure approached the bedside, and Shen Jishuang remained in slumber. It was not until a cool hand brushed her cheek that she groggily awakened. Chapter 79 of the Return. It is Ida. How could he return at this moment? Upon seeing Li Yuan, Shen Jishuang's mind instantly cleared, and she swiftly reacted, ignoring the fact that she was merely clad in thin undergarments and disregarding the rain-soaked state of Li Yuan's clothing. She leaped into his embrace like a weary bird returning to its nest, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "My husband, you have finally returned." Clearly, Shen Jishuang's unhesitating affection upon seeing him greatly delighted Li Yuan. The corners of his mouth curved slightly as he held her close, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead and softly admonishing, "Be careful not to wet your clothes." A quarter of an hour later, having changed into fresh garments, Li Yuan found Shen Jishuang waiting beside him, never straying a step away. The reason for Li Yuan's late-night return was rather straightforward. Upon arriving in the capital, he had to first report to the old emperor regarding Lu Luoyin's situation, uncertain of when he would be able to return to the general's residence. Fearing that Shen Jishuang would grow anxious waiting for him, he had decided to come back first, intending to head out of the city a few hours later. Shen Jishuang felt a bit astonished. It seemed that Li Yuan truly cherished this home. However, since he had returned, she naturally had to fulfill her duties as a wife. Taking a hot bath would be prudent to avoid catching a chill. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Jishuang summoned someone to bring water, stating her desire for a bath. Given that Li Yuan had returned secretly, it was better to minimize unnecessary complications. Thus, she issued the order under her own name. It is well known that the mistress has a penchant for cleanliness. The servants were aware. Shen Jishuang had specifically arranged for someone to oversee this task, offering a generous monthly wage, solely to ensure a constant supply of hot water. Once the water was brought up, Li Yuan wasted no time in taking Shen Jishuang with him. Shen Jishuang could hardly keep her eyes open. Li Yuan, mindful of pressing matters, merely sampled the moment. "Do not leave just yet. Have something to eat." As Li Yuan prepared to depart, Shen Jishuang spoke weakly, observing her struggle to lift her fingers while still expressing concern for him. Li Yuan's gaze softened further. "I cannot linger. I must be on my way soon." Shen Zhishuang shot him a reproachful glance, causing a flutter in Li Yuan's heart. His wife's visage grew increasingly enchanting with each glance. Shen Zhishuang unexpectedly found herself accepting a kiss from him. Take me to the small kitchen. I will prepare something for you. Shen Zhishuang seemed almost boneless in Li Yuan's embrace. You can cook? Shen Zhishuang's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride. I have learned quite a bit during this time. Allow me to showcase my skills. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smile, naturally acquiescing. As the rain outside gradually ceased, Li Yuan sat down to enjoy a steaming bowl of noodles accompanied by slices of braised beef. In the confines of the narrow little kitchen, with only the two of them present, Shen Zhishuang rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a twinkle in her eyes. Li Yuan's heart softened to an indescribable degree. Is this what you have learned? Shen Zhishuang beamed and nodded. I cannot claim it to be exceptional, but it is certainly edible. Her quick comprehension and keen interest allowed her to learn swiftly. The noodles had been prepared in advance, preserved well in the chilly weather. Shen Zhishuang had initially intended to consume them the following day, but since Li Yuan was here, they were naturally his to enjoy. Li Yuan remained silent, genuinely taken aback that in this lifetime he could savor the noodles personally crafted by Shen Zhishuang. In her previous life, she had also enjoyed honing her culinary skills, yet the multitude of responsibilities as the head of the household had often left her little time for personal pursuits. Her own interests had to be set aside for the sake of her duties. Only later did she seize moments of leisure to learn bit by bit. Now, as the sole mistress of the household, she found herself with ample free time, thus beginning her culinary journey that even included him. In her past life, Shen Zhishuang seldom prepared meals for him. Their busy lives kept them at a distance, maintaining a respectful formality. Hence, she felt no obligation to tend to him in such matters. Shen Zhishuang watched as Li Yuan's gaze towards her shifted, filled with a newfound warmth, prompting her to inquire with slight confusion, "My husband, what do you observe?" Li Yuan chuckled softly without uttering a word, gently brushing his fingers through her hair before returning to his beef noodles. Fine, if he chose not to speak, she would let it be. The small kitchen was an entirely private domain, and Shen Zhishuang had firmly established her hold over it. As she and Li Yuan dined within, the guards outside assumed the mistress had taken a sudden fancy to culinary experimentation and dared not intrude. After Li Yuan finished his bowl of hot soup noodles, a sense of contentment enveloped him, coinciding with the cessation of the rain outside. I must take my leave now, I shall return in a few days. Shen Zhishuang mused internally about his restlessness. What a hassle it was for him to brave the rain only to stay a few hours, all for the sake of romance. Li Jin slept soundly in a nearby room, and Li Yuan made no mention of him. Upon arriving, he sought her out immediately. Had she not been familiar with Li Yuan's nature, Shen Zhishuang might have suspected he had been possessed. Make sure to return early, Shen Zhishuang implored, grasping his hand with reluctance. Li Yuan smiled once more at her. The garments you gifted me, I have refrained from wearing during my travels. I will don them for you next time. Shen Zhishuang's face flushed instantly. That sounds wonderful. You must return even sooner. After exchanging their heartfelt words, Li Yuan quietly departed. Once he was gone, Shen Zhishuang lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Only someone as energetically vibrant as Li Yuan would find such trouble worth the effort. How delightful it would be to simply stay indoors and rest on a rainy day. Li Yuan arrived and departed without a sound, with few aware of his presence. Those who did were too wary to speak. Having encountered Li Yuan ahead of time, Shen Zhishuang noted his lingering affection for her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. In her modern life, she had heard the saying that love is like flowing water, rushing by without a glance back. Having filmed numerous palace dramas, Shen Zhishuang understood the essence of that phrase. Li Yuan's current warmth towards her was merely a reflection of youthful infatuation. Both her beauty and character appealed to him. Everyone experiences the stirrings of first love. Shen Zhishuang never believed that Li Yuan's affection would endure for long. She merely hoped to leverage this affection to secure tangible benefits, planning for their future days. Meanwhile, Li Yuan had met with the old emperor, responding with impeccable precision and earning the emperor's renewed favor. As one ages, emotions often become more pronounced. Serving alongside the emperor is akin to walking with a tiger. It is never mere rhetoric. Having been an emperor for many years, Li Yuan found it easy to gauge the emperor's temperament. Thus, after a southern expedition, Li Yuan was promoted. Shen Zhishuang felt a surge of happiness upon receiving this news. The old emperor had even bestowed upon her, the general's wife, a few gifts, enhancing her standing. Shen Zhishuang had long harbored suspicions about Lu Luan's connections, and now believed her suspicions to be true. Li Yuan had not intentionally divulged this to her, and she chose to remain oblivious. By midnight, Li Yuan returned, intoxicated. Chapter 80 of the Wangfu. Upon his return, he immediately embraced Shen Zhishuang. As she caught a whiff of the alcohol on him, she refrained from saying much. After all, it was inevitable that he had social engagements. She guided him into the bathing room. For an entire day and night, it was not until the afternoon of the following day that Shen Jishuang fully regained her senses. One must never underestimate the capabilities of a general accustomed to the rigors of the outdoors. He had merely endured the elements. It did not mean he was lacking in any essential aspect. When Shen Jishuang finally awoke, Li Yuan happened to enter, cradling Li Jin. How swiftly he grows, changing by the day. Observing his son's lively demeanor, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Shen Jishuang, still somewhat slow to react, remarked slowly, "Children grow so quickly." Upon seeing his mother, Li Jin was overjoyed, kicking and punching in his father's embrace. "You little rascal," Li Yuan chuckled, placing the child beside Shen Jishuang. Li Jin, brimming with happiness, laughed so heartily that he nearly dribbled. Shen Jishuang played with her son for a while, leaning into Li Yuan as he recounted some happenings from the outside world. "Will Miss Lu not be returning?" Shen Jishuang awaited news of her being settled. She could not say she felt envious. At the very least, she acknowledged that Miss Lu was indeed fortunate to have someone go to such lengths for her. "Yes, the capital is on the verge of chaos," Li Yuan replied, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Shen Jishuang felt a sudden chill run through her, turning to look at him. Li Yuan smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured, no matter the circumstances, I will protect you and our child, you need not worry." His gaze bestowed an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Shen Jishuang realized that any effort she might exert would be futile, lacking both silver and grain. Whatever she wished to accomplish still relied on Li Yuan. After some contemplation, she settled her mind and began to recount the events of the past days, including the visit from the Shen family and the letter Shen Mingyue had sent him. Li Yuan's tone turned somewhat frosty. "You need not concern yourself with those people, I will handle them in due time." Upon hearing this, Shen Jishuang felt relieved. Li Yuan was indeed quite dependable in such matters. Once Li Yuan had to attend to some affairs in his study, Shen Jishuang instructed her confidant to prepare a decoction for her. The medicinal brew she consumed resembled a mild contraceptive. Its effects were gentle but required consistency. Given that Li Yuan had been intoxicated the previous night, it was only natural that Shen Jishuang would partake as well, having been away for such an extended period. Upon his return, Li Yuan had persistently sought her company, leading Shen Jishuang to maintain her regimen. She contemplated finding an opportune moment to disclose her situation to Li Yuan. In the minds of these ancient men, the notion of having many children equated to abundant blessings. It was difficult for them to grasp the trauma a woman might endure from frequent childbirth. After all, women had historically lived in such a manner, so why should it be any different for her? Shen Jishuang felt it imperative to carefully consider how she would communicate this to Li Yuan. She had no intention of testing human nature. It was inconceivable that she would only have one child in her lifetime with Li Yuan, yet she was unwilling to jest with her own body. Before she could find the right moment to inform him, Li Yuan preemptively mentioned that in a few days, they were to visit the Xian Wangfu. "Xian Wangfu, not long ago, you had some rather harsh words about the Xian Wang, did you not?" Shen Jishuang inquired, curiosity piqued. Times had changed. Once there, it would suffice to exchange pleasantries without delving into lengthy discussions with others. Li Yuan's decree was final, and Shen Jishuang nodded in agreement. The occasion for the banquet hosted by the Xian Wang was the announcement of his consort's pregnancy. The Xian Wangfei had long been without child, and the other women in the Xian Wangfu had refrained from conceiving. At last, she was with child, much to the delight of the Xian Wang. Should this child be a son, it would greatly benefit him, as his legitimate heir would be born of the Xian Wangfei. The union between their families had resulted in this alliance, and with the arrival of this golden opportunity, joy would only multiply, reinforcing their bond of mutual interest. With such a rationale, hosting a banquet was entirely reasonable. The Xian Wang, however, was wise enough to wait until his consort had been pregnant for 3 months before organizing the event. Li Yuan had now gained recognition in the capital, becoming a figure of note. Previously, both the Xian Wang and the Crown Prince had sought to ally themselves with him, yet Li Yuan had chosen to secure the old emperor as his backing, a fact well known to them all. In their eyes, Li Yuan was astute beyond measure. He had directly sought the old emperor's support, rendering it impossible for others to interfere. They were merely the Crown Prince and Princes, but they were not the emperor. With the identity of Li Yuan's support made clear, others treated him with even greater courtesy. Regardless, as long as the old emperor remained in power, a favored minister could thrive in the capital. After accompanying Li Yuan to the Xian Wangfu, Shen Jishuang could not help but exclaim, "The estate is quite magnificent." While the general's residence was also sizable, it paled in comparison to a true royal manor. Observing the wonder in his wife's eyes, Li Yuan mused that once they moved into the palace, Shen Jishuang would likely find it stifling once again. Since his return, Shen Jishuang had been exceptionally kind to him, yet while being generous, she also sought favors from him. Fortunately, her approach was not off-putting, and Li Yuan was more than willing to indulge her. During his time back, Shen Jishuang had ventured out multiple times, claiming she felt stifled within the confines of the estate and insisted on taking a look outside. Li Yuan, preoccupied with his duties, had been unable to accompany her. Now that he was back, the general's residence was secure, with no one daring to plot against them. Thus, if she wished to go out, she was free to do so. Qin Jishuang's exclamation was merely a reflection of her surprise. For her, the location of residence held little significance. The Xian Wangfu appeared vast, yet she had heard that the back courtyard housed numerous women. With so many individuals crammed into the inner quarters, even the largest spaces could feel congested. Upon entering, Qin Jishuang received a warm welcome from many. Despite her reclusive life at the general's estate, rarely engaging with these noble women, they treated her as if she were an old friend, showering her with kind inquiries and lavish compliments about her jewelry. Li Yuan had evidently bolstered Qin Jishuang's popularity in the capital. With a smile, others approached her, and naturally, she could not respond with harsh words. It was merely a matter of socializing, which posed no challenge for her. Before long, Qin Jishuang seamlessly integrated into the circle of noble women, engaging in lively conversation with them. She handled herself with grace, her words measured and precise, leaving the esteemed ladies pleasantly astonished. While it was true that Li Yuan was increasingly coming into his own and gaining prominence, his background was well known. Qin Jishuang, a wild child who had never learned proper etiquette, spoke with such poise that she appeared indistinguishable from those born into wealth and privilege. It was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. As they conversed, the Xian Wang and his consort made their entrance. Li Yuan followed closely behind, engaged in conversation with a gentleman nearby. In such settings, it was customary for male and female guests to mingle briefly before dispersing. After all, it was a banquet hosted by the Xian Wang, and he had to say a few words. Upon the arrival of the Wang and Wangfei, the others promptly bowed in respect, and Qin Jishuang followed suit. The Xian Wang was a man of great charm. With just a few words, he had the noble women laughing heartily. Just then, Qin Jishuang was glancing at Li Yuan, who was also observing her. She smiled at him, and the couple shared a moment of mutual gaze when the Xian Wang's voice rang out, "This must be Madame Li?" Qin Jishuang instinctively turned to look. The Xian Wang had captured her profile, and in that instant, his expression was one of astonishment, his gaze fixated upon her. Chapter 81. A gaze. The gaze of Prince Xian was exceedingly conspicuous. Princess Xian immediately sensed something amiss. With a smile gracing her lips, she gave Prince Xian a gentle tug. It was only then that he regained his composure, his eyes softening as they fell upon Qin Jishuang. "Lady Li, I trust you are well." Qin Jishuang, too, discerned the peculiarity in Prince Xian's demeanor. Having spent many years in the modern world, she was acutely aware of the diverse standards of beauty. Some celebrities, despite their flawless features, are often met with disdain, deemed unattractive in the eyes of many. Even when no faults could be found, if they fail to resonate with certain individuals, they are hardly worthy of admiration. Conversely, others may not be conventionally handsome yet possess qualities that enchant many. To this group, they are undeniably appealing. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Qin Jishuang had been both praised for her beauty and criticized for her looks. She understood well that, in a certain sense, the most significant criterion for judging beauty lies in personal preference. Otherwise, one would not hear compliments such as, "You are beautiful according to my taste." While the notion of attraction may be subjective, it is this very subjectivity that drives the passion of fans. This principle holds true in ancient times as well. Qin Jishuang was aware of her own appearance. She was not a stunning beauty who could topple kingdoms, at least not when compared to Lu Luoyin, who was indeed more striking. Yet, she was far from being unattractive. Qin Jinlin, who once aspired to lofty ambitions, was willing to marry her mother, partly due to circumstances and partly because her mother possessed extraordinary beauty. Qin Jishuang inherited her mother's advantageous features. How could she possibly be deemed unattractive? At the very least, within the Qin household, her beauty surpassed that of her fellow Qin women. Desire for beauty is innate. Lu Ziyuan was willing to form a union with her, even disregarding her status as a solitary daughter. Surely, this was not without reason. In her view, her visage sufficed splendidly. Judging by Prince Xian's demeanor, it was evident that her looks were to his liking. His infatuated gaze was unabashed. In truth, Qin Jishuang's speculation was entirely correct. Prince Xian indeed believed himself to be smitten. In his eyes, Qin Jishuang seemed to be enveloped in a soft glow. She radiated beauty, exuding the vibrancy of youth while embodying the allure of maturity, akin to the blossoms of March, pure and noble, yet brimming with life. Every movement of hers was imbued with an irresistible aesthetic charm. Prince Xian felt himself on the brink of intoxication, his heart racing beyond its normal cadence. Little did he expect that Lady Li would be such a woman. Though Princess Xian had already offered him a subtle reminder, Prince Xian's gaze remained unrestrained. The smile on Qin Jishuang's face faded as she responded with a curt nod, refraining from uttering a word. His unusual behavior did not escape the notice of many, including Li Yuan, who observed with piercing clarity. His expression could almost be described as frigid. Those who had engaged him in conversation moments ago were silenced by his imposing aura, too intimidated to breathe. Fortunately, Princess Xian possessed the wit to adapt. she casually uttered a few words, prompting the crowd to disperse. She then took Prince Xian by the hand, leading him away swiftly. Once the royal couple departed, Shen Jishuang and the other ladies resumed their seats. Some had caught the peculiar scene, while others remained oblivious. Even those who sensed something amiss were wise enough not to speak out. After all, was it a favorable circumstance for Prince Xian to covet another's wife? They were all aware of the dangers that arise from careless words. Nevertheless, their glances towards Shen Jishuang were laden with intrigue. This lady Li indeed possessed a measure of beauty. How would her husband choose? Prince Xian was of royal lineage, while Li Yuan hailed from humble beginnings. The disparity in their statuses was immense. Should Li Yuan transcend his worldly biases, allowing his wife to gain favor in Prince Xian's eyes, he might even receive accolades and titles. In the face of the crowd's scrutinizing gazes, Shen Jishuang sipped her tea with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Li Yuan exhibited no signs of distress. Prince Xian saw nothing inappropriate in his admiration for another man's wife. He was, after all, a notorious libertine, surrounded by numerous women, which attested to his romantic inclinations, yet, he was not dim-witted. For him, the grand ambitions of empire took precedence. To further his aspirations, forging a bond with Li Yuan was imperative. Throughout the banquet, Prince Xian persistently urged Li Yuan to drink, their camaraderie resembling that of brothers. Having just cast a covetous glance at another's wife, he seamlessly engaged in revelry with her husband. Such was the nature of Prince Xian. The aging emperor had fathered many sons, yet only a handful were contenders. Prince Xian was among the most distinguished. Many officials gravitated towards him, perceiving Li Yuan's alliance with the emperor as a shrewd maneuver. However, the old emperor's time was limited. Once he departed, Li Yuan would inevitably seek a new master. At that juncture, Prince Xian would be the unequivocal choice. For now, he needed only to cultivate a favorable relationship with Li Yuan, ensuring that he received ample praise in the emperor's presence. As for Li Yuan's wife, there would be time to pursue her once the realm was stable and power secured. When he noticed Shen Jishuang's unusual demeanor, he quickly concealed it. No one dared to mention it. Prince Xian was inherently flirtatious, yet he maintained discretion, otherwise, he would not have walked with such confidence. Once the banquet concluded, Shen Jishuang and Li Yuan boarded their carriage one after the other. Observing Li Yuan's frozen expression, she remained silent, merely clinging to his neck as she nestled close, silently weeping in his embrace. Li Yuan's expression had not escaped Shen Jishuang's notice. In an era when male dominance prevailed, Li Yuan's possessiveness was particularly pronounced. She had not forgotten the troubles that had arisen from her previous entanglement with Lu Ziyuan. This tendency was not confined to ancient times. Even in the modern world, she had seen countless news stories blaming victims, with many asserting that if the victims had been more cautious, they would not have attracted trouble. Human nature often veers towards such harsh judgments. Shen Jishuang was determined not to allow Prince Xian to embroil her in complications. Her life was finally beginning to find some semblance of normalcy. She had no desire to be ensnared by a man with ulterior motives. If Li Yuan were to direct his ire towards her, whom could she turn to for justice? While Li Yuan was lost in his thoughts, he was taken aback when Shen Jishuang unexpectedly embraced him, feeling her fragility within his arms. His expression shifted instantly. He sighed softly. It was evident that Shen Jishuang had been frightened. How could she not be terrified by Prince Xian's lecherous gaze? Li Yuan gently reassured her. It's all right, I am here. Shen Jishuang lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes reflecting only him. Li Yuan's heart softened further. He kissed away her tears and sealed her lips with his own. Chapter 82 Dependence. Shen Jishuang could sense the fury emanating from Li Yuan. At this moment, she belonged to him, and a man like Li Yuan, who possessed a strong sense of boundaries, would never permit anyone to take what was his. Fortunately, he did not direct his wrath towards her. A weight lifted from Shen Jishuang's heart, and she continued her performance for a while longer. After their affectionate exchange, she intentionally whispered, "What shall we do about him?" Li Yuan did not respond immediately. He merely embraced her. Shen Jishuang, obediently cradled in his arms, waited in silence until he finally said, "You will know soon enough." From his words, she sensed a chilling intent of violence. Shen Jishuang remained silent, aware that she had little agency in this matter. She would continue to play the role of his delicate wife. Before disembarking from the carriage, Shen Jishuang gently reminded Li Yuan, "If you are free tonight, do come back early. Do not linger in the study for too long." Her demeanor was entirely one of dependence, as if he were her very sky. A glimmer of amusement danced in Li Yuan's eyes as he caressed her hair. Once they exited the carriage, they resumed their roles as a respectful couple. Shen Jishuang understood that she must adhere to propriety in public while indulging in a more relaxed manner in their private quarters. As Li Yuan favored such intimacy, due to the scrutiny of the Prince of Xian, Shen Jishuang found herself compelled to work overtime. On the following day, she had the maidservants give her a thorough massage to recuperate. In truth, Li Yuan was quite considerate of her, yet the disparity between a martial general and an ordinary person was evident. Moreover, he had been seething with anger the previous day. Li Yuan departed early in the morning, and Shen Jishuang remained unaware of his endeavors. She deliberately inquired whether, following the incident with the Prince of Xian, she ought to conceal herself in the general's residence for a time. His expression shifted at her words. He shook his head, dismissing her concerns. There is no need for that. If going out brings you joy, then do so freely. No one would dare to harm you. This was precisely the reassurance Shen Jishuang sought. The strategy of retreating to advance was indeed effective. From Li Yuan, she gleaned that turmoil would soon engulf the capital, necessitating her own retreat from the businesses she had established. For now, her focus would be on accumulating a private fortune and gaining some commercial acumen, without any immediate ambition of becoming a wealthy businesswoman. In the current tumultuous environment, aspirations could not be realized overnight. In chaotic times, one must consider not only the intricacies of commerce but also the external factors at play. When unrest truly descended upon the capital, no matter how prosperous her business became, few would be inclined to spend. Survival would take precedence over concerns about the origins and prices of cosmetics. Once Shen Jishuang resolved to close her shops, her appointed aides executed her orders without delay. Earning slightly less was far preferable to being caught in the crossfire of larger losses. One must learn to curb their greed. Countless lives have been ruined by insatiable avarice. After venturing out a few times, Shen Jishuang ceased her excursions, even foregoing her frequent visits to the ready-made clothing and cosmetic shops. Li Yuan quickly learned of her decision. When he visited Jingyu's studio, he fortuitously inquired about it. That moment, Shen Jishuang was feeding Li Jin, who had grown rapidly and was now ready for solid food. Upon hearing Li Yuan's inquiry, Shen Jishuang regarded him with gentle eyes, saying, "I am yours. How could I inconvenience you during such critical times? I know you are unafraid of troubles, yet I cannot take advantage of your affection. More than acquiring goods, I wish for your well-being." In essence, her intent was to convey that her abstention was for his sake. Li Yuan felt deeply moved, although Shen Jishuang could not perceive the extent of his emotions. However, she did notice the weariness etched upon her face at night, indicating that Li Yuan was likely pleased with her decisions. Shen Jishuang acknowledged her inclination towards excessive caution, yet, in this unpredictable era, she preferred to strategize meticulously rather than leave herself vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Shen Jishuang remained oblivious to how Li Yuan dealt with the Prince of Xian, but she was acutely aware that the general's residence was becoming increasingly desirable. In recent days, a steady stream of individuals had come bearing gifts for Li Yuan, suggesting that he was thriving. Following Li Yuan's instructions, Shen Jishuang reciprocated gifts as necessary while declining others. To her surprise, Shen Jinlin demonstrated an unexpected adaptability. Despite being turned away several times, he still chose to persist in his visits. Shen Jishuang, however, remained resolute in her decision not to meet him. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. In a world on the brink of chaos, who would concern themselves with her relationship with her father? Moreover, during her recent outings, Shen Jishuang had encountered various individuals from all walks of life. She did not engage in anything beyond ensuring that the common folk conveyed the true state of the Shen family, allowing more people to understand the plight of their eldest daughter. In a time of uncertainty, constantly fearing that her own father might eliminate her without warning, expecting her to maintain a facade of filial devotion seemed rather unreasonable. Shen Jishuang was well versed in the art of public opinion warfare. After all, she had once managed an entertainment company. Those willing to accept payment for services rendered were quite efficient. Before long, the reality of Shen Jishuang's relationship with Shen Jinlin became widely known among the populace. Rumors circulated fervently in the streets. After all, many still adhered to societal norms. A tiger does not consume its own offspring, and such treachery against one's child was intolerable to the masses. Even an imperial censor, unable to overlook the situation, lodged a complaint against Shen Jinlin. Recently, Shen Jinlin had somehow angered the emperor and faced demotion, and now, with this complaint, his situation had worsened considerably. Originally, Shen Jinlin had been an ardent supporter of the monarchy, holding a distinguished name among the emperor's ranks. However, compared to the shrewd, self-serving officials, the old emperor favored the young general, Li Yuan. Ultimately, the old emperor clearly chose to abandon Shen Jinlin in favor of Li Yuan. Consequently, Shen Jinlin, having been reported by the censor, was compelled to reflect upon his actions in solitude at home. Upon learning of this development, Shen Jishuang could not hide her delight. Li Yuan observed her mischievous smile, his own eyes glimmering with mirth. Shen Jishuang's mind was sharp, and her methods, though unconventional, proved effective. Her strategy of disseminating information in the marketplace was particularly astute. He appreciated clever individuals, and Shen Jishuang certainly fit that description. In their previous life, devoid of love, she had managed to protect herself and even rise in status through her own abilities. Shen Jishuang was bewildered by the extent of Li Yuan's energy. He was often preoccupied and scarcely at home, yet still managed to find time for her. As she was enjoying her meal, she caught Li Yuan gazing at her with admiration for a moment before, without her realizing it, he swept her into his embrace. "Brother, I haven't finished my meal yet." Shen Jishuang leaned against his shoulder, rolling her eyes in playful exasperation. Given this, she resolved to indulge in a late-night snack. Though Shen Jinlin's arrogance had been quelled, he remained unyielding. In a bid to improve the family's circumstances, he even enlisted his son, Shen Hanyan, to approach Li Yuan. When Li Yuan encountered Shen Jishuang's younger brother, he maintained a stoic expression. "What brings you to obstruct me?" Chapter 83. A cake. Shen Hanyan gazed at his brother-in-law, experiencing an inexplicable sense of estrangement. The last time they met was at a banquet hosted by the Shen family. At that time, Li Yuan exuded a youthful audacity, and his ambitions were clearly etched upon his countenance. Little did he anticipate that the tides of fortune would turn so swiftly. In just a few months, their respective standings had been reversed. His father was confined at home, and there was not a single influential figure within the family capable of pleading with the old emperor for his release. In this dire situation, Shen Hanyan, as the eldest son of the Shen family, had no choice but to relinquish certain things and bow before his brother-in-law. His father was the pillar of the family. If he were to falter, the Shen family would cease to exist. Shen Hanyan had failed his examinations for years and had not even embarked on an official career, rendering him powerless against Li Yuan. Thus, he could only grovel. "Brother-in-law, I am aware that not long ago, my family and my father offended you, causing you distress. I implore you to grant the Shen family an opportunity. We shall treat you as one of our own henceforth. To demonstrate our sincerity, the Shen family is willing to offer a sum of 10,000 taels of gold." Shen Hanyan's words were bold from the outset. His father had made too many enemies. If he did not swiftly regain his position in the court, a slight misstep could lead to his downfall at the hands of others. At that point, no amount of silver would suffice. Li Yuan squinted at Shen Hanyan, pondering how Shen Jinlin, a mere minister, had managed to amass such wealth. With an incompetent emperor and rampant corruption, how could the fate of this dynasty not be squandered? "What assistance do you seek from me? Do you desire that I speak a few kind words on behalf of your father?" Shen Hanyan's eyes brightened. "Yes, I cannot assist you. Your father remains idle at home. As long as he has not relinquished his official title, he should conduct himself with decorum and avoid any underhanded schemes. If he were a good official, even if the emperor were to overlook him, his merits would not go unrecognized." Shen Hanyan's expression darkened. He endured his frustration, yet could no longer restrain himself. "Brother-in-law, I fail to understand why you refuse the Shen family's goodwill. You are, after all, a son-in-law of the Shen family. We are bound by blood. Do you not realize how others perceive you for the suffering you have inflicted upon my father?" Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Pray tell, what do you think others think?" Shen Hanyan's pale face flushed crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. The outside world was applauding. Li Yuan had toppled a formidable rival in the eyes of others. Shen Jinlin, in his quest for advancement, had trampled upon many, and numerous individuals were eager to see him fail. After a prolonged silence, Shen Hanyan still could not compose himself. He had yet to encounter the complexities of the world and was quite inept in handling matters. Otherwise, Shen Jinlin would not berate him daily for his lack of capability. "Brother-in-law, are your actions motivated by a desire to seek vengeance for my sister? Are you not aware that your wife is not without her faults?" Before Shen Hanyan could finish his sentence, he suddenly cried out in pain. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yuan had done something that caused Shen Hanyan's leg to hurt so severely that he could not stand. Li Yuan's gaze was icy. "You are but a commoner, while I am an official. Should you attempt to offend me, a lesson is in order. If you dare to offend your sister again, you will be offending me. I shall speak a few words on behalf of your father before the emperor, urging him to reflect at home and to adequately instruct you, his son." With that, he mounted his horse and departed. After Shen Hanyan was carried back, the Shen family chose to endure in silence. They understood very well that Li Yuan, in his prime, was untouchable. No one would dare challenge him. Li Yuan returned with a grim expression. Upon arriving at the general's residence, he did not linger in his study but went straight to Jingyu Zhai. To his surprise, Shen Jishuang was not there. "Where is Madam?" Li Yuan's oppressive demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the servants. Madam. Shen Jishuang was in the kitchen, immersed in her culinary pursuits. She had developed a fondness for the art of creating delicacies. Today, she was attempting to make a cake, with Liu Atong, a versatile cook, assisting her. Shen Jishuang felt invigorated. She opted not to bake a large cake but rather several smaller ones to experiment first. Just as she was busy tasting her creations, the sound of the servants bowing in trepidation echoed from outside. "Greetings, General." Shen Jishuang was taken aback. The saying "a gentleman stays away from the kitchen" had been misinterpreted for years. Male heads of families seldom entered the kitchen, and this had become an unwritten rule. The last time she had brought Li Yuan into the kitchen was due to their solitude, allowing her the privilege of making him a bowl of noodles. Why had Li Yuan come unannounced today? Hadn't he always been one to adhere strictly to the rules? As she pondered this, Li Yuan stepped inside. Shen Jishuang signaled for the others to leave, leaving just the two of them. "How fortuitous that you have returned today. I have just prepared a delicate treat. My husband, would you care to sample it and share your thoughts?" Shen Jishuang's smile was radiant as she picked up a small cake and offered it to Li Yuan. The man's displeasure was evident on his face, and Shen Jishuang was not naive enough to inquire further. Li Yuan regarded the small cake Shen Jishuang had made, his brow slightly furrowed. He recalled how, in his past life within the imperial harem, Shen Jishuang would bestow large cakes upon each concubine on their birthdays, inscribed with words of blessing. Eventually, her practice of gifting birthday cakes became a trend among the populace. However, she had never offered him one. She had always refrained from meddling in the emperor's affairs. Unlike those concubines who would send pastries to the imperial study, she adhered strictly to the rules. For reasons unknown, the concubines seemed to relish such sweets. Sometimes, when he happened to be in their palaces during their birthdays, he would partake as well. In his view, these confections were overly sweet and lacked merit. The Empress did not send him any, nor would he request them. So she had begun her exploration of this sweet delicacy known as cake so early. Observing the sparkle in Shen Jishuang's eyes, Li Yuan slightly parted his lips and took a bite. How is it? Does it taste good? Shen Jishuang gazed at him with eager anticipation. She was now a money-minded person, and everything she did was aimed at future profits. Li Yuan, having savored exquisite delicacies, was indeed a worthy taster. Li Yuan took a bite without uttering a word, then bit into it again before setting it down. Shen Jishuang could tell from his reaction that he likely enjoyed it. Strangely, however, Li Yuan's mood seemed to worsen. While his anger subsided, a certain bitterness began to swell within him. Did you make this specifically for me? Shen Jishuang was momentarily taken aback by his question. Was it not obvious whether she had made it for him? She was merely experimenting with desserts. What did it have to do with him? These thoughts were ones Shen Jishuang would never voice. She blinked and took hold of Li Yuan's hand. Li Yuan's hand was large, and in comparison, Shen Jishuang seemed almost delicate. After all, her husband had endured hardships, while Shen Jishuang excelled in self-care. The disparity in their skin tones was quite natural. My husband, as you can see, I am merely experimenting. If I succeed in perfecting it, you will undoubtedly be the first to taste it. Chapter 84 A Deception. Shen Jishuang spoke softly, her voice gentle as she grasped his hand, yet Li Yuan's demeanor grew increasingly cold. This man is truly unhinged, Shen Jishuang thought, bewildered by the source of his anger. Li Yuan was acutely aware that she was being disingenuous. In her past life, she had concocted these sweet delicacies, and even in her interactions with the concubines of the harem, she had never intentionally presented them to him. He understood that Shen Jishuang was averse to any outside interference in the emperor's diet, wishing to keep their connection at bay. However, they were married. She seemed to regard him not as her husband, but rather as an object of reverence akin to those ministers, always keeping her distance. Li Yuan realized he was deeply affected by this. In his previous life, he had been indifferent. If he desired something to eat, all he needed to do was express that wish, and Shen Jishuang would surely accommodate him. Yet now, he found himself rather obstinate. Will I be the first to taste it? He mused, observing her demeanor shift again as if she were unwell. Shen Jishuang deliberately adopted a frosty expression, gazing up at him with remarkable composure. Future matters should be addressed in due time. Who knows if you might seek out other women and forget our bond. If you regard me as your wife, I shall undoubtedly keep you in my heart. In that case, you shall be the first to savor it. No sooner had she finished speaking than Li Yuan tightened his grip on her hand with considerable force. Shen Jishuang intended to test him, a reminder not to indulge in his childish whims before her. She certainly wished to build a harmonious life with him. Should she part ways with him, who could say if she would find another as astute as Li Yuan? Yet if he continued to play the devoted husband while simultaneously courting concubines, how could she be expected to elevate him to the heavens? In the future, should Li Yuan take other women into his household, it would be best for them to maintain a respectful and harmonious relationship, provided her leverage remained substantial. At present, however, this seemed unlikely. Li Yuan was still warm towards her, his demeanor reminiscent of her former boyfriend's jealousy. Could it possibly be due to that Prince Xian? As Shen Jishuang observed Li Yuan's silence, she led him out of the kitchen and straight into the bedroom. Husband, you know I hold you dear in my heart. The moments we share reveal my sincerity, she whispered, nestled in his embrace. Li Yuan gazed at Shen Jishuang's graceful profile, finally exhaling slowly. Everything had changed. Their previous life had never afforded them such intimacy, and he had been oblivious to her thoughts. This time was different. She truly cared for him, fearing he might take other women or cease to cherish her. Li Yuan held Shen Jishuang tighter, and she gradually relaxed. Who, then, was the cause of his vexation? His mood fluctuated between elation and irritation, and Shen Jishuang wished she could unearth that individual to ease her burdens. Their marital interactions had been quite tender, but as they embraced, Li Yuan's demeanor shifted unsettlingly. Shen Jishuang rolled her eyes inwardly. There truly was no need to anticipate any spiritual resonance with men. If they were inclined and the conditions were favorable, they would undoubtedly succumb. The curtains were drawn. Outside, the maids displayed only joy upon preparing the necessary items for washing. Unlike the bashful young maidens, for them, the lady's favor was paramount. When the lady was cherished, those in servitude stood tall. As the couple delayed their dinner by several hours, Li Yuan eschewed the proper dishes, consuming all of Shen Jishuang's small cakes instead. In a sense, she was grateful that her husband was a martial artist, disciplined enough to burn off the calories from the cream. However, his manner of eating was quite astonishing, and Shen Jishuang feared he might grow weary of it. Whether he felt satiated was uncertain, but his expression while eating was decidedly pleasant. Perhaps I shall make these again in a few days, he mused, not uttering the word cake. At this moment, Shen Jishuang had yet to name her creation. With a smile, she inquired, "Do you find the sweetness just right, or perhaps a bit excessive?" Li Yuan, unable to discern any significant difference, pondered for a moment before replying, "Just right, not overly sweet." Shen Jishuang was genuinely surprised that he had a taste for sweetness. "Very well, I shall prepare them for you next time." After an afternoon of playful antics, Shen Jishuang and Li Yuan visited their child before engaging in conversation that evening. It was then that she learned her brother had sought out Li Yuan. The realization that he had provoked Li Yuan made Shen Jishuang grind her teeth in frustration. Li Yuan recounted their dialogue, mentioning that the Shen family was willing to offer him a substantial sum of gold. Shen Jishuang remained indifferent. The Shen family had always been affluent, yet she had never benefited from it. Her life with the Shen family had been akin to that of a maid. It was only after she had matured and gained independence, with some assistance from the Lu family, that her circumstances improved. Given her lifestyle, the gifts she presented to the Shen family during festivities were sufficient to settle any debts. "Do not accept it. Ill-gotten gains cannot be taken. I know my husband is not easily swayed by such mundane temptations," Shen Jishuang cautioned him intentionally. Li Yuan pinched her cheek, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Are you not afraid I might become greedy?" Shen Jishuang mused that his wealth might well surpass that of Shen Jinlin. Li Yuan had entrusted her with the household accounts, instructing her to be unrestrained in her expenditures for sustenance and clothing. Without further elaboration, Shen Jishuang had not been frugal, for her mind brimmed with ideas she wished to realize with financial means. Her penchant for spending money was not something an ordinary family could tolerate, yet Li Yuan remained unfazed. He had concealed many things from her, just as she refrained from questioning him. Nevertheless, within the bounds of their marriage, Shen Jishuang had an inkling of her partner's nature. Based on the information at her disposal, Li Yuan was exceedingly wealthy. She was unaware of how he had amassed his fortune, nor did she feel compelled to inquire. After all, this was an ancient era, marked by absolute monarchy, centralized power, and rigid class distinctions. It was indeed unusual for those of higher status to lack wealth. "I am not afraid. I know my husband well, both his virtues and flaws," she replied, as a smile spread across Li Yuan's face. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed discussing the unfinished remark about Shen Hanyan, who had attempted to sow discord between them by deliberately mentioning Lu Ziyuan. Shen Jishuang could not help but feel that her brother's intellect was not far superior to that of a pig. He had sought assistance while criticizing another's spouse. His brain must have been waterlogged. Meeting Li Yuan's gaze, Shen Jishuang remained composed. "You are more aware of where my heart lies than I am. Do not let him tarnish my name with such slander." Li Yuan merely informed her, with a calm demeanor, that he had broken Shen Hanyan's legs, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Shen Jishuang understood that the more composed she appeared, the less likely Li Yuan would instigate trouble. Soon, she fell asleep in Li Yuan's embrace. He wished to set aside the incident, yet little did he anticipate that in a few days, he would encounter Lu Ziyuan. Chapter 85. Pleading for mercy. Lu Ziyuan had previously been maneuvered by his family into the Hanlin Academy, and with his illustrious lineage supporting him, he had now risen to a respectable position among the civil officials. Li Yuan, as a military general, had little interaction with him. Although Li Yuan had become a close minister to the emperor, the old monarch seldom attended court, and Li Yuan would not seek out unnecessary tasks for himself or request the emperor to grant him a place in the court. The fate of this court was nearing its end, and Li Yuan would not engage in feudal endeavors. The Lu family, being a prestigious clan, looked down upon Li Yuan. Their disdain for social standing was profound, and they would not extend any opportunities for others to attach themselves to them. Consequently, even though Li Yuan had married the eldest daughter of the Shen family and Lu Ziyuan had wed the second daughter, the two families, despite their kinship, had never interacted. Now that Li Yuan was making a name for himself, people began to recognize his abilities, and he had gathered a circle of followers around him. Yet, the Lu family would not approach him. They upheld the dignity of their high status. Li Yuan regarded Lu Ziyuan, who bowed before him, narrowing his eyes. "So, brother-in-law, you seek me out to plead on behalf of your father-in-law?" Months had passed, and Lu Ziyuan remained the epitome of a refined gentleman. With a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, he replied, "Indeed, I beseech you, brother-in-law, to show some leniency and grant the Shen family a favor. Although my father-in-law may speak recklessly, he harbors no malice towards you. I kindly request that you speak a few words of praise before His Majesty." Li Yuan had never anticipated that Lu Ziyuan's first conversation with him would be to plead for Xin Jinlin. You are well aware of the kind of person Xin Jinlin is. I do not believe you are oblivious. If I were to rescue him, he would undoubtedly harbor thoughts of vengeance. We all know that nurturing a tiger is a perilous endeavor. Why should I undertake such a thankless task? If this is the reason for your visit, then you may leave. Li Yuan's tone was frigid, laden with suppression. Lu Ziyuan's expression remained unchanged. I do not seek his welfare, I act for the sake of my wife. My family places great importance on social standing. If my wife loses her support, it will not be long before my family compels me to draft a divorce letter and cast her aside. And what does that have to do with me? If you cannot even secure the fate of your own wife, what kind of husband are you? Lu Ziyuan's tone remained calm. One must not defy the will of their parents. My marriage to my wife was a decision made by both families. I cannot go against the will of our two clans. Li Yuan's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Then I cannot assist you, you may take your leave. Brother-in-law, I implore you to show mercy. Your wife is also a daughter of the Shin family, sharing a bond with them. You cannot turn against your own kin. Li Yuan regarded Lu Ziyuan, suddenly chuckling. Speak plainly, there is no need for convoluted expressions. He had thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Shen Jishuang and knew well that if Lu Ziyuan were truly spineless, Shen Jishuang would never have taken a liking to him. If he had once dared to defy his family's arrangements to marry Shen Jishuang, compelling his family to accept her as his bride, could he not do so again? Lu Ziyuan finally ceased concealing his intent, meeting Li Yuan's gaze directly. I know you are not a common man, yet your wife requires the support of her family. If her father is to be imprisoned and exiled, she will no longer be a noble lady. Perhaps you are deeply enamored with her now, but how long can such feelings endure? Without her family's backing, should you one day wish to marry a woman of higher status, how will she cope? Li Yuan's expression abruptly hardened. He had anticipated that Lu Ziyuan's intervention was not merely for Xin Jinlin's sake. At its core, he was concerned for Shen Jishuang, fearing that she would lose her status and be cast aside. What business is it of yours to meddle in my affairs with my wife? Li Yuan's expression grew increasingly menacing. Yet Lu Ziyuan showed no signs of retreating. Generally, you once dispatched someone to my study to rummage through my past letters, believing I would not notice, yet each of my letters bears my mark. That day, I realized that secrets cannot be kept forever. You must know of my pursuit of her, but rest assured, there are no lingering affections between us. I once admired her and sought her hand in marriage, but those feelings have long since faded. She is now another's wife, and I harbor no intentions towards her. Nevertheless, she remains my cousin. I only hope that should the Shin family fall, you will treat her kindly. Li Yuan regarded Lu Ziyuan with a cold stare. What position do you hold to speak such words? Have you forgotten that you are another's husband? Instead of attending to your own wife, you concern yourself with another man's wife. Is this the behavior of a nobleman? Lu Ziyuan's gaze was resolute. I have approached the general to express these sentiments, only hoping that you can set aside your prejudices. Not long ago, I learned that you struck Shin Hanyan, and I was deeply unsettled, fearing that my cousin might suffer due to past grievances. I feel guilt towards her, which is why I wish to clarify matters with you. What is there to clarify? You and my wife have no connection. I am well aware of that. There is no need for you to reiterate. Lu Ziyuan's expression remained unchanged. We are both men, why must you feign ignorance? Perhaps you see my words as superfluous, or even as a provocation, but your inner turmoil must be addressed. My fate with Jishuang is one of unfulfilled destiny. She will remain devoted to her husband. I vow to you, as long as you treat her well, I shall never approach her again. Li Yuan was taken aback, laughing in disbelief. He had never imagined that Lu Ziyuan would dare to issue him such a threat. What good would it do for him to approach her? Would Shen Jishuang still choose to leave with him? Young Master Lu, I admire your devotion, but you overestimate your influence. If an ordinary man were to hear your words, he would only grow suspicious of his own wife. You should be grateful that you encountered me, otherwise, Shen Jishuang would have suffered greatly. With that, Li Yuan turned and departed. Shen Jishuang was unaware that her cousin had inadvertently caused her trouble, as she was busy playing with Li Jin. Li Jin was not a particularly demanding child, he was generally easy to soothe, yet when he cried, his voice was resoundingly loud. He always cried for a specific reason, typically hunger in the middle of the night. Shen Jishuang had arranged for a wet nurse to attend to him, and once the infant was fed, he would fall into a deep slumber. Little did she know that his piercing cries had once nearly caused his father distress. Of course, Shen Jishuang would not consider moving Li Jin to another location due to such matters. Compared to her husband, her own child was naturally of greater significance. How could this baby be so adorable? How did he grow to be so handsome? Li Jin gurgled with delight, and every time he saw his mother, he greeted her with a smile. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that created an everlasting attachment to Shen Jishuang. In front of others, Li Jin could be a handful, but before Shen Jishuang, he was nothing short of an angelic baby. She showered him with affectionate kisses, and Li Jin responded with joyful wriggling. Becoming a mother undoubtedly transforms one, and Shen Jishuang had grown accustomed to cradling him effortlessly. She glanced outside. It was already dark, and Li Yuan had returned. Why had he not come over yet? Chapter 86. Fortuitous. The subordinates would invariably inform him whether Li Yuan had returned, and she was well aware of it. Shen Jishuang pondered for a moment, wondering if someone had once again provoked Li Yuan. This man was inherently volatile, yet the one extinguishing the flames was never the one who ignited them. Recently, the weather had been rather pleasant. After a brief contemplation, Shen Jishuang cradled her lively child and proceeded to the study. In her current position, she had acquired certain privileges, allowing her to enter the study without obstruction. Li Jin was bundled warmly, yet the excessive layers caused him to kick his legs restlessly. Upon entering, Shen Jishuang indeed found Li Yuan present. A mere glance at his countenance told her that today was another stormy day. Without preamble, she approached and placed the child into Li Yuan's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Li Jin. Though Li Jin did not harbor the same fondness for his father as he did for his mother, he held no aversion either. He grinned widely, drooling onto his father's trousers. Li Yuan frowned, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, yet he did not return the child. Holding the infant, he seemed to relax slightly. Seeing his reluctance to engage with her, Shen Jishuang decided to let the child accompany him. Silently, she began organizing the documents strewn about the study. Recently, she had grown somewhat complacent. Unless Li Yuan specifically summoned her, she refrained from tidying up. She was quite familiar with his preferences, which favored a clean and efficient arrangement of documents. Before long, Shen Jishuang had meticulously sorted and reorganized the various items. Observing his wife's attentive efforts with the documents, Li Yuan's expression softened further. Just as Shen Jishuang was about to initiate a conversation, Li Jin, without a sound, had an accident. Despite his mischief, he appeared more delighted than ever. This child could cry loudly and laugh just as boisterously. Shen Jishuang watched helplessly as her son soiled Li Yuan's clothing. Li Yuan's brow furrowed intensely. What to do? Should she explain that an infant's urine was innocuous? This thought quickly crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. She promptly summoned someone to assist. Fortunately, she had brought several wet nurses with her. For convenience's sake, Shen Jishuang had fashioned a rudimentary version of ancient diapers for Li Jin. Earlier, he had been overly bundled, and the study felt somewhat warm. Shen Jishuang had thought he had just relieved himself before arriving and had not dressed him again. She figured it would be no trouble to have the wet nurse dress him later. Little did she know that the boy had other plans, specifically targeting his father. Li Jin was taken away by the wet nurse for cleanup, while Shen Jishuang accompanied Li Yuan to a small room adjacent to the study, offering him fresh clothes and the opportunity to freshen up. Regardless of the fury brewing within him, changing clothes took precedence at that moment. He possessed a certain fastidiousness, although he often could not afford to be particular during military campaigns, he indulged in it whenever circumstances allowed. Suppressing her laughter, Shen Jishuang maintained a concerned demeanor as she assisted him. Once Li Yuan emerged from his bath, his expression had normalized somewhat. Noticing his cleanliness, Shen Jishuang playfully took his hand and remarked, "You shall personally spank that little rascal later." How could Li Yuan possibly hold a grudge against a mere child? Amidst the chaos, the weight of his anger had lessened considerably. "Let us return and have our meal," he suggested, clasping Shen Jishuang's hand in return. Allowing him to lead, the couple strolled hand in hand to Jingyu's studio. As long as he was still inclined to dine, it indicated that his anger had not reached a critical level. Shen Jishuang had specially instructed the kitchen to prepare his favorite dishes. As a dutiful wife, she served him an abundance of food and poured him soup. Li Yuan consumed and drank in silence, maintaining his reticence. If there were any grievances, he would voice them. Otherwise, how could anyone possibly know? Internally, Shen Jishuang scoffed at this, tugging him for a stroll. It has been quite a while since the general accompanied me for a walk. Will you indulge me today? Her playful tone elicited a silent nod from Li Yuan. The two wandered through the garden for a while until Shen Jishuang heard Li Yuan's voice. Today, Lu Ziyuan intercepted me and spoke at length. Shen Jishuang was genuinely curious about what her cousin had said. Did he truly take such an interest in the affairs of others? Rather than defending herself, she inquired candidly, "What did he say to you?" Li Yuan regarded her with clear eyes, devoid of evasion or hesitation, and exhaled slowly. "He urged me to spare your father, fearing that you might lose your standing and that I would subsequently disdain you in favor of a woman of higher status." How meddlesome of an ex-boyfriend to concern himself so. Shen Jishuang understood well that Lu Ziyuan harbored no ill intentions. He was simply that kind of person, concerned for others, always wary of causing them harm. Yet, this time, he had indeed gone overboard. Shen Jishuang had already borne children for another, yet he still lingered on her past, discussing such matters with her husband. What was he thinking? With a quiet sigh, Shen Jishuang addressed Li Yuan, "My husband, I feel fortunate to have married you." Li Yuan's expression momentarily froze, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "You were likely aware of the Lu family's circumstances. If I had truly married into it, I would have been bound by their customs, morning and evening rituals, paying respects to elders, managing household affairs, and maintaining harmony within the extended family. Just imagine how much energy those trivialities would consume. I would have scarcely any time for myself, let alone the opportunity to pursue my own interests. Moreover, the Lu family holds a rigid view of social standing. Should I marry into it, I would undoubtedly face scorn." Li Yuan remained silent, observing her, "And for my cousin's willingness to marry me, I am grateful. I in the Shen family, I had little place to call my own, yet, I am acutely aware of his significant flaws. He believes he can safeguard all those he cares for, yet he never considers whether his aid is ultimately a blessing or a curse. He is indeed a gentleman, treating many with kindness, but I do not desire such a husband." Li Yuan's voice was low, "And what else?" Shen Jishuang met his gaze, shifting the conversation. "What I seek in a husband is not merely a gentleman, but one who can shield me from life's storms. His goodness is often accompanied by excessive reservations. Being with him would inevitably burden me greatly. Marrying you, however, you uphold the entire general's residence, granting me freedom that I find joy in each day, and the mere thought of you and our child brings an involuntary smile to my face." Rising on her toes, Shen Jishuang pressed a kiss to his lips, her eyes brimming with affection, her voice soft yet distinctly audible. "Do you still doubt my feelings for you?" Chapter 87. The Lu family. Under the gaze of Shen Jishuang's pair of crystal-clear eyes, Li Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of inadequacy wash over him. He had always adhered to the principle of employing those he trusted and dismissing those he doubted, particularly in the art of warfare. Yet, when faced with Shen Jishuang, he found himself caught in a cycle of uncertainty, a perplexity that even he could not comprehend. Moreover, as he regarded Shen Jishuang, he remarked, "You are not without your pressures in the general's manner. There are many matters that require your attention as the mistress." His tone was subdued. Shen Jishuang responded with a gentle smile, "For you and our child, for our future, I am more than willing." In an impulsive moment, Li Yuan enveloped Shen Jishuang in a vigorous embrace, catching her off guard to the point where she could scarcely breathe. A tumult of emotion surged within him as he recalled the past. In a previous life, Shen Jishuang had not possessed the ease she exhibited now. Back then, while he toiled to ascend the ranks, she had single-handedly maintained the household. Whenever invited to banquets, she would attend solely to gather useful intelligence for him. The household had grown increasingly crowded. Her father had sent 4 beautiful women, Meng Xiaozhu had sought refuge with him, and she had just given birth to Jin Er, followed by Yu Er. So many responsibilities rested upon her shoulders, and yet she managed to navigate them all with grace. In the capital, she had known no respite, and when chaos ensued, she stood by him through numerous campaigns. Did she ever regret marrying him during those times? Li Yuan could not say. All he knew was that Shen Jishuang was someone he could trust. Whenever he entrusted her with a task, she executed it flawlessly. Shen Jishuang was oblivious to Li Yuan's thoughts. As he suddenly swept her off her feet and strode purposefully toward the Jingyu Zhai, she had only enough time to wrap her arms around his neck. As they walked, the servants averted their gazes, not daring to witness their intimacy. His adherence to decorum was rendered meaningless in that moment. With an increasing sense of attentiveness toward her, Li Yuan's demeanor shifted. Eventually, Shen Jishuang felt herself growing faint. When she regained consciousness, the person beside her had already departed. Certain memories flitted through her mind, prompting her to shake her head and dismiss them. She cleared her throat as a group of cheerful matrons entered to assist her with her morning routine. Following her lunch, as she entertained her son, she reflected on the previous day's events. Judging by Li Yuan's reaction, she believed she had navigated the situation successfully. It seemed that Li Yuan's affections for her had deepened. While Shen Jishuang did not place great weight on his feelings, she acknowledged the necessity of their presence. Li Yuan had deftly glossed over the matter of Lu Jiyuan, which could only serve to her advantage. The thought of Lu Jiyuan elicited a sigh from her. Had it not been for the emperor's decree and Li Yuan's emergence, she would undoubtedly have wed Lu Jiyuan. That man had harbored a deep infatuation for her. In a family as traditional as the Lu clan, he had laboriously gained the approval of the elders to marry her as his legitimate wife. Yet, no matter how one might argue, fate had dictated that they were not meant to be. The words she had fabricated to placate Li Yuan were not entirely false. Shen Jishuang had previously studied the Lu family. They epitomized a genuinely feudal household, placing immense importance on hierarchy and propriety. They valued alliances between equals, and even if Lu Jiyuan had married her, her life would not have improved significantly. Lu Jiyuan's mother was, in fact, a distant cousin of Shen Jishuang's stepmother, their familial ties being quite tenuous. Nonetheless, in the capital, such connections were never overlooked, and any opportunity to foster relationships with even the most distant relatives was seized. Madame Lu, a true matron of society, regarded Shen Jishuang with pity. To preserve her life, she had intentionally told Shen Jinlin that Shen Jishuang was fortunate, though Shen Jishuang understood that this was merely the compassion of a benevolent soul towards the weak. However, once they became mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the dynamics would shift, and the nature of their interactions remained uncertain. Shen Jishuang did not believe she could become the center of everyone's affection, winning the favor of all. In such aristocratic families, adherence to rules was paramount. Once married into the Lu family, she would be compelled to constantly bow her head. Liu Zhiyuan was not the head of the family, merely a minor gentleman. She would have to navigate the expectations of elder uncles and younger cousins alike. From this perspective, her life would undoubtedly be stifling, yet, at that time, Liu Zhiyuan was considered the best option available. Shen Jishuang feared that Shen Jinlin might deliberately marry her off to a violent man, risking her life at the hands of a nominal husband. In the Liu household, she would be devoid of autonomy, perhaps even required to rise at dawn to pay respects to her in-laws, and a moment's lapse could lead to punishment or kneeling in the ancestral hall. If her performance failed to earn the approval of the elders, and if Liu Zhiyuan succumbed to the pressure from other relatives, they might even face divorce. Shen Jishuang had played such roles before. She was acutely aware that her life would be fraught with hardship, yet survival remained imperative. The only comfort she found was that she and Liu Zhiyuan were not true cousins, devoid of any blood relation, alleviating her concerns about bearing deformed children. Little did she expect that fate would lead her to marry Li Yuan instead. To be fair, her current life was undoubtedly more relaxed than it would have been in the Shen family. As the lady of the general's manor, she wielded considerable authority over the household, free from the pressures of in-laws and elders. Within these walls, she could carve out her own existence, enjoying a degree of freedom far greater than that of the aristocratic families. Li Yuan had never shared details about his relatives with her. They resided far away in the capital, unable to provide any assistance. Shen Jishuang was spared from the need to navigate complex familial relations. The women who had once been in his life, such as Chen Nong and Meng Xiuzhu, had been dismissed without a second glance. Given the current circumstances, as long as Shen Jishuang established a rigorous management system, the servants would not prove too difficult to oversee. As for Li Yuan, he treated her decently enough. Aside from occasionally wearing a brooding expression that required soothing, he had not taken any actions detrimental to her interests. In fact, Shen Jishuang had managed to extract a fair amount of money from him, engaging in several business ventures. Having traversed through time to this ancient world, Shen Jishuang held fast to the mantra of contentment. To endure a day of hardship was still a day lived, to embrace joy was equally valid. She aspired to live as well as circumstances permitted. Having already endured much suffering, there was no need to inflict further pain upon herself. All she desired was to survive. As for Li Yuan's affections, Shen Jishuang would graciously accept them and provide feedback in due course, yet she did not believe such feelings could endure for long. They were all adults, having weathered numerous storms. Li Yuan, in particular, was a man who had thrived on the edge of peril to gain success. How much weight could he truly afford to place on love? In her eyes, he was merely caught in a fleeting infatuation, seeking to experience the sweetness of romance and emotional reciprocation through her. Shen Jishuang was willing to oblige. Chapter 88. Grain. Naturally, she would seek some tangible benefits in return. The dynamics of a marital relationship must involve reciprocity. As for everything else, let it be. If, due to his emotional investment, Shen Jishuang were to remain utterly devoted to him, she would no longer be Shen Jishuang. Moreover, during this time, Li Yuan has been evading a crucial issue, taking a concubine. In a moment of heated argument previously, Shen Jishuang had expressed her stance on the matter, yet Li Yuan's response was vague, simply glossing over it in the shadows of the night. He neither affirmed nor denied the idea of taking a concubine. As long as he refrained from making a definitive statement, Shen Jishuang could not bring herself to believe that he would remain loyal to her alone. Their marriage was not a fleeting affair of 1 or 2 years, but a commitment spanning decades. Could he truly remain steadfast? In ancient times, no one imposed moral constraints upon him, nor did anyone instruct him that marriage constituted a contract requiring mutual fidelity. The romantic tales found in dramas often depicted wives advocating for their husbands to acquire beautiful concubines, showcasing harmonious relationships between wives and concubines. Since Li Yuan remained silent, Shen Jishuang would not foolishly press him for answers. Presently, their relationship seemed manageable. As long as she accurately gauged Li Yuan's emotions, treating him as a man in the throes of love, she could easily charm him with sweet words. By afternoon, when Li Yuan returned, he no longer wore a sullen expression. After dinner, Shen Jishuang allowed him to hold her hand, and they shared an intimate moment for quite some time. Later that night, nestled in his embrace, she tentatively inquired, "Husband, what will become of the capital in the days to come? Even the streets have been unsettling lately." Li Yuan opened his eyes to gaze at her, asking, "Are you afraid?" Shen Jishuang shook her. What was there to fear if chaos were to ensue? As long as Li Yuan could ensure their child's safety, she felt invulnerable. "I merely harbor some concerns, fearing that such turmoil may disrupt our lives." Li Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "In a few days, I will take you away from here." Just hold on a little longer. Shen Jishuang could not suppress her curiosity, asking, will the capital be in great turmoil? Yes, he replied. Will the common people be affected? Li Yuan glanced at her, nodding. At that moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through Shen Jishuang's mind. After much deliberation, she could no longer restrain herself and said to Li Yuan, Husband, I have an ungracious request. Li Yuan caressed her face, urging her to speak. Currently, the people in the capital are preoccupied with their own troubles, even though everyone knows that it is the highest authorities who have caused the calamity. Yet they choose to turn a blind eye regardless. The common folk are innocent. If possible, could we spread some rumors in the neighborhoods, encouraging the populace to leave the capital before the chaos engulfs them? Li Yuan was momentarily silent, his gaze fixed on her. But you must understand, if even the capital falls into chaos, there will be few places left where one can find peace. They may not survive at all. The more opportunities for struggle, the greater the chance of survival. Surely, you cannot condone the loss of innocent lives. Shen Jishuang met his gaze unwaveringly, articulating her thoughts. She may not be able to assist many, but she could not turn a blind eye when the capital inevitably descended into chaos. Li Yuan could protect her and their son, but what of the others? Did they deserve to perish without aid? Though Shen Jishuang had already acquiesced to the feudal system, she could not bear to witness others suffer in vain. Furthermore, merely spreading a few rumors, albeit a small contribution, would not jeopardize her life but could potentially save some lives. Why not take that step? Her eyes conveyed sincerity. She would not conceal such matters from Li Yuan. In truth, she had discerned that Li Yuan was not a wicked man. He possessed an inherent sense of righteousness. Having defended the dynasty at the borders for many years, he would certainly care for the well-being of the common people. Shen Jishuang believed her proposal would garner Li Yuan's approval. After a lengthy pause, a smile graced Li Yuan's features as he pinched her cheek and could not help but kiss her. Seeing his lack of anger, Shen Jishuang thought he would acquiesce. Indeed, the next day, Li Yuan said to her, those matters have already been set in motion, do not worry. Shen Jishuang, momentarily dazed, widened her eyes upon hearing his words. Were they truly so in sync? Li Yuan, with an air of resignation, gently ruffled her hair and muttered, You. He had long since recognized her empathy towards the common people. Previously, as his wife, she had done what she could, and now, as Empress, she showed even greater concern for the welfare of the populace. In her past life, Shen Jishuang had suggested this very idea to him, and Li Yuan had come to appreciate her benevolence, placing greater trust in her. This time, he was fully prepared. In any case, without the common people, there would be no dynasty. He would not disregard the tragic fates of the innocent. Upon learning that Li Yuan had already taken action behind the scenes, Shen Jishuang let out a quiet sigh of relief, unable to resist smiling at him. Husband, you are truly wonderful. Li Yuan, captivated by the brightness in her eyes, leaned in to kiss her gently on the eyelid before departing. With Li Yuan handling this matter, Shen Jishuang felt relieved of her worries. Her husband was truly adept in the outside world, enjoying far greater freedom than she, a woman confined to the domestic sphere. With one concern alleviated, she turned her attention to her own affairs. Li Yuan had merely stated his intention to escape with her, yet the specifics of their escape remained unclear. Shen Jishuang needed to prepare for their basic necessities, particularly when it came to food, for the well-being of the populace hinges upon sustenance. Without proper nourishment, she would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. Shen Jishuang busied herself with preparations, ensuring she did not neglect stockpiling grain. When chaos erupts, food becomes paramount. Presently, the prices of grain in the market were already on the rise. As the situation became more unstable, the cost of grain would inevitably soar even higher. Although Li Yuan owned estates, the grain produced was insufficient. Upon Li Yuan's return, Shen Jishuang immediately broached the subject with him. Husband, should we not stockpile more grain? Her meticulous consideration delighted him. Li Yuan regarded her with admiration, replying, I have already stockpiled quite a bit. There is no need for concern. Not if you remain uneasy, I will take you to see it in due course. Shen Jishuang began to suspect that Li Yuan possessed an uncanny foresight. How had he begun stockpiling grain before the market had even begun to falter? Nevertheless, upon hearing his offer, she eagerly agreed. I would like to see it. I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Understanding her propensity for worry, Li Yuan thought that since the chaos would not fully unfold immediately, taking her out once would be harmless. Very well, I shall take you tomorrow. A radiant smile illuminated Shen Jishuang's face. Thank you, husband. Li Yuan paused, unable to refrain from asking, why is it that you are always so joyful whenever we go out? Chapter 89. Granary. Shen Jishuang contemplated that the allure of the outside world was undoubtedly due to the freedom of the air beyond. Even though this freedom could not transcend the constraints of time and space, she was still confined to this fictional dynasty from millennia past. However, the vast expanse of the world was far more appealing than the confines of a single courtyard. During her time in the Shen household, she often yearned to escape and explore. At that time, she had few companions to assist her, and lacked the survival skills necessary to flee that predatory place. Thus, even as she matured, the desire to venture out became an obsession, manifesting in a persistent longing to explore, regardless of her location. Shen Jishuang's unwavering gaze directed her thoughts towards the shadows of her childhood, shadows she did not believe could be absent from Li Yuan. It was only natural for the unattainable desires of youth to transform into fixations, was it not? As expected, Li Yuan said nothing, merely offering a gentle pat on her back and assuring her that there would be opportunities in the future to venture out together. Shen Jishuang's smile radiated with unparalleled brilliance. Thank you, my husband. Li Yuan, gazing at his wife in his embrace, had come to decipher some of the unspoken sentiments nestled within Shen Jishuang's heart. She always yearned to step outside. Perhaps, deep down, she still longed for a broader world. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled how many women had been unwilling to accompany him on his campaigns, fearing hardship, well aware that he would never make exceptions for the women he cherished. They preferred to remain patiently until the end of the turmoil, yet, Shen Jishuang had not even questioned him, directly accepting her role in accompanying him and attending to his daily needs. Li Yuan had initially intended to keep her behind, aware that the life of a soldier was fraught with exhaustion, yet, her determination made it difficult for him to refuse her. Moreover, having a capable and trustworthy wife by his side would significantly alleviate his concerns. The life of warfare was indeed arduous, yet Shen Jishuang's spirit appeared stronger than ever. Perhaps she truly relished the idea of exploring the world. Li Yuan silently resolved to take her out more often when opportunities arose. In these tumultuous times, caution was paramount. Fortunately, Shen Jishuang understood the importance of priorities and never made excessive demands. On the following day, Li Yuan personally accompanied Shen Jishuang in a horse-drawn carriage to his granary. Throughout the journey, she diligently memorized the geographical locations. She trusted that Li Yuan had made ample preparations, yet one could not place all their bets on a single location. Having opened a shop in the capital, she had earned some money and planned to store some grain for herself. The granary chosen by Li Yuan would undoubtedly be highly secure. His transformation from an ordinary citizen to a youthful general was testament to his capabilities. Shen Jishuang merely needed to follow in his footsteps and store some provisions nearby, for they could prove useful at an unforeseen moment. Preparing for the future was always wise. Li Yuan, unrestrained by her curiosity, allowed her to lift the carriage curtain as much as she pleased. As they traveled outside the city, Shen Jishuang could not help but pull the curtain down upon seeing the emaciated commoners. Prosperity brings suffering to the people, ruin brings suffering to the people. These rulers were perpetually engrossed in their conflicts, neglecting the plight of the populace. The fleeing commoners sought refuge in the bustling capital, oblivious to the impending chaos that awaited them. The era she had traversed was indeed one of strife, where even self-preservation was a challenge. Shen Jishuang sighed silently. Li Yuan, observing her shifting expressions, lifted the curtain to discern the cause. When the world has been united for long, it must eventually divide. And when it has been divided for long, it must come together again. No one can reverse the tides of fate. All he could do was to act in accordance with the circumstances. Once peace was restored, the common people would find their place. Li Yuan offered her a dry consolation. Upon hearing this, Shen Jishuang quickly lifted her spirits, nestling against him as she said, "Thank you for protecting me and our child." Unable to assist more individuals, she recognized that preserving her own well-being was paramount. Li Yuan was her pillar of support. A man who could not safeguard his own wife and children would be better off ending his own life. Li Yuan, disinterested in further conversation, simply held her close. Upon arriving at the granary, Shen Jishuang's astonishment was palpable. The scale of the stored grains far exceeded her expectations. The quantity was staggering. Based on her calculations, it would take an eternity for them to consume it all. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned abruptly to look at Li Yuan. He met her gaze with a gentle smile. Shen Jishuang's heart raced, leaving her hesitant to speak further. On the journey back, she felt somewhat disoriented. Could it be that she had become foolish? As the saying goes, a pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years. For a long time, Shen Jishuang had believed Li Yuan's ambitions were confined to becoming a close minister to the emperor, a man of power and influence. She thought him astute, adept at self-preservation. When the capital was peaceful, he would strive to ascend, and when turmoil arose, he would relinquish those ambitions and retreat. But after witnessing the abundance of grain today, her conviction wavered. Such vast stores could only be justified for military purposes. Why else would one hoard so much? If Li Yuan had been harboring certain intentions from the outset, then his stockpiling of grain made perfect sense. Did her husband aspire to pursue a path of conquest? Observing her troubled demeanor, Li Yuan felt an unusual sense of relaxation. He took her hand in his, playfully squeezing it while observing the myriad of expressions that flitted across her face, finding her current state rather endearing. Shen Jishuan was still grappling with her thoughts when Li Yuan leaned in to kiss her. Her already muddled mind threatened to dissolve into chaos. It wasn't until someone halted their carriage that Shen Jishuan shot Li Yuan a glare, straightening her attire. "General, outside is Prince Xian." At that moment, they had returned to the capital, where encounters with various dignitaries were commonplace, and meeting Prince Xian was no exception. The prince had stopped their carriage intending to engage Li Yuan in conversation, leaving Shen Jishuan and Li Yuan with no choice but to emerge from the carriage, feigning ignorance about their prior interaction. They disembarked, one after the other. Prince Xian, having inherited the best traits from his parents, was rather pleasing to the eye, and today, he was particularly well dressed and charming. Shen Jishuan caught a glimpse of his bright red robe and mused that Li Yuan would likely wear such vibrant red garments only on rare occasions. As Prince Xian intercepted the carriage, he initially intended to exchange a few pleasantries with Li Yuan, but he unexpectedly found himself face to face with Shen Jishuan. Chapter 90, A familiar encounter. The familiar look of astonishment reappeared in his eyes. After Shen Jishuan paid her respects, she stepped a little closer and stood behind Li Yuan. Li Yuan happened to take a step forward, obstructing Xian Wang's line of sight. Having not seen Li Yuan for several days, Xian Wang had intended to reminisce and share a few words with him. However, upon catching sight of Shen Jishuan, his thoughts became somewhat disoriented. While conversing with Li Yuan, he found himself rather distracted. The attire Shen Jishuan wore today was rather plain, exuding an air of cool elegance, even more so than during their last encounter. She kept her head bowed, her profile radiating beauty. Xian Wang felt as though someone had lightly scratched his heart, leaving him with an irresistible itch. "Your Highness, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Li Yuan's frigid tone snapped Xian Wang back to his senses. He forced a smile, gazing at Li Yuan. "These days, General, you have been quite busy, seldom seen. Today, upon our meeting, you appear to be enjoying some leisure. Have you just returned from the city?" Li Yuan nodded expressionlessly. "Indeed, the skies are clear and bright. I ventured outside the city for a look." "Splendid, splendid. Since fate has brought us together, how about you and your lady accompany me to my residence for a drink?" Xian Wang extended his invitation with utmost courtesy, believing that Li Yuan would not refuse. The turmoil within the capital and the escalating unrest outside were matters they, as figures of power, understood all too well. Aside from the crown prince, Xian Wang was the most formidable contender for the throne. He had already garnered the allegiance of many ministers eager to align themselves with him, striving for a share of the future glory, ensuring their positions remained intact once the new emperor ascended. One must not merely focus on the present but should always look toward the horizon. The health of the late emperor seemed to be deteriorating, and it remained uncertain when he would depart this world. The crown prince's faction was weak, and the successor to the throne was destined to be him. Given such circumstances, how could Li Yuan possibly decline? Regrettably, Xian Wang's thoughts bore no fruit. Li Yuan clasped his hands together. "Your Highness's generous invitation is not one I should refuse, yet in recent days, His Majesty has entrusted me with numerous pressing matters. I cannot neglect my duties or squander His Majesty's goodwill." Xian Wang's countenance darkened immediately. Li Yuan was clearly opposing him. He could find the time to accompany his wife on an outing but not to share a drink with him. However, invoking the emperor's name left Xian Wang little room to protest. Even though many in the capital supported him as the new ruler, the reality remained that as long as the old emperor lived, he would remain a prince. After adjusting his expression for a considerable time, he managed a forced smile. "Since the general has pressing matters, I shall not impose further. I will invite you for a drink another day." Li Yuan once again clasped his hands. "Thank you, Your Highness." Observing Li Yuan's calm demeanor, Xian Wang's lips curled into a cold smirk as his gaze shifted to Shen Jishuan behind him. "How has Madame Li been of late?" His voice was exceedingly gentle, laced with an indescribable hint of intimacy. Shen Jishuan pondered whether Xian Wang was truly unhinged. Her husband was present, and yet he brazenly flirted with her. Was he out of his mind? "In response to Your Highness, all is well," she replied, her tone frigid, not even lifting her gaze. Upon hearing her voice, Xian Wang felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Despite having courted numerous women, none possessed the allure of Shen Jishuan, who, though not overstepping boundaries, exuded an irresistible charm. "Your attire is too plain. A beauty such as yourself should be adorned in splendid silks and adorned with jewels. General, you ought to take better care of your wife." Shen Jishuan suspected that Xian Wang might be inebriated. She had heard rumors that he was a strong contender for the throne, so did he resort to flirting with her simply because Li Yuan had spurned him? She raised her head. "Your Highness worries too much. The general has gifted me with plenty of jewelry. I cannot wear them all since it is a rare occasion to venture out. I thought it wise to keep things simple." Seeing Shen Jishuan gaze directly at him, Xian Wang's face turned slightly red. "Oh, I see. He hardly registered her words, his mind entirely occupied with her visage. "There is no need for Your Highness to concern yourself with matters at home. I assure you, I will not treat my wife poorly. Li Yuan's tone was notably steely. I am busy with affairs and shall take my leave now. When time permits, I will personally pay a visit. With Li Yuan's words, Xian Wang came to his senses. He detected the displeasure in Li Yuan's expression, which only heightened his amusement. Soon, he would be a sovereign, those who aligned with him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. What good was Li Yuan's anger now? In time, his wife would certainly enter the palace as a consort. Very well, let us convene another day. Xian Wang's expression bore a sly disdain. The journey back was silent, and upon dismounting the carriage, Li Yuan intended to head to his study. However, Shen Jishuang stopped him. I will accompany you. Li Yuan glanced at her and nodded in tacit agreement. Once they reached the study and closed the door, Shen Jishuang looked at Li Yuan and spoke slowly. I understand the general's aspirations. Li Yuan simply stared at her. If remaining dormant only brings further indignities, then the general is willing to fight. As your wife, I can only feel fortunate to have a husband with such ambition. Li Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. Shen Jishuang met his gaze and spoke earnestly. As long as you can take care of yourself, I will wholeheartedly stand by your side. My only request, dear husband, Li Yuan smiled gently, speak. Shen Jishuang's expression turned serious. Beyond life and death, there are no greater matters. I only hope you learn to cherish your life. Ultimately, your safety is of utmost importance. As she spoke, Li Yuan could not help but smile. He embraced her, resting his hands on her shoulders. Rest assured, I value my life dearly. Shen Jishuang met his gaze for a moment, accepting his words. After leaving the study, she lay in her chamber for a while, reflecting on her superficial understanding of Li Yuan. Had he not taken her to see the granary today, she might have remained oblivious to the depths of his ambition. The world was on the brink of chaos. If he truly aimed to seize power, Shen Jishuang believed he had every opportunity to do so. One should always think positively. She sighed slowly. Now that Li Yuan had made his determination and preparations, she had no authority to decide and could only accompany him. The path he chose would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Shen Jishuang silently contemplated her own preparations. As for Xian Wang, she did not give him another thought. Short-sighted individuals rarely last long. Within a few days, she received word from the steward that Xian Wang's consort requested to see her. Chapter 91. The princess consort. Upon hearing that the princess consort of Xian was arriving, Shen Jishuang naturally could not refuse the visit. She promptly instructed the steward to invite her in and personally went to greet her. The princess consort, with her prominent belly, appeared to be quite advanced in her pregnancy. Shen Jishuang rose to welcome her, and after exchanging polite pleasantries, the two took their seats. Perhaps it was the joyful occasion that brightened her spirits. The princess consort's complexion looked exceptionally radiant. In light of the current circumstances, the likelihood of Prince Xin ascending the throne seemed quite substantial. With her husband poised to become emperor, it was only fitting that the princess consort would inevitably assume the role of empress. Thus, one could not help but wonder why a future empress would seek an audience with her. Given their differing statuses, it would seem more appropriate for her to summon Shen Jishuang instead. The princess consort smiled as she inquired about Shen Jishuang's well-being, remarking, How has Lady Li been of late? It has been some time since we last met, and you seem to have grown even more beautiful. Have you been secretly indulging in some miraculous elixir? Shen Jishuang curved her lips into a smile and replied, In response to your highness, my days remain unchanged, and all is well. That is good to hear. There have been whispers of unrest in the capital lately. With so many eyes and ears in the Xian residence, I thought it best to pay you a personal visit. I apologize for the intrusion. Shen Jishuang, of course, engaged in further formalities. The princess consort, carrying a precious life within her, was not someone she wished to offend unnecessarily. She smiled and offered tea to the princess consort, who, upon receiving it, playfully remarked, I am quite parched. Allow me to have a sip first. I hope you do not think me lacking in decorum. The princess consort remained silent, merely smiling as Shen Jishuang drank the tea, and then beamed. Lady Li is indeed a person of character. I admire your straightforward nature. Shen Jishuang continued her feigned smile. The two exchanged a series of trivialities until the princess consort, appearing quite casual, suggested, Let the servants step aside. I feel a connection with you and wish to discuss some matters privately. Shen Jishuang smiled and replied, I can have my servants leave, but your highness should retain a few close attendants, as you are with child, and I fear I may not provide adequate care. Very well, let us keep two. The rest may depart. Once the attendants had exited, the princess consort took a delicate sip of tea and remarked, Lady Li, you are both wise and beautiful. It is no wonder the prince has been unable to forget you since our last encounter. The implications in the princess consort's words were heavy, yet Shen Jishuang remained composed. After all, it was unusual for a princess consort to personally visit a general's residence to seek an audience. If she was willing to lower herself, it indicated her intentions were significant. Your Highness, I confess I do not fully grasp your meaning. What is there to misunderstand? We are both women, and feigning ignorance serves no purpose, the princess consort replied, her smile fading to reveal a glint of warning in her eyes. She was cautioning Shen Jishuang against refusing her goodwill. Remaining unflustered, Shen Jishuang replied, then might I ask your Highness to clarify your intentions? The princess consort set her teacup down with an air of nonchalance. I am aware of the prince's affections for you and extend you a favor. Enter the Xian residence, and when the prince ascends the throne, you shall find yourself in a position of privilege rather than endure a life of uncertainty with your husband. Why not align yourself with the prince? What he can provide for you, your husband never could. Shen Jishuang considered this audacious proposal. It was indeed a tempting offer. Presently, Prince Xian basked in the favor of the capital, and everyone was acutely aware of the crown prince's ineptitude. Should the old emperor meet an untimely end, many would prefer a capable ruler to take his place. The allure of the title of crown prince drew numerous admirers, and the princess consort's status undoubtedly swelled with it. In response to your Highness, since I have wed the general, my heart shall remain steadfastly with him. The princess consort scoffed, as though hearing a ludicrous joke. Lady Li, you may deceive others with such words, but not me. Setting aside the fact that you are a distinguished lady of the Shen family, marrying a mere commoner, have you truly borne no grievances in your heart? My life has been quite satisfactory since marrying the general. Your Highness is mistaken, Shen Jishuang replied, her tone unwavering, inciting the princess consort's ire, already exacerbated by her condition. With a thud, the princess consort slammed her hand on the table. I have come here to show you respect. When I took concubines for the prince, they bowed before me, serving tea and ingratiating themselves, fearful that I might cast them aside. I have afforded you courtesy due to your intelligence and status as the general's wife, yet you repay my kindness with disdain. Shen Jishuang gazed at the princess consort. You carry a heavy burden. One would think you should focus on nurturing your child, yet here you are, fretting over your husband's concubines. If you claim my life is lacking, then how does yours fare any better? Impudent! The two attendants at the princess consort's side shouted angrily, advancing to strike Shen Jishuang. However, before they could, two agile figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly subduing them. The princess consort's expression had soured since Shen Jishuang's earlier remarks, and upon witnessing her attendants restrained, her fury reached a boiling point. Shen Jishuang, do you seek rebellion? Do you know whom you offend? With a sigh, Shen Jishuang replied, Your Highness, I harbor no intent to offend, but do not forget, this is the general's domain. The general is a man of his word, and he has specifically assigned 2 guards to watch over me, fearing for my safety. They act on orders. If you wish to lay blame, direct it toward the general. The princess consort was at a loss for words to fearing for her well-being. Shen Jishuang gently assisted her to a sitting position. Your Highness, I do not wish to provoke you. You must see, I am wed to the general and have borne him a child. How could I seek another? As wives, we should understand the trials we faced. I empathize with you. The general has also brought numerous women into the household, yet they have failed to capture his heart, leaving only me. The prince is a man of many indulgences. Should he choose to revel in excess, you cannot possibly control him. But think of your child. I can see your unborn child is a boy. Should Prince Xian ascend, he may very well become the future crown prince. At this point, the princess consort's expression began to soften unconsciously. Shen Jishuang had touched upon the very matter that brought her pride. The corners of the princess consort's mouth lifted slightly as she tenderly caressed her belly. Chapter 92 Hidden Dangers. Shen Jishuang continued, You and I have just had our clash. You should be aware that I am not particularly easy to deal with. Anyone who provokes me will inevitably find themselves suffering alongside me. The prince's thoughts regarding me, I discerned clearly that day. If he genuinely intended to elevate me into the royal residence, then why do you not consider your own position? Should you find yourself burdened with an additional source of anxiety, would life still be bearable? Upon hearing this, the princess's lips unconsciously curled into a smug smile. You are not comparable to me. My maternal family is a remarkably prosperous clan, wholly devoted to supporting me. The prince would not dare to act against me. As for you, without delving into specifics, I have heard whispers of the turmoil you stirred with the Shen family. As a twice-married woman, with a maternal family lacking in influence, what storm can you possibly conjure? Her pride was evident upon her countenance. Shen Jishuang understood her perspective. Otherwise, why would there be so many arranged marriages? But have you forgotten that a man's heart is the most inscrutable of things? If the prince were truly concerned about such social distinctions, he would not have openly dispatched you to persuade me. Should I heed your counsel and seek refuge in the embrace of the Xian prince, even if I were favored at the outset, there would be myriad ways to oppose you and maneuver within the royal family. You must know that schemes against a pregnant woman abound. As long as I conceal my intentions well, even if I were merely a temporary favorite, it's possible that before this child is born, the Xian princess might be driven to the brink of despair. Fortunately, Shen Jishuang had learned some principles of traditional medicine from an elder physician, and as she spoke, she attentively observed the princess's reactions, timely pressing acupressure points to alleviate her tension. What I express are sincere words from the heart. It is precisely because I wish to avoid entering the Xian princess residence that I lay it all out before you. If I were to adopt a demeanor of trepidation, eager to enter the Xian princess domain, you would surely be deceived. At that point, even if my true intentions were revealed, I would suffer no loss, yet you would have sacrificed your most precious child. As a mother myself, I fully comprehend the significance of a child. For women of our standing, should a man prove unreliable, having a child can still provide a means to endure. Princess, I speak these heartfelt truths solely for your benefit. Shen Jishuang's words rendered the princess momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her head. Your eloquence is indeed formidable. Shen Jishuang, however, remained humble. It is not a matter of being formidable, I simply prefer to speak the truth. Currently, I am in the company of the general, living a stable life, and I earnestly ask you, princess, not to add further turbulence to my existence. I cannot comprehend your perspective. Whether man or woman, one must aspire to ascend. If you were to enter the Xian prince's residence, it would be preferable to remaining with Li Yuan. Are you aware that he has become a source of considerable concern for many? It is only a matter of time before he faces dire consequences. When that time comes, how will you and your child survive? The princess's words were heavy. One must follow the husband, whether a chicken or a dog. That is the fate of us wives. I have made you aware of the hidden dangers, thus you should abandon the notion of entering the prince's residence. Do you truly believe that in your eyes, I could be more significant than a child? Once more, Shen Jishuang rendered the princess speechless. Had anyone else suggested she might conspire against her child, the Xian princess would have likely taken immediate action or dismissed the notion entirely. Her child could not be so easily threatened by another. Yet, inexplicably, perhaps due to Shen Jishuang's calm and astute demeanor, the princess found herself harboring a subtle apprehension toward her. Her subconscious acknowledged that Shen Jishuang could indeed carry out such deeds. Should Shen Jishuang enter the prince's residence and commit an act of treachery, even if it cost her life, her child would remain irretrievably lost. The princess exhaled quietly. She could not deny that Shen Jishuang's rhetoric had ensnared her. She simply could not afford to take the risk. Observing the shifting expressions on the princess's face, Shen Jishuang too felt a sense of relief. You are currently with child, there are always maids to remind you of your duties. You truly ought not to jeopardize yourself and your unborn child for the sake of gaining favor before the prince. At this stage of your pregnancy, you should. Shen Jishuang began to share insights regarding the experience of being with child. The Xian princess listened intently. Shen Jishuang spoke wisely. She had indeed come to consult Shen Jishuang not merely for the sake of information but to assert her importance before the prince, to demonstrate that she could accomplish tasks he could not undertake himself. No one had advised her as Shen Jishuang did. Even her own family urged her to cultivate a closer relationship with the prince. Blinking, perhaps due to her fluctuating emotions as a pregnant woman, the princess felt tears welling in her eyes. Shen Jishuang shared a multitude of insights about pregnancy, many of which the princess found surprisingly novel. The maids merely spoke of how to ensure the well-being of the fetus, while Shen Jishuang elucidated how to better endure the trials of pregnancy herself. Moreover, the troubles of pregnancy that the princess dared not voice to others, Shen Jishuang articulated directly, along with practical solutions. Unbeknownst to her, the princess's impression of Shen Jishuang underwent a significant transformation. Before long, they had engaged in conversation for quite some time. Finally, the princess spoke, "I must take my leave." As she uttered these words, an inexplicable sense of reluctance washed over her. She finally comprehended why she had sent her side consort to gather information. She had accomplished nothing and had appeared eager to visit the general's residence each day. Shen Jishuang's company was indeed pleasant, but she had her own territory and could not remain indefinitely. Upon hearing that the princess intended to depart, Shen Jishuang felt no inclination to persuade her to stay. She dared not. Observing the two maidservants still ensnared, she inquired, "What shall become of them?" The princess detected the underlying meaning in her words and could not help but scoff. "Do not worry. This time, it is my own miscalculation and shall not be blamed on you." "Thank you, princess." A genuine warmth finally graced Shen Jishuang's smile. Seeing her radiance, the princess responded coolly, "I do not speak falsehoods to you. Li Yuan has long since become a thorn in the side of many. Should he meet with misfortune, your life will become arduous." Shen Jishuang's tone was resolute, her expression imbued with a sense of loyalty. As a wife, one must stand with her husband through thick and thin. If I can share both life and death with him, why should I be afraid? From the moment I married him, I became his. Seeing no trace of fear in her eyes, the princess inwardly chastised her for being thick-headed, yet chose to remain silent as she departed. Shen Jishuang accompanied her to the door, watching the proud princess with a sense of unnameable melancholy. She continued to dream of the Empress, but the intricacies of the capital and the turmoil of the world did not guarantee that everyone would achieve their desires. Shen Jishuang was uncertain how the princess would report back to the Xian prince, yet she was confident in the princess's capabilities to ensure her own safety. Each must clear their own path. Shen Jishuang could only employ her own methods to resolve the unexpected turmoil. That day, Li Yuan returned in the dead of night, rousing Shen Jishuang from her slumber. Still in a haze, she felt him begin to undress as he leaned in to kiss her. Shen Jishuang could only think positively of the situation. At least he was present, which was preferable to his absence. "I hear you told the Xian princess that you would stand with me through thick and thin, even in life and death?" Shen Jishuang instantly comprehended. "Ah, so this is your way of rewarding me." Chapter 93. A rival. Shen Jishuang struggled to break free from his kiss, finally managing to utter two words with great difficulty: "Wash up."